Third brother, marry your sister-in-law. On the bed, eldest brother Han Song gasped for breath as he spoke with difficulty. Shut up now, and you might live a little longer, Han he retorted irritably. June 23rd, 1986. Han he didn't understand why had he, who should have been dead, returned to this day. His eldest brother, Han Song, was a scoundrel, a gambler, a drunk, a brawler, a complete troublemaker. If he had at least made something of himself, it might have been different, but he died a nobody, just another forgotten thug. In his past life, Han Song had taken his last breath mid-sentence, leaving Han he forever wondering what had he been about to say. But just moments ago, Han he had performed CPR on his suffocating brother, buying him a few more gasps of life. Han Song grimaced in pain, his voice hoarse. I'm not going to make it. Just one thing I need you to do. Take your sister-in-law. Let her stay with you. Han he remained silent, stunned by his brother's words. Who would have thought that the unfinished sentence from his past life would be this? His sister-in-law, Lin Xiu Xiu, was a good woman. Han he had never denied that. But she was also a tragic one. Han Song had spent his life causing trouble, and now he lay on his deathbed, barely clinging to life. Their parents, desperate, had heard that marrying him off might ward off misfortune. Maybe they thought having a wife would give him something to live for, make him straighten up. So they scraped together every penny they had, borrowing and begging, to arrange a marriage with Lin Xiu Xiu's family from a nearby village. Han Song coughed weakly. Don't think she's tainted. I never touched her. You wish you had the strength, Han he muttered. The marriage had been a last-ditch effort to save Han Song. But if superstition worked, who'd need doctors? Instead, Lin Xiu Xiu had spent her days nursing him, cleaning up after him. If Han Song had tried anything more, had it been dead long before now. Han Song let out a bitter laugh, too weak to argue. Don't piss me off. I don't want to die fighting with you. Han he fell silent. Han Song took a shaky breath and continued. She married me, but there's no certificate, no real wedding. After I'm gone, just tell people she was always meant for you. No one will question it. He gripped Han He's hand tightly. Don't be stubborn. The family spent everything to bring her here. If you don't keep her, where's the money for your own wife? And what about fourth, fifth little sister? You'll die a bachelor. Han he hesitated because his brother was right. In his past life, he had spent years helping his parents raise the younger siblings and paying off debts. By the time he married in his 30s, it was a disaster. He died alone. And Lin Xiu Xiu, her family had come to take her back, but she fled into the mountains at night, fell, and broke her leg, leaving her with a limp. Afraid she'd be a burden, her family abandoned her. She stayed with the Han family, silent and broken, sewing, cooking, barely speaking for the rest of her life. Han he knew the truth. She didn't want to go back because she knew her family would just sell her again, maybe to some old widower, making her life even worse. Seeing his brother's silence, Han Song squeezed his hand tighter. Promise me. I've caused our parents enough grief. I can't die, leaving them with nothing but debt. Han he sighed. It's not up to us. You have to ask her. Han Song's face lit up slightly. Xiu Xiu, come in. The door curtain lifted. She had been listening outside the whole time. Lin Xiu Xiu stepped in, her cheeks flushed, having heard everything. Han he had to admit his sister-in-law was beautiful. High cheekbones, large eyes, willow leaf brows, all naturally perfect. At 169 centimeters, she was tall for the time. And unlike other malnourished village women, her figure was full in all the right places. No wonder the family had spent so much to bring her home. Xiu Xiu, Han Song sighed. You and I, we were never meant to be. Once I'm gone, your family will make your life hell. Lin Xiu Xiu trembled, making Han He's heart ache for her. Han Song continued. You heard me. Third brother is a good man, better than me. With him, you won't suffer. No one could say a word against it. What do you think? Lin Xiu Xiu's eyes darted nervously. No woman could stay calm in this situation. Suddenly, Han Song's grip tightened, as if in a final burst of strength. He grabbed both their hands and pressed them together. Xiu Xiu had a hard life. If I weren't dying, I'd protect you myself. But I can't let you waste away as a widow. Third brother's the only one I trust. Han He and Lin Xiu Xiu froze, hands clasped awkwardly. The dead deserve respect. Just do this for me. Live well together. Don't let me die with regrets. With one last shuddering breath, Han Song's grip loosened and he was gone. Han He and Lin Xiu Xiu stood there, hands still linked, unsure how to react. Finally, Han He exhaled slowly. For all his brother's faults, he had always cared for him. Big brother's gone, he said softly. Beside him, Lin Xiu Xiu stared blankly, lost in the uncertainty of her own fate. Chapter 2. Mount Legong. The funeral of my elder brother was exceedingly simple, perhaps even unworthy of the term funeral. In order to secure my sister-in-law's return, the family had sold nearly everything of value. Had it not been for the coffin my father had prepared for himself years ago, my brother would have lacked even a casket for burial. Ironically, the coffin intended for my father's rest was ultimately occupied by his own son. My father aged significantly overnight, despite the fact that my elder brother was far from ideal, often embroiling the family in troubles. The bond of blood is profound. And how could the elderly parents not feel devastated? Yet, at this moment, Han Yi's sorrow did not stem from his brother's demise. Having lived 2 lives, he had developed a clarity about many matters. What truly occupied his mind was the pressing concern of where his next meal would come from and the urgent need to procure some money. In 1986, the nation was still in the nascent stages of economic development, and many continued to live a hand-to-mouth existence. Not everyone possessed a keen sensitivity to the winds of economic reform. For the vast majority, the question of what to eat next held paramount importance. The gnawing hunger was unbearable. Han Yi patted his stomach. At 21, he resembled a gaunt monkey, his ribs starkly visible. Yet, he was not alone in his plight. His entire family was similarly emaciated. Third brother, if you're hungry, just lie down. Father said that a person is like a grinding stone. If you lie down, you won't feel hunger, remarked Han Feng, the fourth brother. The family consisted of 6 children. The eldest, Han Song, the second daughter, Han Yu, Han Yi, the third, Han Feng, the fourth, Han Li, the fifth, and the youngest, Han Yao. In those times, 6 children were hardly considered many. There were families in the village with over a dozen, making mealtime resemble a bustling canteen. However, this was unavoidable. In those days, rural folk were often subjected to bullying. If one were a solitary man, even a dog passing by would relieve itself at your door. Moreover, with fewer strong laborers in the countryside, the agricultural tasks became increasingly burdensome. Farming, planting rice, and harvesting relied entirely on human labor, as tractors and harvesters were virtually non-existent. I must venture out and devise a solution, Han Yi resolved. The sensation of hunger was genuinely distressing, particularly for someone accustomed to a life of abundant meals in his previous existence. The abrupt return to this era of starvation was maddening. Rising from his bed, Han Yi donned a white undershirt, and Han Feng immediately followed suit, inquiring, "Third brother, where are you going?" "To procure some food and alleviate my hunger," Han Yi replied. "I shall accompany you," Han Feng insisted, hastily putting on a pair of straw sandals. The June warmth rendered him untroubled by the cold. The Han family was currently impoverished beyond measure. Apart from my father, my second sister Han Yu, and myself, the younger children were all clad in straw sandals. While summer was bearable, winter would see their toes frostbitten. As the 2 brothers stepped outside, they heard a voice from the entrance. "Please grant me a few more days. The children have just left, and I genuinely cannot muster even a penny. I implore you to allow me a few more days. I will sell the little grain I have and return your money." In a moment of desperation, my father, who once placed great value on his dignity, now humbly beseeched his creditors for leniency. Han Yi could not help but sigh. Some were easier to converse with, while others would nearly set fire to the Han family home. However, one must face the consequences of their actions. Murder demands a life, and debts must be repaid. Such matters, when criticized, could only be accepted. Thank you all," his father gratefully bid farewell to the creditor. Turning around, he entered the house and immediately spotted his 2 brothers, a hint of awkwardness crossing his face. The 3 exchanged glances. Their father lowered his head and retreated indoors. It was then that Han Feng, the elder brother, whispered, "Third brother, if we only have 1 meal of porridge a day and father sells the little grain we have left, won't we be left without food?" Han Yi retorted, "I think you should keep your mouth shut. With third brother around, you won't starve." "Oh." Old She shrank his neck and fell silent. Just then, they saw their sister-in-law, Lin Xiu Xiu, returning from outside, carrying a basket brimming with purslane. This time of year, purslane was particularly succulent. In his past life, Han Yi often brought some home to enhance the flavor of their meals, finding it quite delightful. However, eating it every day as a staple would be unbearable even for the likes of Tang's son. "Sister-in-law, are we eating this again? My face is almost turning green." Old She lamented. "Stop the complaints. You eat the most." Han Yi kicked Old She lightly and turned his gaze back to his sister-in-law. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment before both quickly averted their gazes. They had not yet discussed with their family the matter of the elder brother allowing them to marry the sister-in-law, and after 2 lifetimes together, Han Yi always felt a peculiar sensation. To be honest, he found his sister-in-law's appearance and character quite pleasing, yet the relationship with his elder brother made him feel awkward. He was indeed tempted, but he was at a loss as to how to proceed. The sister-in-law, her cheeks flushed, gently inquired, "Are you two heading out?" "It will soon be time to cook," Han Yi replied. "You can eat first once you're done cooking. I have something to attend to with old Shi." With that, he hastily pulled old Shi out the door. Upon reaching the entrance, old Shi asked in confusion, "Third brother, why do you seem strange around sister-in-law?" "Strange?" Han Yi's heart sank. Old Shi nodded yes. "Did you have a quarrel with her?" Upon seeing his brother's awkward expression, he exclaimed in surprise, "You didn't get into a fight, did you?" Han Yi was at a loss for words. A fight? He had indeed thought about it, but only in the whimsical sense of a mythical creature brawling. How could he possibly articulate that? As they made their way towards Legong Mountain behind the market, the two exchanged idle chatter. Legong Mountain was an ordinary mountain range in northern Anhui, sprawling across several hundred miles, dense with vegetation and rich in biodiversity. However, a few years prior, there had been incidents of wolf packs descending from the mountain and snatching children. Subsequently, a militia led an expedition around the outskirts of Legong Mountain. And now, fierce beasts were seldom seen. The mountain earned its name due to frequent lightning strikes at its core, with old legends claiming there were monsters within, prompting the thunder god to descend with lightning to vanquish them. In his youth, Han Yi had taken these stories to heart, but as he grew older, he learned that the true reason for the lightning was a mineral vein within the mountain. To a certain extent, the towering peak at the heart of Legong Mountain serves as a natural lightning rod. Lao Shi accompanied Han Yi as they ascended the mountain path. Initially, he felt no particular unease, but it soon became apparent that something was amiss. "Third brother, are we heading to the Ghostly Gorge?" Lao Shi exclaimed, grasping Han Yi's arm, a flicker of terror evident in his eyes. Han Yi chuckled and nodded, responding, "What's the matter? Are you afraid? If you are, you can always go home." With that, he attempted to move forward. Lao Shi clutched Han Yi's arm tightly and implored, "Third brother, don't be foolish. Father has warned us countless times that we must never venture there. That place is haunted." Chapter 03, the Ghostly Gorge, the most terrifying spot on Legong Mountain, requires traversing a narrow cavern to reach. It was once discovered by mountain dwellers seeking a livelihood, but later, numerous strange tales emerged about the gorge. For instance, it was said that those passing through the cavern might become possessed by spirits, rendering them immobile, with some even meeting their demise. Even if one were fortunate enough to escape, they would typically fall gravely ill. Furthermore, there were accounts of chilling sounds of slaughter emanating from the Ghostly Gorge, especially at night, with elders claiming these were the cries of suppressed demons from Legong Mountain, ensnaring the souls of passers-by in a spectral battle. In recent years, the government of the Old West claimed to eradicate all malevolent entities, yet no one dared to approach the Ghostly Gorge, deepening the public's belief in its legends. Lao Shi, visibly anxious, said, "Third brother, we cannot carelessly venture into the Ghostly Gorge. If our parents find out, they will surely punish us severely." Han Yi rolled his eyes, dismissing the concern. Why believe in such superstitions? What did they say during the upheaval of the Old West? They promised to eliminate all evil spirits. Seeing Han Yi's resolute determination to proceed, Lao Shi pleaded, "But those young soldiers never dared to enter the Ghostly Gorge to cleanse it. They stayed far away." Han Yi waved his hand dismissively. "Let them choose to follow or not. If they want to come along, they can go home. I never intended to bring you anyway." As Han Yi made his way toward the Ghostly Gorge, they soon arrived at the cavern's entrance. Lao Shi was nearly in tears, desperately clinging to Han Yi's arm and refusing to let him enter. Han Yi, exasperated, said, "I've told you, there are no spirits. It's merely self-induced fear." Lao Shi immediately countered, "But our comrade Ergung was possessed by a spirit in this very cavern years ago. After he was rescued, he was never the same." "Surely, that cannot be a lie." Han Yi patiently replied, "There are no such absurdities. Ergung was simply unfortunate. Listen, what people call possession is actually the result of miasma accumulating in the cavern. Beneath Legong Mountain lies a mineral vein rich in coal. And within the Ghostly Gorge's cavern, this coal gives rise to toxic gas, which, when inhaled, can poison a person, rendering them immobile. If one is fortunate enough to find ventilation in time, they may survive, but those who are not so lucky may succumb to asphyxiation. It's all nonsense about spirits possessing them." Lao Shi listened, somewhat bewildered, then questioned, even if it is gas, what about those sounds of slaughter? They are disturbingly clear, and many have heard them. Han Yi patiently explained, this phenomenon in Ghostly Gorge is due to the coal being accompanied by certain magnetic stones. It is conceivable that a war once transpired here. Perhaps on a stormy day, with the sounds of battle etched into the magnetic stones by the thunder. When it rains and thunders again, these stones act like a recording device, replaying the sounds of that bygone era. Han Yi recalled that in his previous life, a television station had even sent a crew to investigate, accompanied by a plethora of experts. However, his initial knowledge stemmed from watching an animated series called Higher Brothers. What is a recording device? Lao Shi inquired, revealing his youth and ignorance of the term. Han Yi could only respond with resignation. In any case, there is nothing supernatural about it. Everything can be elucidated through science. Lao Shi pondered for a moment and continued, even if what you say is true, with the miasma present, you wouldn't be able to enter. Han Yi chuckled. Do you not understand why I chose today? It rained just yesterday. And with the southeastern winds today, the mountain breeze flows into the cave, dispersing the accumulated gas. Thus, today is the most opportune time to venture into Ghostly Gorge. After squatting for several days, Han Yi finally seized a day of southeastern winds, unwilling to let this prime opportunity slip away. He secured a bag of urea around his waist, ready for an adventurous undertaking. Unable to dissuade Han Yi, Lao Shi obediently followed behind. As they traversed the cave, Lao Shi instinctively took a whiff and remarked, Brother San, it seems to have no odor. Han Yi couldn't help but roll his eyes. In his previous life, he had worked in a coal mine to settle debts and had heard a rather absurd story. Before a new tunnel was excavated, a gas tester had neglected to bring a gas meter. When questioned by a supervisor about how he would detect residual gas, the old tester arrogantly claimed, I've been doing this my whole life. I can tell if there's gas just by sniffing. Ultimately, the tester, the supervising leader, and a worker were all asphyxiated underground. A situation both tragic and laughable. What was the difference between that and an electrician claiming he could sense electricity by touch? Moreover, gas itself is odorless. So his assertion of detecting it merely by smell was utterly nonsensical. The cave extended several dozen meters in length, with numerous small branches where the wind could not penetrate. Thus, even on a southeastern wind day, entry was perilous, as one could easily fall. Upon exiting the cave, the view before them opened up magnificently. The first sight to greet their eyes was a vast lake, as the interior of Ghostly Gorge resembled the belly of a gourd, spacious and expansive. Due to the presence of gas within the cave, ordinary animals could not enter, and the steep mountain walls made access difficult. Consequently, the gorge was devoid of wildlife. However, the lake had transformed into a paradise for birds, where various aquatic birds congregated, reveling in the habitat bestowed upon them by nature. A glance across the lake revealed a kaleidoscope of colorful feathers gliding gracefully, wild ducks, mandarin ducks, cormorants, water hens, and grebes, with the occasional crisp calls of wild chickens echoing from the grass. Han Yi's throat let out a slight gurgle, for these were indeed treasures. For decades to come, every single one of them would be deemed a protected species by the state. Should one dare to capture them, the authorities would not hesitate to take action. However, in the present day of the 1980s, no one had the leisure to concern themselves with such matters. Moreover, with their habitats remaining unscathed and the environment still in a relatively pristine state, the abundance of these birds was nothing short of astounding. As the area around the Ghostly Gorge teemed with life, almost to the point of becoming a nuisance, Lao Shi glanced around, equally exhilarated, and exclaimed, Third brother, look at all those wild ducks and birds. If we could catch a few, we could feast. Han Yi nodded, instinctively wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, and replied, Let's not rush to catch the wild ducks and pheasants just yet. We lack the proper tools, and I don't possess the strength for such endeavors. It would be a waste of energy to chase them, only to end up exhausted without any success. What then shall we do? Lao Shi asked, bewildered. With so many birds around, was it truly possible to enter a treasure trove and leave empty-handed? Han Yi unfurled a bag of urea from his waist, raised an eyebrow at Lao Shi, and said, Let's start with something less challenging. Follow me, and today, Third brother will treat you to a hearty meal. Chapter 4. A feast of delights. While Han Yi was indeed tempted by the wild chickens and ducks, he understood their cleverness. Without the right resources, one could hardly expect to catch them. After laboring for a good part of the day without success, his stomach would surely protest. Hence, his focus was directed towards the more accessible and stationary targets. Han Yi led Lao Shi along the lakeshore, carefully navigating through the reeds with outstretched arms and elbows. It was imperative to avoid using his palms, as the seemingly fragile reeds could inflict painful cuts if mishandled. Lao Shi, keep an eye out and don't fall in. Otherwise, I won't have the strength to pull you out, Han Yi cautioned as he forged ahead. Lao Shi followed eagerly, responding, I'm not like Lao Wu or Yao Mei. I can climb back up if I fall. Suddenly, as they conversed, a flock of wild ducks took flight nearby. Startled by their voices, a flicker of joy crossed Han Yi's face as he exclaimed, We found them. With renewed vigor, Han Yi quickened his pace, leading Lao Shi through the reeds until they arrived at a sparser patch, revealing signs of numerous wild ducks nesting. This truly requires minimal effort. He chuckled as he opened the urea bag, instructing Lao Shi, help me gather these. Lao Shi's eyes lit up as he finally understood what third brother was after. The ground was littered with wild duck eggs. The oval-shaped eggs, a lovely hue of white tinged with green, were delightful to behold, and they were abundant in this reed bed. The wild ducks, frightened away by the two, posed no obstacle to Han Yi's eager hands, and one by one, the precious eggs were collected into the urea bag. Before long, the bag was filled to the brim, and Han Yi estimated it weighed at least 10 pounds. As they emerged from the reeds, Lao Shi, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Third brother, this is too much. Am I dreaming? Once you taste it, you'll know if it's a dream or reality, Han Yi assured him. Han Yi chuckled amusingly, then sent Lao Shi to gather some dry twigs and leaves, while he set about crafting simple utensils. The two of them decided to indulge in a hearty meal first. When Lao Shi returned with an armful of branches, Han Yi had already dug a small pit in the ground, into which he placed the twigs, fashioning a makeshift stove with stones atop it, finally laying a flat stone on top. He had meticulously cleaned this stone with fresh water for quite some time. Now, he struck a match and ignited the twigs, patiently awaiting the flames to warm the stone. Third brother, you should place the duck egg on top, Lao Shi said anxiously, scratching his head. The egg had yet to be roasted, yet his mouth was already watering uncontrollably. During this time, the living standards of farmers remained quite low. Let alone eating meat, they scarcely indulged in eggs. With only 1 or 2 chickens at home, they would collect the eggs daily to exchange for money or basic necessities like oil and salt. Lao Shi recalled the last time he had eaten an egg was when he fell ill with a high fever, and his mother had made him a fried egg. Upon reflection, that had been several years ago. Don't rush. Haste makes waste, Han Yi replied with a smile, then cracked a wild duck egg open, allowing the yolk and egg white to flow onto the hot stone. As the temperature of the stone rose, the egg white began to solidify instantly. Gulch. Lao Shi swallowed hard, the sound echoing as if he were drowning, which made Han Yi stifle a laugh, though he had yet to speak. Gulch. The brothers exchanged glances and burst into laughter. In these times, no one could claim superiority. Who among them wasn't tempted? Those who were not were likely the children of leaders, completely detached from the plight of impoverished souls like the two brothers. With ample resources, Han Yi did not hold back. He cracked open another wild duck egg until there was no more room on the stone to stop. The intense flames prepared the delicacy in the most primal manner, and the wild duck eggs seemed to carry a hint of sweetness, beckoning the bodies that craved sustenance and nutrition in their own alluring way. Eat up, eat up. Han Yi waved his hand grandly, using the twig chopsticks to present a perfectly fried wild duck egg on a clean little stone to Lao Shi. Upon receiving it, Lao Shi, disregarding the chopsticks Han Yi had offered, brandished his old pear, pinched the egg, and popped it into his mouth. Wow, it's so hot and fragrant, Lao Shi exclaimed, though the 2 rows of white teeth showed no hesitation in chewing, crushing the egg and mixing the white and yolk before swallowing it down. Third brother, this wild duck egg is incredibly delicious, Lao Shi exclaimed during a brief pause, then quickly devoured a second egg, relishing the supreme pleasure that the protein and fat brought to his body. Han Yi chuckled, using his twig chopsticks to lift a fried wild duck egg to his mouth. The moment he took a bite, the rich aroma spread throughout his palate, almost overwhelming his senses. Although it was merely a fried egg, Han Yi had no oil. The wild duck egg was cooked solely in its own fat. One might expect such a flavor to fall short. Yet Han Yi was absolutely certain that this was the most exquisite fried egg he had ever tasted in his life. Delicious. Han Yi sighed deeply, reflecting that, in truth, duck eggs are not as superior as chicken eggs. The latter offers a smoother texture, while duck eggs tend to be greasier, coarser, and possess a stronger fishy taste. However, the wild duck egg in his mouth, perhaps due to its natural origin or perhaps because of his intense hunger, lacked the usual drawbacks associated with duck eggs. Instead, it was simply fragrant, and what would typically be considered the greasiness of duck eggs became a delightful attribute. In the years to come, many would lament their body fat percentage, pondering ways to reduce it, while in 1986, the majority were more concerned with how to indulge in richer foods. Once Han Yi relished the fried egg, he noticed Lao Shi gazing at him with an unmistakable longing. Han Yi chuckled, "You should have this one first. Go ahead, third brother." But Lao Shi shook his head. Undeterred, Han Yi placed the wild duck egg on Lao Shi's stone slab, adding with a grin, "This bag weighs over 10 pounds. If you have the ability, finish it all." Decades later, nutrition experts would advise that each person should not consume more than 2 chicken eggs a day, lest they be unable to absorb the nutrients contained within. Yet, at this moment, the two brothers cared little for absorption. They simply desired to eat, prioritizing the satisfaction of their hunger. Surrounded by the crackling fire, the brothers roasted and devoured the eggs, to the point that the stone slab cracked under the heat. When they finally felt their bellies full, they realized they had consumed nearly half a bag of wild duck eggs. "Goodness, how much did we just eat?" Han Yi marveled, estimating that they had consumed almost 5 pounds, over 2 pounds each. The thought was alarming. This was no ordinary meal, but purely a feast of duck eggs, and astonishingly, they did not feel overwhelmed by the richness. Chapter 5. Knowing Flavor Pavilion. With their bellies round and full, Han Yi and Lao Shi had been reincarnated for some time. Yet this was the first instance where Han Yi distinctly felt the sensation of satiety. What a wonderful feeling it is to be full. Han Yi could not help but exclaim. Eating, after all, is the foremost necessity of life. As the renowned philosopher Wei Gonggong aptly stated, when a person is hungry, their sole concern is how to satiate that hunger. Once full, myriad worries emerge. After a brief rest, Han Yi, accompanied by Lao Shi, refilled the urea bag with wild duck eggs. In the vast expanse of reeds, wild ducks and waterfowl thrived abundantly. Disturbing just a small area would reveal a multitude of wild ducks inhabiting the space. Given their timid nature, once startled, they would not return for some time, and even upon their return, they would not dare approach the brothers. "Third brother, with this place, shall we never again worry about food and drink?" Lao Shi asked excitedly. "Worrying about feasting is something I have plenty of ways to manage. Why cling to Ghostly Gorge?" Han Yi scoffed. Ghostly Gorge is akin to a paradise. A place that, until the locals unravel its mysteries, few would dare to enter. Yet in the future, this area would inevitably be trampled by humanity. Decades later, Ghostly Gorge would be devoid of its lakes, its lands overturned as mining companies sought economically valuable resources. By the time the minerals were exhausted, humanity would finally consider environmental preservation, but restoring Ghostly Gorge to its former glory would be an impossible endeavor. Han Yi shook his head, acknowledging that he was not a person of great importance and had no inclination to meddle in trivial matters. His aspirations in this life were profoundly simple: to ensure his family enjoyed a comfortable existence, devoid of the burdens of financial worry. After tidying up the bags of urea, the two brothers prepared to return home. However, just as they took a few steps towards the shore, Lao Shi suddenly exclaimed, "Third brother, there's a snake." A tinge of panic laced Lao Shi's voice as he instinctively grasped Han Yi's arm. "Where?" Han Yi, startled, quickly scanned the vicinity, ultimately directing his gaze toward the direction indicated by Lao Shi's finger. "Oh my goodness. Silly Lao Shi, that's no snake. It's a giant soft-shelled turtle." Han Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he spotted a large turtle, weighing at least 5 or 6 pounds, resting at the water's edge, most of its body submerged, leaving only its head exposed, which had misled Lao Shi. With the bag in hand, Han Yi entrusted the urea sack to Lao Shi and stealthily approached, swiftly pinning the large turtle down. "Lao Shi, we are indeed fortunate." Han Yi chuckled heartily. A turtle of this size is rarely caught. In these times, although the natural environment was thriving, catching a turtle was no simple feat, especially an older one, renowned for its cunning and adeptness in evading danger. To capture such a sizable creature, one certainly required a stroke of luck. Once subdued, the turtle fought back fiercely, twisting its neck in an attempt to bite. However, Han Yi's technique in capturing the turtle was meticulous, positioning himself in a way that rendered Lao Shi's attempts futile, no matter how much the creature thrashed. It could not reach Han Yi. A gift from the heavens, one should never refuse. Han laughed, instructing Lao Shi to hold the turtle while he switched back to carrying the urea bag. The brothers exited the Ghost Canyon, their faces lit with joy. After leaving the Ghost Canyon and descending from Thunder Mountain, Han chose not to head straight home. Carrying these treasures back would only suffice for a plate of scrambled duck eggs. It was prudent to convert them into cash first, especially since the day was still young. He sent Lao Shi back home to fetch the cart, as the urea bag was overflowing with wild duck eggs, several of which had already cracked. Therefore, they needed to use the cart for transport, allowing Lao Shi to also bring home the broken eggs for their mother to use as an additional meal. Lao Shi, being considerate, brought the cart back adorned with straw. Han carefully arranged the duck eggs on the straw, covering them with another layer before placing the large turtle into the cart for transport into the city. Lao Shi always heeded his third brother's guidance. If Han said they were going into the city, then so be it, especially since they were well-fed and full of energy. By the end of June, the air already bore the essence of summer. The journey from the village to the city spanned over 20 miles. In his previous life, traversing such a distance would have drained Han Yi's vitality, but reborn and restored to peak condition, he found the heat bearable and fatigue non-existent. This realization filled him with a sense of nostalgia. Youth truly was a wondrous gift. Upon entering the city, it was already past 3 o'clock. While the market would still be bustling with activity, it paled in comparison to the morning's throngs. In 1986, the nation implemented the reform and opening up policy, leading to a surge of individual entrepreneurs. The market began to flourish with vendors selling various small items, no longer fearing the abrupt dismantling of their stalls or being accused of speculation and profiteering. However, the absence of arrests did not equate to the eradication of such accusations. The charge of speculation lingered until the 1990s before it was entirely abolished. Heeding Han-es advice, there was little hope for selling in the market, as it was predominantly frequented by ordinary folk, making it challenging to fetch a decent price for his goods. Han-es ambition was directed towards the most renowned private restaurant in northern Anhui, Zhui Lu. This establishment was remarkable, having been among the first wave of private dining venues when individual entrepreneurship was on the rise. The proprietor, a resourceful individual, managed to position Zhui Lu as the designated dining locale for local officials. Although Zhui Lu appeared as a modest 2-story building at the time, by the 1990s, it had transformed into a reputable grand restaurant. Han, accompanied by Lao Shi, arrived outside Zhui Lu, although it had not yet reached the status of a grand establishment. With its 8 rooms spread across 2 floors, it was already considered quite impressive. The brothers, pushing a cart laden with straw, stood out conspicuously at the entrance, quickly drawing attention from within the restaurant. "Hey, you two, what are you up to?" A man in his 30s emerged, expressing disdain, with a cart of this stuff. "It stinks. Are you trying to drive our customers away?" Han flashed a grin, adopting an earnest demeanor. "Brother, we have some ingredients we'd like to sell to Zhui Lu. Would you be so kind as to take a look?" The man chuckled. "Are you joking? Many have tried to deliver vegetables to us. Just say you're selling. Hurry and leave. Don't waste our business time." Lao Shi, sensing the man's impatience, suggested, "Brother, perhaps we should just go?" Han replied with determination, "We cannot leave. Otherwise, they might genuinely think we have nothing to offer." He turned back to the man. "Brother, it's true many want to deliver vegetables, but they merely bring eggplants and peppers. What I have is something they simply cannot provide." The man scoffed. "Can you deliver dragon meat? Get lost. You're not someone we can afford to deal with." At that moment, a woman in her 30s passed by, prompting the man to smile broadly. "Sister May, you're here so early today?" The woman nodded. "The city leaders are coming for dinner tonight. I need to oversee the preparations to prevent any mishaps." The man hurriedly reassured her. "Sister May, you need not doubt us. Everything is arranged perfectly." Honey, with a glint in his eye, chimed in, "Sister, how about some authentic wild duck eggs? You won't find such a delicacy anywhere else." Chapter 6. An argument are you never going to stop? The man retorted, visibly irritated. They had not been chased away earlier, and now, with the leaders arriving, he found their chatter to be an unnecessary distraction. Sister May, however, looked at Han with curiosity. "Did you just mention wild duck eggs?" Han quickly removed the straw from the cart, revealing the greenish wild duck eggs beneath. "Look here, authentic wild duck eggs. Even if you have the money, you won't find them elsewhere. Only I have them." May glanced over, and before she could speak, The man beside her hurriedly interjected. You say it's a wild duck egg? Who can prove that it truly is? Besides, May, it's still smeared with excrement and hasn't dried. It's quite foul. Han chuckled and replied, My dear fellow, your argument lacks merit. The presence of droppings indicates freshness. Furthermore, do you chew the shell along with the egg? That would be quite an acquired taste. The man glared at him, visibly irritated. At that moment, May chimed in, Young man, he does have a point. If you claim this is a wild duck egg, how can you prove it? Han immediately responded, Sister, with a shop as large as yours, you must have domestic duck eggs, right? If you don't mind, why not fetch one for comparison? You'll see for yourself. May nodded slightly and instructed the man. Go to the kitchen and bring me a duck egg, along with 2 bowls. Though reluctant, the man dared not defy his boss and hurried to the kitchen. In no time, he returned with a duck egg and 2 bowls. The duck egg was evidently cleaned, spotless, and was respectfully handed to May. Upon merely glancing at the egg, she discerned the differences between the 2 types of duck eggs. Noticing this, Han quickly took one of his wild duck eggs, wiped it clean on his clothing, and offered it to May, saying, Sister, take a look. Although they appear to be of similar size, wild duck eggs are indeed heavier than domestic ones. May received the wild duck egg from Han, weighing it in her hand. And couldn't he help but nod in agreement. Indeed, they seem similar in size, but the wild duck egg is noticeably heavier. How curious. Han replied with a grin. There's nothing strange about it. Wild ducks feast on natural small fish and shrimp, providing them with ample nutrition, resulting in superior egg quality. In contrast, domesticated ducks, aside from a brief outing to forage, primarily consume feed, which lacks nutrition and flavor. After making his point, Han addressed May. Sister, could you hand me a bowl? May passed him a bowl, and Han proceeded to crack open a wild duck egg, allowing the egg white and yolk to flow into the bowl. The yolk was a vibrant, almost reddish hue. Understanding Han's intention, May quickly cracked open her own duck egg, which was evidently inferior to Han's wild duck egg. Its yolk was pale, lacking vibrant color. With a cheerful expression, Han remarked, Sister, do I even need to explain this? May smiled, nodding, Indeed. It appears your egg is truly a wild duck egg. But where did you procure so many wild duck eggs? From Ghostly Gorge. Han replied candidly. Ghostly Gorge. Both May and the man were taken aback, unable to believe what they had heard. Everyone nearby knew how perilous Ghostly Gorge was. Over the years, many had attempted to venture inside, but too many had met with misfortune, and it gradually became regarded as a forbidden place that no one dared approach. May exclaimed, How could you dare to go to such a place? It's far too dangerous. Han smiled broadly. I had no choice. My family is impoverished, and I owe debts. I must find ways to earn money. Sister, would you care for these wild duck eggs? I assure you, they are truly a unique treasure in our area. Mei Jia was captivated by Han Yi's unique remark and inquired, What is the price of your wild duck eggs? After a moment's contemplation, Han Yi replied, In the grocery store, chicken eggs are priced at 1 yuan and 80 cents per pound. Mine are duck eggs. So how about 50 cents each? The man, somewhat taken aback, remarked, 50 cents per pound is indeed quite reasonable. Han Yi rolled his eyes and retorted, Come on, my friend, don't tease me. It's 50 cents each. Each. The man's eyes widened in disbelief, as he exclaimed, Are these golden eggs? Han Yi quickly clarified. While they are indeed golden, they are eggs earned through hard work. Moreover, throughout northern Anhui, while you can find 1 or 2 wild duck eggs, you certainly won't come across as many as I have. My friend, rarity adds value. Having something that others cannot procure is truly impressive. Besides, I don't even require a ticket for these wild duck eggs. Mei Jie chuckled. You do make a valid point, young man. Very well. I shall take them at 50 cents each. But Mei Jie, how much do we need to sell them for to make a profit? The man quickly interjected. Mei Jie replied with a hint of annoyance. If it were solely for profit, then it wouldn't be worth it. But as this boy mentioned, having something unique to reserve for the leaders is far better than the usual fish or meat. The man pondered this and realized the truth in her words. Though still somewhat displeased, he chose to remain silent. Han Yi then grinned. I shall unload the goods for you, sister. Go ahead. Mei Jie nodded in agreement. Each pound of duck eggs contained approximately 7 eggs, and the brothers had collected over 10 pounds at the mysterious Ghostly Gorge. After unloading, they counted and found 112 remaining, aside from the broken ones. Nearby, Lao Shi felt his heart bleed. At 50 cents per duck egg, He and Sangu had surely consumed a considerable number at the gorge. That must have amounted to at least 10, which meant they had wasted around 7 or 8 yuan. If that were converted into cash, they could have indulged in a grand feast. Sister, there are a total of 112 eggs, amounting to 56 yuan. Han Yi wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with a smile, "All right, calculate the payment for this young man." Mei Jie nodded and instructed the man beside her. Her gaze then fell upon the urea bag in the car, and she curiously asked, "What's inside that bag?" That, before Han Yi could respond, the man eagerly rushed over to open the bag. Han Yi quickly cautioned, "Don't open it. It was just a tattered bag. What harm could it do?" The man, feeling slighted from earlier, carelessly opened the urea bag and peered inside. Suddenly, a loud scream echoed as the large soft-shelled turtle inside was startled and bit the man. Though he managed to evade most of the attack, he was unable to entirely escape, and the turtle clamped its jaws onto his ear. "Ah, help! Help! I've been bitten by a snake!" The man screamed in panic. Han Yi looked on in disbelief, while Mei Jie, initially startled, soon realized the truth and retorted exasperatedly, "It's not a snake. It's a soft-shelled turtle. Someone, pull him away." Han Yi quickly interjected, "No, don't pull him. If you do, he'll lose his ear." Chapter 07. The snap of the giant soft-shell turtle. The man screamed in agony as a giant soft-shell turtle clamped onto his ear. Those nearby instinctively reached out to pull it away, but were halted by Han Yi's stern voice. "Do not pull. Once this creature bites down, it does not let go. If you wish to witness him lose an ear, feel free." Han Yi's words left the would-be rescuers momentarily stunned, rendering them immobile as they listened to the man's wails. Mei Jie, visibly anxious, exclaimed, "What should we do now?" "Get a knife and chop off the turtle's head." Han Yi glanced at Mei Jie, impressed by her decisiveness. Chopping it off would be futile. Even if it dies, it will still maintain its grip. "Trust me, bring a basin of water and make it deep." The onlookers exchanged glances, but it was Mei Jie who took charge. "Listen to him. Hurry and fetch the water." Before long, a large basin of water was brought forth. Han Yi addressed the man, who was still crying out in pain, "Hold still." With that, he submerged the giant turtle into the basin, pressing the man's head downwards. The man, on the verge of tears, realized that his fate lay in Han Yi's hands, and he dared not resist, complying obediently. As everyone watched in silence, the turtle suddenly released its grip, retracting its head. "Oh my goodness! Mei Jie, is my ear still intact?" The man lamented, his face a picture of despair. Mei Jie glanced over and assured him, "Do not worry, it's still there, perfectly fine." Turning to Han Yi, she remarked, "This turtle is quite ferocious. More intimidating than a snake." Han Yi chuckled, "Indeed, the fiercer it is, the better the quality. Moreover, this creature is highly nutritious. Turtle soup is a delicacy wherever it is served." Mei Jie nodded slightly, intrigued. "You are correct. Soft-shell turtles have been considered a nourishing ingredient since ancient times. I'll take this one. How much do you want for it?" Han Yi pondered for a moment. "To be honest, we cannot assign a price to the turtle right now. Ordinary folks wouldn't seek it out, and those who do are hard to come by. Even seafood companies do not supply private restaurants. Although Jiwei Building is the finest in Jianghuai, due to its private nature, seafood suppliers do not cater to them. Mei Jie typically sourced river fish from local farmers, making such large turtles quite rare. Jiwei Building is known as the premier private restaurant in northern Anhui. Finding another establishment willing to pay for this delicacy would be a challenge. To be frank, my brother and I have no idea what price to set. So consider it a gift," Han Yi said with a hearty smile. Mei Jie was taken aback by Han Yi's earlier boldness, and now his generosity was unexpected. "You are quite magnanimous. However, we cannot accept it for free. Jiwei Building does not take advantage of others." She smiled warmly. Han Yi marveled at her business acumen, realizing how she had built Jiwei Building into northern Anhui's finest establishment. "If that is the case, then along with the wild duck eggs, please set a price," he suggested. Upon calculating, Sister Mei concluded that the wild duck eggs were priced at over 60 yuan. After a moment of contemplation, she cheerfully proposed, "I shall contribute 100 yuan." Han Yi was somewhat taken aback. At that rate, an old soft-shelled turtle would cost over 30 yuan, a rather exorbitant price. Even if sold to a seafood company, it would only fetch about 10 yuan at most. Han Yi had truly made a considerable profit from this complimentary turtle. "Very well, 100 yuan it is, old Chun. Please handle the payment," Sister Mei commanded, gesturing towards the man who had just been bitten on the ear by the old turtle. The man, not daring to delay, quickly retrieved 100 yuan for Han Yi, grumbling, "This feels no different from robbery. You're making quite the profit." Han Yi chuckled, replying, "Brother Chun, you are not entirely wrong. Those who commit robbery risk their lives for money, much like us brothers." Upon hearing Han Yi's words, old Chen fell silent. After all, the notorious reputation of Ghostly Gorge meant that those willing to risk their lives to salvage goods would evoke little envy in others. Having received the money, Han Yi did not take his leave immediately. Instead, he turned to Sister May and inquired, "Sister May, how much for a plate of braised pork?" Observing Han Yi's eagerness to squander his newfound wealth, Sister May's initial favorable impression of the young man waned slightly. A man who spends money frivolously may gain momentary pleasures, but achieving significant accomplishments is a far more arduous task. However, she soon found herself amused by her own thoughts. After all, what great achievements could a rural lad possibly attain? Merely building a new house, marrying, and raising a couple of children would already be a remarkable achievement in life. Regaining her focus, Sister May explained, "There are options with and without meat tickets. With tickets, a plate is 1 yuan 50. Without, it's 1 yuan 80. Han Yi calculated and set aside 5 yuan from the money, placing it on the table as he said, "I don't have a ticket. Could you please prepare a few plates for me at the 5 yuan price? I'd like a mix of meat and vegetables, all to go." "To go?" Old Shin was taken aback, not quite understanding. Han Yi quickly clarified, "I mean to take it home to eat." Sister May smiled and replied, "If you wish to eat, just sit and enjoy. Any customer of Jiwei Tower can dine in." Han Yi hurriedly interjected, "Sister May, you misunderstand. I'm not eating alone. My parents and sisters at home are hungry. They haven't had any meat in quite a while, so I'd like to bring some back for them to enjoy." Sister May's earlier disdain evaporated, replaced by a hint of admiration. It's not difficult for a person to achieve success. Everyone has a few opportunities in their lifetime. However, to remember one's family after achieving prosperity speaks volumes about one's character. "Old Shun, please have the kitchen prepare some braised pork and a few stir-fried dishes." Ensuring a good balance of meat and vegetables, Sister May generously instructed, assuring ample portions. "Thank you, Sister May," Han Yi replied with a smile. When the kitchen finished preparing the meal, Han Yi realized he had not brought any bowls or plates. Observing this, Sister May kindly offered to let him take the food home, suggesting he could bring the dishes back another time. Han Yi expressed his gratitude repeatedly, while nearby, old Shi, Han Feng, had his eyes glued to the food in Han Yi's hands, his stomach growling audibly before they had even left. With a look of astonishment, Han Yi turned to old Shi, exclaiming, "Are you hungry again?" Han Feng, slightly embarrassed, scratched his head and replied, "No, it's just that, brother, this food smells amazing." Han Yi chuckled as he ruffled old Shi's hair and said, "With Brother Sen around, our family will never go hungry again. Trust me, I'll take care of you all." Old Shi nodded immediately, expressing his anticipation. "I have always believed in third brother's goodness. Of course, if you could treat me to some meat, my faith would be even stronger." Chapter 08. Oh no, the younger brother can't hold it any longer upon returning home. The brothers found their parents anxiously awaiting them. Old 3 and old She had left early in the morning, and as evening approached without their return, any responsible parents would naturally be concerned. "Dear, why do I smell something savory, like meat?" inquired their father, Han Yupeng, perplexed, glancing at his wife. "Meat, meat, meat. All you think about is meat," retorted Han Song's mother, Gu Chunhua, exasperated. "You were not this greedy when I was carrying our child." The father, being of a more patient disposition, took no offense at his wife's comment. Instead, he furrowed his brow and insisted, "No, it truly is the aroma of meat. It must be carried by the wind." Just as the mother was about to scold him further, she caught a whiff of the enticing scent wafting through the air. "Oh dear, where is this delicious aroma coming from? Is the secretary hosting officials again?" In her mind, she believed that in Lu Jiahua, aside from the secretary's family, there were no other households capable of affording meat. In recent years, economic reforms had given hope to the populace, but last year's devastating flood had thwarted progress. To prevent the inundation of Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Shanghai, floodgates were opened along the banks of the Huai River. Lu Jiahua was adjacent to one such flood discharge point, and waters surged forth, transforming fertile lands into marshes. In the blink of an eye, prior efforts were rendered futile. Houses and fields were lost, leaving the locals along the Huai River in despair. Yet, The narrative of supporting the development of wealthier regions prevailed, leaving the less fortunate to suffer in silence. Decades later, Han Yi would find himself embroiled in heated online debates over this matter. Some had prospered, and while he did not expect gratitude, a simple acknowledgement of their hardships would have been 1,000 times more comforting than the dismissive sentiment of "you are poor, thus you deserve to be flooded." After the deluge, they received some rice, flour, and cooking oil, along with paltry compensation for their fields, and life continued, albeit uncomfortably. It was no longer the commune era. Yet some individuals had adopted a lazy demeanor, responding to inquiries with, "What is there to do? We might as well save it for the floods." Of course, floods were not an annual occurrence, but along the riverbanks, poverty remained the prevailing theme. Han Yi recalled that it was not until the late 1990s that his hometown began to show signs of improvement. However, in 1986, the area was still resoundingly impoverished, and during difficult times, many would flee in search of food along the Huai River. As the couple pondered these thoughts, they spotted Han Yi and his brother turning the corner, pushing a cart from which the enticing aroma emanated. "Xiu Xiu, old 2, old 5, old youngest, come quickly," their mother called out, as she saw sister-in-law Lin Xiu Xiu and the second sister emerging from the house in a line. "Mother, I smell meat," exclaimed old 5, his nose as keen as a hound's. The father hurried forward to assist his sons with the cart, and then turned to Xiu Xiu and old 2, urging, "Quickly, fetch them a towel." Sister-in-law and the second sister rushed to fetch a towel, with the second sister firmly holding old Xi's head, scrubbing it vigorously, causing him to squeal and protest. Second sister, that's my face, be gentler," old Xi wailed. Sister Air, with a hint of annoyance, remarked, "You do realize it's all about appearances, right? Look at yourself now." Dasa approached Han Yi with a towel in hand, and as their eyes met, her face flushed a deep crimson. "Xiao Yi, why don't you wipe your face?" She awkwardly offered the towel. Han Yi, feeling the awkwardness of the moment, was initially at ease, but with Dasa's gesture, it felt as if they had conspired like Wu Song and Pan Jinlian against their elder brother, despite their innocence. "Ahem, thank you, sister-in-law." Han Yi accepted the towel, giving his face a quick wipe, when suddenly, Yao Mei rushed over, wrapping her arms around his legs. "Third brother, what delicious treats did you bring back?" The little one spoke with a sweet, childish voice that endeared her to Han Yi. "I brought some meat for you." Han Yi affectionately ruffled Yao Mei's hair, opening the bag from the cart to reveal several plates of stir-fried dishes, among which the most coveted was a plate of glistening braised pork. "Ah, I knew I caught a whiff of meat. Oh dear, we're having steamed rice today. A touch of luxury for our family." Upon seeing the braised pork, old Father S' face lit up with joy. The last time he had such a dish was at a wedding banquet, where it was served in a small plate, vanishing in an instant before he could truly savor it. Mother hesitated, aware of the meager half-bag of rice left in the house, hoping to make some money from it, but ultimately decided to indulge her husband and went to the kitchen to steam some fine rice. Old Fifth and little Yao Mei gathered around the plates of stir-fried dishes, nearly drooling in anticipation, as the rich, oily sauce had a captivating allure for the current state of the Han household. "Reheat the dishes, they mustn't be eaten cold, or we'll surely suffer the consequences," Mother instructed. Dasa and Sister Air hurried to warm the food, and once the rice was steamed, the family sat together, inhaling the tantalizing aroma of the stir-fried dishes, saliva uncontrollably pooling in their mouths. "Eat, eat, eat." Old Father, as the head of the family, commanded with a wave of his hand, unleashing the children like hungry tigers. Chopsticks flew across the table, with the braised pork being the most sought after. Fortunately, Sister May had added extra to the portion, or it would have vanished in the blink of an eye. Han Yi found himself no better off than the others. His body craved sustenance, and at this youthful age, relying solely on sweet potatoes for satiety was hardly sufficient. As the saying goes, without sweet potatoes, one has nothing. With the first bite of braised pork, Han Yi couldn't help but praise the chef at Jiwei Lu. The pork was tender and sweet, and before he even registered the taste, the flavor burst forth on his tongue. The sugar and sauce infused the meat, elevating its flavor to a divine level. In simple terms, it was utterly delicious. As each piece of meat disappeared, Han Yi felt a lightness envelop him. Turning his head, he noticed Dasa savoring the vegetables from the stir-fry, chewing slowly and deliberately. The savory taste of the meat-infused vegetables delighted Lin Xiu Xiu, making her brows arch in joy with each bite, and soon her entire expression radiated happiness, looking ever so enchanting. Han Yi cast a glance at his family, blissfully indulging in the delectable braised pork, and discreetly placed a piece of the dish into his sister-in-law Lin Xiu Xiu's bowl. Startled by her younger brother-in-law's sudden action, Lin Xiu Xiu was met with Han Yi's urgent gaze, signaling her to eat quickly. The portion of braised pork was limited. Any delay could mean missing out entirely. Yet, Lin Xiu Xiu found herself unnerved by his look. How long had it been since the head of the family departed? Was her younger brother-in-law already unable to contain himself? As the meal progressed, others relished their food heartily, while Lin Xiu Xiu grappled with a sense of unease. According to Han Song's last words, she was now to be under the care of her brother-in-law, yet the situation felt remarkably awkward. Chapter 09. A desire for change. Once the meal concluded, the father expressed his sentiments. Today felt like a dream. We had duck eggs for breakfast and braised pork for dinner, like living among the gods. For someone from a humble background, even the sight of meat was a rare delight, making the father's comparison to celestial living far from an exaggeration. Those in the market who could afford meat were indeed few and far between. After the family had eaten their fill, they seldom experienced the beauty of life. And Lin Xiu Xiu felt a sense of happiness even in a simple burp, having often gone hungry before. The father took out his smoking pipe, preparing to light it, when Han Yi approached and presented the money he had earned from selling wild duck eggs. Without a glance, the father waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Regardless, it is your own earnings. You are not a child anymore. Keep it for yourself." "Very well, then I shall keep this 100 yuan for myself," Han Yi replied, tucking the money into his pocket. However, the father grasped Han Yi's hand in disbelief and asked, "How much?" 100 yuan. Han Yi chuckled. "Perhaps I should hold on to it for you. You might lose it." The father, feeling awkward yet resolute, insisted, "We have debts to settle at home. Until this famine is addressed, we cannot expect to live in peace." Han Yi smiled and handed 30 yuan to his father, saying, "Father, take this for the debts. The remainder I must reserve for other needs." The father did not object. It was customary for the eldest son's debts to be supplemented by the earnings of the youngest. "When we sell the grain at home, I will certainly repay you," the father said hesitantly. Han Yi replied with a grin, "I doubt this money will need to be returned." "Why is that?" the father inquired, puzzled. Han Yi was at a loss for words, unsure how to explain that with the elder brother's passing, he had taken on both the familial responsibilities and the debts. It was indeed the case, but articulating it felt peculiar. "You will understand in due time," Han Yi said, scratching his head, his gaze drifting to Lin Xiu Xiu, who was busy clearing the table, and a flicker of joy blossomed in his heart. In his previous life, Lin Xiu Xiu had tirelessly assisted him, only to end up without any recognition in the end. Reflecting on his feelings towards Lin Xiu Xiu, Han Yi could not deny them. As a solitary man and woman living together, her appearance and demeanor were undeniably appealing. Yet, out of respect for his deceased elder brother, he had found it difficult to act on those feelings. In truth, there had been attempts to matchmake in his past life, but he had never been able to take that step. Now that everything is settled and my brother has entrusted his wife to me, what is there to worry about? Therefore, in this lifetime, Han Yi will certainly not entangle himself with any other women. He has made his choice, and that choice is you, my sister-in-law. Lao Shi, having indulged in a delightful meal today, approached, rubbing his belly with excitement, and asked, "Third brother, are we still going to the Ghostly Canyon tomorrow? I can prepare the vehicle in advance." Han Yi shot him an annoyed glance and replied, "So you were just preoccupied with eating, huh? I told you. We must wait for the southeast wind to blow through. If the wind does not return for over a day, the gas will accumulate again, and whoever enters there will meet their demise. Let us assess the situation tomorrow." In truth, Han Yi had means to enter the Ghostly Canyon, but frequent visits would inevitably attract attention, and there would certainly be no shortage of those who would court disaster. Moreover, the most significant point was that he had avenues to earn a living. Having made his initial fortune from the Ghostly Canyon, there was no need to court danger again. Lao Shi felt a tinge of regret. The flavor of the wild duck eggs was exquisite, and to savor them again, one would have to wait for the southeast wind to blow, which was indeed a test of patience. Before bedtime, my sister-in-law and second sister brought a basin of warm water for them to soak their feet before sleeping, for after a day of walking, they would undoubtedly feel weary the next day. Lao Shi, fearing the heat, refused to soak first, insisting on waiting for the water to cool down, which prompted the second sister to go outside to catch him. Han Yi, however, quite enjoyed soaking in hot water, Seeing his sister-in-law test the temperature, he softly said, "Sister-in-law, about our matters." Bang! Before Han Yi could finish his sentence, Lin Xiu Xiu, akin to a startled little rabbit, dashed out of the room in a flurry, nearly toppling the foot basin. The second sister and Lao Shi, bewildered by her sudden retreat, entered the room to inquire, "What happened to sister-in-law?" Han Yi chuckled and replied, "Perhaps the braised pork was too greasy, and she has a bit of an upset stomach." The second sister shot him an annoyed glare, and then solemnly said to both Han Yi and Han Feng, "You two must remember, sister-in-law has had a hard life. As soon as she married, your brother left her to endure widowhood. Though your brother is no longer here, you must still honor her and treat her as an elder. Anyone who dares to be disrespectful in front of her will have to face my wrath." Han Yi scratched his head in confusion. After all, his sister-in-law was the bride he had prepared for himself, and it seemed inappropriate to regard her as an elder. That night, the second sister took the younger sister to sleep with the sister-in-law, while Han Yi opted to sleep with Lao Shi and Lao Wu. If not for the fear of retribution, Han Yi would have liked to suggest to the second sister that he wished to swap places with her. Third brother, "If this wind doesn't cease, can we still go tomorrow?" Lao Shi, having enjoyed a good meal with Han Yi, was fully intent on following him, not desiring anything more than to fill his belly. Han Yi pondered for a moment and said, "First, we will cut pigweed, enough for 2 days, and then I will take you to do some work." Upon hearing that there was work to be done, Lao Shi's face lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, "Great." At that moment, Lao Wu emerged from under the covers, revealing his little face and asking, "Third brother, can I go with you?" Han Yi affectionately ruffled Lao Wu's hair and replied, "You should focus on your studies. If your grades are good at the end of the year, I'll take you out for a treat." In a household with 6 children, only the 5th child is currently attending school. The 6th child, now 16, dropped out several years ago, making it difficult for him to return to his studies. The youngest, merely 5 years old, is not yet of age to enroll and must wait another 2 years. As for the others, the second eldest has completed elementary school, while Han Yi himself finished junior high and spent a year in high school. The 6th child, however, did not even complete elementary school, having dropped out in the 6th grade due to financial difficulties. In his previous life, Han Yi was fortunate enough to have completed junior high. He could easily read newspapers and handle various electronic devices, even being regarded as an intellectual in the village, albeit the term intellectual may have been somewhat inflated. The following morning, while the 5th child was still asleep, Han Yi and the 6th child rose early to make another trip to the Ghostly Gorge. The wind had not ceased throughout the night, and with proper preparation, Han Yi was able to gather an impressive haul, filling 2 bags with urea. Upon their return and delivery to Jiwei Tower, Mei Jia and Old Shun were taken aback. Old Shun exclaimed in disbelief, "Did you truly gather these from the Ghostly Gorge? They couldn't possibly have come from a farm, could they?" Han Yi chuckled, "In our Huaidong area, have you ever heard of any farms?" Mei Jia replied with a smile, "As long as the goods are excellent, I will take as many as you can provide." A leader visited yesterday and praised the wild duck eggs, stating they are far superior to regular duck eggs. He intends to bring friends next time. "If you do not deliver today, I might reconsider selling the remaining stock. What if the leader comes and there's nothing to offer?" Han Yi, not wishing to prolong the conversation, stated, "After this delivery, I may not be able to come for a while. I have other matters demanding my attention." Old Shun counted the haul, totaling over 200 wild duck eggs. Han Yi rounded it down to 100, and Mei Jia remarked, "This will surely become Jiwei Tower's signature dish, available in limited supply at 1 yuan and 80 cents per plate. I'll make a tidy profit." Han Yi hesitated, realizing that serving 2 wild duck eggs per plate was quite significant, and that profit margin was not negligible. When the brothers returned home, they could hear chatter at the door before they arrived. Upon pushing the vehicle to the entrance, they saw their parents repaying money, everyone laughing and conversing amiably. Reality is not like a novel. When one falls from grace, it is rare for others to immediately knock at the door, demanding confrontation and seeking to humiliate the protagonist. In a village, everyone is interconnected through kinship, and transactions are often informal. If one has the means to repay, they do. Otherwise, they wait patiently. Even if there is dissatisfaction, it rarely escalates to open conflict. The father, having the means to repay, inadvertently placed others in an uncomfortable position, suggesting they could wait for another time, as they had just hosted 2 events and needed to keep some funds on hand. However, the parents insisted on repaying, as owing money left them restless and anxious, unable to sleep soundly. Chapter 10. Wild swimming. Some say that impoverished mountains and treacherous waters breed cunning folk, while others claim that poverty begets schemes and riches foster virtue. Yet, do the impoverished truly equate to villains? Are the wealthy inherently virtuous? Certainly not, for in Chinese discourse, it is emphasized that one must seek balance. It is often said that those who are righteous are often of the lowest class, while betrayal is more common among the educated. Thus, whether a person is good or bad is determined by the individual, not by the group to which they belong. Since the time Han Yi began keeping records, the camaraderie within the community has been evident. Families have always relied on one another to navigate through life's challenges. When difficulties arise, neighbors lend a helping hand, ensuring that no one faces adversity alone. While minor disputes among neighbors are not uncommon, it is rare to find someone who turns a blind eye to another's plight. Honey. In contrast to the sterile existence of living in a modern apartment complex decades later, where one may not even know the gender of the neighbor across the hall, cherishes the vibrant community spirit of the present. Come on, let us go gather pig grass, Hani declared. After parking the vehicle, he set out with Lao Shi and Lao Wu to collect fodder. Since the economic reforms took effect, each household has experienced a transformation. With the communal meal system dissolved, sustenance has become a matter of personal effort. Whether one thrives or merely survives now rests solely on individual endeavor. Of course, Han Yi did not intend to rely solely on the land for sustenance. Otherwise, he would find himself with his head buried in the soil throughout the year, only to emerge with just enough grain to meet basic needs, with scant meat to enjoy. Therefore, he needed to devise a plan. One cannot allow oneself to be overwhelmed by circumstantial pressures. Nevertheless, despite his contemplations, household responsibilities could not be neglected, as his parents would never consent to that. Following the implementation of the household responsibility system, families sought various ways to bolster their income, with one straightforward method being the raising of livestock. What did livestock entail? According to Han Yi's previous life experiences, it comprised chickens, ducks, geese, and pigs, as well as cattle. Indeed, before his brother's untimely demise, he had been deemed unproductive and classified among the livestock. Speaking of his elder brother Han's song, the family had suffered greatly due to his actions. To put it simply, had he not escaped to the mountains 3 years ago to evade a harsh sentence, they would be commemorating his 3rd anniversary this year. The family's 2 piglets were cherished by their parents, yet with food scarcity plaguing every household and rural residents unable to access commercial grains, they could only forage for sustenance. With people struggling to feed themselves, livestock was a luxury they could hardly afford. Thus, collecting pig grass became a daily obligation for the brothers. In June, the purslane was lush and juicy, and gathering a few baskets to bring home, to chop finely and mix with bran, would provide a hearty meal for the piglets. As Han Yi and his companions collected the fodder, the June sun beat down, leaving Han Yi drenched in sweat. Lao Shi, keep an eye on things. I'm going to cool off, he said, tossing his clothes onto Lao Shi and diving into the lake with a splash. Third brother, I want to wash off too. Lao Wu, you watch the clothes. Lao Shi exclaimed, shedding his shirt and preparing to jump in, but then turned back to Lao Wu, warning, you're not allowed to go in, or else I'll really hit you. Lao Wu blinked innocently, feeling wronged. What's the matter? Don't kids have rights? However, despite his indignation, Lao Wu dared not cross that line, knowing full well that Lao Shi would not hesitate to retaliate if provoked. Han Yi reveled in the water, finding bliss in the day and the lake, realizing that in a few decades, such a scene might only be witnessed in distant frontiers. While he swam, he heard someone calling out, little brother-in-law, hurry and grab that, don't let it float away. Turning around, he spotted a piece of clothing drifting away with the current, while his sister-in-law rushed anxiously along the shore. In these times, no household was affluent. Losing a piece of clothing could lead to tears at home, even if the parents remained silent. Don't worry, sister-in-law. Watch this, Hani assured her. Hani dove into the water, and when he resurfaced, he found himself beside his clothes. Grabbing the garments, he plunged back into the water and emerged from the shore, standing up to hand the clothes to his sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, here you go. He presented the clothing to Lin Xiu Xiu, only to discover her staring at him with a dazed expression. Suddenly, Hani recalled that he had truly made a spectacle of himself in the water. Embarrassed, he retreated back beneath the surface, hastily swimming away. Once he had distanced himself, Lin Xiu Xiu could no longer suppress a smile, murmuring, so white. Sister-in-law, what do you mean by so white? Lao Shi asked, swimming over with a puzzled look. Lin Xiu Xiu's face flushed, and she quickly replied, that old goose swimming by, truly white. Oh, where is it? Lao Shi raised his hand to look. Lin Xiu Xiu pointed in the direction where Han Yi had swum off to, saying, it seems to have gone that way. Lao Shi, somewhat surprised, remarked, is Brother San chasing the old goose? Scratching his head, he waved his hand and added, sister-in-law, I'm off to pursue Brother San. After gathering pigweed, the three brothers returned home. Once the basket was placed, Lao Shi took charge of delivering the purslin to the chopper, while Han Yi wielded the blade, and Lao Wu simply packed the chopped purslin into the basket. At that moment, their father returned from the fields and, upon seeing his sons working, removed his work shoes to join in, telling Lao Wu to go play. As they toiled, their father hesitated, and Han Yi perceived that he had something to say. Father, if there's something on your mind, please speak. The way you're holding back makes me uneasy. Their father shot Han Yi a sideways glance and then said, the money you brought back yesterday, after settling the accounts, there are still 5 yuan remaining. I was thinking of sending this 5 yuan to your grandparents. Han Yi understood why his father was being so circumspect. With 7 siblings, it had been agreed that aside from 2 aunts, each family would provide 30 pounds of grain annually for their grandparents' support. However, ever since the elder brother's demise, their family had struggled to make ends meet, making it impossible to provide for the grandparents. Han Yi's grandparents were aware of their son's financial difficulties and had never pressed the issue, fearing discontent among the other children, often stating to Han Yi's uncles that they had received it. Now that the eldest brother was gone, the family should have been in a worse predicament. Yet, unexpectedly, Han Yi had ventured out and earned 200 yuan, alleviating their burden. Thus, their father contemplated repaying the overdue support for their grandparents. Without hesitation, Han Yi replied, this is something that is rightfully owed. Why discuss it with me? If it's insufficient, I can contribute some more. Let us not allow the grandparents to feel slighted. Their father retorted, what kind of talk is that? They are your grandparents. How could they complain about us? Fine. If you have no objections, I shall send it. With that, he stood up, brushed off his clothes, glanced around, and called out, Lao Wu, you silly one. Always playing. Come here and help. Lao Wu, looking bewildered, replied, but didn't you tell me to go? Chapter 11. Discipline of Children in Truth. There was no need for the father to voice his concerns. Han Yi had long contemplated sending a few coins to his grandparents. When his father had divided the family property with his grandparents, he had promised that each household would contribute 30 pounds of grain annually for their support. Yet, every year, there were always those who fell short, or, in the case of Han Yi's family, who could barely secure enough grain for themselves, leaving them indebted to their grandparents. Thankfully, the elderly couple understood that their children were not neglecting their duties, but simply could not provide. Consequently, they cultivated their own land. Without it, relying solely on the meager support from the younger generation, they would have perished long ago. The father was well aware of their circumstances. Thus, although he could not provide grain, he would assist Han Yi's grandparents during the busy farming season each year, and they had never complained. However, now that he had some money on hand, it was only right that the debts owed to his grandparents be settled, rather than allowing only his immediate family to enjoy the fruits of their labor. After finishing the preparation of pig fodder, Han Yi tidied himself up and, accompanied by Lao Shi, made his way toward the village's center, where dozens of households were familiar faces, many of whom were relatives. Each family had some connection to the others. Even if they were not cousins, they were likely to be in-laws, making the web of relationships intricate and undeniable. Upon reaching his grandparents' home, Han Yi spotted his grandfather, Han Weiman, seated at the door, smoking a pipe. His grandfather had originally borne a different name, which he had later changed. Han Yi had no knowledge of what it was, only hearing that there had been a near quarrel when his grandmother once called him by his birth name. Grandfather, enjoying your pipe? Han Yi wiped the sweat from his brow. Seeing his 2 grandsons, Han Weiman's face broke into a smile, and he gestured to the doorstep, saying, come, sit and chat with your grandfather. He then turned to his wife. Dear, why don't you go check inside? Although his grandmother had intended to dote on her eldest grandson, she had to comply with her husband's request and retreated indoors. Han Yi, not overthinking the situation, took out 10 yuan from his pocket, 5 from his father, and 5 he had pooled together himself. Grandfather, please accept this money, Han Yi said, handing the coins to his grandfather. Han Weiman paused, taken aback. He was well aware of the family's dire situation, not to mention 10 yuan. Even the rice in their mouse hole was nearly exhausted. Where did you acquire this money? He asked. Han chuckled. I earned it. Lao Shi and I went to the city today and sold some wild duck eggs. The grain owed to you both has been outstanding for some time, so my father sent me to deliver it promptly. His grandfather appeared puzzled and inquired, wild duck eggs? Those have been scarce lately. No one ventures to the lakes anymore. Where on earth did you find wild duck eggs? Over the years, meat had become a rarity for many, and anything that could be hunted, including bees, had been thoroughly exploited. Lao Shi, quick to speak, interjected, third brother took me into the Ghost Valley a couple of times. There are plenty of wild chickens and ducks there. We gathered a large bag of them and made a decent profit. How can you be so loquacious? Han shot a glare at Lao Shi. Yet, before he could turn around, he sensed a menacing aura behind him and quickly added, Grandfather, please allow me to explain. Before Han could even turn around, he felt a sharp pain in his rear as his grandfather, brandishing a tobacco pipe, raised it threateningly, exclaiming, Are you seeking death? Your elder brother has only just left, and if anything happens to you, what will become of your father and us? Aware of his grandfather's temper, Han sprang up and fled. His grandfather's temperament was akin to a powder keg, and by the time he finished explaining, he would have only earned himself a severe beating. As he ran, he called out, Grandfather, please listen to me. I am fully confident. I'm not going to my doom. Ouch, your tobacco pipe is burning hot. Why are you truly trying to hit me? If I were to meet my end here, your father wouldn't be able to retrieve my body, and if I perish in the Ghostly Gorge, my remains may never be found. His grandfather was nearly beside himself with rage. What infuriated him most was not merely that his grandsons dared to venture into Ghostly Gorge, but rather that this boy was swift enough to evade him. Grandmother emerged from the house with a small bag and, upon seeing her husband chasing after her grandson, exclaimed, Oh dear, what is happening? Why are you fighting? She quickly interposed herself between her husband and Han, rebuking, You old fool, have you lost your mind? Why are you striking Xiaoyi? Han grasped his grandmother's shoulders, pleading, Grandma, my grandfather won't even give me a chance to speak. He is chasing me with that tobacco pipe. His grandfather, panting heavily, turned to his wife, saying, Ask him why I am punishing him. This boy took Xiao Feng to Ghostly Gorge. What? Grandmother gasped, glancing at Han who quickly interjected, Grandma, allow me to explain. Why are you grabbing my wrist? Let me go? If we are to fight, at least we could leave a complete corpse. If I die in Ghostly Gorge, my body may never be recovered. Grandmother, equally exasperated, tightened her grip on his wrist, refusing to let him escape. Han felt utterly helpless, if not for the fact that they were married. One might think they shared the same temperament. At that moment, Han Feng finally reacted, rushing over to restrain their grandfather. Grandfather, please do not be angry. My third brother truly has a plan, and we earned 200 yuan in the past few days, which is quite a sum. Lao Shi quickly interjected. Initially, the grandfather had intended to discipline the child, but upon hearing the amount, he immediately set down his tobacco pipe, astonished. Did you just say how much? 200. Lao Shi chimed in merrily. Grandfather, the big restaurant paid us, and my third brother even cooked meat dishes. The aroma was delightful. I devoured 2 large bowls of rice. Upon hearing such a significant sum, the grandfather was taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed, Alas, it is indeed a burden for you brothers. The elder has passed, yet there is an overwhelming debt. If you do not devise a plan and take some risks, repaying it will be exceedingly difficult. Honey, nodding fervently, added, Exactly, grandfather, let me tell you. He lowered his voice and continued, I have a method. Entering Ghostly Gorge is surely not perilous. What method do you possess? Do you not know how many have perished there? During the Great Famine, when even the tree bark was nearly consumed, some, defying fate, sought refuge in Ghostly Gorge. What became of them? Over 20 ventured in, and nearly half perished. Of the 7 or 8 who returned, many were already doomed. Whenever the mention of the Ghost Valley arose, a flicker of fear would glimmer in my grandfather's eyes as he remarked, When the winds howl and the rains pour, the cries of the lost echo through that place. No matter how difficult it may be, you must not lead the Old West to his demise. As he continued, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Alas, it ultimately reflects the inadequacy of fathers and grandfathers like myself, compelling you to take such risks. Chapter 12. The divergence of humanity. Upon hearing these words, Han found himself momentarily bewildered. In this day and age, how many truly possess the means to succeed? Every household grapples with their own struggles. While those in the cities may have stable jobs and access to commodities, those in the countryside toil for sustenance. In bountiful years, they manage to scrape by, but during lean times, even tightening one's belt proves insufficient. Grandfather, if you speak in such a manner, it only saps the joy. Han Yi replied with a smile. Even emperors do not inherit their thrones from the very first generation, do they? Let us take our time. There will surely come a day when life improves. The old man nodded slightly, exhaling a weary sigh. Have you settled your debts? My father has repaid a portion, and I still have some left on my end. Please do not trouble yourself over financial matters, Han Yi reassured him, aware of his grandfather's concerns. The family was not affluent, and the elder had provided considerable support, delaying even the pension funds. Seeing Han Yi and Lao Shi, he had even sent his wife to prepare a small bag of millet to help. In a previous life, Han Yi would have accepted such a fate. Acknowledging his lack of means, as the saying goes, a penny can thwart a hero. Without wealth, no matter one's capabilities, one must first endure. The old man remained somewhat apprehensive and whispered, "Are you truly not in need of money?" "Indeed, I am not," Han Yi quickly replied, rolling up his pant leg to reveal a small pocket containing a neatly stacked bundle of cash. The old man cast a glance at it, and only then did he feel a sense of relief, tucking away the larger bill he had been holding. "Do not speak of this widely. Repay what you owe. And once the storm has passed, we may discuss it further." Han Yi understood the implications of his grandfather's words. With 7 siblings, it was natural that some would be supportive while others would harbor resentment. His uncles, the eldest and second eldest, looked down upon his father. Their disdain was merely a means to derive a sense of superiority from him. If they were to discover that Han Yi had come into money, they would undoubtedly come knocking, their words sharp and uncomfortable. "Understood, grandfather. I shall heed your advice," Han Yi responded with a smile. The elder gently patted his grandson's head, his concern palpable. "I have been told that I am aiding your family, but your struggles are the most pronounced. If I do not assist, I cannot bear the thought of my eldest grandson suffering from hunger." Han Yi patted his chest confidently, saying, "Do not worry, grandfather. Our family will surely thrive in the days to come, and you shall not have cause for concern." The 2 brothers spent some time chatting with the elder, and as time drew near for their departure, they said their goodbyes. Just before they left, their grandmother pressed the small bag of millet into Han Yi's hands. "Grandma, we don't need this. My 3rd brother earns money. We are not lacking in such small matters," Lao Shi boasted, but was promptly nudged by Han Yi. "Take it. It is given by grandma, so accept it," Han Yi insisted with a hint of annoyance. Lao Shi hurriedly accepted the millet, and only then did their grandmother smile, affectionately stroking the heads of her 2 grandsons. "Now off you go. Do not dawdle on the way. Return home promptly." The 2 brothers departed from their grandparents' home and soon encountered their aunt, hastily, approaching them. She had married nearby, her husband being from the neighboring brigade. Besides being honest and reliable, he was skilled in carpentry. In fact, the cabinets in Han Yi's home during his wedding were crafted by his aunt's husband. Xiao Feng. Their aunt greeted them with a hint of joy on her face. Noticing the bag in Lao Shi's hand, she quickly rummaged through her pockets and produced a few bills. "This is all I have left, just 70 cents. Take it," she said, her eyes reddening. Caring and sensitive by nature, she was aware that her own family struggled financially, yet she still thought of her relatives. "Aunt, you needn't." Han Yi waved his hand in refusal. Their grandparents had given them a small amount of millet, and while they could accept it, their aunt had her own household to manage. Even though her husband was kind-hearted and easy to talk to, there were still in-laws to consider. In these times, even a few cents held significant value, and should her husband's family find out, it would place her in a difficult position. After much insistence from Han Yi, she finally conceded, saying, "You stubborn child, now that you're grown, your head is harder than a dam gate." "Fine, we'll talk about it later." Han Yi chuckled. "What is my uncle busy with at home?" "He's making cabinets for a wedding. That's why I sought him out." "He's currently searching for wood," she replied. Han Yi nodded. "My uncle has skill, so he will never go hungry. It's no wonder you chose him. You have good taste." She playfully rolled her eyes at him and said, "All right, I'm off to find your grandparents. I won't chat with you any longer." As she walked away, Lao Shi muttered, "Aunt is really nice. Unlike the eldest aunt, who always acts as if our family owes her money, scolding our father and us whenever she sees us." Han Yi smiled lightly. Every family has its dynamics, and people are bound to be different. The eldest aunt is indeed fiery and critical, but only grandpa can manage her. At this moment, Lao Shi asked Han Yi, "Third brother, what shall we do next? Should we wait for the southeast wind and then venture into the Ghost Valley?" Han Yi shook his head and replied, "The Ghost Valley is unpredictable. If luck is against you, you may not enter for a year. Relying on that for fortune is too challenging. Come, let us head into the city tomorrow and explore other options." Lao Shi admired Han Yi immensely. Of course, if others could treat him as well as his third brother did, he would hold them in the same esteem. Early the next morning, the brothers rose from their beds and informed their mother that they would be going to the city for lunch. Knowing they had money, she was unconcerned, only reminding them to keep their wealth discreet before allowing them to go on their way. This time, unencumbered by belongings, their journey was much more comfortable. Upon arriving in the city shortly after noon, Lao Shi clutched his stomach and said, "Third brother, my stomach is growling. Shall we first grab a bite to eat before proceeding with our business?" Han Yi also felt a pang of hunger and nodded in agreement, leading the way to Jiwei Lu. At this hour, dining establishments were scarce, state-run restaurants required grain and meat coupons, and for a meal without such tickets, they had no choice but to visit a private eatery like Jiwei Lu. As the two brothers arrived at the doorway, they were promptly noticed by Sister Mei, who was engaged in conversation with several waitstaff. Upon spotting them, her eyes sparkled with excitement. "You too, come in," she called out. Han Yi looked up and, upon recognizing Sister Mei, cheerfully inquired, "Sister Mei, what is the briefing about?" Waving her hand to dismiss the staff, Sister Mei gestured for the brothers to take a seat before responding, "Briefing? More like a few words of instruction. By the way, those wild duck eggs and giant soft-shelled turtles you brought me recently have been a tremendous help. Last night, a leader dined on that turtle, and you cannot imagine how pleased he was. Can you procure more? If so, do bring some for me." Old Shi's eyes lit up at her words. Yet Han Yi furrowed his brows and replied, "Sister Mei, it's foolish to leave money on the table, but those items are indeed difficult to source. I estimate they're currently unavailable." Upon hearing Han Yi's response, Sister Mei's eyes twinkled slightly, and she chuckled, "Little brother, are you attempting to raise the price on me? Let me be frank. As long as the quality is right, I can offer you a better price. Just be honest with me, all right?" Han Yi smiled, responding, "I've delivered quite a number of wild duck eggs these past few days. If you are hosting high-end clients, you certainly won't exhaust them all at once. Why rush?" Sister Mei regarded Han Yi with mild surprise before saying, "High-end clients, you say? That's an interesting phrase. Indeed, I do cater to high-end clientele, but the numbers are considerable. Those wild duck eggs will only last 2 weeks at best. If supplies run out, it would be better not to have them at all, lest I offend someone." Han Yi had some understanding of Jiwei building, as Sister Mei was among the first locals to become affluent, and it was often said that the establishment's success was linked to its connections with local leaders. For Sister Mei, as long as the leaders were satisfied with their meals, a higher price was inconsequential. She relied on maintaining relationships rather than merely making profits. Recently, Han Yi had supplied wild duck eggs and turtles, and the leaders had relished the dishes prepared from them, showering praise. If he were to cut off their culinary delights, even if they did not voice their displeasure, it would surely affect their sentiments. After a moment of contemplation, Han Yi said, "Sister Mei, those items are indeed hard to come by. I assure you, I'm not trying to deceive you. If I had the means, I would not forego the opportunity to profit. However, I genuinely cannot procure any at this moment. I will, however, make every effort to deliver more within a month. How do you wish to proceed?" Han Yi's intentions were not solely to profit from Sister Mei, but rather to maintain a rapport with her and the leaders, as she was a prominent figure locally. Sustaining this relationship could prove beneficial in the future. Sister Mei, upon hearing Han Yi's words, smiled and nodded. "Then it is settled." "Absolutely," Han Yi replied with a grin. At that moment, Old Shi's stomach emitted a loud growl. Sister Mei laughed and said, "Sounds like someone is quite spirited. Have you not eaten yet? I'll have the kitchen prepare a couple of dishes and fetch some soda for you. Indeed, I am quite hungry." "Thank you, Sister Mei," Han Yi replied with a smile. Mei instructed the kitchen with a brief remark, and soon after, the chefs expedited a plate of braised pork and a dish of stir-fried eggs with green peppers, accompanied by a steaming bowl of fragrant white rice, which was placed on the table. "Don't just sit there. Hurry and eat, then get back to work," Han Yi urged. Without hesitation, he served himself a generous bowl of rice and began to savor the succulent pork and the flavorful eggs. He couldn't help but acknowledge that the success of Jiwei restaurant was not solely due to Mei's astuteness and skill, but also attributed to the culinary prowess of the chefs. The pork was expertly stir-fried to a crispy perfection, and the eggs were delightfully savory, complementing the rice perfectly. In no time, the small bowl of rice was devoured by the two brothers. Take a sip of soda. Don't overexert yourself, Han Yi advised, noticing Lao Shi's cheeks stuffed full. He added, don't forget, the elder brother just left. Go and keep him company. The soda, from a local brand adorned with a logo resembling an orange, was quite palatable. In this day and age, most state-owned factories had similar recipes, with minor regional variations, resulting in little distinction among the smaller brands, aside from a few well-known names. With a satisfying belch, Lao Shi remarked, third brother, this soda tastes really good, like orange. Isn't it delightful? Han Yi replied with a smile. We should grab a few bottles to take home for our parents to try. At this time, soda was not packaged in cardboard boxes, but rather in two types of packaging, recyclable plastic crates or bound with plastic strings. The locals referred to this method as elbow, a technique used not just for soda, but also for beer. After their meal, Han Yi approached the counter to settle the bill. The young lady at the register greeted him with a bright smile, saying, you don't need to pay today. Before leaving, May mentioned that you can keep a tab for your meals and settle up later. Han Yi nodded, appreciating the gesture. This indicated a sense of camaraderie from the owner and a trust that he wouldn't default on payments. With May occupied with other tasks, Han Yi and Lao Shi exited Jiwei restaurant. What are we doing next, third brother? Lao Shi inquired. We need to find an enamel factory. I want to procure a batch of enamel basins and spittoons, Han Yi replied with a grin. Lao Shi immediately responded, I know where the enamel factory is. Oh, really? Han Yi retorted with mild exasperation. But first, I need to get a shirt, then a fountain pen and a notebook. Lao Shi, taken aback, exclaimed, third brother. Are you preparing to take the college entrance exam? In recent years, the reinstatement of the college entrance examination had made attending university a popular pursuit. To Lao Shi, Han Yi's attire clearly indicated his intention to pursue higher education. Ignoring Lao Shi's question, Han Yi led him to a stall that specialized in repairing fountain pens. In this era, fountain pens were considered valuable items. Thus, it was common to find businesses dedicated to their repair. Excuse me, do you sell fountain pens here? Han Yi asked. In a store, a pen would typically cost around 5 yuan, and branded ones would be significantly pricier, but at this stall, the prices were much more reasonable. What kind do you want? The owner inquired with a smile. Do you have any hero brand pens? Han Yi asked. The proprietor retrieved his small bag and, upon opening it, revealed a neatly arranged collection of over a dozen steel pens. With a smile, he proclaimed, yes. If you desire this one, it will be 2 yuan. 2 yuan? Han Yi took the pen, examined it, and grimaced. Boss, how many parts does it take to assemble this pen? I cannot accept 2 yuan. How about 150? If that works for you, I'll take it. The boss immediately grew agitated, glaring as he retorted, your words are quite unkind. While it is indeed assembled, I assure you of its quality. It will write flawlessly. At 2 yuan, I am making no profit. 180, and throw in a notebook, Han Yi countered. If that is agreeable, I shall take it. If not, I will seek elsewhere. The proprietor shook his head but remarked, since this is the first transaction of the day, 180 it is. Han Yi handed over the money, and the boss, in addition to the pen, presented him with a notebook. The notebook, although not thick, would sell for at least 20 cents in the shop, effectively making the pen cost him 160, while he acquired the notebook for free. Chapter 14. Bargaining after purchasing the pen and notebook. Han Yi sought a spot to set up a stall and selected a white shirt. With the increasing number of vendors and the government's support for private enterprise, despite the lingering threat of accusations of speculation, no one seemed inclined to trouble those engaged in selling goods. How much for this shirt? Han Yi inquired, having chosen a fine piece. The current shirt styles were largely uniform, and as long as the fabric was satisfactory, there was little variance in quality. 8 yuan. This model sells like hotcakes. Feel the fabric. It's pure cotton, quite comfortable. The stall owner boasted while preparing to package the shirt for Han Yi. Han Yi chuckled. This must be stock from Guangzhou, right? Why are the sleeves uneven? Upon hearing this, the owner beamed and replied, a connoisseur, I see. Are you also in the trade? Han Yi smiled somewhat. In these times, all vendors are peers. How about 3 yuan per piece? If that works, I'll take several. The owner, nearly laughing in disbelief, exclaimed, my friend, others begin their bargaining at the top. You seem to be starting at the ankles. Han Yi grinned. I know the wholesale price, my brother. You operate on slim margins, but you must still earn something. So what do you say? I'm genuinely interested in taking at least 7 or 8 pieces. The more you take, the more I lose, the owner lamented, bemused. Beside them, Han Feng felt his face flush, embarrassed by his brother's audacity. This was not bargaining. It felt more like a confrontation with the vendor. To demand 3 yuan for a shirt priced at 8 was utterly outrageous. If a fight were to ensue, he would be at a loss as to whom to support. Just then, the owner, in a conspiratorial tone, said, "All right, if you truly intend to take 7 or 8, let us do it." "Absolutely," Han affirmed. "My family hasn't had new clothes in ages. This outing is perfect for refreshing my parents, sister, and sister-in-law." The owner slapped his thigh and declared, "Well, since we've come this far, go ahead and choose." Old She stood in stunned silence, astonished that such a deal could be struck. If Han were aware of Lao Shi's inner thoughts, he would undoubtedly exclaim in surprise. "The garments, packed from Guangzhou, are predominantly defective. Take, for instance, the shirt in his possession. It appears fine at first glance, yet upon closer inspection, one would discover that the sleeves are uneven in length. Some exhibit problematic stitching, resulting in an improper fit, while others have uneven shoulder padding, one side elevated and the other sagging. Over there, they treat these as defective items, not selling them individually but by weight. When calculated, each piece costs not 7 or 8 dimes, but a little over a yuan. Han managed to acquire each shirt for merely 3 yuan, and he bought several. Much to the owner's concealed delight, Han selected a few shirts for his parents, second sister, sister-in-law, Lao Shi, and the younger siblings, but found no suitable size for the youngest. After contemplating, he decided to purchase some sunflower seeds, peanuts, and fruit candies to take home. He picked out 7 shirts, choosing those with minor flaws or those that could be adjusted later. He planned for his sister-in-law to make slight alterations to mend the defects. 7 shirts for 21 yuan. "My friend, just round it down to 20, Han jested. The owner, exasperated by such buyers, shameless yet shrewd, could only nod and concede, saying, "All right, at this price. My wife will surely scold me when I return." Han laughed, "Selling 7 at once. Your sister-in-law will surely give you a hard time. Enjoy your secret joy." All 7 shirts were white, primarily because the owner only had white shirts available. However, Han parents would seldom wear them, as such laundry duties were reserved for family gatherings or special occasions. His parents could not try them on, but Lao Shi could, and after some demonstration, Han felt quite satisfied. The Han family, despite everything, possessed commendable figures, with each member boasting a fine shoulder-to-head ratio, making them all quite the sight in clothing. "All right, wear it well." Han patted Lao Shi on the shoulder and then settled the bill at 20 yuan. The owner, in good spirits, provided a bag to wrap up the remaining shirts, cheerfully adding, "In the future, come to me for clothing, regulars receive discounts." Upon leaving the stall, Han donned his white shirt and turned to find Lao Shi lagging behind. The young man was smoothing the wrinkles of his shirt with his palm, showing an unexpected level of care. "Is this how much a simple white shirt means to you?" Han chuckled. Lao Shi, a bit bashful, replied, "Well, this is my very first new garment. Shouldn't I cherish it a bit longer?" His words held weight. Their family was poor, seldom affording new clothes for the children. Previously, garments were passed down, from his father to the elder brother, then to Han and eventually to Lao Shi, with plans to pass them down again to the younger brother. There was little choice for the impoverished, and decades later, if someone were to offer a few old clothes, it could potentially offend. Yet in this era, gifting someone a few old garments would be regarded as a profound act of kinship. The two made their way to the enamel factory, where Lao Shi, puzzled, quietly inquired, "Third brother, what brings you to the enamel factory?" "If you wish to purchase enamel basins, the stall has those too." Han smiled and replied, "Purchase? I am here to borrow." Do not concern yourself. Just stay here and keep an eye on my clothes. If they go missing, I shall hold you responsible," Han said, giving Lao Shi a pat on the head before making his way toward the enamel factory. A few years ago, it was the pinnacle of state-owned enterprises where everyone, regardless of their profession, could earn a living. However, in recent years, with the onset of economic reforms, state-run factories have begun to decline, particularly those that are easily replaceable. The enamel factory is one such establishment. What is enamel, you may ask? Enamel, also known as porcelain enamel, is essentially a composition of inorganic glass material fused onto metal surfaces. Younger friends might be unfamiliar with it, but those of a certain age have likely encountered it. The most common example is the enamel tea cup, which was a staple in households during the 1980s and 1990s, alongside enamel spittoons that typically featured red and white hues adorned with floral or fish designs to symbolize good fortune. However, with the proliferation of glass products, enamel gradually lost its market presence. In Han Yi's recollection, it made a resurgence due to the rise of Sichuan cuisine, with many skewer and hot pot restaurants utilizing enamel cups to evoke a sense of nostalgia. Han Yi was particularly well acquainted with the situation at the local enamel factory, having once worked there as a temporary laborer. When the factory closed, it still owed him 19 yuan and 80 cents in wages. At this moment, the enamel factory was far from its former glory. Not only were its products unsold, but workers' wages were also sporadically paid, much to the distress of factory director Lu Weidong, who was pulling his hair out in frustration. Chapter 15. Enamel products. As Han Yi approached the entrance, a security guard peered out and inquired, "What brings you here?" "I wish to purchase enamel cups," Han Yi replied promptly. The guard furrowed his brow, puzzled. "This is not a store. What are you buying enamel cups for?" Han Yi chuckled. "Where do you think the stores procure their enamel cups? They come from the factory. So, I am, in essence, a merchant. I am here to see Director Lu," Han Yi added. The guard, slightly taken aback by Han Yi's response, nodded and called Lu Weidong's office from the guardhouse. After hanging up, he informed Han Yi, "Director Lu has granted you entry. Proceed westward once inside the 3-story building. Head to the 3rd floor and turn left at the end. Do not wander." "Understood. Thank you," Han Yi replied with a smile, though he was well aware of the location of Lu Weidong's office. Upon reaching the door to Director Lu's office, Han Yi gently knocked. Almost immediately, a voice from within called, "Come in." As he entered, he found a man whose hairstyle already hinted at a commanding presence, perusing some documents. Upon noticing Han Yi, he looked up, adjusted his glasses, and inquired with a hint of skepticism, "Are you looking to place an order with our factory?" Han Yi offered a modest smile and responded, "Hello, Director Lu. I am Han Yi, an officer from the Sichuan coal mine." "Ah, Sichuan coal mine," Lu Weidong exclaimed, his interest piqued. The mine is one of the economic pillars of the city, providing livelihoods for countless individuals. Han Yi, still wearing a shy smile, remarked, "The situation is as follows. Our mine is currently hosting a quarterly competition, and we need to procure a batch of enamel mugs and spittoons as prizes. Hence my presence here to seek them out. In this day and age, enamel mugs and spittoons are commonly distributed as awards by organizations." So Lu Weidong had no reason to doubt Han Yi's words. "Apologies, but our factory typically only engages in wholesale during large shipments. Your request for prizes is rather small," Lu Weidong stated, his meaning clear despite his unfinished sentence, indicating that the business was too trivial for his consideration. Han Yi chuckled softly before continuing, "Director Lu, I have surveyed the market, and the retail price of an enamel mug is $1.50. As I have just embarked on my career, I wish to present myself favorably in front of my superiors. Hence, I believe it's unnecessary for those stores to profit off this." Lu Weidong began to show signs of impatience. Yet recognizing Han Yi was from the Sichuan coal mine, he refrained from offending him, interrupting Han Yi instead. "I understand your sentiments. However, we are a factory and do not engage in retail transactions. Our Sichuan coal mine employs 5,300 individuals." Han Yi smiled. "Enamel mugs and spittoons are basic prizes. I wonder if they qualify as retail?" Lu Weidong was taken aback, and a smile instantly brightened his face as he exclaimed, "Oh, what you say is true. They do not count as retail. Over 5,000 items. That certainly qualifies as bulk." "That is wonderful," Han Yi replied. "I am curious about the price your esteemed factory can offer." Lu Weidong calculated briefly, then, with determination, said, "Comrade, your desired quantity is substantial. When we retail, the price hovers around 90 cents, but for you, it will be 80 cents. That is our lowest price." Han Yi pondered for a moment before suddenly stating, 80 cents is indeed quite a bargain. However, I cannot take such a large quantity initially. If my superiors do not approve, it would be difficult for me to justify. May I start with 50? Lu Weidong considered this, realizing 50 was not an insignificant number, and nodded. "Very well, 50 it is. When do you require them? I will have someone prepare the goods for you." Han Yi produced $10, then retrieved a notebook, tearing out a page to inscribe 50 enamel tea mugs, and finally addressed Lu Weidong. "Director Lu, could you kindly affix your seal here? I anticipate my colleague will come to collect them tomorrow, and I would use this as a receipt." "Of course," Lu Weidong replied, beaming as he stamped the document. Han smiled and said, "Then consider this payment as my advance." Lu Weidong nodded repeatedly, then added, "Comrade Han, please hold on a moment." After making a phone call, a large bag soon appeared. Lu Weidong cheerfully remarked, "Comrade Han, the quality of our enamel factory's products is exceptional. But sometimes it requires the endorsement of those like you to persuade the leadership to utilize them. Please take this small gift." Han immediately protested, "This is not acceptable. It goes against the rules." Lu Weidong grasped Han Yi's hand and said, "Comrade Han, do not misunderstand. This is merely for you to try out. You must have first-hand experience before recommending our products to your superiors. Is that so?" Han Yi responded, intrigued. Han Yi wore an expression of awkwardness, ultimately nodding in agreement. "Very well then. Director Lu, rest assured, I shall persuade our mine's leadership regarding this matter." After speaking, he smiled gently, adding, "Truth be told, our leaders often find themselves in a quandary. During the holidays, it is customary to distribute something, but if the offerings fall short, the workers may become disgruntled. Conversely, if the distribution is too generous, the mine's budget cannot sustain it. Should your enamel products truly meet the standards, we will surely need to procure them several times annually. I will come to you for that." Upon hearing this, Lu Weidong's face broke into a radiant smile. Recently, the enamel buckets had lost their former popularity, and he had been troubled about future sales. Unexpectedly, Han Yi had presented a solution to him. "Oh my, if that is the case, I cannot thank Comrade Han enough." Lu Weidong grasped Han Yi's hand tightly, and as they parted, he attempted to return the prepayment Han Yi had given him. "This is unacceptable, absolutely unacceptable. If that were the case, the nature of this transaction would change," Han Yi insisted, resolutely stating to Director Lu, "We are focused on product quality, not frivolities. If you proceed in this manner, you may take your orders back. I cannot commit such an error." Seeing this, Lu Weidong thought to himself that Han Yi was indeed reliable, yet he replied, "Look at this situation. Very well, I await your news. Whether Sichuan Mine requires 5,000 or 500, we shall certainly do our utmost to assist." As they continued their conversation while walking outside, Lu Weidong accompanied Han Yi to the factory's entrance. Once he saw Han Yi disappear around the corner, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, lurking in the shadows, Lao Shi was taken aback to see Han Yi carrying a large bag. He quickly approached, exclaiming, "Third brother, what do you have there?" "Enamel tea mugs and sputum basins, items that can certainly be put to good use," Han Yi replied with a smile. "I plan to share them with father and the others." Didn't second sister and sister-in-law mention how inconvenient it was to go out at night? With these basins, the problem is resolved. Chapter 16. A grand distribution. The two brothers, laden with their belongings, made a trip to the recycling station. In the past, recycling stations were state-run, but in recent years, with the rise of the private economy, many individuals had started their own recycling businesses. Do not underestimate a recycling station. It can be quite lucrative, often earning more than small factories if one has the right connections. Upon arriving at the recycling station, Han Yi inquired at the entrance, "Do you buy scrap here?" Most recycling stations are now run by families or partnerships, with no extra staff. The owner glanced at Han Yi and smiled, "You're dressed quite neatly. What brings you to a recycling station?" "I wish to purchase some cardboard boxes," Han Yi explained. "We have a few appliances at home that we bought for the wedding. And since times are tough, I thought to sell them and recoup some funds. Without boxes, I won't fetch a good price." The station owner, taken aback, remarked, "My friend, that is quite a clever idea. Believe it or not, I actually have some. Just a moment." Soon, the owner returned with several bundles of cardboard boxes, tied with rope, and tossed them onto the ground. "Televisions, radios, fans, pretty much all kinds of appliances here. Take a look and see what you need. What are the prices?" Han Yi casually rummaged through the items, noting their pristine condition, evidently acquired just days prior. The shopkeeper opened a pack of cigarettes, offering one to Han Yi before stating, "I buy by weight, 3 jiao per pound, but I can sell you individually for 50 jiao each. What do you say?" Han Yi gestured with his hand, indicating the few paper boxes were not overly heavy. At 6 boxes in total, the price amounted to 3 yuan, which was not particularly cheap. 250, how about that? "If you're agreeable, I'll take them," Han Yi proposed. The owner of the recycling station was pleasantly surprised by Han Yi's acceptance and nodded with a smile. "All right, consider it a gesture of friendship." Han Yi then fished out 250 from his pocket, hoisted the paper boxes, and headed home with Lao Shi. Upon arriving, his sister-in-law was outside gathering vegetables. Spotting the large haul, She hurried over to offer assistance. No need, sister-in-law. Don't dirty your hands, Han Yi replied, sidestepping her and carefully placing the items down. It may look like a lot, but it's not that heavy. Lin Xiu Xiu curiously observed the goods brought back by Han Yi and Lao Shi, inquiring, what is all this? Clothes and enamel basins. Han Yi chuckled, giving Lao Shi a playful pat on the head. Go call your parents outside. Okay. Lao Shi joyfully dashed off, calling out, Mother, come see. Do I look good in this? That white shirt looks splendid, Lin Xiu Xiu remarked, a hint of shyness in her tone. Han Yi stroked his head, reiterating, the Han family is blessed with good looks. We are all well dressed. He then pulled out a garment from the bag, saying, sister-in-law, this is for you. Try it on. For me? Lin Xiu Xiu was taken aback. Sensing her hesitation, Han Yi quickly added, there's one for everyone, except for our little one, as we couldn't find a suitable size. Everyone else gets one. As he spoke, he revealed the other clothes from the bag to show her. At that moment, their mother's voice rang out. Where did you get those new clothes? Hurry and take them off. Don't get them dirty. Look at you, a filthy little monkey. Wearing something new. Lao Shi was dragged out by their mother, who, upon seeing Han Yi and Lin Xiu Xiu together, both adorned in new attire, appeared somewhat perplexed. Han Yi quickly interjected, Mother, I bought new clothes for the entire family. Let us try them on and see if they fit. Their mother expressed her astonishment. Child, just because you have money doesn't mean you should waste it. One new outfit for each person? That's not how we celebrate the new year. Han Yi retorted. Mother, do try it on. If you think it's a waste, I can return the others, but yours I intend to keep. Their mother glared at him in exasperation, just as their father emerged from the house, pipe in hand, saying, Lao Shi is just teasing you. The child has earned some money and wishes to show his filial piety by buying you a new garment, and you're quibbling with him? Who else would he tease if not you? Their mother, resigned, replied, I'm just worried about him not spending his earnings wisely. Fine, I'm the villain here. And you're all the good ones. Han Yi said with a smile, Mother, rest assured and wear it. In the future, I will have plenty of opportunities to earn money. A shirt is nothing much. Besides, our family truly lacks clothing. With the summer heat upon us, we cannot let Lao Shi and Lao Wu run around bare-chested, can we? His mother was rendered speechless by his words. The second sister pulled along the youngest, and Lao Wu emerged from the room. Han Yi promptly produced the clothes for them to try on, but only the youngest had no new outfit. Though the child did not comprehend the value of the garments, the pang of envy lingered in her heart as she watched others adorned in new attire. The little one, obedient and forlorn, nibbled on her fingernails and leaned against the wall in silence. Observing her demeanor, Han Yi approached with a small bag and said, Little one, are you upset because there is nothing for you? The youngest shook her head and, in a soft, childlike voice, replied, I'm small now. I'll get new clothes when I grow up. Han Yi felt a surge of tenderness and embraced her, planting a kiss on her forehead. He then revealed the bag of sunflower seeds, peanuts, and fruit candies he had bought for her, weighing 2 pounds, not much less costly than the white shirt. Upon seeing the contents of the bag, the little one's face lit up with joy. Han Yi unwrapped a fruit candy and popped it into her mouth, asking, Is it sweet? The youngest nodded vigorously, her head bobbing like a drum. She then reached into the bag, took out a candy, unwrapped it, and offered it to Han Yi, saying, Third brother, is it sweet? Sweet. Han Yi replied with a beaming smile. After everyone had changed into their new clothes and stood in the courtyard admiring one another, their beauty only grew more apparent. The father beamed with delight, unable to contain his joy, and turned to the mother, saying, We were supposed to go to Zhou Dayong's house for a wedding banquet, and I was worried about not having clothes to wear. But now, with these new outfits, we can make quite an impression. At that moment, the mother refrained from mentioning wastefulness and nodded repeatedly, secretly pleased with the new garments. Han Yi then produced enamel mugs, first handing one to his father, saying, These were given to us. Each person gets one. From now on, everyone should use their own cup for drinking, ensuring cleanliness and hygiene. Be careful not to mix them up. The family cherished their enamel mugs. Although they were no longer considered precious, each one was worth over a yuan, a sum most could hardly afford to part with. Just then, Han Yi brought forth 2 enamel spittoons, handing one to his father and one to his sister-in-law. He continued, These spittoons will be useful at night, so you won't be bothered by mosquitoes when you step outside during the summer. Chapter 17. A great project. The sister-in-law clutched the spittoon, remaining silent, yet her heart brimmed with happiness. Usually, She had to brave the outdoors to use the latrine, enduring the winter chill and the summer flies, with tragic incidents of children falling into the latrine occurring every year. While seemingly insignificant, a spittoon proved invaluable at night. Reflecting Han-E's thoughtfulness and care. Who gifted you these things? This must have cost quite a bit altogether, the father remarked, admiring the smoothness of the enamel mug, appreciating its durability, and noting the beautiful designs. Han-E replied, they were given by the people at the enamel factory, when calculated at cost price. They only amount to a few yuan. The family was delighted with new shirts and enamel mugs. It was rather peculiar that life seemed to improve after the passing of the eldest. Could it be that he was somehow watching over the family from beyond? In the evening, the household enjoyed a dish of sweet yam tea, a porridge made from sun-dried yams. The dried yams had a peculiar taste that Han-E was not particularly fond of, yet he had to endure it for the time being. To his surprise, he discovered that tonight's yam tea had a hint of sweetness. He turned to Lao Shi and said, Lao Shi, may I have a sip of your yam tea? Lao Shi promptly handed his bowl to Han-E. Upon tasting it, Han-E found it retained that same unusual flavor, whereas his own bowl remained delightfully sweet. At that moment, he glanced up to see his sister-in-law, and, as everyone slurped their bowls, he quietly approached her to inquire, Sister-in-law, why is today's yam tea so sweet? Feeling a bit shy, she replied, I added a spoonful of sugar for you. Han-Yi's spirits lifted. He was pleased to see that his sister-in-law had begun to show consideration for others, even before their own matters were fully resolved. At this juncture, Lao Shi chimed in. Third brother, may I have a sip of your yam tea? Go drink your own. Is that sanitary? Han-E retorted with a glare, dismissing Lao Shi's request. Later that evening, Han-E instructed Lao Shi to retrieve some red paper that had been stored away. This paper was initially intended for celebratory decorations during the eldest brother's marriage, but after his arrival, the eldest brother had fallen critically ill, and no celebrations ever took place. Leaving the red paper unused. What are we going to do with these? Lao Shi inquired, curiosity piqued, while the younger siblings, Er Wu and Xiao Lao Yao, lingered nearby, eager to witness the unfolding events. Go to sleep. What are you all gathering for? Han-E waved them away. This is none of your concern. Now, light the oil lamp for me. During this era, many places had access to electricity, but the Han family could only make do with oil lamps. Lao Shi obediently lit the lamp for Han-E before taking the younger siblings off to bed. Han-E then settled at the small table, diligently writing and drawing on the red paper. Around 10 o'clock, the door swung open suddenly. Without lifting his gaze, Han-E called out, Lao Shi, if you don't quit your antics and go to bed, you'll regret it. Why aren't you asleep yourself? A gentle female voice replied. Sister-in-law? Han-E quickly raised his head, surprised to see Lin Xiu Xiu standing at the entrance. The air was sultry in June and July. Clad in a fitted blouse, she revealed a glimpse of her fair neck, the flickering light of the oil lamp casting a warm glow upon her, making her appear radiant. Suddenly, the table jolted slightly. What was that sound? She asked, puzzled. Han-E remained composed, merely adjusting the chair beneath the table, and calmly replied, Nothing, I just bumped my knee against the chair. Understanding, she responded, It's nearly 11 o'clock. Why are you still awake? Don't strain your eyes under the oil lamp for too long. Approaching Han-E, she gently leaned over to observe the intricate designs he was sketching on the red paper. Their proximity allowed the sweet, lingering fragrance of her presence, akin to her enticing touch, to waft into Han-Yi's nostrils. At that moment, a kaleidoscope of Japanese characters and vibrant imagery danced through Han-Yi's mind, igniting a fervent passion within him. Fortuitously, having experienced much in his previous life, he managed to quell the tumultuous thoughts swirling in his mind and remarked, There's quite a bit to do. If we don't accomplish more today, tomorrow will likely be too late. She seemed to grasp only part of his meaning and responded, Then let me assist you. What can I do? You're just the one I need. Han-E thought helplessly, yet maintained a serene demeanor as he replied, If you're not too tired, could you help me cut the red paper? She promptly nodded, grasping the red paper and scissors, then inquired, What size should I cut it? Cut it to the same dimensions as this, he said with a smile. Tomorrow, I'll prepare some glue to affix them. As one engaged in writing and drawing, and the other in cutting the red paper, they soon exhausted a whole stack of red sheets. Han-E, feeling somewhat unsatisfied, chuckled, I'll fetch more red paper tomorrow. This isn't quite enough. Just then, he noticed Lin Xiu Xiu stifling a yawn and quickly urged, Sister-in-law, please rest. I can finish up here. I'm fine. I'm at home every day. And aside from some farm work, I have nothing else to do. You go sleep. I'll tidy up here, she insisted, not allowing Han Yi a chance to object as she gently pushed him out of the main room and began to clean. Han Yi felt immense satisfaction towards her. In his past life, he had burdened her with the responsibilities of caring for the entire family like a devoted mother. In this life, he was determined to treat her well. Early the next morning, as Han Yi rose from his bed, he overheard his mother exclaiming, "Oh, Xiu Xiu, why did you make so much glue?" Lin Xiu Xiu quickly responded, "Mother, it was Xiao Yi's request. He said it's needed today." Emerging from his room with a yawn, Han Yi clarified, "Mother, it was I who requested it. I have a use for it today." His mother, puzzled, asked, "What do you need glue for?" "Don't concern yourself with the details. Suffice it to say, it's necessary," Han Yi replied with a smile. "By the way, where did you get that red paper before? Could you procure some more for me?" "Sure, I'll get you some red paper." His mother responded without hesitation upon realizing it was for her son. When she returned, 3 stacks of red paper were piled high on the table. "These were left over from Lu Yotsai's wedding. I got them for 50 cents, she said. "Mother, you're brilliant," Han Yi praised, giving her a thumbs up. After sharing a meal with his brother, they resumed their tasks, and soon enough, Lin Xiu Xiu, Sanjie, and their father joined in. By midday, they finally completed their work. Chapter 18. The lottery tickets. As they concluded their tasks, Han Yi counted the tickets, totaling 800. Confident that everything was in order, he carefully stored the items in a bag and glanced at the sky, saying, "Old Shi and I must depart soon. We'll have lunch outside." His mother retorted playfully, "How many tickets do you still have? Once you spend them all, don't come crying to me." Han Yi replied cheerfully, "As long as my spending doesn't outpace my earnings, I'll be just fine." Upon hearing that he was to accompany brother San on an outing, Lao Shi promptly donned his shoes, and the duo hastened towards the city. Although the journey should have taken a considerable amount of time, they encountered a cart of donkeys belonging to the collective heading to the city. "What brings you here?" inquired the driver, the son of the collective's secretary. By all accounts, he ought to refer to the other as brother as well. After all, there were numerous familial ties interwoven within the collective, making it difficult to discern who was related to whom. "Chenkai, we're off to the city. Could you take us part of the way?" Han Yi suggested, climbing aboard without awaiting a response. LV Chenkai chuckled, observing the bundle of red paper in Han Yi's possession, and asked, "What do you need that red paper for?" "Oh, it's just for fun," Han Yi replied with a grin. "Can one casually discuss matters of fortune?" Upon their arrival in the city, it was already past 1 o'clock. Han Yi glanced at the meager sum remaining in his pocket, having spent 20 on shirts, 10 on enamel basins, and 5 as an advance for his grandfather, totaling over 70, leaving him with just over 20. "We'll make do with a light lunch. In the evening, I'll treat you to a grand feast," he assured Lao Shi. Lao Shi nodded eagerly, proclaiming, "I shall heed brother San's words." Han Yi led Lao Shi to a shop renowned for its baked pancakes, where each indulged in a pancake larger than their faces, filled with pepper and salt, its exterior generously sprinkled with sesame seeds and perfectly crisped. Accompanied by the shop's savory sauce, it was a delightful treat, and at merely 15 cents each, they spent only a total of 1 yuan and 20. Having satisfied their appetites, Han Yi escorted Lao Shi to the enamel factory to collect the basins. Upon seeing Han Yi, Lu Weidong's face beamed with joy. 50 enamel basins were ready and waiting. Han Yi promptly took the package and prepared to leave. "Comrade Han, would you kindly speak a few good words for us?" Lu Weidong cheerfully requested. "Rest assured, Director Lu, as long as your products are of high quality, I shall do my utmost to persuade our leaders to make a purchase," Han Yi replied with a smile. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Han Yi departed with a bundle of enamel basins in tow, guiding Lao Shi directly to the entrance of the Sichuan coal mine. Finding a suitable spot, he laid out a burlap cloth on the ground, spreading the red paper package open and arranging the enamel basins in a neat row. "Lao Shi, shout as I taught you," Han Yi instructed. Lao Shi nodded, undeterred by shyness, and called out, "Come one, come all." For just 2 yuan, seize the opportunity for fortune with only 1 yuan. You might win 100 yuan grand prize. In those times, a person's monthly salary hovered around 50 or 60 yuan, making 100 yuan indeed a substantial prize. Soon, a crowd was drawn to the spectacle. Han Yi could not suppress a smile. Why had he chosen the entrance of the coal mine? Firstly, coal miners were relatively affluent. And secondly, the labor was arduous, causing many to seek solace in drinking and gambling as a means of alleviating stress. How does one play this? A curious onlooker inquired. Han Yi, with a smile, explained, it's simple. Tear it open, and within lies a pattern. If you match the pattern on my side, you win. Small prizes include an enamel basin or 2 yuan, with larger prizes of 5, 10, 20, 50, or even 100 yuan. The chances of winning are high. Why not give it a try, my friend? The man hesitated for a moment before producing 2 coins and stating, then I shall give it a try. Han Yi accepted the money and instructed the man to draw from the red paper. After making his selection, he unveiled the result, revealing a lantern design. Upon confirming, Han Yi's eyes sparkled as the man exclaimed, I've won. I've won. Han Yi glanced at the prize, which was the smallest one available. The larger prizes of 50 and 100 were yet to be placed in the mix, primarily due to insufficient capital. If someone were to strike it big, he would be unable to pay out. My good sir, this is the consolation prize. Would you prefer an enamel mug or the 2 coins? Han Yi inquired. The man pondered briefly before deciding, I shall take the enamel mug. Han Yi handed it to him, and the man felt satisfied, as such mugs typically cost 1 or 2 coins in the market. However, Han Yi had profited, having effectively sold the mug for 2 coins, while its cost was merely 80 cents, yielding a net gain of $1.20. Soon, more patrons approached in small groups, and the rate of winning indeed proved favorable. Among 800 prizes, over 100 were consolation prizes, including the higher tiers. There were a total of 200 prizes, resulting in a winning probability of 1 in 4, which was certainly not negligible. Nevertheless, Han Yi remained unperturbed, having calculated the total value of the prizes accurately, considering some individuals opted for the enamel mugs while others chose to reinvest their winnings. The total value hovered around $600. With 800 tickets priced at $2 each, the total revenue could reach $1,600. If he managed to sell them all, Han Yi would net a profit of $1,000, free from concerns of incurring losses. As the crowd swelled, the tickets sold at an accelerating pace. By 3 o'clock, the area before Han Yi's stall was brimming with people, making it nearly impossible for newcomers to approach. In recent years, individual entrepreneurship had only just begun to flourish. While many engaged in commerce, only a handful dared to open gambling establishments. Yet, the concept of lottery tickets had yet to be explored. The state-sponsored welfare lottery would not emerge until the following year, 1987, and for a considerable duration. The government maintained a laissez-faire attitude towards private lotteries. In the 1990s, numerous individuals operated illicit lotteries via mobile vendors, although fundamentally a form of gambling. The perceived harm was not as severe as traditional gambling, and the financial stakes involved were minimal, leading authorities to dismiss it. It wasn't until private lotteries expanded significantly that the government took action, but for now, there was no oversight. Within less than 2 hours of setting up his stall, Han Yi's grand prize of $100 was drawn, having been added to his funds once they exceeded $100. Fortunately, his luck held, and he did not face a significant loss. Wow, I truly won, the ecstatic man exclaimed, transforming 2 coins into 100. What a splendid turn of events. Han Yi smiled and announced, the $100 grand prize has been drawn, but there are still $20 and $50 prizes remaining. If anyone wishes to continue playing, feel free. If not, I shall collect the tickets. As it turned out, once individuals entered this state of excitement, it was far from easy to withdraw. Eventually, all of Han Yi's tickets were sold out, marking the conclusion of the event. One participant called out, Brother, will you return tomorrow? If you do, I shall come back to draw again. Han Yi chuckled, I'll come again tomorrow, probably around the same time. Gentlemen, do arrive early. Chapter 19. Beer. The 2 brothers gathered their belongings and departed. Once they reached a secluded area, Lao Shi immediately inquired, Third brother, have we made any profit? I can't shake the feeling that we've spent more than we've earned. It's no wonder Lao Shi felt anxious. After squatting there for a while, he had merely observed others redeeming their winnings. 2 yuan here, 5 yuan there, witnessing an outflow of money that seemed greater than their intake. Han Yi reassured him, rest assured. We have indeed made a profit. The costs were calculated well, and everything has been sold. I already have a clear idea of our earnings. Let us return home and tally up slowly. Before heading home, they decided to purchase some marinated delicacies along the way. Lao Shi was entranced by the pork head and could hardly move. Han Yi, taking charge, ordered 2 jin of it, along with some marinated tofu, kelp, a salted duck, and a section of marinated pig intestines. Altogether, they spent merely 3 yuan and 60 cents. As they approached the supply and marketing cooperative, they encountered a throng of people gathered around a beer stall. However, do not be misled into thinking these individuals were from the cooperative. Such a place would never resort to price cuts for promotions. These were workers from the nearby brewery. It was a flourishing time for individual entrepreneurship, with many seeking ways to earn. Those with connections at the brewery, or whose families held positions of authority there, would discreetly sell some bulk beer, which was considerably cheaper than bottled beer. Without the involvement of a distributor, they could still earn a decent profit, sometimes even exceeding wholesale prices. A few individuals had driven the brewery's trucks. Their connections were evidently strong. Not only them, but restaurant owners as well, such as Mei Jie from Jiwei Lu, certainly had ties with the brewery. Otherwise, how would they source the beer consumed daily? Of course, whether the transactions were conducted through official or personal accounts remains uncertain. In this sweltering weather, Han Yi noticed the beer was stored in iron barrels, beads of condensation glistening on the exterior, indicating it had just been retrieved from the cold storage. He could hardly contain himself. On such a hot day, indulging in some icy beer alongside the marinated delicacies would make life feel divine. "Hey, how much is the beer?" Han Yi approached to inquire. The beer sellers were 3 young men, all donned in white caps and lab coats. One might even believe they had just emerged from a hospital. "Do you have a bowl?" "We have large spoons. 1 scoop holds about a jin, priced at 3 dimes. If you haven't brought anything, I have aluminum barrels from the brewery. Each can hold 10 jin, but you'll need to pay a deposit. For a barrel of beer, including the deposit, you'll need to hand over 5 yuan. Once you return the empty barrel, I'll refund you 2 yuan. The speaker was evidently adept, articulating everything with clarity. In this era, aluminum products were ubiquitous. For instance, lunchboxes were primarily made of aluminum. In reality, aluminum can pose health risks, particularly when containing acidic or alkaline substances that can trigger chemical reactions. However, with basic sustenance still a concern for many, most remain unaware of these dangers. And even if they were informed, what could they do? "Then I'll take a barrel," Han Yi declared, handing over 5 yuan. The vendor, having collected the payment, handed a barrel of freshly brewed beer to Han Yi with a grin, saying, "My friend, it's a solid 10 kilograms per barrel. If it falls short, I'll compensate you double. If you wish to reclaim your deposit, just come to this spot. Everyone in the supply and marketing cooperative is familiar with me. You can get your refund from them." Han Yi couldn't help but take a closer look at the young man. In these times, to earn a living, one must think creatively. It was impressive how the young man had established connections with the cooperative, explaining how they could sell beer right outside its doors. "All right, I'll enjoy this. I'll return next time," Han Yi replied with a smile. "Great. Here's a complimentary pack of fruit candies," the young man chuckled, handing over a pack of candies nearing their expiration date. As for their freshness, once he returned home, both his younger brothers would devour them in a single night. Carrying the marinated dishes and beer home, Han Yi wiped the aluminum barrel, still chilled to the touch. Upon seeing the barrel, his father inquired with a puzzled expression, "What have you brought back?" "Beer," Han Yi replied with a smile. "Father, we earned a bit of money today. Let us indulge and taste what city folk enjoy." His father hesitated, feeling that in the past, he would have scolded his third son severely. However, with the family debts now being repaid by him, and considering that they had earned the money, there seemed little to argue about. Han Yi wrapped the beer in a quilt to prevent it from warming, then entered the house with his brother to begin tallying their day's victories. When Han Yi poured a pile of cash onto the bed, his brother's eyes widened in astonishment. "Why is there so much? Didn't we exchange a lot of money?" "Don't be foolish. If I wasn't confident, would I have set up the stall?" Han Yi laughed. "This is a guaranteed profitable venture. Otherwise, why would I have worked all night yesterday and half the day today?" Just then, the door creaked open, causing his brother to hurriedly cover the pile of money. Han Yi turned to see his father entering and playfully patted his brother on the back, saying, "Relax, it's just our father." Startled, his brother exclaimed, "Father, could you at least announce your arrival?" His father, slightly irritated, replied, "I'm your father. Do I need to announce myself?" He then turned to Han Yi, asking, "What are you two up to in such secrecy?" Han Yi grinned, "We're counting today's gains." "Perfect timing, father. Could you lend a hand? Otherwise, it will take longer for us to sort through this." At that moment, his brother got off the bed, and when their father saw the pile of cash, he was left speechless, exclaiming, "Goodness, how much is this? Have you two gone robbing?" His brother grinned and said, "Father, you have no idea. My third brother's business is far more lucrative than robbery. Let us count first. After that, I'll explain everything, Han Yi said with a smile. The three of them sat together, counting the bills, and after 3 rounds of tallying, they confirmed, indeed, it's a full 1,000 yuan, without a doubt. His father, eyes wide in disbelief, murmured, This is 1,000 yuan. Did you earn all this in one afternoon? Han Yi chuckled. This is merely the principle. Once we have more capital, the profits will be even greater. 1,000 yuan is nothing. Father was momentarily taken aback. And then tears welled in his eyes as he sorrowfully remarked, If only we had earned this money sooner, perhaps your elder brother wouldn't have had to die. Han Yi fell silent, reflecting on how, in his previous life, he lacked such capability. By the time he was reborn, his brother was already on the brink of death, beyond the reach of even divine intervention. Noticing Han Yi's silence, father assumed his youngest son had misunderstood and quickly added, Child, I meant no offense. I merely lament that your brother was born in unfortunate times. Father, I understand, Han Yi replied with a smile. With this money, we should be able to settle our debts, right? Absolutely, father affirmed. This sum is sufficient for me to marry again twice over. Chapter 20. He did not favor what remained at this juncture. Father suddenly turned to Han Yi, deep in thought. Third son, you are no longer young. Previously, all our finances were directed towards your brother's marriage in hopes of bringing him joy. I once thought it would take years to repay those debts. But now that you have proven your worth, I am inclined to find you a wife. Cough, cough. Han Yi nearly choked on his own saliva, hurriedly responding, Father, I am in no rush. Please don't dwell on this matter. Father frowned, declaring, What do you mean you're not in a rush? You are already 20 this year. How many young men in the countryside remain unmarried at this age? Our family lacked the means to marry again before. But now that we can, we must arrange this for you. Han Yi felt a pang of anxiety. He had yet to clarify his situation with his sister-in-law to their parents. Given that his elder brother had only recently passed, discussing such matters seemed utterly inappropriate. Should he tell father, Do not worry, since my brother has died, I shall take care of my sister-in-law. We are familiar with each other, which will save us from starting anew. If Han Yi dared to voice such thoughts, father might very well take drastic action. He initially intended to delay the conversation, allowing time to pass, perhaps until the year was over, before privately discussing the matter with his parents and revealing his brother's last wishes regarding his wife. By then, they might be more receptive. Now, with father suddenly intent on arranging a marriage for him, what would become of his sister-in-law? In his previous life, Han Yi had busied himself with earning money, and after settling the family debts, he no longer felt the urgency to marry. Eventually, he did marry, but it led to chaos and an eventual divorce, with half of the family's assets lost. Meanwhile, his sister-in-law had quietly stayed by his side for decades, and both understood each other's feelings. There had even been attempts at matchmaking, but over the years, they hesitated to take that step, fearing that it would ruin the harmony they had already built. His sister-in-law spent her life with an unrecognized status beside him, and now that he had been reborn, Han Yi resolved not to harbor any regrets. Thus, aside from his sister-in-law, he would not consider any other woman. Father, let me be frank. I am not considering marriage at this time. I must focus on earning more money, Han Yi stated earnestly. At my current rate of income, becoming a wealthy individual is certainly within reach. By then, not only will I have enough for myself, but also for Lao Shi and Lao Wu to marry. If you bring a partner into my life now, it may distract me from making money, and I could miss the opportune moment. Besides, with wealth, do I really have to worry about finding a wife? Father found some wisdom in Han Yi's words. Indeed, in recent days, the speed at which the third son was earning money was astonishing, almost as if aided by divine intervention. It seemed prudent to take advantage of this momentum and earn a bit more. Very well then, there was no need to rush. Father nodded, no longer insisting on any course of action. Han Yi finally exhaled, organized the money, and handed 300 to his father to settle debts, keeping the remainder for his own capital. As father stepped out of the room, a mix of joy and guilt washed over him. The third son had delayed his own wedding plans to repay the family's debts. Ultimately, it was a reflection of his inadequacy as a father. Upon returning to his room, father sat quietly on the edge of the bed, lost in thought. Noticing this, mother asked with curiosity, What's wrong? Why are you sitting here in a daze? Hurry up and get ready for dinner. Haven't you heard about beer before? Today, thanks to our son, you can taste it. Father looked up at his wife and said, Dear, the third son has really made a considerable amount these past few days. Look at this. He produced 300 yuan, a substantial stack of cash. Mother was taken aback and quickly inquired, "How much is this?" 300. Did the third earn another 300 today? Mother was astonished. Having made over 200 before, now 300 again was an extraordinary pace of earnings. Father chuckled, "Not quite. He earned 1,000. This 300 is just for settling debts. With this money, our debts will be nearly cleared." "How much did he earn?" Mother's expression was one of disbelief, as if the figures spoken by the head of the household were sheer nonsense. Father raised a finger, 1,000. Mother gasped in surprise. Father laughed, "Are you shocked?" "To be honest, I was taken aback too." Mother, half amused and half bewildered, replied, "If he weren't our own son, I'd suspect he was some celestial being descended to earth. Still, it's a good thing he can earn money. Why are you worried?" Father lit his pipe and took a couple of puffs before saying, "I'm not worried about his earnings. The more he makes, the better. It's just that I mentioned to him earlier about arranging a marriage." Upon hearing this, Mother's face lit up with delight. "That is only right. We had many debts before, making it difficult to discuss. Now that the third has such capability, it's time to consider marriage." Father contemplated for a moment and said, "But he himself is reluctant, wanting to earn as much as possible now and postpone marriage. I feel this child is burdened by family matters. After all, at his age, what young man doesn't he desire a wife?" Hearing her husband's thoughts, Mother suddenly felt a stir of inspiration and whispered, "Dear, I have an idea, though I'm unsure if it's feasible." "What is your idea?" Father asked. Sitting beside him, Mother spoke softly. "You see, our eldest had a tragic fate and left us too soon, but Xiu Xiu has been living in solitude. She is truly a good girl, and we cannot let her endure such a fate. What if we consider matching her with the third son?" The old man paused momentarily, intending to refute the proposal. Yet he considered the matter and realized it might not be entirely unreasonable. After deliberating for a while, he shook his head and said, No. Let us not forget that Xiu Xiu is his sister-in-law. Moreover, he has always been reluctant to wear the clothes left behind by his brother. How could he possibly accept marrying his brother's widow? If he were to become enraged, it might lead to a falling out. And that would not only tarnish the third brother's reputation, but also put Xiu Xiu in a difficult position. Wouldn't that be akin to slapping someone in the face in front of others? Upon hearing this, the old woman sighed and replied, "You have a point. In that case, I shall refrain from bringing it up again. What do you suggest regarding the third brother's situation?" The old man pondered for a moment and then responded, "The third brother is merely concerned about wasting time. Let us allow him to select potential candidates, and when a suitable match arises, we can present her to him." At this juncture, the old man chuckled and remarked, "You see, despite the third brother's stern words, when a woman who catches his eye presents herself, I assure you, he will be the first to approach her." The old woman found this amusing, just as Lin Xiu Xiu called from outside, "Father, Mother, come out for dinner. The dishes are all set on the table." Chapter 21. Preparations in advance. During dinner that evening, the family felt a profound sense of satisfaction, and even the old woman. The second sister and the sister-in-law sampled a bit of cold beer. Though they found it somewhat unfamiliar, they deemed it worth the experience. After the meal, Han Yi began to contemplate ways to generate income. In this era, possessing wealth proved more valuable than anything else, having endured a life of hardship in his previous existence. He resolved never to return to such a state. Having earned 1,000 from the lottery, Han Yi was determined to continue his efforts. This novelty was currently in demand, and he aimed to capitalize on it before others caught on to the trend. In due time, when the affluent individuals in the city deciphered the game, this opportunity would no longer be within his grasp. The following morning, Han Yi summoned his second sister and sister-in-law and informed them, "I have other matters to attend to, and I cannot manage everything here. If you both have the time, would you assist me?" The second sister replied, "There is still work to be done in the fields. When would I have the time?" Han Yi had not engaged in any field work for several days. In the collective's eyes, it was deemed improper, and prolonged neglect would invite scrutiny. However, the Han family understood that the profits Han Yi had made recently surpassed what others earned in a decade, rendering any criticism unjust. With a wry smile, Han Yi said, "Sister, how much could you possibly earn in a day?" "No amount of tilling the land would yield as much as this." After a moment's thought, he added, "How about we hire a couple of people to help with the field work, offering 10 yuan and providing meals in return?" The second sister nodded slightly. This indeed seemed a viable solution. Since the implementation of household contracting, some families lacking strong laborers would hire help, usually providing meals rather than payment. However, Han Yi's offer of 10 yuan would undoubtedly attract eager applicants. Han Yi explained how the work should be done to his second sister and sister-in-law. It was not particularly difficult, merely drawing patterns on red paper and applying paste to affix the paper. But how much do we need to make? The second sister inquired. Han Yi replied, you need only focus on pasting. The quantity will determine itself. Having said that, he called upon old Shi to accompany him into the city. Their first destination was the enamel factory. Upon seeing Han Yi's arrival, Lu Weidong greeted him with a beaming smile and inquired, how are you, comrade? Is the leadership satisfied with our factory's products? Han Yi, with a cheerful demeanor, replied, Director Lu, first and foremost, I must apologize. What? Is the leadership dissatisfied? Lu Weidong was momentarily taken aback, his expression betraying a hint of anxiety. After all, this was an order for 5,000 enamel jars, if the deal were to materialize. While the profit might not be substantial, it would still amount to over 1,000 yuan, ensuring that the workers would receive their wages. Han Yi shook his head. Not at all. It's simply that I did not initially convey the truth to you, Director Lu. I am not actually affiliated with Sichuan coal mine. What? Lu Weidong was utterly stunned, perplexed as he asked, what do you mean? Han Yi explained, what I mean is that I wish to conduct business with your esteemed factory. But fearing that you might look down upon me, I pretended to be from Sichuan coal mine. Thus, there was never any question of leadership. Upon realizing the situation, Lu Weidong's frustration surged, and he slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, this is absurd. Are you joking with me? Do you think I want to call the authorities to have you taken in? Han Yi chuckled, Director Lu, please do not be angry. Even if you were to take me to the police station, on what charges? I may have obtained goods from you, but I have paid for them. As for impersonating someone from Sichuan coal mine, which law prohibits such an act? You. Lu Weidong glared at him, visibly incensed. Han Yi, maintaining his jovial demeanor, continued. Let us move past that. Although I am not from Sichuan coal mine, my business intentions are genuine. I still wish to order enamel jars. This time, I require 1,000, and I will pay up front. Initially, Lu Weidong considered calling security, but upon hearing Han Yi's words, he paused, contemplating, you will indeed pay up front? Han Yi nodded affirmatively, absolutely, but let us adhere to the previously agreed price of 0.8 yuan each. Is that acceptable? After a moment's thought, Lu Weidong acquiesced. Very well, as long as you are willing to purchase 0.8 yuan it shall be. Han Yi replied with a smile, Director Lu, rest assured. I anticipate placing several more orders shortly, with the total quantity undoubtedly exceeding the previously mentioned 5,000. If you prove capable, collaborating with me will yield greater profits than partnering with Sichuan coal mine. Lu Weidong sighed. I cannot say who earns more, as long as there are buyers. I will sell. When will you collect the goods? Within the next couple of days, Han Yi responded. At that time, I will bring my team along. Having concluded this matter, Han Yi then inquired of Lu Weidong, Director Lu, I would like to know if the designs on our enamel tea jars can be altered. Lu Weidong hesitated for a moment before nodding. Yes, they can be changed. What do you have in mind? Han Yi smiled. I wish to order a batch with a unique design, and I will pay 1 yuan each. Lu Weidong's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he replied, very well. Just provide me with the design, and you need not worry about the rest. I will ensure it is arranged properly. With their intentions clarified, Han Yi felt relieved that Lu Weidong had consented to the design change, alleviating any potential misunderstandings in the future. After conversing with Lu Weidong, Han Yi took out 800 yuan and 1,000 enamel mugs, which was no small sum. Lu Weidong inquired, how will you transport them? Han Yi replied, that's none of your concern. I'll come to collect when the time comes, as long as you can deliver. Exiting the enamel factory, Han Yi headed straight to the supply and marketing cooperative, intending to find the individuals he had previously sold beer to. However, upon arrival, he found no one present. After handing the aluminum barrel to the cooperative staff, he smiled and asked, excuse me, how can I get in touch with the person who sold beer here yesterday? The cooperative staff, wary of Han Yi's inquiry, promptly responded, I don't know. We don't usually talk to the beer seller, so I have no idea where he is. Realizing that the staff were skeptical of him, Han Yi chuckled, please don't misunderstand. I'm about to get married, and I thought it'd be nice to have some beer for the wedding instead of just liquor. However, being an ordinary person, I have no connections. So I was hoping that guy could help me out. Upon hearing this, the attendant hesitated for a moment before quietly suggesting, if you really need it, go down the small road by the machinery factory. There's a row of small houses, and the one with the red door is theirs. Han Yi gratefully responded, "Thank you so much. I'll treat you to some beer later." Once outside the cooperative, Lao Shi asked, "Third brother, where to next?" Han Yi replied, "We're going to find someone. Whether we can make a significant profit depends on whether they are willing to assist us." Chapter 22. Don't think you can deceive me. Han Yi, accompanied by Lao Shi, followed the directions given by the cooperative staff. When they arrived, they spotted the young man who had sold beer the previous day, crouched beside the drainage ditch brushing his teeth. "Hey, do you remember me?" Han Yi asked with a smile. The young man glanced at Han Yi with a hint of disdain. "Who are you? Why would I need to remember you?" "Quite a sharp tongue you have," Han Yi chuckled, then squatted beside him. "I bought a barrel of beer from you yesterday, remember?" The young man looked again at Han Yi and suddenly realized, "Oh, it's you. So did you enjoy it? Want some more?" "Unfortunately, we might be out for a while. You'll have to wait a few days." "Why is that?" Han Yi inquired. The young man awkwardly replied, "Why do you ask? The brewery can't let us haul beer every day. We have to meet production quotas before we can take any surplus. But don't worry, since you found me. I'll definitely save you a barrel for sure." Han Yi nodded with a smile. "All right, you must keep a barrel for me then." He then added, "By the way, it seems you have beer sometimes and sometimes not. How do you make enough money in a month?" The young man chuckled. "What do you mean by much or little?" "Let me put it this way. Aside from my salary, I can earn this much." He extended his hand, fingers spread to illustrate. 50? Han Yi guessed. The young man nodded. "Exactly. So, I live quite freely. I'm content." Han Yi, stroking his chin, remarked, "That is not much at all. I earn more than that in a day." The young man nearly choked on his mouthwash at Han Yi's claim and laughed. "You're just bragging. Earning 50 a day amounts to 1,500 a month? In less than a year, you've become a 10,000 yuan household? Is this statement devoid of conscience?" Han Yi shrugged and replied, "You wouldn't believe me even if I told you. How about this? Why don't you join me in making money?" The young man scoffed. "Join you in making money? Just don't swindle me, all right? If you're looking to deceive someone, don't come to me. I earn my money through hard work." Han Yi chuckled. "Well then, if you have no work today, why not accompany me for a day? I'll show you how I earn my living. If you think I'm pulling your leg, you can leave whenever you wish." The young man laughed. "Why would I follow you?" Han Yi then pulled out 50 yuan and said, "Look, I can't let you accompany me for free. Here's 50 yuan for you up front. If you truly believe you want to be tricked, then it's pure profit for you. What do you say?" The young man paused, slightly puzzled by Han Yi's intentions, but upon realizing that 50 yuan was equivalent to a month's side income, he reached out and said, "All right, I'll wander with you today, but don't get any ideas. I want to be fooled." "Then let us get ready and go," Han Yi said. The young man replied, "Wait for me a moment," and went inside to change clothes. Once he entered, Lao Shi, feeling anxious, said, "Third brother, why are you telling him all this? If he learns the ropes, we won't have a share in the profits anymore." Han Yi calmly replied, "Don't worry. Until he learns everything, he won't know what to do. He is oblivious to the tricks. Once he masters it, I will step back. It's up to him whether he wants to continue." "Step back." Lao Shi was taken aback. "Third brother, why would you stop doing something that earns us money?" Han Yi shrugged. "In this line of work, the greater the earnings, the higher the risks. Once you take the first bite, you must think of fleeing quickly. Otherwise, if you continue, you might fatten yourself up for slaughter." Lao Shi didn't quite understand. At that moment, the young man returned, fully dressed. Han Yi asked, "I still don't know your name." "Yang Hu." The young man replied boldly. Han Yi nodded. "I am Han Yi, and this is my brother Han Feng. Now, Lao Shi, please return home to fetch some supplies, and then we shall commence our money-making venture." Yang Hu smiled. "I want to concern myself with anything else. As I said, today I want to watch or listen. If you two plan to deceive me, it won't work." Lao Shi rolled his eyes in annoyance, and Han Yi patted Lao Shi on the shoulder, saying, "All right, head back to get the items. I'll wait for you at the entrance of the Sichuan coal mine." "All right, I'll be quick." Lao Shi nodded and hurried off. Han Yi then took Yang Hu to a porcelain factory where they collected 500 enamel jars. When they arrived first at the entrance of the Sichuan coal mine, observing the bustling crowd and various vendors, Han Yi remarked, "Honestly, if you want to sell your beer, you must come to places like this. Selling at the supply and marketing cooperative won't yield much." Yang Hu replied, "I initially thought the same, but my goods are inconsistent, sometimes available, sometimes not, and they sell well regardless of the location." Han Yi looked at Yang Hu and inquired, "Have you ever considered collaborating with a brewery? If you aim to expand your business, that would be the way to go." Yang Hu shook his head and said, "I dare not indulge in such thoughts. Although the economic reforms have been fervently pursued in recent years, who can predict when the winds of change might shift again? He sighed and continued, I will confide in you. My family's background is not favorable. My great-grandfather was once considered wealthy, while my grandfather was a well-known landlord in the surrounding villages. He was not a cruel landlord. He was kind-hearted and never pressed tenants for rent if they were struggling. Throughout his life, he treated others with kindness, and who could speak ill of him? However, when the great landlords were targeted, my family suffered immensely. We lost all our land and property, enduring countless struggles during the political upheaval, a calamity we barely survived. If the winds of change were to shift again, all the assets accumulated would merely serve others. Why endure such suffering? Han Yi understood Yang Hu's perspective. In the early days of the reform and opening up, many were hesitant to act. Having witnessed numerous events, people were understandably apprehensive. Who could guarantee that history would not repeat itself? After all, history has spanned thousands of years. What novelty could there be? Han Yi gently replied, You are mistaken. Back then, everyone was impoverished. If your family was wealthy, you would certainly face backlash. However, in the future, when families prosper, who would concern themselves with dividing wealth? Yang Hu scoffed, You have a way with words. Do you truly believe every household will prosper? My neighbors hardly experience the sin of meat, and our household is better off than theirs. Does that qualify as wealth? Han Yi smiled and inquired, Then let me ask you, compared to the past, are families now poorer or richer? Yang Hu hesitated before responding, If you put it that way, it is undoubtedly richer. Just a few years ago, we were facing famine, and people were starving to death. Han Yi laughed heartily. There you have it. Wealth does not emerge overnight. But society is indeed progressing towards prosperity. As long as the current winds remain favorable, your concerns are unfounded. Chapter 23. Brother, I'm joining you by 2 o'clock. Lao Shi arrived with a heavy bundle on his back, filled with paper slips, which were not particularly heavy, but required considerable effort to carry. Lao Shi boasted, I caught a ride on a donkey cart from the team, which saved me quite a bit of energy. Han Yi gave him a thumbs up and remarked, Well done. Today, I'll treat you to an extra chicken leg. Although Yang Hu claimed to be indifferent, he found it curious to see the two brothers handling such a bundle of paper slips. Han Yi then asked Lao Shi, How many did you manage to get? Did you follow my previous instructions? Lao Shi nodded affirmatively, Absolutely. My sister-in-law said to prepare them according to your specified proportions, and we managed to gather a total of 2,000 slips. Such a large quantity. Han Yi was somewhat surprised. How did you produce so many in just a few hours? If I were to do it alone, I would be pleased to reach half that amount. Lao Shi chuckled. When I got home, my parents, sister-in-law, and second sister, along with Lao Wu and Lao Yao, all pitched in, with 6 people working together. We certainly outpaced what the two of us could accomplish. With this understanding, Han Yi felt reassured. He led the two to the same spot as the previous day, and as soon as they set up their stall, a crowd began to gather. Lottery tickets, at their core, are still a form of gambling, akin to a lottery. Regardless of whether they are tied to sports or welfare, their essence remains unchanged. They are designed to be addictive. Everyone believes they are destined for greatness. If others can win the lottery, why not themselves? With such thoughts, some are willing to gamble on the minuscule odds of 1 in 10,000, even 1 in a million. At this moment, Han Yi had meticulously arranged the enamel tea mugs, noting that today's odds of winning were even higher than yesterday's. With 500 enamel mugs, the odds for winning based on the mugs alone stood at 1 in 6, factoring in various prizes. The overall winning probability approached 1 in 3. There was no need for Han Yi to shout today. Those eager to participate were already waiting. Lottery tickets sold one by one, and with Lao Shi and Yang Hu assisting with the prize redemption, the trio soon found themselves overwhelmed with customers. After approximately 3 hours, all 2,000 tickets were sold out, leaving the place resembling a scene after a fireworks display, with winners beaming with joy. With a modest investment of 2 yuan, one could win 5, 10, or, with a stroke of luck, even 20, 50, or 100 yuan, equivalent to a month's salary for many. As for those less fortunate, they still held an enamel mug in their hands. Such is the nature of human psychology. As long as one possesses something, they can rationalize their situation, thinking, I Haven Tea lost. I simply Haven Tea gained as much as I could have. Once the tickets were sold out, Han Yi, accompanied by Lao Shi and Yang Hu, hastily departed without wasting a moment. The three found a private restaurant to sit down, and Han Yi, without calculating the earnings, cheerfully asked Yang Hu, Do you think I'm making money? Absolutely. Yang Hu replied without hesitation. He wasn't blind. Though he hadn't seen Han's calculations. How much could a few pieces of red paper cost? Most of it was profit. Han chuckled. Do you still think I'm joking, trying to swindle you? Yang Hu, without a trace of doubt, responded, I must admit, I underestimated you. You don't need to deceive me. Your speed in making money surpasses even the most audacious theft. I, Yang Hu, have seldom been impressed by others, but today, I am in awe of you. Yang Hu was genuinely impressed. Selling beer required negotiations with the supply and marketing cooperative and a certain level of subservience to the brewery, resulting in a meager profit of around 50 yuan a month, unlike Han, who seemed to be pulling off a grand scheme with minimal effort. Han, still smiling, said, I'm not trying to deceive you. I'm interested in borrowing your large truck. If you can lend it to me for a day, I'll share 10% of the profits with you. What do you think? 10%? Yang Hu pondered. Han replied with a grin. Let me put it this way. If the 10% profit is less than 500 yuan, I'll make up the difference to ensure you receive 500. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Yang Hu's mind raced, and he quickly asked, Brother, are you serious? Please don't trick me. I wouldn't deceive you. You've seen the profits for yourself today. I'm not interested in petty schemes, but I do need manpower and resources. That truck of yours is perfect for my needs. If you have connections, I'll share the profits with you, Han explained, his tone calm. Yang Hu slapped his thigh and eagerly inquired, When do you need it? I'll make the arrangements to ensure it's ready for you. Han maintained his cheerful demeanor, contemplating briefly before responding, 3 days. Let us start working in 3 days. Yang Hu nodded and said, No problem. I'll make the arrangements in the next couple of days to ensure that I can lend you the truck. The three of them reached an agreement. But Lao Shi was not pleased, muttering, Third brother, when are we going to eat? Lao Shi had made a trip back home today. Even though he had traveled by donkey cart, the round trip had drained a considerable amount of his energy, and he was now eagerly waiting for the dishes to arrive. Han chuckled heartily and quickly ordered the food. A bowl of Western-style soup, a roasted duck, a fish, a serving of scallion tofu, some braised beef, and a basin of rice. Since Yang Hu was acquainted with the owner, he also ordered 6 bottles of beer. The owner laughed, saying, If it weren't for Tiger's request, I wouldn't casually sell beer. Yang Hu patted his chest and reassured him, Don't worry, boss. When I bring in the goods, I'll give you a heads up and throw in an extra piece. That would be greatly appreciated, the owner replied, his face beaming with delight. During the meal, Han served a chicken leg to Lao Shi, saying, I promised to give you an extra chicken leg, and I certainly will. Lao Shi swallowed hard, having already devoured half a basin of rice, and complained to Han, Third brother, why did you order scallion tofu? Who eats vegetarian when there's meat available? Eating too much meat can be quite heavy. A bit of vegetables can help cleanse the palate, Han responded. Yang Hu and Lao Shi exchanged incredulous glances at Han, wondering if he was unwell to be complaining about the richness of meat in such times. Once they were well fed, Han did not hesitate to ask Yang Hu to sort through the leftover dishes, instructing him to take them home. Lao Shi felt a pang of heartbreak at the sight. There was still a chicken neck and head remaining, and half the fish had gone untouched. With what we've left, the owner can whip up another portion for me to take home, Han joked, tapping Lao Shi on the head. Despite the seemingly small amount of leftovers, in these times, being allowed to take home leftover food, especially from a restaurant, was rare, and few would complain, after all. Even remnants soaked in oil and served with bread held a flavor of meat, which was considered a delicacy by many. When the restaurant owner finished preparing the dishes, Han pulled out several aluminum lunchboxes from his bag, having learned from past experiences to bring containers for taking home delicious food for his family. Chapter 24. Disparate treatment. After enjoying a hearty meal, Han took Lao Shi home to settle the accounts. It didn't matter at first, but once they began to tally, Lao Shi immediately noticed a discrepancy. That's not right, third brother, Lao Shi said with a serious expression. Previously, we had 800 tickets, earning 1,000 back. With these 2,000 tickets, how come we only made 2,000? There's a difference of 100 tickets. Han replied calmly, I adjusted the winning odds. With a higher winning rate, our earnings naturally decrease. Lao Shi understood, but lamented, third brother. Those 100 tickets represent a genuine 800 yuan. It's truly painful. Han retorted, you're just fixated on money. We're merely looking to make a quick profit here. We shouldn't rely on this for the future. Lao Shi found it difficult to comprehend his brother's attitude towards the opportunity to earn money. Since Han had started earning in the city, Their family had been enjoying a continuous string of delightful meals. Dear son, next time you go out, refrain from bringing such delectable treats. I know you have earned some money, but one must not squander it so extravagantly. Such spending will not sustain you for long, the father earnestly advised. Han nodded repeatedly, responding, Understood, father. Tomorrow I shall head into the city. Upon my return, would you prefer pig trotters or braised beef? Pig trotters, of course. Braised beef gets stuck in my teeth, the father instinctively replied, only to be left bewildered by his own words. Feeling as though the youth had ambushed him with unexpected wit, Han had always regarded his parents' views with a degree of disdain. Their generation, having struggled to earn a living, relied heavily on frugality, a perspective that, while understandable, seemed outdated. Times had evolved. In the late 70s and 80s, consuming leftover food could result in a minor ailment, easily remedied with a few cents worth of medication. Yet decades later, the scenario had drastically changed. With an array of examinations and tests, one could scarcely leave a hospital without spending a significant sum. In such circumstances, risking one's health for a meager portion of leftovers hardly seemed worthwhile. In his previous life, Han had been equally stubborn, showing no less tenacity than his parents. While he could overlook many matters, the well-being of his family was non-negotiable. In his past, his parents had endured the torment of gastric ailments, ultimately subsisting on plain porridge in their later years. His siblings, second sister, Lao Shi, Lao Wu, and the youngest, along with his sister-in-law Lin Xiu Xiu, had all experienced the pangs of hunger and the trials of digestive woes. In this life, the resolution lay in ensuring ample sustenance. There was no room for indecision. Once established, it was settled. Second sister, sister-in-law, Han entered the room of his second sister and sister-in-law. Second sister was busy washing sister-in-law's hair, while Lin Xiu Xiu, with her head bowed, wore a tank top that left little to the imagination. Han found himself at a loss, unsure whether to stay or leave. Neither second sister nor sister-in-law seemed to notice anything amiss. While lathering soap on his sister-in-law's hair, second sister inquired, What is it? Is there something you need? Ahem. Han cleared his throat and said softly, I would like to know, within 3 days, how many of those lottery tickets can you manage to gather? After a moment's contemplation, second sister replied, If the entire family pitches in, I believe we can amass 5,000 to 6,000 tickets in 3 days without any issue. Han furrowed his brow and asked, Is there a possibility of gathering even more? Sister-in-law brushed her damp hair aside and responded, If we can enlist some help. Accumulating 20,000 to 30,000 tickets is feasible. However, we would need to provide meals, cigarettes, and drinks for the helpers. Han Yi's eyes lit up. He had no intention of laboring for long, so the prospect of hiring help seemed quite reasonable. Sister-in-law, can you and second sister recruit some young ladies to assist us? I will provide 2 meals a day, and within 3 days, we can finish the task, offering each person 5 yuan as payment, he proposed. Oh, providing meals and wages? I can certainly gather as many as you need, second sister chuckled. Then it's settled. Aim to gather as many as possible within 3 days, Han resolved. He was determined to earn a substantial sum quickly and then shift his focus to other endeavors. While this task was lucrative, it could potentially attract unsavory individuals, making it difficult to manage afterwards. With Han Yi's words, both the second sister and the elder sister-in-law nodded in agreement. However, Han needed to prepare the raw materials in advance. He must not act too hastily and find himself devoid of resources later. Rest assured, I shall take care of this, Han declared, patting his chest. That very evening, the second sister and elder sister-in-law set out. For every young lady surely had a few close companions. Although they could not promise a large number, bringing back 6 or 7 individuals would certainly pose no challenge. Indeed, by bedtime, they returned and confirmed with Han that 8 young ladies would come to assist the following day. At the break of dawn, Han, accompanied by Lao Shi, ventured into the city. There was an abundance of supplies to procure. Red paper, ink, and glue were essential, given the urgency of the situation. There was no time for making paste. In addition, since they had promised to provide 2 meals for the workers, it was imperative to ensure quality. As for vegetables, there was no need for concern, for they had a personal garden at home, bursting with beans, peppers, and cucumbers ready for harvest. In previous years, they would have sold their produce in the city to supplement their household income, but this year, they needed not fret over such matters. They would feast solely on their own yield. Nevertheless, meat still had to be purchased. While a vegetarian option was feasible, it would surely invite complaints afterward. Han Yi and Lao Shi pushed their cart into the city, first heading to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy ink, glue, and pork. Pork required a meat ration ticket, but acquiring such tickets was not overly difficult, as there were vendors outside the cooperative ready to trade. Han Yi exchanged for 20 pounds of meat tickets, acquiring only fatty pork. These days, one would be met with disdain for offering lean meat. After all, who among them lacked a craving for fat? During the annual pork distribution, families receiving lean cuts would often find themselves scorned at the cooperative's entrance. In addition to pork, Han Yi purchased some trotters and offal that did not require tickets, ensuring a plentiful supply of meat dishes for the days ahead. The brothers loaded their cart before Han Yi made another trip to the shopping mall. In these times, the supply and marketing cooperative was the primary choice for purchases. However, for gifts or items less commonly found, one had to visit the mall. He instructed Lao Shi to wait outside while he entered the mall. Upon entering, he inquired with a sales assistant, "Excuse me, where can I find shampoo?" In this era, being a sales assistant was a coveted position, respected wherever one went. Having a relative in that profession meant access to items others could not procure and discounts that others could not enjoy. Simply put, it held prestige. The sales assistant, noticing Han Yi's tidy appearance and handsome features, suppressed her impatience. Regardless of the era, people have always favored attractive individuals. "If you head west, there's a glass counter where shampoo is sold," she replied sweetly. "Thank you," Han Yi responded, making his way towards the glass counter. At that moment, a portly man, observing the sales assistant's amiable demeanor, hurriedly asked, "Excuse me, where can I find shirts?" To which the sales assistant rolled her eyes and replied impatiently, "I don't know. Why are you asking me everything? Do I look like a signpost?" Chapter 25. Shampoo. Dear sister, which shampoo is the best? Han Yi pondered as he arrived at the shampoo section, confronted by a dazzling array of options, momentarily at a loss. Having lived 2 lifetimes as a rugged man, I have never paid heed to items such as shampoo, leaving me unaware of which brands are most effective. It is essential to recognize that individuals possess varying hair types, thus necessitating the use of different shampoos. The sales clerk presented several shampoo options on the counter, leisurely stating, "Piao Ro, Da Bao, and Cao Wang. Each boasts its own merits." Wasn't Cao Wang known for producing diapers? A moment of confusion struck Han Yi, as he vaguely recalled that Cao Wang was indeed associated with diapers. "What kind of diapers?" the clerk inquired, noting that modern diapers only made their debut in 1982 and had yet to reach domestic markets, making such ignorance rather common. "No matter, is this Cao Wang effective?" Han Yi asked. The clerk replied with a smile, "Imported from Japan, it is slightly more expensive, yet compared to other brands, it possesses the unique capability of alleviating itching, a feature not found in other products." "That sounds promising. What is the price?" Han Yi inquired. 5 yuan per bottle, the clerk responded. "Very well. I shall take 3 bottles, Han Yi decided, reasoning that it would not do to purchase solely for his sister-in-law, lest his elder sister and mother complain, thus opting for a bulk purchase. The clerk was somewhat taken aback. The imported shampoo was not inexpensive, and 3 bottles totaled 15 yuan, a significant amount for those with modest earnings, equating to nearly a week's wages. Nevertheless, Han Yi promptly produced cash, and without hesitation, the clerk wrapped up 3 bottles for him. Exiting the mall with the shampoo in hand, Lao Shi was nearly asleep at the entrance. "Wake up, you're drooling," Han Yi remarked, giving Lao Shi a gentle pat on the head. "I wasn't asleep. I was merely resting my eyes," Lao Shi retorted defiantly. "Keep telling yourself that." "I could hear you snoring," Han Yi chuckled. Blushing, Lao Shi quickly asked, "Third brother, what shall we do next?" "Let us find a newsstand to purchase a couple of magazines. Then we will visit the enamel factory," Han Yi replied. The brothers pushed their cart along the road in search of a newsstand, where newspapers and magazines could be procured or delivered to one's home upon subscription. Upon locating a newsstand, Han Yi browsed for a while before selecting a few magazines featuring previews of television dramas. In the 1980s, aside from television previews, some magazines and newspapers would also publish upcoming episodes of popular dramas, typically accompanied by 1 or 2 images and descriptive text. "Third brother, we don't have a television at home. Why are we buying this?" Lao Shi questioned, noting that only the secretary's family owned a small television, rendering such magazines seemingly unnecessary. "I have my reasons," Han Yi replied, placing the magazines atop the cart before continuing towards the enamel factory. Upon hearing of Han Yi's arrival, Director Liu promptly opened the office door. Han Yi, noticing the door ajar, could not help but smile. Director Liu, taking a break? Han Yi inquired with a cheerful demeanor. Lu Weidong laughed heartily. Not at all. I was in a meeting, but upon learning you were here, I hastily concluded it to await your arrival. Han Yi smiled silently, aware that he was yet uninformed of the current state of the enamel factory. It had fallen into disarray, and otherwise, they would not have been so elated over his modest order. In the factory's heyday, they would dismiss orders numbering in the hundreds or thousands with little regard, yet now, such requests were viewed as a lifeline. Lu Weidong felt a shiver as Han Yi scrutinized him and quickly inquired, "How many do you need this time?" "The quantity is substantial, no less than 5,000 and no more than 10,000. However, the quality remains paramount," Han Yi replied solemnly. "But this time, I can only provide you with a deposit of 1,000 yuan. How does that sound?" 1,000? Lu Weidong was taken aback. "No, I meant how many jars do you require?" He reiterated. "No less than 5,000, no more than 10,000, Han Yi reiterated. A broad smile spread across Lu Weidong's face. If Han Yi truly needed 10,000 pieces, then he could finally settle the overdue wages for this year. And perhaps there would be an opportunity for bonuses as well. "All right, our factory boasts top-notch technology, and you need not doubt the quality," Lu Weidong assured him immediately. However, Han Yi chuckled. "If it's the traditional jars, I have no doubts, but this time, I need you to change the patterns. Take a look. Can these work?" Han Yi opened a magazine he had purchased, flipping through the pages while pointing, eventually asking, "Can you produce these?" Lu Weidong stroked his chin and nodded. "It should be no problem. Essentially, it's just a matter of patterns. As long as our factory's craftsmen say it's feasible, it's bound to be so." "Why not consult a craftsman?" Han Yi suggested. Lu Weidong nodded and made a phone call. Soon, an elderly man wearing a leather apron entered the office. "Director Liu, you summoned me?" the old man inquired. Lu Weidong quickly responded, "Master Qi, come in. Allow me to introduce you to Master Qi Yuelong, our factory's finest craftsman. If he says it's feasible, then it undoubtedly is." Han Yi smiled at Qi Yuelong and asked, "Master Qi, take a look at these. They need to be printed on enamel jars. Can you manage?" Qi Yuelong took the magazine and examined it for a moment, then cheerfully replied, "Yes, it's feasible." "Really?" Han Yi pressed further. "What is not feasible? It's merely a portrait, isn't it? We've previously printed images of great leaders on jars. What makes these any different? It will definitely work." A flicker of joy passed through Han Yi's eyes as he inquired, "If we proceed, how long will it take, and what will the output be?" Qi Yuelong, an old-school craftsman, exuded pride in his expertise, and his response reflected that. "It won't take long, color matching, plate making, and trial prints. If it drags, we can have it done by tomorrow morning. If we push, it could be ready tonight. As for output, it's no different from usual. It depends on the stock of blanks we have in the factory. There's nothing particularly special." Upon hearing this, Lu Weidong swiftly remarked, "No need to worry about the blanks. We previously stored 20,000. I refuse to believe that 1T suffice for your needs." In truth, the so-called stock was merely unsold inventory due to a slump in the enamel jar market, which left the blanks languishing in storage. "Very well, since that has settled, I want to say more. I'll pay the 1,000 yuan deposit now and return in 2 days to collect 5,000 enamel jars. The remaining balance will be settled when I come for the next delivery," Han Yi declared. Lu Weidong had begun to trust Han Yi, reasoning that even if he were to deceive him, it wouldn't be worth the effort to trick him for just a few thousand enamel jars. With their agreement in place, Han Yi then departed with Lao Shi, eager to check on the progress at home. Chapter 26. Exceeding expectations upon returning home. The atmosphere was quite lively. Including my second sister and the guests brought by my sister-in-law, there were a dozen people seated in the living room. Yet the ambience felt oddly tense. Before I had the chance to greet anyone, my sister-in-law suddenly emerged, briskly pulling me towards the kitchen. "What is going on?" I inquired. Somewhat puzzled, with a hint of exasperation, she replied, "Everyone seems rather displeased, sulking, actually." "Why is that?" I asked, still not comprehending. In a hushed tone, she explained. "They arrived early in the morning, finished all the red paper we had left, and when lunchtime came, there was nothing prepared. They were only served plain yam rice. We had agreed to provide 2 hearty meals, but after hearing you mention this morning that there would be meat, it's understandable that they are upset." Upon hearing her words, I chuckled. "This is easily remedied. Let me show you what I brought." With that, I produced a bottle of shampoo. Seeing the shampoo, my sister-in-law gasped in surprise. "Oh, shampoo. I've seen this on the television at the secretary's house. They say it's quite effective." leaving hair shiny and alleviating itchiness. I intended to buy some for you, along with my second sister and mother to try. I smiled and replied, indeed. I thought it would be beneficial. She looked somewhat embarrassed, but I don't know how to use this. It would be a waste. I confidently reassured her. It's perfectly fine. I can wash your hair for you once, and you'll learn how to use it, all right? Her face flushed at the thought of me washing her hair, her heart racing as she hesitated to decline. At that moment, I wasted no time and insisted. Let us resolve the situation in the living room first. Upon returning, I cheerfully addressed everyone. Dear sisters and friends, I apologize for the inadequate hospitality today. I did not anticipate such enthusiasm and early arrivals. Thus, as a gesture of goodwill, I would like each of you to take home a pound of pork, as my way of making amends. I sincerely hope you do not harbor any ill feelings. As soon as I spoke, several women's faces brightened, with one saying, Your words are quite formal. My relationship with your second sister is close. Even if you hadn't provided lunch, I would willingly help you with anything. Another chimed in, Exactly. Have you underestimated us? We're all friends and relatives. Who would think ill of one another? I laughed and replied, Indeed, we are all kin and friends. And I certainly do not wish to be overly formal. But truth be told, as a host, it is my responsibility to ensure everyone is well taken care of. Moreover, I hope to rely on your assistance this afternoon and tomorrow. It would weigh heavily on my conscience if you choose not to take this meat. Living in a poverty-stricken village, where the nearest store is far away and we rely on what little we can grow, a pound of pork, while not overly precious, is seldom indulged in. By offering each person a pound, it was simply a courteous gesture no one would genuinely refuse. Sure enough, someone nodded and said, Since you've gone to such lengths, it would be impolite to decline. Very well, I shall take mine. I grinned, that's the spirit. Thank you, Sister Sue, for your understanding. I shall take one as well. Another declared, I would like a portion too. Came another voice. Others hastily followed suit, fearing that Han E might change his mind. Han E smiled and said, That's the spirit. In the coming days, I shall rely on your assistance. Rest assured. My sister-in-law spoke truly to my second sister. Each day we shall have 2 hearty meals, complete with meat. Xiaoyi, do you still require help? If so, I can summon my younger sister. She is quite skilled and efficient, inquired Su Sanjia. Hani promptly replied, That would be splendid. As long as she comes. We shall adhere to the conditions previously set by my sister, but each person may only bring 2 along, no more. The women immediately agreed, and Han E turned to his second sister, asking, Sister, how much have we produced today? She responded, I just finished counting, within the span of the morning. We utilized all the leftover red paper, amounting to over 1,000 sheets. However, most of the time was spent in conversation, so if we had more red paper, we could produce even more. Han E was somewhat astonished, not expecting that so much could be accomplished in such a short time. After a moment's thought, he asked, If I were to provide ample supplies, how much could you produce in a day? Lin Xiu Xiu mused, With our division of labor, some cutting paper, others drawing designs, and others pasting. If we truly focused, we could produce around 20 sheets in a minute. That translates to 1,200 sheets in an hour, doesn't it? Hani shook his head, correct. The method is sound. Each person focusing on their task greatly enhances efficiency. If we work for 8 hours, we could potentially produce nearly 10,000 sheets. Su Sanjia exclaimed, Han Lao-san, if you truly provide meat at every meal and pay us, I would gladly work 10 hours a day. Hani assured her, Rest easy, Su Sanjia. Hani, keep my promises. If I say we shall have meat, I shall not fall short. Then let us invite more sisters. Within a day, we shall produce at least 20,000 sheets without question. Su Sanjia declared confidently. Han E gasped. If they truly could produce 20,000 sheets in a day, he would need to adjust his plans, as the supplies previously arranged with the enamel factory would certainly be insufficient. It was not that Han E lacked foresight. Rather, he had not anticipated such vigor and efficiency from the group. However, upon reflection, it was somewhat expected. In a poverty-stricken village, where the annual yield was meager, the promise of work and meals, along with a 10 yuan payment upon completion, was enticing. The laborers were all women, and earning even a dime in their daily lives was a challenge, not due to their inability to work, but rather the scarcity of opportunities. After Han Yi's agreement, the women clamored to begin their tasks, while he instructed his mother, elder sister-in-law, and second sister to prepare dinner, having already shortchanged them at lunch. He would not allow the evening meal to be subpar. Third brother, We still have about 10 jin of meat left, old Xiu whispered to Han Yi. Han Yi generously replied, we shall procure more tomorrow. After all, meat does not keep well. Let us prepare all that we can tonight. Didn't my mother mention she could make braised pork with preserved vegetables? Slice it thicker so that everyone enjoys it. Upon receiving the directive, old She hurried to inform the others, ensuring that this meal would be hearty and satisfying. A fire ignited in the kitchen, quickly filling the air with the savory aroma of meat. In the main room, Su Sanjia and the others, engaged in their work, were nearly transported by the delightful scent. It was utterly tantalizing. Chapter 27. The preference for sons over daughters. As evening approached, it was time for dinner. Braised pork with preserved vegetables served alongside steamed white buns. Su Sanjia's sister-in-law and second sister had also prepared several side dishes. The table was overflowing with dishes, prompting the father to consider bringing out the large bed to use as an additional table. Uncle, don't bother with that. We can eat standing, Su Sanjia chuckled. Look at this. I feel quite embarrassed. I served a simple meal of white yam rice for lunch, and now another mishap at dinner, the father admitted. A hint of sheepishness in his tone. Everyone reassured him that it was of no consequence. With meat on the table, who cared about seating? Each person had 2 white buns and a serving of vegetables in their bowls. If it wasn't enough, they could always have more. The Han family had promised that 2 meals a day would be sufficient, and they wouldn't dare deceive anyone. Otherwise, how could they continue to thrive in the community? During the meal, the girls, who usually spoke softly, were now unabashedly indulging themselves. The braised pork was delicious yet not overly rich, while the side dishes, made with lean meat left over from the braised pork, were crisp and flavorful when stir-fried with vegetables. Even those with modest appetites broke their records that night. Su Sanjia, with her hearty constitution, managed to consume 6 buns, astonishing Han Yi, who felt compelled to intervene. It was impossible to stop her. The buns were generously sized. Unlike the hollow, machine-made ones of the future, these were fermented with a sourdough starter and steamed in a large iron pot, some even bearing a crispy, golden edge, weighing at least a few liang each. Though they relished the meal, they would soon regret it if they couldn't digest it properly by evening. Su Sanjia, why not take some home to eat? Han Yi suggested, alarmed. I promised that there would be enough. We can share the leftovers. How about that? Upon hearing Han Yi's suggestion, the girls hesitated, and then, upon inspection, were astonished to see that they had devoured 2 large pots of buns, leaving only the 3rd pot just out of the steamer. As long as they could manage, they were unafraid of eating. After everyone cleared their bowls, Han Yi asked them to fetch containers from home to take the remaining buns and vegetables, with those living farther away allowed to use the Han family's dishes for the time being, promising to return them the next day. The group departed with heartfelt thanks, and Han Yi couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia, recognizing that their family was currently a struggling one, soon to become a poor county and village, only beginning to emerge from poverty in the years to come. Compared to wealthier urban areas, they were indeed leagues apart, and it was no wonder the girls were so eager. Once the guests had left, Han Yi, Su Sanjia, the elder sister-in-law, and their parents managed to produce a staggering 18,000 lottery tickets, a pace that was nothing short of astonishing. At this rate, by the time work commenced, they might very well produce 1 to 200,000 tickets, Han Yi mused. That evening, the girls who had worked with Han Yi returned home with their meals. When Su Sanjia arrived, her family was taken aback to see her carrying a large bowl of vegetables and 6 white buns. Silly girl, where did you procure such an abundance of food? The family affectionately referred to Su Sanjia as silly girl, partly due to her towering stature and partly because of her hearty appetite, which led them to perceive her as dim-witted. Though they generally treated Su Sanjia well, they often expressed dissatisfaction regarding her eating habits, frequently chiding her for it. Today, however, Su Sanjia returned home with a sense of triumph. I received this while working at Old Han's, she cheerfully exclaimed. Old Han's family is generous. They ensured I was well fed and even sent some back with me. Su Sanjia's father, somewhat apprehensive, remarked, Old Han's family? They are currently impoverished, having just lost their son. How could they afford such generosity? Su Sanjia rolled her eyes and retorted, Father, you often say that a good family cannot withstand a sloth, while a poor family only needs one capable person. Old Han is indeed such a capable man. Su Laohan was skeptical, believing that even the most capable individuals must toil gradually. It seemed too swift for Old Han's family to have recovered their dignity in such a short span. What work are you doing? Silly girl, I must warn you. Do not be deceived or taken advantage of, Su Laohan cautioned. Su Sanjia, amused, replied, I have my white bread and large pieces of meat. How could he deceive me? What could he deceive you about? Your virtue, Su Laohan almost blurted out, only to swallow his words back. Su Sanjia interjected, Father, will you eat? If you choose not to, I shall indulge myself. Of course we shall eat. Why would we not? You, silly girl, have gone through the trouble of bringing back such offerings. We must partake, Su Laohan quickly responded. However, he then added, wait a moment. Did you not say old Han's family provided a meal? Did they not fill you up? Su Sanjia chuckled, scratching her head. Well, I was full. But I find myself hungry again. On the other side, a young girl had just entered her home when she was met with a scolding. You worthless child. Where have you been all day? Leaving the farm work to us. Do you wish to exhaust your father and me? A middle-aged woman, her face contorted with anger, brandished a bamboo stick as she berated her. The girl was startled, nearly dropping the bowl she carried. Upon noticing the white bread and vegetables in her hands, the woman's expression brightened. Hold that, Su Jinxia, or I shall beat you, her mother shouted. Su Jinxia quickly steadied herself, yet one bun still fell to the ground. Fuming, her mother rushed over, snatching the food away and striking Su Jinxia sharply. What are you incapable of doing? Where did this come from? Her mother demanded. Su Jinxia hastily replied, I worked at Old Han's, and they provided it. Is Old Han's family so wealthy? Her mother paused, then furiously retorted, you wretched child. They wouldn't even lend us 2 pounds of millet before. May their dead son rot. Mother, they have given us so much food. Do not speak so harshly. Su Jinxia frowned. Her mother, incensed, slapped her again, cursing, what's the matter? Do you desire men so desperately that you've lost all sense? Now you defend outsiders? Su Jinxia was brought to tears by her mother's scolding. After a moment, her mother softened, saying, you can't speak ill of your late father. Are you going tomorrow? Su Jinxia quickly replied, yes, we must go early in the morning. Her mother instructed, then wake up a bit earlier and prepare breakfast before we leave. With a murmured response, Su Jinxia's mother then put on a cheerful face and exclaimed, son, don't sleep in. Hurry up, I've made you something delicious. Standing there, Su Jinxia felt a pang of sorrow, when suddenly her mother turned and said, just eat what's on the ground tomorrow morning, don't touch the vegetables. Chapter 28. Aim high. Early the next morning, Han Yi rose from his slumber. The meat he purchased yesterday was all gone, and he needed to buy more today. As he started brushing his teeth, he heard a knock at the door. Just a moment, he mumbled with the toothbrush in his mouth. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback by the sight of a throng of girls from the previous day, now accompanied by others. Wow, everyone's here. Han Yi exclaimed in surprise. Su Sanjia laughed and said, there are 12 of us in total. Will that work? The group of girls gazed at Han Yi with hopeful eyes, and he found himself unable to utter a single refusal. Of course, come in, he quickly replied. Upon hearing his consent, their faces lit up with joy as they chattered and entered. Han Yi's parents emerged from their room, their faces also breaking into smiles at the sight of so many girls. Regardless of the task at hand, there was a glimmer of hope that their son might find a suitable partner. Old Shi, get up, Han Yi urged as he pulled Han Feng from his bed. He then turned to Lao Wu, saying, you should wake up too. It's time for breakfast and school. Lao Wu groaned from his bed. Third brother, it's the weekend. I'm not going to school. Is that so? Han Yi had forgotten the day of the week. He playfully smacked Lao Wu's backside and said, all right, then keep sleeping. Watching old Shi brush his teeth and wash his face, breakfast consisted of leftovers from the previous evening, heated in the pot, along with some millet porridge prepared by his sister-in-law. After finishing breakfast, Han Yi and old Shi stepped outside, only to be halted by a group of young men not far from their home. What's this? Are you planning to rob me? Han Yi joked. The newcomers were a few of Han Yi's acquaintances from the village, a group of about 10 who, when there were no farming tasks, enjoyed wandering around, climbing trees, and swimming together. The leader chuckled. Igu, you've got a paying job and didn't he invite us? Surely, we can handle the work those girls are doing. Han Yi realized that these fellows had heard about the girls and wanted to pitch in. In truth, the work was more suited for the young women, as they were meticulous and less prone to chaos, unlike the rowdy bunch before him. Hey Pai, you're just here to stir up trouble, Han Yi retorted. You want to earn some money? Of course. Hey Pai and the others nodded eagerly, with Hey Pai adding, who wouldn't he want to make money? Han Yi nodded and said, all right, I have a task for you. Can you handle it? Absolutely. Hey Pai replied promptly. Han Yi continued. I need you to head west towards the city, observe where the crowds gather and where the wealthier areas are, take notes, and report back to me. Can you do that? Zhuang inquired. Brother Yi, will you provide meals? Han Yi cheerfully responded, you are out all day. Even if I were to provide meals, you wouldn't be able to eat them. Here's the deal. You all dine out, and whatever the cost, I shall reimburse you upon your return. Long live Brother Yi. The crowd erupted in cheer. Han Yi continued, I will give you 2 days, with 5 yuan per day. After 3 days, heed my orders. And if you do well, each of you will earn 10 yuan daily. Can you manage that? We can. The crowd cheered once more, each filled with vigor. All right then. Off you go. Don't fool me. Anyone who tries to deceive me will be excluded from work in 2 days. With Han Yi's words, no one dared to play tricks, and they scattered like birds. Han Yi quickly called out, why are you all running so fast? Since you're heading to the city, help me push the cart. The crowd hurried back, a throng surrounding the 2 brothers as they made their way to the city. Upon arriving in the city, the group dispersed. Han Yi, accompanied by Lao Shi, purchased pork and replenished their supply of paper and ink before visiting Yang, who's home to inquire about the truck. Yang, who had just returned from work, his primary occupation was as a worker at the brewery, and it was through this advantage that he managed to procure beer for sale. Yang, are you home? Han Yi called from the doorway. Yang, who stepped out, and upon seeing Han Yi, he smiled broadly. Brother, you've come. Han Yi remained at the entrance and asked, I came to check on the truck situation. What's the word? Yang, who replied, rest assured, with my influence, there will be no problem. It's not just 1 day. Even 10 days is feasible. Not just 1 truck, but 3 or 5 can be borrowed. Hearing Yang Hu's bold claims, Han Yi's face lit up with joy. That's splendid. If you can lend me 3 or 5 trucks for 10 days, that would be even better. Yang Hu, realizing he had oversold, slapped himself on the cheek and sighed. Brother, I was just boasting. You can't take me seriously. Han Yi laughed. Why wouldn't I believe you? I truly do. You must think I'm joking. Borrowing a truck isn't that simple. Yang Hu immediately conceded. Han Yi added, if you can borrow it for a day, you can surely do it for 10. If you can borrow 1, you can borrow 3 or 5. It's merely a matter of the price. Wouldn't you agree? Yang Hu, taken aback, nodded. You make a valid point. If you need it for just a day, I can certainly manage that, but for a longer duration, you must cover the daily fuel costs. Additionally, these trucks must return with cash from selling beer. Otherwise, I'll have trouble explaining to my superiors. 4 or 5 trucks over a week. How much would the fuel cost? Han Yi was unperturbed by the prospect of payment. He feared the absence of it. Yang Hu pondered for a moment and replied, you want to get away with less than 2,000 yuan. Yang Hu aimed for a high price, hoping to deter Han Yi, but to his surprise, Han Yi readily agreed. Fine, 2,000 it is. Do you have a driver available? I'll pay 20 yuan a day for 10 days. Yang Hu readily replied. That's easy enough. If you're willing to pay, there will certainly be someone willing to take on the side job. Han Yi nodded in satisfaction. Great. You'll have a share in this business. Keep an eye on it, and we'll make a substantial profit, allowing us to live in comfort in the future. Yang Hu occupies a mere 10% of the profits in this business, thus he remains indifferent. Who truly cares? Yang Hu nodded and reassured, rest assured. This matter is firmly lodged in my mind. As long as there is money to be made, I guarantee those individuals will eagerly come to assist. By the mid-1980s, the economy had begun to recover, yet for the average person, liquidating assets remained a formidable challenge. You might be skilled at driving, but outside of the workplace, where else could one find a vehicle to operate? The cars belonged to state-owned enterprises, all of which had their own drivers. Yang Hu was confident that once he conveyed Han Yi's terms, the individual would undoubtedly come running. 20 yuan a day was considered a high salary, especially when the average income hovered around 100 yuan, with most people scraping by on 60 to 80. For the common man, 20 yuan was no trifling sum. They would surely come. Chapter 29. Hair washing for 2 consecutive days. Han Yi and Lao Shi focused solely on procurement, while the workshop at home operated at full capacity, producing lottery tickets, with Hype and others scouting the area in advance. At home, the abundance of lottery tickets filled the rooms of Han Yi, Lao Shi, and Lao Wu. A rough estimate indicated there were already around 60,000 tickets, and production had yet to cease. Lao Shi gazed at the mountain of tickets, feeling a mix of excitement and trepidation. He turned to Han Yi and said, Third brother, are we not taking a bit too much of a risk here? Han Yi squinted slightly and replied, This is the grand gamble we are undertaking. If we do not accumulate some wealth now, We will find it impossible to pursue anything in the future. Before long, it was the evening prior to the day agreed upon with Yang Hu. Su Sanjia and the others prepared to clock out and head home for some rest. In the main room, Han Yi distributed salaries to everyone. As previously promised, 2 hearty meals a day, including meat, along with an additional 10 yuan in wages. As Han Yi handed out the money, Su Sanjia and her companions wore expressions of sheer exhilaration. However, upon receiving their wages, Su Sanjia's demeanor waned. Noticing her change in mood, Urji chuckled and asked, "What's wrong? Aren't you happy after getting paid?" Su Sanjia sighed and replied, "How could I be? Of course I am happy. But the thought of not having meat to eat in the days to come pricks at my heart like a thorn." Han Yi found Su Sanjia's lament amusing and responded, "I never stated that tomorrow marks the end. We shall continue with the work. I will announce when it is time to cease." With the delighted gazes of the others upon him, Han Yi continued, "We will maintain the same arrangement of 2 hearty meals a day, including meat, along with 5 yuan in wages each day. How does that sound?" "That sounds splendid," Su Sanjia exclaimed, her joy evident, and the other girls were equally thrilled, nearly jumping with excitement. The meals at the Han household were indeed beyond reproach, as Han Yi was generous with the ingredients. The meat in the dishes often surpassed the vegetables. It was evident that even Su Jinxia, typically the slimmest among them, had visibly gained weight. Given their usual scarcity of meat, the group lamented the thought of not being able to feast like today in the future. Yet they were pleasantly surprised that Han Yi was extending their employment. At this rate, by the time they finished, Su Jinxia felt she might emerge noticeably plumper. After sending the girls off, the Han family could finally take a breather. In these past few days, the hardest workers had been the Han family members themselves. The elders were naturally involved, and Lao Wu, upon returning from school, would always lend a hand, leaving only the youngest, who was too small to contribute, unburdened by these responsibilities. "Everyone, please take a rest. Father, starting tomorrow, I will entrust you with the task of purchasing pork, chicken, and rice. I have other matters to attend to," Han Yi stated. His father, being of a good-natured disposition, did not inquire further about Han Yi's plans, simply agreeing to follow his son's instructions. "All right, leave it to me." The father nodded. As everyone began to tidy up for bed, Han Yi's sister-in-law, Lin Xiu Xiu, fetched a basin to wash her hair. Normally, her second sister would assist her, but today, her sister was equally exhausted, leaving her to manage alone. Just then, Han Yi emerged from the house and noticed Lin Xiu Xiu drawing water from the well. "Sister-in-law, allow me to help you." Han Yi approached, taking the bucket from her hands, tossing the rope-bound wooden bucket into the well, and giving the rope a shake until the bucket tilted, allowing water to fill it. Under the moonlight, Lin Xiu Xiu glanced at Han Yi shyly, but before she could scrutinize him, he turned to her and smiled broadly. "Sister-in-law, what are you looking at?" Han Yi teased. Lin Xiu Xiu's face flushed crimson as she mumbled, "Nothing." Without further debate, Han Yi drew water from the well, poured some into the enamel basin, and added a bit of hot water to ensure the temperature was just right. "Sister-in-law, come over. The water is perfect," he called. After a moment's hesitation, she approached. Han Yi instructed, "Lower your head, otherwise, I won't be able to wash your hair properly." Compliantly, Lin Xiu Xiu bowed her head, and Han Yi began to wet her hair, inadvertently catching sight of 2 snowy mounds. It must be said that Lin Xiu Xiu's beauty and figure were exceptional, with her shape being perfectly proportioned. If her parents had not been financially strained and favored sons over daughters, she would not have been exchanged for money by her family. "What's wrong?" Lin Xiu Xiu inquired. Sensing Han Yi's pause, regaining his composure, Han Yi casually remarked, "Just grab the shampoo, close your eyes. It stings if it gets in." "Oh." Lin Xiu Xiu quickly shut her eyes, allowing Han Yi to tend to her hair. Gently, he massaged Lin Xiu Xiu's hair, reflecting on how in his previous life, he often washed her hair. Frankly, Han Yi felt that aside from lacking a formal relationship, their bond resembled that of a married couple. In their final years together, they supported each other through life, and he had lost count of the times he had washed her hair, knowing her preferences well. Indeed, under Han Yi's gentle ministrations, Lin Xiu Xiu soon relaxed, even stifling a yawn. With a smile, Han Yi completed washing her hair and rinsed it twice with clean water. As she dried her hair, Lin Xiu Xiu praised, "Third brother, you wash hair exceptionally well. I'm nearly falling asleep." "Practice makes perfect," Han Yi replied with a grin. "Practice makes perfect?" Lin Xiu Xiu asked. Confused, Han Yi quickly clarified, "I enjoy washing hair and often do it for Lao Shi and Lao Wu, so I've become skilled at it. Oh. Lin Xiu Xiu nodded in understanding. After pouring out the remaining water, Han said, "All right, let me help you dry your hair." Han took the towel from Lin Xiu Xiu's hands and began to dry her hair with utmost care. Suddenly, Lin Xiu Xiu felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, as if their connection was destined. However, she quickly became alarmed, sensing a flush on her cheeks, realizing that harboring feelings for Han was a grave mistake. Unbeknownst to her, in this quaint country where life was relatively pleasant, there existed a term known as betrayal. Logically speaking, Lin Xiu Xiu had not held a banquet with Han Yi's brother, Han Song. They had not exchanged vows, nor had they even obtained a marriage certificate. Merely an informal agreement had been established. Yet, in Han Yi's presence, Lin Xiu Xiu found herself assuming the role of a sister-in-law, which imbued her affection for him with a peculiar sensation. After helping Lin Xiu Xiu dry her hair, Han began to tidy up, preparing for bed, as he had a busy day ahead. "Sister-in-law, you should rest as well. There's much to attend to tomorrow," he remarked. Lin Xiu Xiu nodded slightly. And just as Han was about to enter his room, she suddenly inquired, "Do you listen to your brother?" As Han opened the door, the creaking sound obscured her words, prompting him to turn back and ask, "What?" Lin Xiu Xiu, having exhausted her courage, awkwardly replied, "It's nothing," before hastily retreating to her room. Chapter 30. Getting started early the next morning, Hei Pai and the others awaited Han at the entrance of the team. Upon stepping out to join them, Han along with Lao Shi, totaled 12 individuals. After scanning the group, Han remarked, "Everyone will follow my lead today. You will do as I say. If you perform well, there will be bonuses. However, should you cause any trouble, do not blame me for being harsh. Rest assured, Brother we will certainly heed your instructions," the group replied eagerly, as Han had generously rewarded them over the past few days, fostering their loyalty. "Let us go," Han commanded, and someone promptly came forward to load the light cargo of cardboard and lottery tickets onto the cart. Upon arriving at the designated meeting point in the city, they found Yang Hu already waiting with 3 drivers. Yang Hu sighed with relief upon seeing Han, though a hint of embarrassment crossed his face as he said, "Brother, I apologize. I could only manage to secure 3 trucks." Han smiled and replied, "3 trucks will suffice." His initial request for 5 trucks had been a deliberate exaggeration. Understanding human nature, he recognized that Yang Hu could not fully trust him. Yang Hu's rationale was straightforward. If Han deceived him, the loss of 5 trucks would be unbearable, yet if he arranged for only 1, he would be unable to meet expectations. Thus, 3 trucks struck the perfect balance. Han produced a pack of cigarettes, distributing 1 to each driver before handing out a generous red envelope. "For your extra effort today, aside from the 20 yuan each for your work, I'll provide a substantial bonus," Han announced with a grin. The drivers accepted the cigarettes and money with nods of appreciation, one of them stating, "Rest assured, young boss, we will drive carefully." "Excellent. Let us board the trucks and make our way to the enamel factory," Han instructed, and the group promptly climbed aboard, setting off towards their destination. Upon arriving at the enamel factory, Han entered alone and approached Lu Weidong to discuss the procurement of goods. Lu Weidong did not hesitate and promptly arranged for assistance in loading Han Yi's vehicles. 3 trucks were involved, with Han Yi's truck loaded with 2,000 items, while the other 2 trucks contained 1,500 each. "Thank you, Director Lu. I will settle the remaining payment tonight, and I may require more tomorrow," Han stated. Lu Weidong chuckled, "I am not worried about your demand. I fear you might not need it. Feel free to experiment." Han clasped his fists in gratitude and hurried to his vehicle. Upon reaching an intersection, Han instructed the driver to pull over, summon Lao Shi and Yang Hu into the truck, and asked the others to wait outside. He then began distributing the lottery tickets. "We will divide into 3 groups. I will lead 1, Lao Shi will take another, and Brother Yang will manage the 3rd. The remaining 10 individuals will accompany you. Brother Yang, each of us will take 3, Han directed. Lao Shi and Yang Hu nodded in understanding as Han continued, "Today, I have brought 30,000 lottery tickets. Each of you will receive 10,000. Yang Hu was taken aback, exclaiming, "How many?" 30,000. Han smiled and affirmed, "Indeed. It is not excessive. Each person will have 10,000 tickets. We will drive to a location, sell out, and if the crowd diminishes, we shall move on to the next spot. Today is merely a trial to see how many we can sell." Han believed 30,000 was manageable, as many had yet to experience the thrill of lottery tickets. Once they began, it would be hard to resist. It was common for individuals to purchase 10 or even dozens of tickets. The route had been scouted, leading to areas with substantial foot traffic and affluence, ensuring that even if they did not sell out, they would not be left with many unsold tickets. Meanwhile, Yang Hu's mind raced. If they sold all 30,000 tickets, it would yield 60,000 yuan. Even with Han Yi's odds factored in, including a 2,000 yuan cost, there would still be a significant profit. Their agreement stipulated that Yang Hu would receive 10% of the profits, translating to a potential earnings of 6,000 yuan in just one day. The prospect of nearing a substantial income left Yang Hu feeling dizzy with excitement. Han Yi continued, "Be vigilant while selling, support one another. If any losses occur, prioritize your escape." The group nodded in agreement. Han Yi then addressed the cardboard boxes, stating, "I have divided these into 3 portions for you, Lao Shi and Brother Yang, each receiving 1 share." Curious, Yang Hu inquired, "What are these? Television packaging boxes?" Han Yi replied with a grin, "Precisely. To sell quickly, we must present grand prizes. Our current capital is limited, so we can only use these boxes as a substitute for now." Lao Shi expressed surprise. "Brother, isn't that deceptive? There are no prizes inside." Han Yi laughed. "Initially, there are none, but after selling a portion, we will acquire prizes. If someone wins, simply inform them that the prizes are too valuable to display and ask them to wait while we arrange for their collection at the mall. Is that feasible?" Yang Hu queried, bewildered. Han Yi reassured him, "Of course. It is not as though we are withholding anything. If anyone presses for their prize, explain that due to the crowd and potential ill intentions, we had to store the prizes at the mall, as long as they receive their winnings. Who will concern themselves with the details?" In the past 2 years, due to the reforms and the resurgence of the economy, while household appliances remain in high demand, many no longer require industrial tickets. They can simply be purchased with sufficient funds, even for those who genuinely need tickets. Where could one not procure them with the money at hand? With everything meticulously arranged, Han Yi declared, "Be bold, do not falter later. Whether we feast or suffer will hinge on this moment." Yang Hu was indeed beguiled by wealth. The prospect of potentially earning half a 10,000 yuan stake today made him eager to rush out and sell lottery tickets, even willing to offer himself as a prize. Observing the morale of his companions, Han Yi instructed the 2 to board separate trucks, addressing the crowd outside. "Ladies and gentlemen, today marks our initial strike. Should this endeavor succeed, the rewards will be substantial." The crowd erupted in cheers before embarking on their vehicles. Han Yi, accompanied by 3 individuals, including a driver, proceeded to the location previously scouted by He Pai. The first stop was familiar territory, the entrance of the Sichuan coal mine. Upon arrival, Han Yi noticed a considerable number of workers at the mine gate, coinciding with the shift change from night to morning. "Driver, can we open the back of this truck?" Han Yi inquired. The driver nodded, replying, "Certainly. This truck is designed for easy loading and unloading. Remove the pins connecting the back, and it can fully extend." Han Yi acknowledged. "All right, please guide me." "Hey Pai, stop dawdling. Let us get to work." With Han Yi's command, they all set to work, and soon, through their collaborative efforts, the rear compartment was opened, attracting the attention of several passers-by. Han Yi directed them to arrange the enamel basins, and as He Pai positioned one, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Hey, this basin isn't just decorated. It features a beautiful woman." Chapter 31. Exciting revelations. Look at this woman on the basin. She's stunning. "Who is she?" someone inquired. Without requiring Han Yi's response, another chimed in. "How do you not know? This is the renowned Cheng Chiu Hung from Hong Kong. A major star. Is that so? And who is this?" Another asked, pointing at a different basin. "That is Lin Xiu Xiu. And here is Feng Feifei." Han Yi's enamel basins displayed none other than the most celebrated actresses from Hong Kong. There were a total of 8 designs, each photograph meticulously chosen by Han Yi, showcasing exquisite beauty. At this point, someone inquired, "Boss, how much for these enamel basins?" Han Yi replied with a smile, "These basins are not for sale, they are prizes. I am offering lottery tickets. Whichever you draw, you shall receive." In addition to these basins adorned with images of major stars, there are cash prizes, electric fans, semiconductor radios, televisions, and bicycles. At that moment, someone recognized Han Yi and exclaimed, "Isn't this the young man who sold lottery tickets a few days ago? Wow, he has expanded his business." Han Yi chuckled. As the saying goes, people aspire to ascend, just as water flows downward. Our business has indeed grown, and with more prizes. The prices have not increased. For such grand rewards, each lottery ticket remains a mere 2 yuan. Quite reasonable, wouldn't you agree? Immediately, someone responded, "All right, I'll support you. Give me 5 tickets." Someone tossed out a large ticket, and Han Yi promptly handed him 5 lottery tickets. Upon revealing them, Han Yi exclaimed, "Fortune smiles upon you." 2 prizes, a porcelain mug featuring Cheng Chuhong and $5 in cash. Quite excellent. The lucky winner beamed with delight, laughing, "I really like Cheng Chuhong." Han Yi shared in the merriment, as his total expenditure for both the cash and the mug was a mere $6, thus netting him a tidy profit of $4. Others gazed enviously at the porcelain mug, for it was an era marked by repressed desires. Yet humanity remains influenced by hormones. Behind closed doors, who does not harbor a few personal inclinations? Many believe that a mug adorned with a celebrity's likeness held greater value than mere cash. Before long, the entrance to the mine buzzed with activity. Some purchased 5 tickets, while others opted for 10. The coal miners, with their substantial earnings, were willing to spend on items they cherished, eagerly digging into their pockets to test their luck. "Boss, I'm not fond of Feng Fei Fei. Can I exchange for a ticket featuring Maggie Chung?" someone inquired. Han Yi chuckled, "I'm afraid not. Each ticket corresponds to a specific celebrity. If I exchange it for you, others will miss out. Keep trying your luck." During the printing process, Han Yi had anticipated this, hence the selection of celebrities was quite intentional. For most, appearances mattered significantly. The more beautiful the star, the more coveted they were. Feng Fei Fei, for instance, resembled a card in a game, while Lin Xiu Xiu served as another card, with Zhang Manyu and Cheng Chuhong following suit. The rarity of these beloved stars naturally made them less common, and for anyone hoping to collect them all, it was no small feat. Without a few $100s to spare, it was merely a distant dream. Were a few $100s a lot? Certainly. In an age where coal miners earned just over $100, spending several months' wages on this was quite imprudent. Yet, every era boasts its share of such reckless individuals. Decades later, those who bought celebrity cards and athlete cards proliferated, with monthly salaries reaching thousands. Many ultimately spent tens of thousands on their collections. One might argue that times have changed, and so have consumption values. However, reflect on the 1980s. Countless individuals devoted their entire monthly salaries to stamp collecting. This was not an uncommon phenomenon, especially considering the gambling nature inherent in Han Yi's venture. Some thought, apart from the porcelain mug, they might also win a grand prize, whether it be a television or a bicycle. Winning would recoup their investment. And the cash prizes were enticing, ranging from $100 to $500 to $1,000. Any of these would suffice. This encapsulates the essence of gambling. These individuals were not oblivious to the minuscule odds of winning, yet those captivated by the thrill of gambling seldom lack such aspirations. After all, someone will eventually win, why not me? Thus, it is often said that gambling is detrimental. Once ensnared, most individuals will not cease until they have lost everything. Victors yearn for further victories, while the defeated aspire to recover their losses, constantly fixating on the next round that might turn the tide. This is precisely why Han Yi recognized from the outset that the lottery business could not be sustained for long. Firstly, the money flowed too swiftly and drew too much attention. Secondly, it was all too easy for others to imitate. And lastly, such enterprises were inherently dubious. Of course, one could argue that official lotteries and scratch-off games support sports and charitable causes. On the truck, the individuals with dark skin were frantically busy. Those below eagerly thrust their money into their hands without needing any persuasion. Particularly after a few grand prizes were announced, some people's eyes sparkled with fervor. Prizes such as televisions, bicycles, and semiconductors were also revealed. Han Yi, adhering to the prearranged method, instructed them to wait to the side. He then handed a sum of money to the dark-skinned man, urging him to make haste to purchase supplies from the nearby mall, which would not take long. The man quickly went shopping and returned 20 minutes later, pushing several electrical appliances. "Brother E, I spent a total of over 2,800, he whispered. "Understood. Let us proceed with the prize distribution," Han Yi proclaimed loudly, presenting the awards in front of the assembled crowd. A few individuals stood atop the truck, some cradling fans, others holding semiconductors, and one prominently embraced a large television. In those times, televisions were still a rare commodity. Despite increased production, they remained beyond the reach of the average household. The chance to win one for merely 2 yuan was undeniably exhilarating. Han Yi continued the festivities until past 2 o'clock in the afternoon, neglecting even to eat lunch. Yet, amidst such a spirited atmosphere, no one felt hunger. Once the lottery tickets were sold out, there were still eager customers wishing to buy. Han Yi had to call out from the truck, "Ladies and gentlemen, today's tickets have sold out. If you enjoyed this, we will continue tomorrow, and to express our gratitude for your enthusiasm. The odds of winning will be even higher, at least doubled." After repeating this several times, the crowd began to disperse slowly. Han Yi then hurried into the driver's seat and instructed the driver, "Master, let us go to the enamel factory gate and wait there." Previously, Han Yi had agreed with Yang Hu and Old Shi to meet at the enamel factory gate once the sales concluded. Having finished selling first, he would head there ahead of the others, settle payments with Lu Weidong, and arrange for an additional order of enamel jars. As the vehicle arrived at the enamel factory gate, the group finally felt a bit hungry. Han Yi chuckled, "Are you all hungry? Just hold on a little longer. We'll have a grand feast at Jiwei restaurant tonight." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in cheers. Chapter 32. Dividing the money. The group was thrilled at the prospect of dining at Jiwei restaurant that evening. Everyone knew it was the finest establishment in the area, frequented even by city officials. For ordinary people to dine there, they could boast about it for half a year upon returning home. "Oh, the last time I was at Jiwei, the meat was simply exquisite, unmatched by any other restaurant. No wonder city leaders enjoy it. Great minds think alike." Han Yi asked the group to wait briefly while he entered to settle the bill with Lu Weidong. This time, as Han Yi entered, the doorman did not even attempt to stop him, allowing him to proceed directly to Lu Weidong's office. Lu Weidong was dozing off at his desk when Han Yi knocked for quite some time before the door was opened. "Ah, little Han, what brings you here?" Lu Weidong exclaimed, momentarily taken aback as if he had mistaken Han Yi for someone else. Han Yi replied with a smile, "I'm here to settle the account. Please check the amount to ensure it's correct." Upon seeing the substantial pile of cash Han Yi placed on the desk, Lu Weidong was momentarily astonished and quickly called for the finance officer to verify the funds. Once the financial matters were settled, he turned to Lu Weidong and said, "Director Lu, everything is in order." Lu Weidong, beaming with delight, replied, "Xiao Han, look at you, so eager to settle the bill. I'm not worried about you running off, so why the rush?" Han Yi, dismissing any further banter, promptly stated, "We still need to place an order, so it's better to handle everything at once." Still placing an order, Lu Weidong's eyes instantly sparkled with interest. Han Yi smiled and confirmed, "Indeed. I would like to order 20,000 pieces of the same model today." 20,000 pieces? Lu Weidong nearly repeated the words in disbelief. Han Yi continued with a grin, "If you can't handle it, I'll find someone else." With that, he turned to leave. Lu Weidong, seeing this, became anxious and grabbed Han Yi, saying, No. We can manage. Of course we can handle 2,000 pieces." Han Yi chuckled, "But I recall hearing that your factory only has 20,000 blanks available. Can you really fulfill my order?" Lu Weidong quickly reassured him, "We can manage that. You need not worry about the blanks. Just place your order, and I will take care of the rest." Han Yi was somewhat taken aback. In his previous life, while working at the enamel factory, he had never realized Lu Weidong possessed such determination. "Rest assured, I will have it ready for you by tomorrow morning. You can come and collect the goods then," Lu Weidong confidently declared. Han Yi laughed. "Can you really produce 20,000 pieces in one night?" Lu Weidong chuckled in response, as the saying goes, "Every creature has its own way. I have my methods, so you need not be concerned about that." Nodding in understanding, Han Yi placed a stack of money on the table and said, "All right, this is the deposit. Please count it." After finalizing the proportions of various styles with Lu Weidong, Han Yi exited the enamel factory, only to find 2 more trucks returning. "Brother Yi, they are back and waiting for you," Hikpi exclaimed, pointing to Han Yi's truck. "I understand. You all take a break. I'll have a word with them," Han Yi replied, nodding as he climbed into the truck. Upon entering the truck, Han Yi was greeted by 2 pairs of shining eyes, nearly giving him a fright. "Are you 2 wolves? Why do your eyes gleam like that?" Han Yi jested. Yang, who was the first to speak, "Brother, do you know how well these lottery tickets are selling? They are practically being snatched up. Initially, it was a bit challenging, but soon people were just shoving money at me, as if they feared missing out." Han Yi chuckled. "That is to be expected. Everyone is new to this and easily gets addicted." Lao Shi chimed in, "Third brother, those people are utterly obsessed. If we hadn't been vigilant, some might have even tried to snatch the tickets." Han Yi couldn't help but feel amused. "What is the point of stealing something if there is no one to redeem it?" he said. "All right, Let us settle the accounts and see how we fared today. The three of them sat in the truck counting money. Each crumpled bill was a hassle to tally, yet it brought immense joy. It's all tallied up, Han Yi said, narrowing his eyes and speaking softly. After deducting costs, our pure profit for today is 50,000. Yang Hu gasped in astonishment. That was 1,000 more than his previous estimation. So, does that mean I earned 5,000 today? Yang Hu felt as though he were lost in a dream, or rather, he was indeed ensnared within one. It was inconceivable that he could earn such an exorbitant sum. The very thought was beyond imagination. Han Yi chuckled. You calculate quite swiftly. Indeed, today you have earnestly made 5,000 yuan. This is for you. As Yang Hu observed Han Yi meticulously counting a substantial bundle of cash and placing it into a bag before handing it to him, he experienced a profound sense of absurdity, or perhaps a disconcerting feeling of unreality. It was utterly nonsensical. He had never heard of anyone in all of China earning 5,000 yuan in a single day. Such a sum could scarcely cover the price of the finest houses in the city. It was akin to earning enough to purchase a dozen homes in just one day. Han Yi then produced an additional 650 yuan, instructing the group, everyone, get in the vehicle. We shall head to Zhuwei building for a splendid meal, and I will settle today's wages for you all. The group eagerly boarded the vehicle, filled with joy as they made their way to Zhuwei building. Upon arrival, 3 trucks parked along the roadside while the group entered the establishment, laughing and chattering. At that moment, someone approached them. Han Yi, recognizing the individual, greeted, Brother Chun, it's me. I've brought a few friends for dinner. Do you have a large private room? Brother Chun, upon seeing the size of Han Yi's party, exclaimed in surprise. There isn't one that large unless we add some chairs. It will be a bit cramped. Han Yi nodded in agreement. That works. Let us add some benches. And start with some beer. As for the dishes, let them choose. Today, money is of no concern. I simply want my brothers to enjoy themselves. Brother Chun, bewildered and curious about Han Yi's sudden fortune, refrained from asking too many questions. He promptly guided Han Yi and his companions to the second floor, opening 2 private rooms. Before the dishes arrived, the beer was served. Han Yi turned to Yang Hu. Can these 3 gentlemen drink? They still need to drive back. Yang Hu chuckled. They don't drink. Our factory produces beer, and for safety, all our drivers are chosen for their abstinence from alcohol. Your factory demonstrates remarkable foresight. Han Yi replied with a smile, then addressed the 3 drivers. Not drinking is a blessing. Indulging in meat is what truly matters. Afterward, he requested some soda to be brought up. Once the soda arrived, Han Yi proclaimed, let us raise a toast, gentlemen, to our auspicious beginnings today. The group raised their glasses in unison, the resounding clinking of glass echoing through the private room. After everyone had finished their drinks, Han Yi, with a grin, said, the dishes have yet to arrive, so allow me to present some appetizers. With that, he tossed a substantial stack of cash onto the table, exclaiming, as previously discussed, in addition to wages, each person will receive a red envelope. Not much, just 50 yuan each. Does anyone have any objections? The group exchanged glances. And then Hei Pai slammed his hand on the table, beaming as he shouted, Long live Brother Yi. The others quickly joined in the cheer, Long live Brother Yi. Chapter 33. The rules in his previous life. Han Yi ventured into entrepreneurship and management, having studied various management courses. He attended numerous training programs for entrepreneurs in collaboration with universities, as well as discrete executive training sessions. Ultimately, Han Yi came to a singular realization. It all boiled down to remuneration. As long as the payment was sufficient, one could inspire loyalty beyond measure. One could even persuade them to act like a mantis. Decades later, many enterprises loudly proclaimed a culture of ferocity. Yet when it came time to disburse wages, they treated their workers poorly. Could a wolf that fed on refuse still be called a wolf? To speak solely of contributions without mentioning returns is an endeavor only a fool would undertake. If one wishes to inspire dedication, one must be prepared to compensate accordingly. Rather than offering mere scraps while professing gratitude and the pursuit of knowledge, pure folly indeed. The sum of 50 yuan per person, when juxtaposed with Han Yi's earnings today, is but a paltry amount. Yet for Hei Pai and his companions, it represents a small fortune. At merely 20 years of age, having previously benefited from the production team system where they could earn some work points for sustenance, they now find themselves deprived of even that. As the system has been abolished and communal meals are a thing of the past. While this change may herald prosperity for wealthier villages, it casts a shadow over impoverished ones like Han Yi's, where conditions have worsened. Consequently, the young men of He Pai's cohort resemble inner Wells, leading Han Song, Han Yi's elder brother, to venture into a life of reckless abandon, ultimately resulting in a loss rather than gain, compared to their usual meager earnings. The prospect of 50 yuan a day elicits ecstatic joy among them. Han Yi senses that they are now emboldened to fight fiercely, their spirits ignited. The three drivers, equally astonished, marvel at the day's pay for merely a day's work. If this continues, who would ever wish to return to a regular job? Han Yi raises his glass, expressing heartfelt gratitude to the drivers. Gentlemen, without your efforts today, our success would not have been possible. I shall refrain from further words, for my appreciation is encapsulated within this drink. Upon finishing his toast, the trio does not dare to overindulge. After all, they are in the presence of a benefactor. They hastily rise to partake in the drink, their earlier hesitations forgotten in the camaraderie of the moment. As the food arrives, Han Yi proclaims, "What is happiness? It is a full belly and a bit of money in hand. And perhaps the prospect of a wife and children, would you not agree?" The chorus of affirmation from the crowd is immediate. At this pivotal moment, even if Han Yi claimed the moon was square, they would echo his sentiment. With a beaming smile, Han Yi declares, "Now that we have secured our fortune, let us feast and make merry. Let us not speak of matters until we have dined." At his command, everyone eagerly engages in the meal, the atmosphere rich with laughter and the aroma of savory dishes. The joy is palpable as each person, contemplating the sweetness of returning home with 50 yuan in hand, finds themselves intoxicated not by drink, but by sheer happiness. While they revel, a knock at the private room disrupts the festivities. Lao Shi opens the door, revealing Mei Jie, the proprietor of Jiwei Lu, who, upon witnessing the merriment, smiles and inquires, "Is everything well? I heard the celebration and thought I might check in. I'll have the kitchen prepare a sweet soup to help you all sober up." Realizing the impact of their exuberance, Han Yi swiftly addresses the group, "Everyone, let us keep the noise down while dining." He then approaches Mei Jie, apologizing, "My apologies, Mei Jie. My friends and I are simply overjoyed after a successful day. I hope you can forgive our raucous celebration." Upon seeing Han Yi, Sister Mei felt no anger. After all, he was an acquaintance, and she relied on him for her high-end ingredients. "It's all right. Business will go on as usual. I won't let a little noise from the private room affect my trade," Sister Mei chuckled. Han Yi, sensing her goodwill, quickly replied, "I apologize. We'll be leaving soon as our meal is almost finished." Sister Mei promptly responded, "There's no need for that. If you say so. It would seem rather petty of me. Lao Chun, please bring them another dish and 2 large bowls of sweet soup. Today, no one is allowed to leave without enjoying themselves." Han Yi felt a surge of admiration. It was no wonder Sister Mei had managed to establish Jiwei Lu as the premier dining establishment in Huaidong at such a young age. Her exceptional skills in hospitality were truly remarkable. Sister Mei added with a smile, "All right, as long as you're happy, I won tea dampen the mood. I'm off now." "Rest assured, Sister Mei, I will deliver what you requested in a few days," Han Yi assured her, with a wave of her hand. Sister Mei signaled for him to continue enjoying time with his friends before turning to leave. Shortly thereafter, the kitchen presented a delightful dish along with 2 large bowls of sweet soup. "This sweet soup is quite lavish. It even contains peach and tangerine," exclaimed He Pai. While the group had indulged in sweet soup during their time at the brigade, in Huaidong, the final course at weddings typically featured simple sweet soups, often just filled with little dumplings and a few dried dates. They had never encountered one with actual fruit. "That's can fruit," Han Yi chuckled, observing that everyone had almost finished eating and drinking. He then inquired, "By the way, are you all still willing to continue working with me tomorrow?" "Absolutely," He Pai exclaimed, putting down his bowl before it even reached his lips, prompting others to echo his enthusiasm, as if fearing they would be left out. Yang Hu observed the scene, feeling a sense of nostalgia. After today, these individuals would become Han Yi's loyal followers, treating his words as commandments. Han Yi nodded, "All right. Since everyone is eager to continue working with me, I must lay out some ground rules to avoid any future misunderstandings." The group fell silent, their eyes fixated on him, ready to listen. "First, we will work for only 10 days. Regardless of the outcome, I will cease operations after that. I will not continue beyond that point." The crowd exchanged glances, calculating that earning 50 a day for 10 days amounted to 500, a sum sufficient for a modest apartment. If he truly decided to stop, it wouldn't matter too much, as they would have earned enough to spend. Seeing their silence, Han Yi continued, "Second, everyone must adhere to my instructions and follow my lead. If anyone has doubts or alternative ideas, speak up now so we can part amicably. Can we agree on that?" The group nodded in agreement. Third, we are here to earn money, not to engage in conflicts. Therefore, over the next few days, regardless of the challenges we face, remember that patience is key. If something becomes unbearable, inform me, and I will handle it. Is that clear? Heipai immediately responded, "Brother E, rest assured. As long as there is money to be made, I could endure even if someone were to insult me." Chapter 34. Brother Yi's brilliant laughter erupted among the group at Heipai's comment. Han Yi, however, spoke with a stern expression. "There is nothing amusing about this. What Black Skin said reflects a profit-driven mentality. If one wishes to bask in glory publicly, they must inevitably endure hardships privately. Is there anyone who can earn money while standing? Yes, but not everyone possesses that capability. Until you acquire such skills, you must learn to endure. I am not suggesting you become a timid turtle, but rather to convey that when the advantages of patience outweigh the disadvantages, and you are unable to bear the harm caused by the latter, then endure. Hold back for now. A gentleman's revenge is best served after 10 years. The crowd ceased their laughter, listening intently to Han Yi's words. He raised his glass and continued, "Do not be misled by a few flattering words. It does not equate to competence. Lacking skills and wealth while playing the role of a subordinate will only render you contemptible. When facing family, especially when you have a wife and children, if you lack the ability to provide for them, you cannot even call yourself a good person, let alone a good man. Thus, the priority is to earn money." He stated, "I will help you make money, and my demands are not excessive. If you cannot accept this, I must tell you that no matter where you go in the future, you will face failure." The crowd's eyes sparkled with fervor. Han Yi smiled slightly and added, "As your leader, I will ensure no brother suffers losses. If any issues arise, I will handle them. If the outcome does not meet your approval and you feel frustrated, you may scold me openly, and I will accept it. Is that agreeable?" "Yes." The crowd shouted in unison. Han Yi nodded in satisfaction and said, "Very well. Once we are well fed and refreshed, we shall depart. Return home and rest. I expect you at my doorstep by 7 tomorrow morning. Drivers, can you arrive at the enamel factory by 7:30? The 3 drivers nodded immediately. One said, "Brother E, if you need us, we can pick up people from your team. It's simply a matter of starting earlier." Han Yi, pleased, replied, "Then let us have one vehicle come. It will save everyone some effort, allowing you to rest on the way. Ultimately, I want you all to be in high spirits when we go to earn money tomorrow. Rest assured, Brother E, I will sleep as soon as I get home." Another chimed in, "If I seem drowsy tomorrow, feel free to slap me." The crowd eagerly expressed their sentiments. Han Yi nodded approvingly and said, "Good, keep this in mind. We will work for 10 days. After that, come what may, it will not concern us. But during these 10 days, I expect you to rest well and approach work with the utmost vigor." As the banquet concluded, Han Yi took Old Shi to settle the bill with Old Chun. Old Chun remarked, "You've struck it rich, haven't you? In just a few days, you've brought so many brothers out to dine. I don't mean to be a harbinger of doom, but let me remind you that things have been quite strict over the past 2 years. Han Yi laughed. "Old Chun, where are you headed with that thought? We are engaged in legitimate business. All right, let us go." As Han Yi departed with the group, Mei Jia approached Old Chun and inquired, "How much did it cost?" "A lavish feast, nearly 300, Old Chun replied. "In this day and age, that's a mere pittance for a meal. Over a dozen people spent more than 200. It's not insignificant." Mei Jia felt a twinge of surprise. She had previously lent Han Yi some money, yet it was insufficient for today's meal. Clearly, this young man had struck gold in recent days. Others may lack a voice, yet Sister Mei is acutely aware of the challenges of earning a living these days. Unable to contain her thoughts, she remarked, "This young man might indeed be quite talented." Among 3 large trucks, one was designated to transport Han Yi and his companions to the outskirts of the commune, where they agreed to gather the following day. Han Yi bid farewell to everyone at his doorstep. Upon entering his home, he discovered that the young women had just finished their tasks and were in the process of tidying up to leave. Han Yi approached and inquired, "Sister-in-law, how much did we manage to produce today?" Lin Xiu Xiu retrieved her notebook and replied, "We worked all day long and produced nearly 30,000, including the leftovers. We have a total of 60,000 remaining." Han Yi pondered for a moment and said, 60,000? I will take all of it tomorrow. Is there any way we can increase the output?" Lin Xiu Xiu immediately shook her head. "That's impossible. These workers have reached their limit. They hardly rested today, except for the lunch break. Hani responded. Then let us hire a few more people. Have them refer others, but they must all be female workers. We need to raise our daily output to around 80,000. Lin Xiu Xiu gasped. So many? Do you think you can manage that? Hani smiled reassuringly. You need not worry about this. He then turned to his parents and said, Father, I won tally today, as earnings with you just yet. Once this period concludes, we will sit down and settle the accounts. His father promptly replied, What accounts? Regardless of how much we earn, it all belongs to you brothers. As your father, the most I can do is assist with family matters. I can't do anything else. You have already been of immense help, Hani thought. He hesitated to discuss the accounts with his parents, fearing the substantial earnings might overwhelm them. Thus, he chose to continue working, intending to address the matter once everything was settled, for to them, 1,000, 10,000, and 1,000,000 held little distinction. That evening, Hype and his companions returned home. Upon arriving, Hype was met by his father wielding a broom, rushing towards him. He hurriedly pleaded, Father, please don't hit me. I wasn't messing around today. I was out earning money. What nonsense are you spouting? His father struck Hype with the broom, causing him to grimace in pain, and as he did, the money he had tucked away fell to the ground. An immediate silence enveloped the scene. His father glanced at the cash scattered on the floor, momentarily taken aback. As Hype lamented, Why are you hitting me? Just look, I was out earning money. I didn't strike you. His father replied sternly, I merely noticed you were dusty, so I helped you clean off. He then gently tapped at Hype's shoulder with the broom, albeit with a much softer touch, and asked, What is going on? How come you have so much money? He is helping us earn. You didn't know? He is incredible. Hype exclaimed with admiration. His father, astonished, remarked, I had heard that the third daughter of the Su family was working for old Han's household, receiving 2 hearty meals a day and 5 yuan. It seems to be true. Hype quickly corrected him. That's their arrangement. We earn much more than 5 yuan, 50. Today alone, each of us made 50. His father was nearly astounded, exclaiming, Did you rob the cooperative? Rob what cooperative? The path of black skin worship. Father, you have no idea how capable ego is. With just a few slips of paper, he can persuade those people to willingly part with their money. Chapter 35. Trouble approaches. The following morning, Han rose early. Upon stepping outside, he discovered that Hei Pai and the others were waiting at the door, their eyes gleaming with anticipation, all fixated on one thought, to follow Gu and amass great wealth. Han wasted no time and led the group to the entrance of the brigade, where a truck was already waiting. They set off towards the enamel factory in the city to procure goods, which they would then distribute. By the next day, money was already in hand, eliminating the need to deceive others with cardboard as before. Han purchased an ample supply of electrical appliances at the market, distributing them among 3 vehicles. This way, once someone won, the excitement could be unveiled immediately, creating an even greater impact. Building on the previous day's experience, Han instructed Lao Shi to buy a large batch of fried dough sticks in the morning. Each vehicle was stocked with these fried treats, which, despite the scorching heat, would not spoil. They could nibble on them when hunger struck at noon, saving a grand feast for the evening reunion. Once again, Han set up shop at the Sichuan coal mine. Thanks to the warm-up from the previous day, the enthusiasm had not waned. In fact, it had intensified, as word of mouth among the workers attracted even more customers. The security department at the Sichuan coal mine was somewhat perplexed. One individual inquired, Are we responsible for this? Another shot him a glare, retorting, Are you out of your mind? They are selling goods, neither stealing nor robbing. Why should we intervene? Just focus on your own duties. And by the way, keep an eye out for me. I want to buy a few tickets to try my luck. With 60,000 lottery tickets, Han brought 2,000, while Lao Shi and Yang Hu each took 2,000. However, to Han Yi's surprise, ticket sales surpassed those of the previous day, selling out a full 10 minutes earlier than anticipated. Han Yi, not one to linger, swiftly sold out and rushed to meet Lu Weidong at the enamel factory to place an order. When he slammed 20,000 yuan down before Lu Weidong, the latter was momentarily dazzled by the sight of the cash. Had it not been for his composure, he might have knelt before Han Yi on the spot. Lao Lu, I need more goods. Can I place an order for another 20,000 pieces the day after tomorrow? Han Yi inquired. Lu Weidong, clutching his chest, replied, That can be arranged, but this time I need the money up front. Han Yi, taken aback, asked, That's odd. You didn't require payment up front before. Why now? Lu Weidong explained, All the supplies at my factory have been exhausted. I need to pay other factories for the goods this time, and without cash. I won't be able to procure any. Han Yi chuckled, nodding in agreement. All right, 20,000 yuan it is. And let me remind you, prepare adequately. Counting today, I need to operate for another 8 days, requiring 10,000 pieces each day. Do the math and see how much you need to have ready. Burp. Lu Weidong, startled, instinctively burped and began counting on his fingers. 80,000. Quite astute in mathematics. Han Yi patted Lu Weidong on the shoulder, smiling. Just make sure you have enough stock, or it will hinder my business. At that moment, Lu Weidong's eyes turned red with determination, and he gritted his teeth, saying, rest assured. Even if I have to sell myself, I will ensure your goods are ready. With that, he grabbed his bag and headed out. What are you doing? Han Yi quickly inquired. Lu Weidong exclaimed with palpable excitement. I will go to borrow some supplies from my brother's factory. If they lend them to me today, that would be acceptable, but should anyone refuse, I shall confront them fiercely. Upon exiting the enamel factory, 2 other vehicles returned, and the group convened to deliberate. The total cargo payment amounted to 120,000, subtracting the initial capital of 50,000, leaving a remainder of 80,000. Yang, who was in a heightened state of agitation, having earned 5,000 yesterday and an additional 8,000 today. In just 2 days, he had become a 10,000 yuan household, and the ease with which money was made felt almost surreal, causing a twinge of unease within him. Even engaging in illicit activities could not yield such effortless profits. Could it? After distributing the earnings, Han Yi wasted no time. He led everyone to a meal at Jiwei Building before returning home to rest. His demands were simple. During these 10 days, everyone must maintain a vigorous energy. Han Yi was astute. This prosperous business would not remain unmonitored for long. As days passed, his sister-in-law and second sister increased their workforce at home to ensure the daily target of 50,000 lottery tickets was met. The intensity of labor was undeniably high, yet spirits soared among all involved. Han Yi raised the wages to 30 yuan a day, equivalent to nearly half a month's salary for an ordinary worker, motivating the young women who typically earned little. Over the span of 5 days, Han Yi found himself with an overwhelming amount of cash, primarily in small denominations, mostly 1 yuan bills. At last, he had amassed over 200,000 yuan, stored in bags throughout his room shared with Lao Shi and Lao Wu, creating a mountain of currency. The sight sent shivers down his spine. If a fire were to break out, it could incinerate a fortune. Lao Wu, come here. Han Yi summoned Lao Wu and instructed, remember, no one is allowed in this room, and all smoking or open flames are strictly prohibited. You must keep a vigilant watch. Lao Wu replied, what is in it for me? Han Yi playfully ruffled his head and said, if you keep watch, once these few days are over, I will buy you a bicycle, a flying pigeon, or a forever model, whichever you prefer. Will you keep your word, third brother? Lao Wu perked up immediately. Han Yi chuckled. When have I ever broken a promise? Rest assured, within 5 days, that bicycle will be yours. Don't worry, third brother. When you leave, no one shall come near this room, or I'll bite them, Lao Wu declared, mimicking a fierce demeanor. Han Yi nodded approvingly. Meanwhile, word had spread among the city's more astute individuals that several trucks had been seen roaming the streets, drawing crowds wherever they appeared, although their purpose remained unclear. Boss Chun, Wei figured it out. It seems that person is selling lottery tickets, a henchman whispered to his leader. The gang leader shot a glance at the informant and could not help but curse. So you think that just because you mention lottery tickets, I would suddenly understand what they are? What exactly is going on? The person reporting quickly remarked, it seems quite similar to gambling. The slip indicates what prizes are available. If you draw one, you win a reward, but if not, it's all for naught. I've heard it's quite popular. Some people have even skipped meals just to try their luck. He then turned to his superior and suggested, why don't we buy a few tickets ourselves? Boss Chin struck his subordinate on the head, scolding angrily, you worthless lot. You haven't even figured out what they are doing, yet you want to copy them? What do you expect to achieve? He demanded, bring those people back to me. I will personally inquire. Chapter 36. Changing the battlefield on the 6th day. The group set out early in the morning. Over the past few days, everyone had acclimatized to this rhythm, chatting and laughing in the vehicle. At that moment, Hype turned to Han Yi and said, third brother, it seems our lottery tickets have not been selling well lately. Han Yi nodded slightly, reflecting on how many tickets he had sold in Huaidong over the past few days. On average, he had distributed around 60,000 tickets daily, totaling over 200,000 tickets in 5 days. Huaidong, albeit a small city with a population exceeding 1 million, predominantly comprised farmers. The true potential buyers of lottery tickets were the urban dwellers. With the urban population not surpassing 200,000, it meant that within 5 days, each urban resident had at least purchased one ticket. Thus, it was no surprise that sales were sluggish. The market has its limits. He had thoroughly explored the novelty of the lottery tickets in Huaidong, leaving no potential customers untouched. Not only now, but for the foreseeable future. Many people would likely lack the means to invest in lottery tickets. The remaining individuals who had not purchased were unlikely to buy at all, while those willing had already spent quite a bit. The notion of 20,000 people each buying a ticket was misleading. In reality, it was more like 10 to 20,000, with individuals purchasing 5 or even dozens of tickets. These were Han's target demographic, but in the past 3 days, he had nearly exhausted their financial resources. Even if they were willing to continue spending, they would have to wait until their next payday. No worries, he thought. Huaidong may be a small city, but there is a large city nearby. A smile crept on Han Yi's face as he declared, "We will sell in Huaidong this morning and head to Huainan in the afternoon." Huainan, a brilliant gem in the Jianghuai region, boasted only one major coal mine, the Sichuan coal mine, which already established its dominance in Huaidong. However, if the Sichuan coal mine were to be relocated to Huainan, it would be a significant loss for them. In the mid-1980s, Huainan, as a coal mining city in Anhui, forcibly entered the ranks of the nation's major cities. By today's standards, Huainan was not merely a first-tier city, but rather a quasi-first-tier city. Thus, if one sought to earn money, Huainan was indeed the place to be. Compared to Huaidong, it was merely a trial run. Upon hearing they would be heading to Huainan, excitement flickered in everyone's eyes. As residents of Huaidong, they had all heard tales of Huainan's wealth. Yes, we're going to Huainan to sell. There's no fear of not selling out. The only concern is whether we have enough to sell, they exclaimed with anticipation. Hani chuckled. Did you really think I had you running around aimlessly before? We call this strategizing before action. The crowd erupted in cheers, and after collecting their goods from the enamel factory, they dispersed to sell the lottery tickets. The morning sales were rather disappointing. As Han Yi noted earlier, the potential of Huaidong has nearly been exhausted. To reignite the fervor for selling lottery tickets, a period of time is required for the market to recuperate. However, since plans had already been established for the afternoon trip to Huainan, everyone felt a sense of calm, even finding solace in the morning's lackluster sales, as they could save their efforts for Huainan, where they hoped to make a name for themselves. At noon, when everyone convened, each team had managed to sell a few thousand tickets, yet a significant portion remained unsold. This indeed posed a challenge. If the trend continued, it would be increasingly difficult to sell tickets in the coming days. Lao Shi remarked with a sigh, to which Han Yi replied, "This was entirely to be expected. We will set off for Huainan, where we shall earn our keep over the next 5 days." With a call to action, the driver promptly headed towards Huainan. The proximity of Huaidong to Huainan meant they would arrive within an hour. During the journey, Lao Shi and Yang Hu joined Han Yi in his vehicle. Yang Hu voiced a concern. "Isn't going to Huainan a bit risky? That isn't our territory, and if trouble arises, we might find ourselves at a loss." In recent days, everyone had adhered strictly to their self-discipline, choosing to remain calm even when conflicts arose with certain customers. No one wished to jeopardize such a lucrative opportunity over momentary anger. It was not that they lacked courage. Rather, they were focused on following good diligently, knowing that once this venture concluded, they could quickly spend their earnings on a beautiful bride, and perhaps even renovate their homes or furnish them anew, all within a mere 10 days. The mere thought ignited a fervor within them, as if their very blood were on fire. With the prospect of earnings in sight, they would gladly endure some harsh words, even if it meant selling lottery tickets in the nude. Hani reassured them, "Rest easy, we are not far away. Should trouble arise, we will address it. If not, we can simply drive away and continue elsewhere. Our costs are minimal. Moreover, even if the locals react, they will require time to organize. If worst comes to worst, we can always spend to ensure our safety. Remember, my brothers, it is through patience and humility that we secure the opportunity to earn." Yang Hu nodded slightly. He had reaped the most rewards, having already taken home over 20,000 in just 5 days. Now, not only was Han Yi taking him to Huainan, but he would follow him into the very jaws of danger if need be. Upon their arrival in Huainan, the 3 large trucks drew no attention. In this coal mining city, trucks laden with coal were a common sight. 3 trucks were hardly noteworthy. There was no rush to sell lottery tickets. First, they sought a place to eat. Having worked tirelessly through the morning and then traveled, they were surely starving, despite their claims otherwise. Let us go? I'll treat you to Huainan beef soup, Han Yi announced with a smile. Having frequented Huainan in his past life, he relished the beef soup, which was eternally delectable. Some suggested that Huainan beef soup was linked to the Huainanzi, while others believed it stemmed from historical migrations that brought a significant number of Hui people to the region, thus giving rise to this beloved dish. Han Yi was uncertain which narrative held the truth, yet one thing was abundantly clear. The beef soup from Huainan was truly delectable. Boss, he ordered, please reduce the amount of tofu and vermicelli, but increase the liangdou bing. Additionally, he requested a serving of beef and a Xizang flaky pastry. Han Yi, well-versed in the menu, effortlessly ordered a bowl of beef soup. Subsequently, he turned to his companions and urged, why are you all just staring? Go ahead and order. Lao Shi swallowed hard and replied, Boss, I'll have what my third brother is having. Yes, I want the same. Another chimed in. Observing this, Han Yi burst into laughter, realizing that these fellows were hesitant to order poorly and embarrassed themselves. Meanwhile, in Huaidong City, Chun Laoda glared at his subordinates, demanding, what do you mean they are missing? Those were 3 trucks. They would attract a crowd wherever they went, and you tell me they're gone? His men, looking utterly exasperated, replied, Boss, we truly cannot find them. I searched from Linxi to Weizidong, and not a soul in sight. Chapter 37. You want to learn? I'll teach you. Chun Laoda, his face contorted with rage, banged on the table and declared, get out there and search. If you can't find them, you will regret it. Just then, someone burst through the door, shouting, Boss. Boss. They emerged. Those 3 trucks are just over on Erpan Road. Chun Laoda's eyes brightened immediately. Block the road. Bring the leader to me. Tell him Chun Dushing invites him to dinner. Han Yi and his companions wore broad smiles. For that afternoon, the lottery sales in Huainan had skyrocketed. Huainan was wealthier than Huaidong, with even children able to afford lottery tickets. In the coming days, let us continue our efforts. Once we finish, I will treat everyone, and each of you will receive a red envelope. Han Yi said with a grin. The group in the vehicle cheered, and just as they were about to chant praises for Han Yi, the truck suddenly jolted to a stop. Han Yi opened the small observation window connecting the cabin to the cargo area and inquired, what is going on? The driver replied, Ego. Someone is blocking the road and 1T let us pass. If I hadn't T-braked in time, we would have collided with him. Feeling a sense of unease, Han Yi instructed Lao Shi, I'll go take a look. You all stay here and do not exit the vehicle. Lao Shi wanted to protest, but was silenced by Han Yi's stern gaze, causing him to obediently withdraw his head. Upon disembarking from the truck, Han Yi looked toward the front and saw a disreputable man swaggering in front of the vehicle, known in Huaidong as having an ear-slap face. This expression referred to a person whose appearance invited a slap. Han Yi approached and inquired, Friend, what is the meaning of blocking our car? The man with the ear-slap face grinned and replied, Oh, it's nothing much. Chindishing, the big boss, thinks you're quite the talent and wishes to dine with you. Han Yi maintained his composure while secretly assessing the situation. He was indeed familiar with Chindishing, who had made a name for himself 3 years prior through a nationwide crackdown on crime, successfully eliminating many offenders. As the saying goes, when the tiger is absent, the monkeys take the lead, and Chindishing was precisely such a monkey. This individual lacks both audacity and vision, relying solely on the outdated credentials from 1983 to gather a group of people and muddle through. One might argue that they have not achieved any notable success, lingering in the market by sheer force of numbers, scraping by through dubious means. By 1995, during the second crackdown on criminals, Chun Dushing encountered misfortune, resulting in his arrest and subsequent imprisonment for over a decade. Upon his release, he had become more subdued, and with the domestic landscape no longer conducive to their survival, he was relegated to a bathhouse, working as a scrubber. However, despite their inability to make any significant impact, this group resorted to harassment. For instance, if one were to sell lottery tickets, they would disrupt the process without resorting to violence, merely causing a commotion and hindering profits. Brother Chun, right? Fine. Let's take a trip, Han Yi stated with a nod, approaching the truck and tapping the cargo bed. Hei Pai peered over from the truck's rear. What's up, Ego? He inquired. You and Er Zhuang come with me tonight. Let us embrace the life of society, Han Yi replied with a smile. Sure thing. Hei Pai nodded. calling out to Er Zhuang as both jumped down from the truck. Han Yi then walked over to Lao Shi's truck, instructing, "Take the brothers to eat first. We'll join you shortly. Third brother, if you don't mind, I'd prefer to stay with you," Lao Shi expressed with concern. Han Yi chuckled, ruffling Lao Shi's hair, signaling him to proceed, and then led He Pai and Er Zhuang onward. Not far along, they arrived at a bustling roadside eatery and discovered Chun Dishing drinking with a few companions. Upon seeing the meager spread on the table, Han Yi felt a pang of sympathy. There was but a single plate of boiled peanuts, the shell still present for everyone else, while Chun Dishing had none before him, evidently saving them for his subordinates. "Brother Chun," Han Yi called cheerfully as he boldly took a seat. Taken aback by Han Yi's familiarity, Chun Dishing paused, then smiled and nodded. "You've got guts, brother. You dare to act so brazenly in front of us." Han Yi replied, "Brazen? I don't think so. If I were truly bold, you wouldn't be seeing me now, but rather the imprint of my hand on your brother's face." Chun Dishing was momentarily stunned by Han Yi's words, then gritted his teeth, saying, "You seem quite audacious. So what is the plan? Shall we settle this with a fight first?" Han Yi shrugged. "Fight? Who here can actually fight? Brother Chun, let us get straight to the point. What do you need me for?" Upon the mention of business, Chun Dishing perked up. "My friend, you've been raking in profits in Huaidong these past few days. You can't possibly keep all that to yourself, can you?" Han Yi smiled. "So, you're suggesting we work together?" Chun Dishing laughed heartily. "It's better to share joy than to revel alone. If you're willing to include us, I assure you, you'll have no troubles in Huaidong. We can all profit together. We're family, and we'll target others." After some contemplation, Han Yi responded, "Truth be told, this work is quite straightforward. If you wish to engage, there is no need to seek me out. You could figure it out on your own." Chun Dishing, with a hint of bravado, remarked, "That may be so, but there is a saying, a single genuine effort surpasses 1,000 hollow words. Every endeavor has its own nuances. If one fails to comprehend, they may find themselves in a perilous situation, often resulting in grievous consequences." Han Yi chuckled. "You are indeed cautious, big brother Chun." Chun Dishing replied with pride, "You are correct. In 1979, when the educated youth returned, I found myself jobless and had to navigate the streets. By 1983, amid the crackdown on crime, while others were ensnared, I remained unscathed solely due to my prudence." Han Yi, unimpressed, thought to himself that Chun Dishing had merely followed behind those wielding kitchen knives and the Brotherhood, stirring trouble. He had faced arrests, yet there was never sufficient evidence to pin any significant wrongdoing on him. Moreover, he had betrayed even his own leader to evade repercussions. Thus, his so-called caution had little relevance. After a moment of silence, Han Yi said, "If you truly wish to pursue this line of work, I can certainly impart the secrets of the trade, dissecting and elucidating them for you." Chun Dishing, taken aback by Han Yi's willingness, pondered for a moment and replied, "Brother, are you truly so generous?" Han Yi laughed. "Indeed. However, big brother Chun, you owe me a favor. Should I require assistance, I trust you will repay it." Chun Dishing slapped the table, solemnly assuring, "Rest assured, brother, as long as you lead me to fortune, your affairs will be my affairs, and I shall certainly repay this favor." Upon hearing Han Yi's words, Chun Dishing's eyes lit up with excitement, exclaiming, "Brother, if you mean what you say, you are indeed my true brother. Fraternal bonds, cherished companions." Han Yi smiled. "Indeed." Han Yi laughed heartily. "Big brother Chun, do you know what fraternal bonds and cherished companions are called?" Not feeling awkward at all, Chun Dishing readily engaged. Han Yi admired his audacity. Chun Dishing's boldness was indeed commendable. Han Yi smiled. "Good brother." Chun Dishing beamed. Han Yi wasted no time and meticulously explained the lottery system, including the calculations and the distribution of winnings, leaving no detail concealed. Initially, Chun Dishing harbored doubts, suspecting Han Yi might be attempting to deceive him or stall for time. However, after Han Yi's thorough explanation, his skepticism dissipated entirely. The lottery's mechanics were straightforward, with the essence lying in the calculations and the equitable division of costs and profits. "Brother, you are truly remarkable. Your loyalty is commendable," Chun Dishing said, giving a thumbs up, genuinely appreciative. "Let us collaborate and share the profits." Han Yi inwardly scoffed, realizing Chun Dishing wished for him to work for him, an absurd notion. "No need for collaboration. I plan to retire soon and enjoy a life of leisure." Han Yi replied with satisfaction. Chun Dishing, astonished, questioned, "You are quitting already? How much have you earned?" Han Yi smiled, "Sufficient to sustain me." even if I were to break my legs. He continued, if you wish to proceed, you must act swiftly. Otherwise, others will uncover the intricacies of this venture, and it will become increasingly difficult to profit when dozens of lottery outlets emerge. Chen Dushing nodded vigorously, insisting on inviting Han Yi to dinner. Han Yi remarked, let us not dwell on the meal. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Once you earn some money, you must treat me to a sumptuous feast, right? He glanced around the bustling food stall. Chen Dushing's face flushed with embarrassment as he quickly responded, you're absolutely right. Just wait a few days, and I will certainly treat you to a grand meal. Han Yi smiled, noticing that it was getting late, and said, all right then, time is of the essence. I must take my leave now. Chen, I wish you great fortune in your endeavors. Chen Dushing personally escorted Han Yi to the door. Once outside the food stall, and realizing that Chen Dushing's associates were no longer present, He Pai anxiously said, Ego, you shared everything with him. How are we supposed to make money now? Han Yi chuckled, why the rush? I'll only be working for 10 days. After that, whoever wishes to continue can do so. Although Chen Dushing has learned the ropes, it will take him several days to grasp everything fully. Even if he works swiftly, he will be focused on the Huaidong area, a market we have already abandoned. So there is no conflict. He Pai and Er Zhuang exchanged glances, sensing that Ege's reasoning held merit. Yet He Pai still voiced, that may be true, but allowing him to learn freely feels like a loss for us. Han Yi smiled and replied, in matters such as these, as long as one is determined, they can figure things out without guidance. Instead of rejecting him and allowing resentment to brew once he has figured things out, it is far better to nurture goodwill while our relationship remains amicable. Han Yi continued, do not underestimate them. If these individuals are utilized correctly, they can indeed be of some benefit. In the following days, Han Yi led the team to sell lottery tickets in Huainan, where the market thrived exuberantly. Meanwhile, in Huaidong, Chen Dushing, following Han Yi's instructions, ventured into the lottery business. After the first day, he made a profit, and after deducting various expenses and sharing profits with his subordinates, he discovered that he had earned over 2,000 yuan on his own. Boss, if we hadn't made a mistake with the prize during the lottery, we could have earned at least 500 more. One of Chen Dushing's men commented. Chen Dushing felt a surge of excitement. Brother Han truly was a good comrade. To share such a lucrative business without holding back any secrets was commendable. It's not my fault you inept fools work so slowly. If you were quicker, we could make more money with these lottery tickets. A subordinate lamented. We wish we could, but those tickets are so small, it's incredibly challenging to manage. Meanwhile, Han Yi had officially concluded his work. The 10-day sales period had come to an end, and today was the final day. He was celebrating with Yang Hu and others at Jiwei Lu. I want to express my heartfelt gratitude for everyone's hard work. We have achieved our previous goals, and I sincerely thank you all. Han Yi conveyed his appreciation. It had been an arduous 10 days. Beyond the tight schedule and heavy tasks, everyone's spirits had been stretched thin. During the lottery sales, they had faced numerous confrontations, enduring considerable grievances. Han Yi produced 13 large red envelopes, each brimming with cash, containing at least several hundred yuan. He addressed Yang Hu, saying, Brother Yang, this is not for you, so please don't take it to heart. Yang Hu chuckled and nodded. He held no regard for the small envelopes. Over these 10 days, he had earned more than 60,000 yuan in bonuses, feeling that aside from Han Yi, no one in Jiangdong could rival his wealth. Everyone, one for each of you. Han Yi smiled as he pushed the red envelope forward. The crowd erupted in cheers, including the 3 drivers, each receiving a substantial red envelope. As for Hype and his crew, there was no need to elaborate. They were Han Yi's staunch supporters and had worked diligently throughout the lottery business, reaping their well-deserved rewards. The 3 truck drivers had also faced their share of challenges, having recently reported losses on 3 trucks while engaging with the brewery, thus bearing considerable risks. Upon opening his envelope, Hype's eyes brightened with surprise. This is quite a generous sum, Ego. Is there 300 yuan here? Han Yi nodded and replied. Each of you will receive 500, totaling 1,000. Please spend it wisely, but feel free to indulge in something you fancy. The atmosphere of the gathering soared to new heights with the distribution of the envelopes. As the drinks flowed, Yang Hu suddenly addressed Han Yi. Are we truly stepping away from the lottery business? It was thriving today in Huainan. It seems a shame to abandon it now. Yang Hu felt a pang of reluctance, as earning several thousand yuan a day was an unparalleled opportunity. If it truly was no longer profitable, then letting go would make sense. But the current situation evidently remained lucrative. Han chuckled. We agreed to withdraw after 10 days, and I have fulfilled that commitment, so I shall not be greedy. Yang Hu pondered for a moment before exclaiming, if I were to take it on myself, would you object? Han glanced at Yang Hu and nodded. Since I am stepping away, I have no grounds to prevent you. The decision lies with you. A flicker of joy crossed Yang Hu's face as he nodded. In that case, I must apologize. Brothers, although Gu is stepping back, I wish to take over. Is anyone willing to join me? Chapter 39. Diverging paths. Yang Hu spoke with unwavering confidence, yet the crowd exchanged glances and no one responded. Yang Hu's expression faltered as he turned to the 3 drivers from his factory. If you want to proceed, we will definitely support you, one driver quickly assured. Yang Hu's demeanor improved slightly, and at that moment, Han stood up. You all continue your discussion. I need to use the restroom. Han exited the private room, but did not head to the restroom. Instead, he engaged in conversation with Old Chun in the lobby. Old Chun glanced at the private room and chuckled. What's this? Now that you've made some money, you feel you've outgrown your friends and don't wish to dine with them anymore? Han laughed. You're trying to sow discord, Old Chun. Do you have a cigarette? I'd like one. Hey, you, who dine daily at banquets, still ask me for a cigarette? Old Chun retorted humorously, yet he still retrieved one for Han. Han observed, the Qianmen, not bad. I cannot compare to you big bosses. Old Chun smiled. Their initial encounter outside Jiwei building had been rather unpleasant. But had it not been for Han, Old Chun might have suffered a more severe loss. Over the past few days, Han had consistently brought his friends to dine, and any prior grievances had long since faded. By the way, if our boss desires wild duck eggs, pay attention. Old Chun remarked. Han nodded, signaling Old Chun for a match. With a hint of reluctance, Old Chun produced a match from his pocket and handed it to Han, who lit his own cigarette before offering one to Old Chun. Coughing violently as the smoke hit his throat, Han struggled to regain his composure. Old Chun chuckled. Look at you. I didn't expect you to still be a novice. If you can't smoke, then don't. Let me tell you, cigarettes aren't worth it. I used to smoke a lot. Han was choked, and, despite the discomfort, he wasn't exaggerating. In his previous life, he indeed had been a heavy smoker. However, he was astonished to find that in this reincarnated life, his body could not adapt. Old Chun, amused, regarded Han as a braggart, reached over, took the cigarette from Han Yi's hand, extinguished it in the ashtray, and remarked, all right. Of all the things to learn, why this? If you can avoid it, do so. I can't quit, otherwise, I would have long ago. Han wiped away the tears caused by the smoke, laughing. Old Chun, there's a bit of philosophy in that. Philosophy, my foot. Old Chun waved his hand dismissively. While they were conversing, Sister May entered from outside, greeted Han with a smile, and then addressed Old Chun. Get ready. The city leaders are coming over tonight. Sure. I'll head to the back and take care of it. Old Chun quickly went off to attend to his duties. Sister May noticed Han still standing in the lobby and curiously asked, Are you here to be my doorman? Han chuckled. It's too stuffy inside. I just needed to catch my breath. Sister May pondered for a moment, glanced at the private room, and waved her hand. All right, do as you wish. Inside the private room, Yang Hu patiently addressed his companions. Over the past 10 days, we've been making $50 a day. Are you all content with that? Hei Pai and the others remained silent, prompting Yang Hu to grow anxious. Let me put it this way. If you follow my lead, I guarantee your income will only increase from here on out. What do you say? Hei Pai scoffed. Brother Hu, it's not that we don't trust you, but we've almost made enough. We currently have $1,000. I can go home, renovate the house, and find someone to settle down with. I really don't want to keep running around. Zhuang nodded in agreement. Exactly. These past 10 days have worn me out. I can't keep this up. I'd rather go home and rest. Yes, another echoed. Brother Hu, I'm not going. Find someone else. Hei Pai and the others were unyielding, which infuriated Yang Hu. However, after a moment's thought, he waved his hand dismissively. Do as you please. I'm here to help you earn money, but if you all want to stay poor, then so be it. After a while, Hani pushed the door open and asked with a smile, How's the conversation going? Not great, Yang Hu replied irritably. None of them have any ambition. It's driving me crazy. Hani cheerfully responded, All right, Brother Yang. Everyone has their own aspirations. Forcing them will yield no fruitful results. We've fought together as brothers, and the outcomes have been good enough. Let us refrain from harsh words. Come. I propose a toast. Let us drink to our efforts, and then return to our own lives. Everyone raised their glasses in agreement. Once they wrapped things up and exited the Jiwei building, Yang Hu pulled Hani aside and whispered, "Could you help me persuade them? I know they'll listen to you." Hani shrugged and replied, "I'm not getting involved in this mess." "Hey, how can you call this a mess?" Yang Hu said, his concern evident. Hani remarked, "Brother Yang, we have earned a considerable sum. It would be prudent for you to enjoy a period of stability before pursuing further endeavors. Presently, the allure of making money holds no appeal for them. Their focus is solely on spending. Do you understand?" Yang Hu retorted with ire. "This is precisely why I believe they lack ambition." Han-yi hesitated momentarily, but continued, "Brother Yang, since you wish to persist in this venture, allow me to offer a word of caution, may I?" Yang Hu cast a glance at Han-yi, then nodded, "Speak. This line of work is not sustainable. The profits come too swiftly, and too many are envious. Furthermore, we must venture out, and as the saying goes, even a fierce dragon cannot suppress a local snake. We must proceed with utmost caution," Han-yi stated gravely. Yang Hu furrowed his brow and replied, "I am aware of this. However, I believe you are overly timid. We are on the cusp of prosperity. Why withdraw now when we have barely begun? I propose we capitalize on this momentum, earn more. And once we have amassed a fortune beyond spending, then we may consider retreating. Your withdrawal is premature." Hani chuckled, "Very well. It seems our perspectives do not align. As friends, I have offered my counsel. We shall meet again." Yang Hu acknowledged the sentiment. "Indeed, until we meet again." Returning to Lao Shi and the others, Han-yi found them engaged in light-hearted banter as Yang Hu's 3 trucks drove past. Lao Shi, taken aback, expressed his displeasure. "Third brother, Brother Yang is rather ungrateful, abandoning us like this. In the past, he always ensured we returned home." Han-yi smiled. "Ah, if he chooses to disregard us, so be it. We shall walk home today, perfect for shaking off the effects of the drink. Otherwise, we would surely face reprimand upon our return." On the truck, the driver turned to Yang Hu. "Brother Hu, isn't this a bit inconsiderate? Leaving them behind feels excessive." Yang Hu, somewhat displeased, replied, "If you wish to take them, then do so. I won't stop you. Forget it." The driver awkwardly chuckled, sensing the tension between Yang Hu and Han-yi. As Han-yi and Lao Shi strolled, engaged in conversation, he glanced up at the luminous moon, feeling a sense of reverie. The moon was exceptionally bright, even without streetlights. The path was illuminated as if it were crystal clear. Amidst their chatter, a sudden beam of light approached, and a truck halted beside them. Han-yi turned to see Yang Hu stepping down from the vehicle. Get in, get in. I almost forgot about you all in my inebriation." Yang Hu beamed. Han-yi and the others exchanged looks. Then Han-yi gestured, "Come, line up and bow to Brother Hu, expressing our gratitude." "Thank you, Brother Hu," they chorused, forming a line and bowing in appreciation. Yang Hu scolded playfully, "Oh, Ani, what are you doing? Is this really necessary? I simply forgot about you because of the drink. You are being overly sensitive." Upon entering the truck, Yang Hu inquired, "You've earned enough money. What are your plans for tomorrow?" Hani contemplated for a moment before replying, "I need to settle accounts. There is still one payment pending for the enamel factory." Chapter 40. The showdown. Upon returning home in the evening, Han-yi found the house devoid of the laborers who had toiled tirelessly for the past 10 days. The intensity of their work rivaled the grueling demands of a future 996 work schedule. Everyone was likely to be in dire need of a good night's rest. "Mother, father, sister-in-law, you must still be awake. I've brought back some food," he called out loudly, noticing the lights still aglow within, though it was merely around 10 o'clock. In rural areas of this era, it was customary for everyone to be asleep by this hour, unlike in the future, where televisions, computers, and various handheld devices would keep people entertained late into the night. The current times dictated that if one found themselves without a companion, the only recourse was to lie down and succumb to slumber. His father emerged from another room, yawning as he remarked, "At this hour, who is going to eat the food you've brought back?" Hani chuckled, "It's for a late-night snack. And I also have a few matters to discuss with you all." Hearing this, his father nodded in agreement. "All right then, I'll wake your mother and the others." Soon, the entire family was gathered in the living room. Once everyone had assembled, Hani addressed them, "Father, mother, sister-in-law, I truly appreciate all your efforts over the past 10 days. Without your support, I could never have managed alone." His mother smiled and replied, "Silly child, we are family. Whatever you endeavor, your family will always lend a hand. Who else could you rely on?" Han-yi beamed with gratitude and continued, "In any case, we have persevered. Over these days, old Shi and I have earned quite a bit, and I felt it necessary to inform you. His father waved his hand dismissively. No need for that. Whatever you two have earned is yours to keep. We have settled our debts, and there is not much need for money at home. Hani insisted. Father, you ought to know. The amount we earned this time is substantial. Old Shi nodded in agreement, confirming, indeed, we are practically sleeping atop our earnings. The room is filled to the brim. Exchanging glances, Han Yi's parents realized they had been so engrossed in work that they were oblivious to how much their son had earned. After a moment of contemplation, his father whispered, is it around 1 or 2,000? In his father's view, after 10 days of labor, they must have made a fair sum. But Han Yi still had to pay the female workers in black skin and cover their meals. Even if they had earned a lot, expenses would inevitably diminish the profits. Han Yi chuckled, while old Shi added, Father, your estimate is quite low. Black skin and the others have already earned 1,000 themselves. What? His father sprang to his feet in astonishment, exclaiming, you've gone mad, giving them 1,000? In our rural community, it's commendable to offer 50 or 60 for 10 days of work. Why give so much? Han Yi quickly clarified, Father, they helped us generate substantial income. Is it not reasonable to compensate them accordingly? Offering them 1,000 indicates that our earnings must be even greater. How much? His father gasped, urgently inquiring. Is it 10,000? Perhaps you should come with us to see for yourself? Han Yi was at a loss for words, fearing that revealing the figure might overwhelm his father. Accompanied by his father, mother, sister-in-law, and second sister, Han Yi led them into his home. Upon opening the door and illuminating the room with bright light, his father inquired, why is there so much grain piled up in here? Didn't we sell all our grain? Lao Shi, Han Yi called out. Lao Shi promptly dragged down a bag, unfastened it, and revealed its contents to the astonished family. As they beheld the colorful notes within, they were left utterly speechless. Moments later, Han Yi's father gasped, clutching his chest, nearly collapsing to the floor. Han Yi quickly supported him, urging, Father, remain calm. It's merely dirt. Dirt? What kind of trickery is this? How much have you actually earned? His father's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the situation. Surely, not all these bags contain money? Well, after deducting costs and sharing with others, I have a total of 630,000. Han Yi whispered. 630,000? His father, mother, sister-in-law, and second sister collectively inhaled sharply. The staggering sum left his father feeling dizzy, while his mother trembled. Fortunately, the second sister and sister-in-law quickly steadied them. In these times, if a village were to boast even one household with 10,000, it would warrant celebrations and meetings. Yet, in merely 10 days, Han Yi had become a household worth 630,000. His father felt as though he were dreaming. The money Han Yi had earned could almost elevate every villager to the status of a 10,000-aire. What do you suggest we do with this money? Han Yi softly asked. His father fell silent. How to manage such a vast amount? The most he had ever handled was a few hundred yuan, and now it was in the hundreds of thousands. He had no idea how to proceed. After a moment, he chuckled bitterly. How to manage it? You decide. From now on, the family affairs will be yours to handle, for I am truly getting old. Previously, he had felt capable, adept at managing both farm work and household matters. He considered himself still in his prime. Yet witnessing the fruits of Han Yi's endeavors in just over 10 days made him realize his own age. How else could he explain his inability to cope with the impact of such a substantial sum of cash? Han Yi contemplated for a moment before proposing, Father, let us begin by renovating the house. It is quite aged, and some areas have started to leak. We can use red bricks and cement to build a proper structure. Then purchase some appliances and furniture. We should also send something to grandfather and grandmother to settle our previous debts, and the remainder can be deposited in the bank. His father nodded in agreement. Your thoughts are thorough. I have no objections. Excellent. Let us proceed with this plan. Now, everyone should rest. Tomorrow, Lao Shi and I will head into town to take care of business. Upon hearing Han Yi's words, the expressions of his father and the others were filled with a mix of excitement and disbelief. He had just revealed 630,000, stirring their nerves, and now, even if they wanted to sleep, how could they? They felt invigorated, as if electrified. Yet, sleep was inevitable. After Han Yi and his parents returned to their room, the second sister also prepared for bed, while only the sister-in-law, Lin Xiu Xiu, remained standing, frozen in place. Upon witnessing the situation, Han Yi discerned that his sister-in-law likely had something to discuss with him. He addressed Lao Shi, instructing him to take the fifth brother to bed. Lao Shi glanced at the sister-in-law and the third brother, remaining silent as he led the fifth brother away to sleep. It was only then that Han Yi turned to Lin Xiu Xiu, inquiring, "Sister-in-law, is there something you wish to tell me?" Chapter 41. Does he have an ailment? Sister-in-law, do you have matters at hand? Han Yi asked, filled with curiosity. Lin Xiu Xiu hesitated for a moment before responding. Yesterday, a sister who works for our family, hailing from the same brigade as my family, mentioned that my relatives would come looking for me. Han Yi paused, unable to suppress a light slap to his forehead. In his pursuit of earning money over the past few days, he had nearly forgotten about this matter. It was around this time in his previous life that relatives from his sister-in-law's family had approached, claiming that since Han Yi's elder brother had passed away, they could not allow her to remain a widow and intended to take Lin Xiu Xiu back with them. However, Lin Xiu Xiu was acutely aware that returning would only lead her to be sold to another family. Thus, she had fled to the mountains under the cover of night, resulting in a broken leg. Eventually, her family, witnessing her injury and knowing her fierce spirit, refrained from pursuing her further, allowing her to live her life in the Han household. Sister-in-law, are you concerned that your family will come to fetch you? Han Yi asked. Lin Xiu Xiu did not conceal her feelings, nodding in affirmation. I suspect it is indeed for this reason, and I am uncertain how to respond when the time comes. Han Yi chuckled. What is there to ponder? Do not fret over this matter. You have me here, and I will ensure they do not take you back. Hearing Han Yi's words, Lin Xiu Xiu smiled and nodded. All right, I trust you. She then added, it is getting late. We should rest. Han Yi nodded in agreement, watching Lin Xiu Xiu return to her room before making his way back to his own. The following morning, Han Yi rose early, with a multitude of tasks awaiting him. His first destination was the enamel factory, where he still owed the final payment for the goods received. Additionally, with newfound wealth, it was time to enhance their living conditions, as well as to procure the bicycle he had promised the fifth brother. In short, a thorough shopping expedition was in order. As he got up, he found his mother and sister-in-law busy in the kitchen preparing breakfast, a delightful spread of chive and egg pancakes accompanied by a bowl of white porridge and pickled peppers that offered a tantalizing blend of spiciness and saltiness. Utterly appetizing. Please, begin eating. You'll need to head into town later, so do not wait for us, his mother urged, serving the two brothers. Han Yi nodded, asking, Mother, is there anything you need us to bring back from the city? His mother pondered briefly before shaking her head. There is truly nothing we require. Oh, wait, could you pick up some thread and needles? The bedding needs to be recovered. Han Yi nodded in understanding and then playfully pulled up the fifth brother, who was brushing his teeth on the floor. The fifth brother spat out the foam and grumbled, Third brother, you're annoying. Why are you bothering me? Han Yi laughed. Oh, you say I'm annoying? Then I shall not buy that bicycle after all. Upon hearing the mention of the bicycle, the fifth brother's eyes sparkled with excitement as he turned and clung to Han Yi's leg, exclaiming, Good third brother. You're not annoying, you're my favorite. Han Yi chuckled. Today, as I head into town, I shall buy the bicycle. Which brand do you prefer? Speak up. After some contemplation, Lao Wu inquired. What about a flying pigeon? I've heard it is quite attractive. All right, then let's go with the flying pigeon, responded Han Yi with a nod. Lao Wu had to walk several miles to school each day, enduring considerable hardship on foot. Now that the family's circumstances had improved, it was only fitting to procure a bicycle for him, which would alleviate much of his burden. Once they had finished their meal, Han Yi took Lao Shi into the city. Upon their arrival, he suggested that Lao Shi stroll through the mall while he himself settled the final payment at the enamel factory. At the enamel factory, Lu Weidong greeted Han Yi with a broad smile, his teeth gleaming as he rubbed his hands together. Brother, you're here? Han Yi chuckled in response. Director Lu, your smile is a bit intimidating, as if you're plotting to sell me off. Lu Weidong rolled his eyes in jest. Cut the nonsense. I'm well known as a law-abiding citizen. With a smile, Han Yi produced a bag and placed it on the table. Well then, esteemed elder brother, let us reconcile our final account. Lu Weidong responded. Why would we need to double-check? Do you think I don't trust you? Han Yi teased. If you don't verify, I might just leave. Lu Weidong sighed. If you stop doing business, it'll be difficult for us to meet again. Here, take this before you go. I can't let you leave empty-handed. He retrieved a stack of tickets from his drawer, grinning. I know you can find these in the market, but having them ready is much more convenient. Isn't it? Han Yi, puzzled, accepted the tickets and froze upon inspecting them. Lu Weidong had handed him bicycle tickets, a television ticket, and some fabric tickets, all items he needed. Hey, elder brother, you truly are astute. Han Yi exclaimed, I was just planning to buy these for my family. With these tickets, my task has become much simpler. Lu Weidong, smiling, replied, It's not that I'm particularly clever. We've grown familiar over these days. You've earned a good amount, and I figured you'd want to acquire some essentials for your family, so I prepared these for you. Han Yi expressed his gratitude. You are indeed a loyal brother. Here, take this. He pulled out 19 yuan and 80 cents from his pocket, placing it on the table. Lu Weidong, taken aback, asked, What is the meaning of this, brother? Han Yi laughed. Nothing much, I'm leaving now. Just settle the account. You'll understand afterward. Without waiting for Lu Weidong to insist he stay, he waved goodbye and departed. After Han Yi left, Lu Weidong was left in a state of confusion, hastily summoning the accountant to reconcile the accounts. Once completed, the accountant looked bewildered and remarked, Director Lu, this doesn't add up. A sudden realization struck Lu Weidong, and he quickly suggested, include the money on the table. The accountant gathered the cash and nodded in agreement. Now it matches. Lu Weidong was left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the situation, and he gestured dismissively. Fine, let us record it then. As the accountant exited the office with the money, Lu Weidong remained perplexed, muttering, Is he out of his mind? Lu Weidong was utterly perplexed, despite Han Yi's accounts remaining impeccable throughout these days. Why did he choose to orchestrate such a scene on the final day? Moreover, the amount at stake was hardly substantial. It was indeed a curious affair. Han Yi, on the other hand, felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He had initially contemplated deducting 19 yuan and 80 cents from Lu Weidong, who had failed to account for his wages in a previous life. However, considering the value of the ticket, he decided to let it slide. Upon arriving at the shopping mall, Han Yi noticed Lao Shi standing idly at the entrance. With a hint of confusion, he inquired, Aren't you going inside? Why are you loitering out here? Lao Shi, feeling somewhat wronged, replied, I see everyone looking so neat and tidy. I fear I might be thrown out if I enter. It is no wonder Lao Shi felt a sense of inferiority. His attire consisted of his old clothes, patched over and over, presenting a rather unkempt appearance. He possessed but one treasured white shirt, which regrettably was being washed that day. What are you worried about? We have money in our pockets. If anyone dares to kick you out, just throw money at them. Han Yi chuckled, ruffling Lao Shi's hair as he pulled him into the mall. Fortunately, Lao Shi had not ventured in alone. In this day and age, the sales clerks in malls exhibit little regard for whether one hails from the countryside or the city. To them, everyone is but a mere child. If they are in good spirits, they might offer a kind word. If not, they could just as easily shoo you away. Had Lao Shi entered without intent to make a purchase, he might have encountered a clerk in a foul mood, who could have left him with lasting psychological scars. Han Yi first led Lao Shi to the clothing section, initially intending to buy some fabric for the women at home to sew. Each of them possessed remarkable skills, particularly his sister-in-law Lin Xiu Xiu, whose craftsmanship could be deemed professional. In a previous life, she had sewn numerous garments for the family, often surpassing the quality of store-bought items. However, given Lao Shi's current situation, a new outfit could uplift his spirits. Ultimately, Han Yi selected a shirt and a pair of cotton pants for him, spending a total of 9 yuan, considerably more than the roadside stalls. Could we have a bag, please? The new clothes don't need wrapping, just pack the old ones. Han Yi said with a smile to the sales clerk. While he initially intended to discard the old clothes, the thought of facing his parents' disapproval upon returning home compelled him to retain them. Once clad in new attire, Lao Shi immediately appeared more dignified. As the saying goes, a person is defined by their clothes, and suitable garments naturally enhance one's appearance. However, the shoes he wore were somewhat mismatched, prompting Han Yi to spend 12 yuan on a pair of warlord sneakers for Lao Shi, completing his transformation from head to toe. With the clothing purchased, the two then proceeded to the fabric section. Lu Weidong had provided an ample supply of fabric coupons. It remained unclear whether he had used his own or withheld some from the workers at the enamel factory. Nonetheless, the factory's wages were certain to be disbursed soon, possibly accompanied by bonuses. Even if Lu Weidong had skimmed some fabric coupons, it was unlikely anyone would raise an objection. After selecting various fabric swatches, they also bought some needles and thread, thereby fulfilling the requirements laid out by Han Yi's mother. The two brothers then ascended to the second floor, where they found the bicycle section. The prices of bicycles remained exorbitantly high. A Fij brand bicycle cost 268 yuan. Han Yi, possessing 2 bicycle coupons, naturally utilized them all. After securing the flying pigeon bicycle that Lao Wu desired, He subsequently requested a permanent bicycle, specifically one with a large frame that could accommodate both an adult and a child, requiring the rider to have the skill to maneuver it adeptly. However, should one fall, the consequences would undoubtedly be dire. The permanent bicycle, being slightly more affordable at 212 yuan, resulted in a total expenditure of 510 yuan for both bicycles, eliciting astonished glances from the bicycle vendors. In those times, marriage was marked by the 3 turns and 1 ring, which referred to a sewing machine, a bicycle, and a wristwatch, while 1 ring denoted a radio. By the 1990s, this evolved into the 3 major items of a color television, refrigerator, and washing machine. The significance of a bicycle within this context is evident. In Han Yi's neighborhood, aside from the secretary's household, no one else owned a bicycle. Having merely seen one from afar, you have an excellent eye. Both of these bicycles are new models, especially this flying pigeon, which is stylish and suitable for both children and women. We have the only one in Huaido. The salesperson, noticing Han Yi's generous demeanor, became considerably more accommodating, enthusiastically extolling the virtues of the bicycles. Han Yi smiled and replied, "It seems I am fortunate. By the way, could you direct me to where I can purchase a television?" The salesperson pointed toward the 3rd floor, saying, "Go upstairs and head east. You'll spot it easily." "Are you preparing for marriage?" Han Yi shook his head and said, "No, I am merely adding some items for my household." Without waiting for the salesperson to respond, he ascended to the 3rd floor with Lao Shi. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Han Yi indeed found the television section as the salesperson had indicated. By the 1980s, color televisions had made their debut in the country, yet most people still opted for black and white models due to the higher cost of color sets. Han Yi contemplated that since he was buying, he might as well invest in a good model to avoid the hassle and expense of future upgrades. "Could you tell me what models of color televisions you have and their prices?" Han Yi inquired. The salesperson promptly responded, "We have both imported and domestic models. Currently, we only have the Beijing brand for domestic, while the imports include reputable brands such as Hitachi and Sharp. Sizes typically range from 12 to 14 inches. Han Yi pondered for a moment, realizing that a 12 or 14-inch television seemed small, especially considering that decades later, children would be purchasing 17-inch laptops. Frowning, he asked, "Do you have anything larger?" The salesperson smiled and replied, "In that case, you will need to choose an imported model. We have a 29-inch Hitachi color television, which should meet both your brand and size requirements." Han Yi's interest was piqued. A 29-inch model seemed just right. "Then I will take that one," he declared. The salesperson hesitated briefly before adopting a professional smile, saying, "Comrade, this television is quite expensive, priced at 900 yuan. Would you like to reconsider?" Han Yi chuckled. Having recently found himself in a position where he feared he might run out of places to spend his money. "Perfect, I'll take it," he replied. After paying and receiving the receipt, the salesperson finally believed that this modestly dressed young man could indeed afford such a substantial color television. Indeed, in the mid-1980s, a 29-inch color television was considered a significant luxury, a prized possession that would undoubtedly attract the attention of the entire village once brought home. In the impoverished village where Han Yi resides, the mere notion of bringing back a 20-inch color television would capture the attention of the entire community. Even a simple radio would garner considerable interest. With color televisions and bicycles already acquired, Han Yi pondered what else was necessary. Given the sweltering weather, he decided to procure 3 electric fans, ensuring that his elder sister-in-law and the others could enjoy restful nights. The cost of the 3 fans was not insignificant, each priced at 130 yuan. These were floor-standing fans, all of the Hahua brand, appearing robust and substantial, unlike the flimsy models that would emerge decades later. Han Yi reminisced about his previous life when he had purchased a fan in 1989, a Rongshita model that had served him well for over 30 years. The motor and blades remained functional until he accidentally damaged the outer casing and had to replace it. After completing his purchases, Han Yi felt a pang of anxiety. While he had indeed bought the items, transporting them home posed a challenge. Riding a bicycle with a television was feasible, but managing 3 fans was another matter entirely. At this moment of distress, Lao Shi suddenly exclaimed, "Third brother, look, it's Black Skin." Black Skin, whose real name was Zhao Yoji, had a nickname that perfectly suited his appearance. He was indeed very dark, a deep ebony hue. In Han Yi's previous life, he even speculated that Black Skin might be of mixed heritage, given his striking resemblance to individuals from Africa. However, as time passed, Black skin aged and ceased working in the fields, gradually regaining a more typical skin tone, which alleviated Han Yi's concerns. He simply tanned easily. Ah, Ego Lao Shi. What brings you here? Black skin approached with a smile. Han Yi replied, we are purchasing some items. We've made a bit of money recently, and I believe in spending it wisely rather than letting it go to waste. Wouldn't you agree? Black skin grinned and nodded in agreement. And you? What brings you to the city? Han Yi inquired. Black skin raised a small bag in his hand and replied, it's medicine for my parents. We were out of money before, and they suffered greatly. Now that we have some funds, I need to replenish their supplies. Han Yi paused, momentarily forgetting this aspect. Black skin's parents both suffered from lung ailments. In the past, when the production team was quarrying stones, both parents had worked hard to earn their labor points, but they lacked any form of occupational safety, leading to serious injuries from stone dust. Black skin was not well versed in medical matters. After visiting the hospital, he was told it was a lung disease requiring constant medication, though the results were not promising. Essentially, it was pneumoconiosis. This ailment is notoriously difficult to treat, with the only potential cure being a lung transplant, an endeavor with low success rates, particularly in this era. Even if a transplant were successful, the patient's lifespan would likely be compromised. Thus, in this time, the best approach was to manage the condition with medication, while also ensuring warmth and protection from cold. Black skin, perpetually tanned and weathered from working the family land alone, bore the brunt of responsibility for his family. With 3 siblings, he being the eldest, followed by a brother and a sister, much fell upon his shoulders. He was known for his tenacity and willingness to seize any opportunity to earn money, no matter how challenging the task. Is this medication effective? He inquired. I recall there are several medications that yield satisfactory effects. I will inquire further for you. Han Yi remarked. A look of joy spread across Hei Pai's face as he replied, thank you so much, Igu. You are truly kind. Han Yi chuckled helplessly. Considering Hei Pai's circumstances, it was evident that earning an honest living was barely sufficient to meet his needs. It was also a testament to his dedication in raising his younger siblings and providing for his parents in their final days. You have quite a burden to bear. Allow me to assist you, Hei Pai declared, shouldering 2 electric fans as he made his way back. With Hei Pai sharing the load, it became much easier for Lao Shi. Their vehicle carried an electric fan along with some leftover fabric. Although they could not ride, pushing the cart was far less strenuous. Han Yi suggested, Hei Pai, let us alternate. You push the cart while I carry the fans. Hei Pai waved his hand. No need for that. Ego. You know I possess little more than sheer strength. Hee. Should you have any future opportunities to earn, do seek me out. I will heed your every word. Very well. I shall prioritize you for future tasks, Han Yi replied with a smile. The trio continued their conversation, and the journey seemed to pass swiftly. As they neared home, Han Yi suddenly recalled a matter and turned to Hei Pai. By the way, Hei Pai, I do have a favor to ask of you. Hei Pai nodded. Speak freely. Ego. It concerns my elder brother. He has been gone for some time now, and my sister-in-law's family wishes to come and take her back, Han Yi explained. Upon hearing this, Hei Pai's eyes widened in disbelief, and with a swift motion, he dropped the fan onto the ground, exclaiming, nonsense. How can one conduct affairs in such a manner? What the hell? Lao Shi, feeling the loss, rushed to steady the fan. Han Yi, bemused yet exasperated, responded, why the rush? I am merely expressing my discontent on your behalf. Hei Pai shot back. Have you ever heard of a bride being taken back after marriage? Is that not absurd? Are they attempting to belittle the men of Lin Xiu Xiu? Han Yi chuckled, and would I allow them to do so? He then pulled Hei Pai aside and whispered a plan. Moments later, a spark of realization lit up Hei Pai's face. This approach is clever. If we phrase it this way, her family will have no grounds to argue. Indeed, Han Yi replied with a grin. However, I will need your assistance and that of a few brothers. Let this remain confidential, or it may complicate matters for me. Hei Pai assured him, rest easy, Go. I will handle this with utmost care. If anyone dares to resist, I shall twist their neck. Han Yi clapped Hei Pai on the back, laughing, I trust your capabilities. The trio delivered their goods to Han Yi's home, and as Hei Pai wiped the sweat from his brow, Erji quickly stopped him, presenting a bottle of beer. A gift from Yang Hu. Previously, while they worked together, Yang Hu had given Han Yi several cases of beer, which were stowed away in a water barrel. Effectively a makeshift refrigerator. Drink up. Lao San, Lao Shi, are you two lacking common sense? How can one treat another this way? He is drenched in sweat. Erji chided. her concern for Hei Pai evident. Despite the admonishment, Hei Pai remained cheerful, responding, "Urgi, do not scold them. I wouldn't let them carry anything. Their frames are so slight that it would be more strenuous for them than for me." Han Yi and Lao Shi exchanged glances, realizing that compared to Hype, they truly appeared rather juvenile. This fellow was notoriously known as the Black Iron Tower in ancient times. He would surely have been able to earn a position as a general. Drinking the beer drawn from the well after a strenuous workout was an utterly refreshing experience. The three of them each took a bottle, and upon finishing, they all sighed in contentment. Hype, patting the back of his head where the cold had numbed him, finally said to Han Yi, "Brother Yi, I shall take my leave now. I will remember the task and ensure it is completed well." "Good, you can rest assured." Han Yi nodded and escorted Hype out of the courtyard. At that moment, Dasa returned from washing clothes outside and greeted Hype. "Oh, Hype has come. Won't you sit for a while?" Hype glanced at Dasa and replied earnestly, "Sister-in-law, you need not worry. You are my brother Yi's. And should anyone dare to take you from him, I will deal with them." Lin Xiu Xiu was taken aback, her face flushing crimson, wondering what her younger brother-in-law was saying out in the open. Han Yi, irritated, kicked Hype playfully on the backside and exclaimed, "Get lost, stop talking nonsense, or I shall give you a good smack." Hype scratched his head, perplexed by his own words, shrugged, and departed. Chapter 44, A Final Farewell. Upon Dasa's return, Han Yi began to show off. He instructed Lao Shi to fetch their parents from the fields, declaring that an important matter was afoot at home, and the farm work could wait. Despite having amassed a considerable sum of money, making the farm work unnecessary, their parents, proud farmers, insisted on maintaining their humble roots and refused to abandon their duties in the fields. Han Yi thought to himself that he would gradually help them adapt in the future. Their parents hurried back from the fields and were astonished to see 2 bicycles upon entering the house. "Whose bicycles are these? How did you bring them home?" they exclaimed. However, realizing the situation, they quickly added with a hint of annoyance, "You two are just flaunting now that you have some money, aren't you? Buying one would suffice. Why bring back 2? Han Yi, reveling in their surprise, replied, "Father, your statement lacks precision." "How so?" Though he scolded his sons for their extravagance, he couldn't hide his own intrigue as he approached the bicycles and grasped the handlebars, eager to try them out. With a grin, Han Yi declared, "I don't just have a little money. I am quite wealthy now." "You seem to have a knack for inviting trouble," his father retorted, warning, "You mustn't speak so openly. I have seen what happens when one flaunts wealth. It can be quite terrifying. Be cautious that the tides do not turn and you find yourself treated like a landlord." Han Yi chuckled lightly, shifting the conversation. "These 2 bicycles, one is for 5th brother as promised, and one is for the household." No sooner had he finished speaking than 5th brother entered, his backpack slung over one shoulder, appearing utterly drained of energy. Upon spotting the coveted Fei Ge bicycle, he nearly jumped with joy. "The Fei Ge bicycle!" 5th brother exclaimed, rushing over to embrace the bike, cherishing it with tender strokes. Han Yi was taken aback, realizing that he could discern a certain mischievousness in the little boy's demeanor. "I keep my promises, don't I? Are you happy?" Han Yi ruffled 5th brother's hair. Old 5 nodded repeatedly, a broad smile on his face as he exclaimed, "Thank you. 3rd brother, you are truly wonderful." "Humph, only now do you realize how good your 3rd brother is," Han Yi replied with a hint of annoyance, then added, "Come inside. I have something special for you." The family followed Han Yi into the house, where they beheld 3 electric fans lined up neatly. The expressions of the parents reflected a shared astonishment, while Old 5 leaped in delight. Finally, he would be able to sleep soundly at night. Old 5, the most elated among them, had school the following morning. With the heat rising and mosquitoes buzzing, he often found himself sleepless. Now, with the fans gently blowing, the environment would surely improve significantly. 3 fans. "Have you come into money?" the father remarked, aware he couldn't rein in his son. "If you had enough, you might as well buy tanks and cannons," he jested. Han Yi chuckled, "They're for home use." The father hesitated before suggesting, "Well then, let us allocate 1 fan for each of our 3 rooms." Han Yi nodded in agreement. "Very well, you 2 can keep yours, and your mother and I will manage without one. Just take one to your grandparents." Han Yi was momentarily taken aback and quickly replied, "Father, oh, how could I forget to mention this? I bought one for Grandma and Grandpa as well. The store didn't have enough stock for now, but we can pick it up tomorrow." The father gave Han Yi a knowing glance, causing him to blush, yet the father chose not to comment further, saying, "Then take it to your grandparents." It won't hurt your mother and me to go without a fan for a night, but your grandparents are older. How much longer can they enjoy such comforts? I can make a quick trip to the city. With a bicycle, I can return in an hour, Old West interjected. Having caught on to the plan, Hani pondered briefly and replied, no need. Mother will sleep with sister-in-law tonight, and father can stay with us. That way, everyone will have a fan. I'll go to the city tomorrow to fetch the other fan. That works. The father nodded slightly, then turned to Han. What are you all standing around for? Take the fan to your grandparents. You lot have been careless. If it weren't for them looking after you over the years, you would have starved. Han chuckled. There's still more to unveil. Once I'm finished, we'll go. Upon hearing this, the mother exclaimed in surprise. There's more? My child, what else have you brought back? Look over there. Han gestured toward a large cardboard box on the table, covered with a blanket. Old West rushed over and lifted the blanket. The parents stood frozen at the sight of the box's design, while Old Five's eyes widened in astonishment. If I'm not mistaken, this must be the legendary television. It's a big color TV. Old West declared proudly, a 20-inch color TV. Not to mention our team. Even if you searched all of Huaidong, you might struggle to find a few. Goodness, you spendthrift, the father thought, feeling utterly powerless against Han. After all, the money he earned was his own, and as a father, he felt no shame in saying so. Ultimately, compared to his son's earnings, his own was a mere pittance. What was there to say? Han connected the television to the power supply and adjusted the antenna. Although there weren't many channels available, the central channel was guaranteed to come through. As the television turned on, a vivid array of colors instantly filled the screen. A 20-inch television was quite a significant size for that era. Do not speak of being stunned by our parents, elder sister, second sister, the fifth, and the youngest sibling. Each one of them fixated on the television screen, their eyes nearly unable to wander. Hani chuckled and remarked, look, this contraption will have no channels by nightfall. The time available for viewing is limited. Lao Shi, come, take the electric fan to our grandparents. Upon hearing this, Lao Shi stood as if frozen, not moving a muscle. Infuriating Han, who tugged at his ear to lead him away. Third brother, please let me watch a bit more television, Lao Shi pleaded. Reluctant to leave the captivating images on the screen, turning his head back to glance at the television as they walked. All right, it's not far. You'll be back shortly. And there will be more opportunities to watch, Han said with exasperation. The two brothers carried the electric fan to their grandparents' home, and Han instructed Lao Shi, you wait here for a moment. When I call you, just bring the fan inside. Let us surprise our grandparents. All right, I will follow your lead. Third brother, Lao Shi nodded eagerly. Han pushed the door open and called out loudly, Grandma, are you home? Oh, Littley has come. Come in. Come in. Grandma emerged from the room, her face beaming with joy upon seeing Han, who quickly approached her. Grandma, he greeted. Yesterday, we had guests at home, and I steamed a basket of white buns. I saved 3 for you. Come, let me pack them for you, she whispered. Hearing this, Han nearly shed tears. He felt a pang of guilt for his actions that day, realizing how much his father had done for him. Grandma, I am not here for the buns. I brought something for you. Where's Grandpa? Hurry and call him out, Han urged. Old man, Little has come to bring us something. Grandma shouted. Grandpa emerged from the inner room, puzzled. What has he brought? Han quickly called out, Lao Shi, come in. Lao Shi hurriedly entered, clutching the electric fan. Grandpa, with diminishing eyesight, squinted at the object in Lao Shi's arms, confused. Oh, what is that? Why is Lao Shi carrying a large clock? He exclaimed, then added in irritation. Are you two children foolish? Bringing me a clock. What do you mean by a clock? You are speaking nonsense. Grandma retorted, glaring at Grandpa and playfully smacking him. Grandpa, still perplexed, queried, then what is Lao Shi holding? It doesn't seem like anything substantial. Grandpa? This is an electric fan. Han explained as he assisted Lao Shi in bringing the fan into the room. Once plugged in, he switched it on to the highest setting. A refreshing breeze filled the room, leaving both grandparents astonished. Grandpa remarked, I have seen ceiling fans, but I have never encountered one like this that sits on the floor. Grandma laughed. This is much better, with a ceiling fan swaying above. I fear one day it might fall and injure someone. Han and Lao Shi chuckled. Grandma's imagination was indeed remarkable. Han continued, Grandpa, Grandma, this is for you. With this, you need not worry about the heat in the summer. No more sleepless nights due to the heat. You bought this for us? Grandpa was taken aback and quickly asked, how much did this cost you? Not much. Just a little over 100 yuan. Lao Shi boasted before Han Yi gently kicked him, signaling him to be quiet. Upon hearing the mention of 100 or so yuan, grandfather quickly waved his hand and exclaimed, "Have you lost your mind? Spending such a sum on this contraption? I do just fine with my fan. With this money, why not pay off your debts instead?" Han Yi gently embraced his grandparents and patiently replied, "Grandfather, grandmother, rest assured, all our external debts have been settled, and we have even made a considerable profit. I do not hesitate to confide in you that we have purchased 3 fans from Shitai." "Shitai? Isn't that quite expensive?" Grandmother gasped. "Grandson, what kind of business have you engaged in to earn so much?" "By trading with others," Han Yi smiled. "When famine struck our home and debts piled up, I had no choice but to venture into business with friends for a quicker return. Indeed, fortune smiled upon us. Business has been thriving, and we have earned quite a bit. All debts are now cleared, and we still have some savings left. So, dear grandparents, you need not worry. We will ensure that your monthly allowance is always sufficient and never lacking." Grandfather furrowed his brow and remarked, "What do you mean by lacking? Your grandmother and I are old and have small appetites. How much can we consume? If you children can lead a good life, that is more than enough." Han Yi chuckled. "Grandfather, worry not. We are living splendidly now. Have you not noticed how both I and Lao Shi have gained weight? We have been feasting on meat these past few days." As he spoke, Han Yi pulled out a stack of money from his pocket and placed it into grandfather's hand, saying, "Grandfather, keep this. From now on, the money for your allowance can be deducted from here, saving us the trouble of tallying each month. It can be quite cumbersome." Grandfather, feeling the weight of the money, exclaimed in astonishment, "How much is this?" 200, Han Yi replied with a grin. "It's all from our united efforts. Make sure to find a safe place to hide it, so no rodents can snatch it away." Without waiting for grandfather to respond, he grabbed Lao Shi's hand and said, "Grandfather, grandmother, we must take our leave now. There are matters to attend to at home. We will visit again in a couple of days." With that, the 2 brothers hurried off, leaving the elderly couple exchanging glances. What kind of business had these children embarked upon? Surely, they had not become bandits or bullies. Upon returning home, they were met with a startling scene at their doorstep. A large gathering of people had assembled, including the village head. "What is going on here?" Han Yi inquired, astonished. The crowd, seemingly oblivious to his presence, continued their chatter until the village head spoke up. "Han Lao-san, quite impressive. This large color television. One wouldn't find many in our village, let alone in the city. Have you truly struck it rich?" Han Yi chuckled, "Secretary, we have indeed earned some money, but this television was not expensive. It's a defective piece, so I did not spend much." The village head, aware of Han Yi's modesty, chose not to press further and nodded. "That's good to hear, but do remember to foster unity." "Foster unity?" Han Yi was momentarily taken aback by the secretary's words. The village head chuckled. "Do not hoard all the benefits for yourselves. If the villagers wish to watch, just let them in without driving them away." Han Yi hesitated but ultimately nodded in agreement. There was no denying that there were few televisions in the countryside, let alone a color model. Everyone was eager to see it. If he refused, it would not be long before stones would be thrown at his windows by disgruntled neighbors. Life in the Han household would become intolerable, drowning in the tide of gossip and disdain. In this day and age, it is quite different from living in an apartment decades ago, where one might reside for years without knowing whether the neighbor is male or female. Nowadays, the emphasis is on personal connections. If Han Yi were to refuse, regardless of what others might say, he would certainly face reprimand from his father upon returning home. Therefore, Han Yi chose not to create any discomfort, as they were all merely gathering to watch, and the number of people did not significantly affect the electricity consumption. Aside from a bit of noise, it was hardly an inconvenience. Contemplating this, Han Yi found himself smiling, amused by the sight of a large group congregated to watch television, chatting animatedly while doing so, reminiscent of the modern phenomenon of watching videos with commentaries. "Everyone, no need to stand. Come on. Let us get some stools and sit down to enjoy the show." Han Yi, ever the practical thinker, resolved that since they were all going to watch, they might as well do it comfortably, to avoid any whispers about the Han family being inhospitable. He retrieved several stools, each roughly 2 meters in length, capable of accommodating multiple individuals. As the stools were arranged, his sister-in-law and elder sister helped to move the television from the inner room to the courtyard, creating an atmosphere akin to a movie screening. The evening was not yet over. Their mother prepared hot water to serve those in need, showcasing her eagerness to host. The guests were not inconsiderate either. Some brought sunflower seeds to share among the group. As they all sat together, watching and conversing, it truly felt lively, exuding a sense of warmth and community. Fortunately, the broadcast from the television station was not lengthy, and by late evening, the screen would turn to static. With a decisive clap of his hands, their father stood up and declared, "That's enough for tonight. We've seen everything. Come back again tomorrow." Everyone, though reluctant to leave, complied, while Han sighed with relief. Although he did not have to entertain them, the mere presence of so many individuals was rather overwhelming for someone prone to social anxiety. Ego. At that moment, a voice emerged from the shadows beside him. Han nearly jumped out of his skin. Turning around, he first saw a mass of darkness, then a row of gleaming white teeth, gradually illuminating to reveal the figure of Hei Pai standing there. "So you've developed some kind of supernatural ability, have you?" Han retorted, somewhat irked, as he realized that this boy had been quietly watching the television in the corner without him noticing. Truly uncanny. "I haven't been here long. Just thought I'd let you know that I've greeted everyone. When will we need to use that?" Hei Pai inquired. Han shook his head, replying, "I don't know. It's better to be prepared." He vaguely recalled that in the coming days, the in-laws of his sister-in-law would be arriving, and it would be essential to engage them properly. Chapter 46. Mother-in-law. Han was not mistaken, for early the next morning, as he rose to brush his teeth, he was startled to see his sister-in-law, Lin Xiu Xiu, rushing in from outside in a flurry, clutching a spittoon, presumably having just emptied it. "Sister-in-law, what's the matter?" Han asked. Upon spotting Han, Lin Xiu Xiu hurried over, exclaiming, "They've arrived. My family is here. So soon?" Han found himself momentarily dazed, noticing Lin Xiu Xiu stuffing the spittoon into her arms. "You take this, don't let them see me. I'm going to hide in the mountains," she said, panicking. Han grasped Lin Xiu Xiu firmly and reassured her, "Sister-in-law, what are you hiding from? Trust me, while I'm here, no one can take you away, not even Jesus." "Who is Jesus?" Lin Xiu Xiu asked, bewildered. "That is not important." Han set down the spittoon and said, "Please summon Urgi and inform our parents about the situation. I will take full responsibility for today's matter. Just cooperate with me as I dictate, and I assure you, everything will be fine." Lin Xiu Xiu, sensing Han Yi's grave demeanor, felt an inexplicable sense of security in her heart and nodded. "All right, I will go find our parents." As Lin Xiu Xiu went to fetch her sister, Han casually glanced at the doorway, took the stool used by the villagers for watching television the previous day, and sat leisurely at the entrance, basking in the sun. Before long, 5 or 6 individuals approached, with the leader being Lin Xiu Xiu's mother, Yu Xiuqin, followed by several male relatives from the Lin family. Upon reaching the entrance and seeing Han blocking the way, they were momentarily taken aback. Yu Xiuqin spoke up, "Oh, isn't this the third son-in-law? What brings you here?" Han smiled broadly, rising to his feet, and replied, "This morning, I heard the magpies singing, and I knew guests were on their way. Indeed, it seems I was correct in my anticipation." Yu Xiuqin laughed heartily, then said, "Alas, your brother has passed, and your family did not inform us. We only learned of it late and have just now arrived." Han waved his hand dismissively. "It was not that we did not inform you. It simply seemed unnecessary. Besides, you live far away, making the journey inconvenient." This left Yu Xiuqin and the others perplexed. Typically, one would expect the mother-in-law to visit upon the death of her son-in-law, and Yu Xiuqin had initially refrained from coming, fearing the obligation of bringing gifts. Today, she intended to take Lin Xiu Xiu back with her, but was surprised by Han Yi's tactful words. "Well, it's mainly due to the distance and the lack of news," Yu Xiuqin hastily replied. At that moment, their parents, Urgi, and the eldest sister-in-law stepped out from the house. Upon seeing Lin Xiu Xiu, Yu Xiuqin rushed forward, grasped her hand, and lamented, "Oh, my poor daughter. How can you be so unfortunate, marrying only to become a widow?" Han chuckled, shaking his head, "You're being overly dramatic." The expressions on the faces of his parents soured, for it is unheard of for a son-in-law to pass away while the in-laws remain indifferent. It was clear they did not regard the Han family as their own. Lin Xiu Xiu dreaded this elderly woman, and once her arm was seized, she felt as if she were a cat caught by the scruff of her neck, immediately becoming immobile. Han approached with a smile, saying, "What is all this lamentation? How can you declare her a widow when I am still alive? Mother-in-law, does this mean I am not considered a person?" Yu Xiuqin turned her head, astonished by Han E's words. He continued cheerfully, I am still here. How could Xiu Xiu be a widow? Even if you are my mother-in-law. Such baseless claims would surely upset me. Yu Xiu was left bewildered, stammering, wasn't he Xiu Xiu brought here to bring good fortune to your elder brother? Not only was Yu Xiu confused, but so were the others, except for Han Yi's father, whose eyes lit up with realization, thinking to himself. The third son is quite clever. Yes, let us adamantly deny the truth and claim she is here for the third son. Let us see what the Lin family has to say. Han Yi also feigned surprise and quickly added, "Oh dear, that was a mistake. Mother-in-law, you seem to be mistaken. When my father approached you, he stated quite clearly that it was to bring good fortune to my elder brother." Yu Xiu nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed. You mentioned it was to bring good fortune to your brother." Han Yi replied, "Exactly. My marriage is meant to bring good fortune to my brother. Is that not a perfectly reasonable thing? Given my brother's health condition at the time, how could you expect him to marry when his body could not support it?" Han Yi's reasoning was sound, leaving Yu Xiu momentarily at a loss. When the old Han family came to discuss matters, it coincided with the announcement of the second son's wedding, so she was preoccupied with the dowry they could provide, neglecting to clarify the details. The men accompanying Yu Xiu were equally bewildered. They had come prepared for a forceful abduction. If the Han family refused to let them take the girl, they were ready to resort to more aggressive means. Even if the authorities intervened, they believed they could justify their actions, as they simply did not want their daughter to live in widowhood. However, they did not anticipate this unexpected turn of events. It was for the marriage of the third son, and to bring good fortune to the eldest, under such circumstances, with the third son in good health. How could they possibly take him away? You did not clarify this at the time, did you? This cannot be counted. Yu Xiu exclaimed. Han Yi chuckled. Your words are quite amusing. How could we clarify such a matter? Surely, you cannot expect to marry your daughter to a man on the brink of death. This matter should be self-evident. Is it necessary to spell it out in detail? Mother-in-law, what is your intention today? To curse me with death and say that my wife belongs to another? That seems rather excessive, does it not? Yu Xiu felt her mind racing. She had come here with a plan, but this sudden change had thrown her off balance. A man beside her whispered, if Xiu Xiu truly marries him, we cannot take her by force. Otherwise, we risk severe consequences. Yet Yu Xiu was not ready to concede, and after a moment's thought, she continued, Ahem. The initial willingness to marry Xiu Xiu to your family was based on the belief that she would live a good life with you. However, seeing your dilapidated house now, is this truly a place for someone to live? Han Yi admitted, yes, it is worn down and in need of repair. I was preoccupied with setting up the electrical appliances and furniture yesterday, neglecting this aspect. You are right, mother-in-law. I will immediately arrange for repairs. Yu Xiu was taken aback and retorted, what are you boasting about? You have electrical appliances? A flashlight does not count. Han Yi laughed, mother-in-law, I assure you. I am being completely honest. When I say electrical appliances, I mean it. Look over there. As Han Yi pointed, Yu Xiu saw an electric fan, her eyes widening with disbelief. After a moment, she remarked, it is merely an electric fan. Nothing remarkable about that. Then look at that wall corner. Han Yi pointed again. The group turned to see a bicycle lying quietly. In these times, what man wouldn't he desire a decent bicycle? Priced at 200 to 300. It was indeed a considerable expense for many. Can a bicycle even be considered an electrical appliance? Yu Xiu insisted. Now look at the main room. Han Yi directed her attention. Yu Xiu hurried over and was instantly awestruck, murmuring, what a large television. Chapter 47. The secret of the elder sister-in-law. Han Yi grasped Lin Xiu Xiu's hand, and in the presence of his mother, Lin Xiu Xiu dared not pull away. Standing beside Han Yi like a frightened little rabbit, silent. Han Yi, with a beaming smile, remarked, the house repairs are a recent affair. You arrived before I even had the chance to attend to them, didn't you? Yu Xiu was left speechless, astonished by the scene before her. The several nephews and nieces she brought along gazed on with envy. The mere thought of possessing a bicycle, an electric fan, or a television set made them feel exceptional in the village. Mother-in-law, you didn't come today just to curse me, did you? Han Yi's expression turned serious as he feigned innocence, his voice rising in anger. If that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. Yu Xiu quickly interjected, No, that cannot be. I simply misunderstood. I remember when your family came to propose, it was said that she would marry the eldest, wasn't it? Did we ever say that? Han Yi raised an eyebrow, turning to his father. Father, did we? Without hesitation, his father shook his head. Absolutely not. Yu Xiu gritted her teeth, realizing she had no evidence. Initially, she had heard from an intermediary that the eldest was the intended groom, only to discover that her daughter ended up with the third son. Back then, it was said she would marry your elder brother, but seeing him in such poor health, I didn't demand much in terms of dowry. Now, marrying you, it's only fair that your family compensates with a proper dowry, Yu Xiu declared, steeling herself for a shameless confrontation. You must not bully the Lin family. A dowry must be provided. Han Yi inquired, how much do you think is appropriate? Upon hearing his question, Yu Xiu immediately exclaimed, it must be substantial. Your family's electric fan, bicycle, and oh, that large television, they all must be given to us. Old Shi, infuriated, shouted back, you're speaking nonsense. Our family provided a generous dowry, several hundreds. Not a single family within 10 miles could match what we offered. Yu Xiu retorted defiantly, so what if you gave a lot? My daughter is worth more. It must be increased. Today, you must give us the electric fan, bicycle, and the large television. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiu's nephews and nieces sprang into action to seize the items. Han Yi narrowed his eyes, not yet having the chance to speak when old Shi charged forward, delivering a kick to Yu Xiu's waist, causing her to stumble back as he angrily declared, I dare you to try? I'll end you. Yu Xiu, now seated on the ground, was startled by old Shi's furious demeanor. However, upon noticing her own numerous kin in the courtyard, she shouted, you little beast, dare you lay a hand on me? Attack him. At her command, some rushed toward old Shi. Han Yi's fury ignited, and he swiftly intervened, seizing the neck of one assailant from behind, overpowering him and delivering a forceful kick to his face. Standing over the man, Han Yi bellowed, Yu Xiu, I address you as mother-in-law. Yet you truly believe yourself to be above reproach, don't you? Let's see how you dare act so brazenly in my home. He then turned to his fifth brother, commanding, go summon reinforcements. Let us see who dares to threaten us in our village. Old Wu dashed out of the door in a flash, and Yu Xiu shouted angrily, this is a family matter. I dare anyone to interfere. Moreover, who do you think you are to my daughter? If you don't pay the betrothal gifts today, I will take my daughter back and she won't marry into your family. You have already accepted the betrothal gifts, and now you claim she won't marry? Have you finalized the marriage certificate? Held the wedding banquet? None of that has happened. Just because she has stayed a few days at your house does not make her your wife. What about the Guanyin statue in your home? Why do you not regard her as your wife? In the past, Han Yi was aware that Yu Xiu was a shrew, but he never anticipated her to be so despicable. At this moment, Hai Pi and others, summoned by old Wu, arrived with shovels and hammers, having received Han Yi's kindness recently. They were staunch supporters of him. Upon entering the house, the sudden appearance of over a dozen people startled Yu Xiu. Han Yi squinted slightly, knowing he could manage the situation, yet he believed the best solution lay within Lin Xiu Xiu herself. The eldest sister held a secret, and if she revealed it herself, the scene could be entirely controlled. In Han Yi's view, only by uttering this secret could Lin Xiu Xiu free herself from the troubles of Yu Xiu's family and live her own life. Otherwise, she would be perpetually harassed. Yu Xiu shouted loudly, I dare any of you to touch me, you wretched beings, bullying an old woman. And you, Han family, you deserve your son's death. You think you can take my daughter for free? Dream on. If you do not kill me today, your son will perish. You, woman, have no shame. The old man, angered, clutched his chest. No matter how flawed his eldest son might be, he would always remain a source of pain in a parent's heart. At this moment, he was infuriated by Yu Xiu's degradation. The old father, furious, turned and went into the kitchen, emerging with a kitchen knife, shouting, at my age, I've lived enough. Today, I will take you down with me. Seeing her father brandishing a knife, Yu Xiu quickly hid behind her nephews and nieces, yet continued to taunt, old fool, do you know why your eldest son is dead? It's because of your sins. Your wretched son, after the eldest dies, the third will follow, and after the third, the youngest will perish. You will be left with nothing. I will kill you. The old man charged at Yu Xiu. Enough. At that moment, Lin Xiu Xiu suddenly freed herself from Han Yi's grasp and shouted loudly. Everyone present was stunned, turning to look at Lin Xiu Xiu, who was brimming with tears. She approached her father, her voice trembling. Father, I'm sorry. I am the one who has brought trouble to our family. The old man quickly replied, Girl, it has nothing to do with you. It's that woman's wicked tongue. But who could have anticipated Lin Xiu Xiu to suddenly declare, she is not my mother at all. Ah, the old man was momentarily taken aback. Han Yi sighed in relief. Indeed, Yu Xiu was not Lin Xiu Xiu's real mother. In a past life, he had spent his days alongside his sister-in-law. And it was only in old age that Lin Xiu Xiu revealed a secret. She was not Yu Xiu's daughter, but the child of her father's comrade. The turmoil of the 60s and 70s had profoundly affected many, and Lin Xiu Xiu's father, surnamed Jiang, had worked at the same research institute as Lin Xiu Xiu's adoptive father. However, Lin Xiu Xiu's biological father was a researcher, while her adoptive father worked as a boiler operator at the institute. When the calamity struck, a group of individuals stormed the research facility and apprehended Lin Xiu Xiu's biological parents. Her adoptive father fled with her, returning to their hometown, never daring to return again. Furthermore, Yu Xiu was not Lin Xiu Xiu's adoptive father's original wife, but rather married him in a second marriage 3 years ago. Therefore, in Lin Xiu Xiu's eyes, Yu Xiu bore no relation to her, either by blood or by upbringing. In her previous life, burdened by hardships, Lin Xiu Xiu only revealed this secret to Han Yi at the moment of her death. Chapter 48. Let us make do upon hearing the secret disclosed by his sister-in-law. Han Yi exhaled deeply. This was her nature. Having been raised by her adoptive father, she felt indebted to the Lin family, especially after her adoptive father's passing 3 years prior. She believed she should treat Yu Xiu as her own mother. Yet, she herself had nearly been sold off to provide a dowry for her son, all the while stubbornly attempting to fulfill her filial duties. In her previous life, to escape Yu Xiu, she would hide in the mountains at night, only to suffer a broken leg. Even when she came into some spare money, Yu Xiu would come to plunder it, leaving her entirely unaware of how to resist. For Lin Xiu Xiu to mount a rebellion, an extraordinary scene was necessary, otherwise. In such circumstances, Han Yi would have acted long ago, depriving Yu Xiu of any opportunity to engage in such idle chatter. Han Yi sighed with relief. The others present remained stunned, while Yu Xiu, in a frenzy, shouted, "You speak nonsense. You simply do not wish to support me in my old age. Oh my heavens! Yu Lin, dying early, and this base-born wretch refuses to acknowledge her own father." Han Yi approached Lin Xiu Xiu and whispered, "Do you have any proof to substantiate your claims?" Lin Xiu Xiu nodded, hurried back to her room, and emerged with a letter. "This is a letter my father left for me, clearly outlining my lineage. It is from this that I learned of my origins." Upon seeing the letter in Lin Xiu Xiu's hand, Yu Xiu suddenly charged forward, attempting to snatch it away. However, before she could reach Lin Xiu Xiu, Han Yi delivered a swift kick, striking Yu Xiu in the abdomen and sending her sprawling to the ground. Clutching her stomach and crying out in agony, Yu Xiu's nephews and nieces, witnessing this, became furious, but before they could act, Hei Pai rushed in with a group, brandishing their belongings as a warning for them to remain still. After a considerable time on the ground, Yu Xiu finally regained her composure and shouted viciously, "So what if she is not my biological child? Your father raised you. You owe me your support in my old age. Don't you have any sons? Why should others support you?" Han Yi retorted with a cold laugh. Yu Xiu cursed vehemently, "I will make her take care of me. I cannot bear to see my son suffer. Let this little wretch do it instead. Was my previous strike not painful enough for you?" Han Yi advanced, raising his hand, causing Yu Xiu to instinctively shield her face, fearing he would strike again. Lin Xiu Xiu tugged at Han Yi's arm, whispering, "Let us drive them away. She has already sold me once. From now on, I have no ties to her." Upon witnessing the woeful appearance of his sister-in-law, Han Yi felt a pang of pity in his heart. He addressed Yu Xiu with a harsh tone, "Get lost. If you dare to enter our village again, I shall strike you each time we meet." Yu Xiu rose, her eyes betraying a malevolent glint, and suddenly seized a metal rod from her nephew's grasp, lunging it towards Lin Xiu Xiu. Han Yi swiftly grasped the rod and retaliated with a forceful kick, landing precisely in the same spot as before, causing Yu Xiu to crumple to the ground, her eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Black Skin, witnessing the scene, shouted an expletive. "How dare you attempt to abduct someone from our village? Attack!" In an instant, Black Skin and his companions closed in, ready to engage. Initially, Yu Xiu's kin felt emboldened, believing this to be a family affair that outsiders would shy away from. Little did they know the gravity of the situation unfolding. When Yu Xiu wed Lin Xiu Xiu's adoptive father, Lin Xiu Xiu had already reached adulthood. She had never cared for Lin Xiu Xiu, and now, with her adoptive father deceased, she sought to treat Lin Xiu Xiu as if she were a commodity to be discarded, only to return seeking trouble. This was a gross miscalculation on her part. In rural matters, if one is in the wrong and lacks numerical superiority, one ought to prepare for a beating. Protecting vital areas and remaining subdued could lessen the blows received. Lin Xiu Xiu never anticipated the chaos that would ensue, while Han Yi pushed her towards his second sister, instructing, "Take her inside to rest." After a moment's hesitation, his sister complied, ushering Lin Xiu Xiu into the house. Meanwhile, a fierce glint flashed in Han Yi's eyes as he maneuvered into the crowd, signaling to Black Skin. Now a loyal subordinate to Han Yi, Black Skin restrained Yu Shuichin, and Han Yi prepared to deliver a powerful kick to her knee. "Ah!" Yu Shuichin screamed, her leg bending at an unnatural angle, cleanly breaking. As the onlookers dispersed, they beheld Yu Shuichin writhing in agony on the ground. Her relatives, all nursing injuries, stood in stunned silence at her pitiful state. "What happened to her?" Han Yi inquired. Black Skin shrugged. "No idea. It seems she was accidentally struck by her own people." Yu Shuichin, pale and in torment, glared at Han Yi and said, "You are truly ruthless." Han Yi replied coolly, "Ruthless? You sold your stepdaughter to your son for money to marry. Your cruelty far surpasses mine." Han Yi crouched down to meet her gaze, his voice icy as he warned, "If you feel wronged today, feel free to seek revenge in the future. However, let me make myself clear. Should you dare to approach once more, I will break one of your legs, and if you dare return a second time, I will shatter your hands. Test me if you wish." Realizing she could gain no advantage here, Yu Shuichin hastily retreated, escorted away by her relatives. After her departure, Han Yi patted Black Skin on the shoulder, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, brothers. Given the state of affairs at home, I cannot entertain you now. Perhaps in a few days, I shall express my appreciation properly." Black Skin immediately replied, "Brother Yi, you need not speak so formally. Should we assist in tidying this mess? It appears quite disordered." "Not necessary. You may head back," Han Yi chuckled. Once Black Skin and the others had departed, Han Yi's father still harbored a lingering frustration, muttering, "That Yu Shuichin is such a shrew, and to think Xiu Xiu isn't even her biological daughter." Han Yi smiled helplessly. While his mother expressed her concern, "She has broken her leg. Will she come back to trouble us? What if we have to call the police? What should we do?" Han Yi chuckled. "Relax. Who knows whose leg it was that got broken? I certainly don't know. All I recall is that it was a chaotic brawl. Perhaps it was one of her own people who broke it. What does it have to do with me? Such matters are difficult to discuss, and besides, since Yu Shuichin barged into our home and caused such a ruckus, even if the police are called, they will primarily mediate the situation. If Han Yi were truly at fault, then perhaps a discussion regarding compensation would be necessary. However, the Han family is not at fault, and there is no evidence proving that Yu Shuichin broke her own leg. So what is there to fear? If she wishes to entangle us, let her take her time. We are not afraid." Upon hearing Han Yi's words, his father nodded in agreement. "Exactly. This woman is too overbearing. However, I was just thinking. You mentioned that Xiu Xiu is marrying you. That doesn't seem quite right, does it? In the future, if you look for a partner, and they find out, they will surely be unwilling." Han Yi immediately replied, "If they are unwilling, then I shall marry my sister-in-law. The two of us can make a fine pair regardless." Chapter 49, I think so. As soon as Han Yi uttered these words, silence enveloped the yard. Old Shi gazed at Han Yi with admiration. Old Five replicated a perfect expression of confusion, and the youngest appeared utterly bewildered, while their parents gaped in disbelief. Han Yi felt a pang of regret. His parents were clearly unprepared for such a revelation. He had acted too hastily and revealed his hand too soon. Ahem, what I meant to say is, I don't mind so much, right? Han Yi forced a smile, then nudged Old Shi with his foot. Today the southeast wind blows. Let's head up the mountain. We still need to retrieve the items we promised to get from Jiwei Lu. Oh, Old Shi felt wronged, sensing that the kick had an undertone of blame. As Han Yi took Old Shi away, his parents exchanged glances and hurried back inside to ponder the situation. Old Five and the youngest attempted to enter the house, but were promptly halted by their mother, who slammed the door shut. Go back to your own rooms. No foolish talk when you step outside. She opened the door once more to issue a warning to Old Five and the youngest. Once the door was closed again, she turned to her husband. Dear, why do I have the feeling that what our third son said was not just a joke? Her husband, also troubled by the thought, quickly retrieved his pipe, lit it, and took a couple of puffs to calm himself before responding. I wonder if he was considering his sister-in-law's feelings? Huh. His wife expressed her confusion. After pondering for a moment, the father's eyes brightened with realization, and he spoke with newfound confidence. Think about it. After such a commotion today, Xiu Xiu must be feeling quite upset. Yu Shuichen's nonsensical ramblings, though not her biological mother, have certainly embarrassed her. If Xiu Xiu reflects on this, she might feel unwelcome in our home. His wife nodded thoughtfully. You make a valid point, but how does that relate to what our third son said? The father chuckled. That's the brilliance of his statement. It serves as a distraction. Once he said that, Xiu Xiu would hardly have time to dwell on Yu Shuichen's matter. As long as one does not wish otherwise, can one not maintain composure? We can later have a heartfelt discussion, as long as the girl harbors no grievances. I have an unsettling feeling about this. My partner's words seem rather peculiar. Nevertheless, I nodded and replied, if you insist, then perhaps we should truly consider pairing them together. I sat on the bed and stated earnestly, I genuinely cherish this girl, Xiu Xiu. Since she joined our family, she has shown us both filial piety. She gets along well with the second daughter and exhibits no selfishness towards the third, fourth, fifth, or youngest. She always thinks of the younger ones when there is food, and she willingly lends a hand when needed. A girl of such virtue, I truly regret the thought of her marrying someone else. However, our eldest lacks fortune. Having departed so early, it would be unreasonable, both emotionally and rationally, to prevent Xiu Xiu from finding a good match. Perhaps it would be better to unite her with the third son. My husband sighed and said, I completely agree with you on this matter. The issue lies with the temperament of our third son, which you are well aware of. He has always looked down upon his elder brother. Whenever clothes are passed down to him, he causes a fuss for days. To say what he just did for his sister-in-law is quite the stretch. If you take his words to heart, I assure you, it will turn into a great uproar. I pondered this, understanding my son well. He is indeed as his father described. Yet, I muttered, I believe it might not be impossible. Perhaps the third son is genuinely sincere. My husband waved his hand dismissively. Impossible. I know my son well. He continued, our third son is particularly prideful. It has not even been a year since his brother passed. How could he entertain such thoughts? Do you regard our son as a mere beast? Third brother, do you genuinely wish to be with our sister-in-law? Old She asked excitedly on the way up the mountain. He felt his face flush. He had thought expressing his feelings was straightforward. But under the gaze of his family, he felt embarrassed, nearly wanting to dig a hole with his toes. Why are you always around? What does this have to do with you? He retorted angrily, pushing Old She's head down. Stop asking foolish questions, you little brat. What do you know? Old She rolled his eyes and replied, Third brother, I'm being sincere. I truly hope what you said was genuine. Our sister-in-law is indeed a wonderful woman. If I were older, I would marry her myself. Get lost. He shot a glare at Old She. Do you think you can queue up for that? Old She smirked and continued, regardless, you will have to marry eventually. Instead of seeking someone you know nothing about, why not our sister-in-law? You know her well, and wouldn't have to worry about her causing you distress. He fell silent. Old She, in his youthful wisdom, had articulated the situation clearly. Deep down, he truly wished to make Lin Xiu Xiu his own, yet, voicing it felt exceedingly awkward. Third brother, do you truly want this? Old She, who spent all his time with Han, could easily read his expression, which was as conflicted as constipation. I do want it. Han blurted out, but then deflated, adding, but wanting it doesn't matter. This situation is far too embarrassing. What good is my eagerness? The agreement of both parents and sister-in-law is essential. If either party disagrees, the matter cannot proceed. Lao Shi curiously inquired, if our parents consent but sister-in-law does not, can the matter still be resolved? What nonsense! Han retorted, if sister-in-law is opposed, nothing will come of it. Lao Shi chuckled, what if sister-in-law agrees, but our parents do not? With a mischievous grin, he continued, so brother San, it seems that as long as sister-in-law is in favor, our parents are merely a distraction. Han sighed, it cannot be dismissed so easily. Everyone in the brigade knows that Lin Xiu Xiu is our sister-in-law. If this were to happen, it would tarnish her reputation, and she would face scorn from the brigade. After a moment of contemplation, Lao Shi suggested, Brother San, why not move to the city? To the city? Han was taken aback. Lao Shi nodded yes. With your wealth and capabilities, why remain in this impoverished place? I too shall move to the city, and we can live as urban dwellers, enjoying the benefits of commercial grain. Han pondered Lao Shi's words. If life in the brigade was unsatisfactory, perhaps a change of scenery was warranted. Let others speak as they wish. What significance does it hold? Chapter 50. The mischief maker. There's no need to move to the city. Just then, An individual emerged from the shadows. Han Yi and Lao Shi instinctively prepared to kick the intruder away, only to realize, as the sunlight illuminated the figure, that it was Hype. Could you not emerge from the shadows? The visibility is abysmally low, Han Yi remarked irritably, then paused. Wait. When did you arrive? What have you overheard? Hype scratched his head. Brother Yi, Lao Shi, I've been following you this whole time. I thought you were aware of my presence. Han Yi exchanged glances with Lao Shi. They truly had not noticed Hype's stealthy approach. The boy certainly possessed a talent. Had he lived during the War of Resistance, he might have excelled as a spy. Did you hear everything? Han Yi's expression darkened, and he spoke coldly. If so, I cannot let you remain. Hype quickly protested. No, please. I merely thought you were overthinking it. Since sister-in-law came to your home, there were no celebrations, no certificates. After Song Ji's passing, if you were to return sister-in-law, the brigade would certainly label you fools. Mind your words and speak more civilly. Han Yi shot Hype an exasperated look. Hype laughed. You are not the first to encounter such a situation. In the past, there was Su Shanyu. His wife was originally his sister-in-law, and they had a proper wedding. A few years ago, his brother died in an accident, and she ended up marrying him. Now they live quite comfortably in the brigade. This matter, Hype added. If you do not take it seriously, no one else will. Han Yi contemplated Hype's words. Perhaps he had been overvaluing his own concerns. If he could marry sister-in-law, then what was a little loss of face? With this realization, Han Yi clapped Hype on the shoulder. I find your perspective quite insightful. You have earned your merit. Thus, brother Yi shall not neglect you. I'll find you a good job. If you work diligently, your future will be secure. What? Hype asked, puzzled. Han Yi offered no explanations as he led He Pai and Lao Shi to the menacing gorge. Upon their arrival, He Pai's expression shifted dramatically, and he urgently exclaimed, Igu, this is no joking matter. How can we enter the menacing gorge? Countless lives have been lost here. Han Yi proceeded to elucidate the details concerning the gas. And while He Pai appeared somewhat perplexed, he was persuaded by Han Yi's assurance. Remember, Han Yi advised earnestly, this place requires a full day of southeast winds before entry is permissible. Moreover, we must enter swiftly and exit just as quickly. We cannot afford to waste time. He Pai nodded in agreement, and with Han Yi leading the way, they ventured into the menacing gorge. As they progressed, they encountered no hindrances, and when He Pai beheld a vast expanse of lake dotted with various waterfowl and wild ducks, his eyes widened in amazement. I brought you here because I consider you a true brother, Han Yi declared solemnly. From here on, you can gather wild duck eggs, wild ducks, and wild chickens. They can be exchanged for money at the Jiwei Lu in the city. Engage in this occasionally, and you shall never go hungry. Han Yi continued, however, you must understand that the more people who know about this, the greater the risk. Therefore, keep this secret to yourself. If the secret leaks, despite the vastness of the menacing gorge, it can all be reduced to ashes in mere days. In his previous life, Han Yi witnessed the gorge's destruction due to so-called mineral exploitation, transforming a once serene sanctuary for waterfowl into a desolate wasteland. With no signs of recovery by the time of his rebirth, He Pai raised his hand to the heavens, swearing, Igu, if I utter a word of this to anyone, may I be struck by lightning and meet a gruesome end. Han Yi chuckled, all right then. Just swear not to come too close to me. I fear the repercussions. He added, in the future, always heed my advice. Do not enter unless a full day of southeast winds has passed, for otherwise, the accumulation of gas could lead to a fatal outcome. He Pai nodded vigorously, and Han Yi gestured grandly. Now, let us not squander the bounties that nature has bestowed upon us. Let us get to work. The three of them set out, and wild duck eggs were practically strewn across the reed beds. He Pai, overwhelmed with disbelief, collected them with ease, placing them into his bag as if in a dream. In no time, they had gathered several bags full of wild duck eggs, totaling over 100 pounds. Additionally, He Pai managed to catch a wild duck that had collided with a tree. Indeed, it had crashed into the tree, startled. It had taken flight only to collide with the trunk, flapping about before meeting its demise. Third brother, this must be the legendary waiting by the stump for ducks. He Pai exclaimed joyfully. You are still within your rookie protection period. Han Yi replied with a laugh, admitting that he had never before encountered a wild duck colliding with a tree. Just as they were conversing, they heard splashing sounds from the water, and He Pai turned to shout, Igu, Lao Shi is wrestling with a fish by the water's edge. Lao Shi was engaged in a fierce struggle with a large fish. Han squinted to get a better look and exclaimed, "That is quite a massive grass carp." "Third brother, stop gawking. I can barely hold on," Lao Shi cried from the water. Han and Hei Pai, realizing the urgency of the situation, quickly entered the water from both sides, and together, the three of them managed to subdue the formidable grass carp. Hype is an expert at catching fish. With a firm grip on the gills of the grass carp, the three of them exerted their strength to haul the fish onto the shore. Still not entirely at ease, Hype called out, "Let's move it a bit further over. The grass carp can leap, and we wouldn't want it flopping around too much before we return it." Once they reached a safe spot, all three were covered in fish scales. Han remarked in astonishment, "This creature is truly massive. It must weigh around 30 pounds, right?" The grass carp, colloquially known as grass mixed fish, grows larger with each winter it survives. A 5-year-old grass carp can reach a weight of around 15 to 16 pounds. Yet this specimen before them undoubtedly weighed at least 30 pounds, indicating it had lived for quite some time. Hype, with a sense of wonder, exclaimed, "Goodness! I've seen grass carp over 20 pounds in the Huai River, but 30 pounds? I've never encountered such a thing. It's as if it's nearing the realm of the supernatural." Han chuckled. "If that's the case, then we can consider ourselves as slayers of demons." The trio couldn't help but laugh. A fish of such size would be a waste to consume alone. It would be better to send it to Jiwei Building, where Mei Jia would likely offer a fair price. They were not greedy. After packing their things, they set off. Hype hurried back to fetch a cart. Although Han had purchased a bicycle, carrying over 100 pounds of wild duck eggs along with a 30-plus pound grass carp was simply impractical. However, the three of them took turns pushing the cart, which wasn't exhausting, especially since Hype pushed for the longest time, refusing to let his companions lend a hand, allowing Han and Lao Shi to conserve their energy. Upon arriving in the city, they pulled the cart up to Jiwei Building. Old Shun, seeing them at the entrance, expressed his surprise. "Xiao Han, are you making quite a fortune, aren't you?" Han replied with a grin. Who would complain about having too much money? "Is Mei Jia around? If not, could you take a look? We have something exceptional today." As he spoke, Han gestured to the cart, where the grass carp awkwardly poked its head into a bucket of water. Chapter 51. Acquiring something good. Old Chun leaned closer to inspect the cart and, astonished, exclaimed, "Good heavens, how did this grass carp grow so large? Has it truly become a spirit?" Han laughed. "If it weren't a fine catch, I wouldn't be supplying it to Jiwei Building. You can figure out the price." Old Chun immediately responded, "We'll price the duck eggs based on what Mei Jia previously offered you. As for this grass carp, my goodness, given its size, I'm at a loss for how to price it. Would $10 suffice? What do you think?" In this day and age, pork remains the most delectable meat, rich and fat and satisfying, while fish, despite being meat, tends to fall short in comparison, thus keeping its price low. Currently, pork is roughly 2 yuan per pound, while this grass carp appears to weigh just over 30 pounds. However, fish is inherently cheap. Even if its price surpasses that of pork, it is still considered rather good, primarily because of the grass carp's substantial size. Otherwise, if several grass carp were combined to reach over 30 pounds, it would be uncertain if they could even fetch 30 yuan. In reality, the price of ordinary freshwater fish in 1986 ranged from 90 cents to 1 yuan, varying slightly by species, but generally remaining consistent. "All right, go ahead and calculate the payment." Han nodded. They were all longtime patrons and would not quibble over trivial matters. Old Chun requested the kitchen staff to weigh the items, resulting in 260 wild duck eggs. The three individuals managed to traverse the treacherous Ghost Valley, collecting everything they could find, ultimately amassing a total of 130 yuan, 10 yuan for a bundle of grass mixed with 10 pieces, along with a wild duck, which they priced at 3 yuan for Jiwei Restaurant. The total earnings amounted to 173 yuan. Hei Pai, observing from the side, seemed dazed. How could Good generate such substantial income merely by gathering a few items from the mountains? At this moment, Han produced a pack of asthma cigarettes, offering one to Old Chun, stating, "I shall no longer partake in this task. I'll entrust it to my brother here." Hei Pai stepped forward. When Hei Pai emerged, Old Chun was taken aback, exclaiming, "Brother, where did you come from? I didn't even notice you until Han mentioned it." Hei Pai smiled sheepishly, and Han continued, "In fact, you've seen him before. Dining together is not an unfamiliar occurrence. From now on, I will delegate this work to him. If you need goods, just approach him." Old Chun lamented, "You've certainly made enough money. Why abandon such a lucrative endeavor? Han chuckled. Old Chun. My refusal to engage in this business indicates that, in my view, it hardly qualifies as profitable. Old Chun nearly laughed out of exasperation, nodding in agreement. All right. I shall inform Maijia. Han then handed over the remaining asthma cigarettes to Old Chun, adding, this lad is honest and earnest. His family faces hardships. So please look after him. Old Chun scoffed. Oh, spare me. You make it sound as though I'm a villain. I can't guarantee much, but one gets what one pays for, and that I can assure you. Han nodded, giving a thumbs up. Old Chun, despite our first encounter, you seem rather bothersome. Yet you are truly a man of honor. Old Chun lifted his foot, aiming to give Han a playful kick, but Han dodged with a grin, teasing. Look at you, so sensitive to flattery. Not a single pleasant word escapes your lips. Old Chun retorted, enough of that. How about some good words? Can your Jiwei restaurant supply me with some beer and soft drinks? Old Chun raised an eyebrow. What do you need those for? Planning to open a distribution center? Wait. I recall someone you brought along for drinks before. Wasn't he from a brewery? Han waved his hand dismissively. Why rely on personal favors when money can solve the issue? Old Chun replied grumpily. Even if I supply you, you'll still owe a favor. Do you think beer is plentiful? We can only sell it when paired with food. If the vegetable prices are insufficient, we won't sell to you at all. Han understood that Old Chun was being candid. The current beer production was indeed low. Jiwei restaurant could obtain a fair amount, yet it would be challenging to supply freely. Generally, small eateries sold beer only alongside food. You'd need to order enough dishes before they sell you a bottle. It still feels like owing you a favor, Han chuckled. Having earned a bit of money, I'm contemplating repairing the family home. In our village, when we renovate houses, we work collectively without wages, but we must provide meals. I am a person who values appearances. When someone offers assistance, I cannot neglect their contribution. Therefore, I pondered the idea of providing some beer and soda to ensure they have the strength to work. Old Chun, upon hearing Han Yi's words, contemplated for a moment and replied, all right, I will think of a way. The beer is local, and I can procure a limited supply of Coca-Cola. But it won't be much, at most a few cases. Do you want it? Han Yi's eyes brightened with surprise as he exclaimed, Old Chun, you are quite resourceful. If you can acquire it, I definitely want it. The price is negotiable. Old Chun smiled with pride, saying, of course, if I couldn't, I wouldn't be the foreman at Jiwei Building. Although Coca-Cola re-entered the Chinese market in 1979, various reasons had kept its domestic sales under strict regulation. In larger cities like Shanghai and the capital, acquiring a bottle for a taste was not difficult, but in a small city like Huaidong, it was a rare commodity. The true resurgence of Coca-Cola began this year, in October 1986, when Queen Elizabeth II visited China and a documentary was filmed. The Central Television wanted to purchase the documentary for broadcast, but lacked foreign exchange quotas. They approached Coca-Cola, hoping for a sponsorship of 200,000, with the promise of airing a Coca-Cola advertisement following the documentary. Without hesitation, Coca-Cola transferred the funds to the Central Television's account. In 1986, 200,000 was a staggering sum. But the Americans understood it as a token of goodwill, signifying that the Chinese market was receptive to their return, allowing Coca-Cola to operate openly in China. With some time still before October and a year until the documentary's broadcast, Old Chun indeed possessed considerable skill to procure Coca-Cola. I want the Coca-Cola. And also get me some local soda, Han stated, not intending to share the Coca-Cola with others, as a few cases would hardly suffice. It was better to enjoy it privately than risk offending anyone by having some while others were left out. Old Chun nodded without hesitation, saying, all right, there is plenty of local soda available. Just let me know how much you need, and I will arrange it. Thank you, Old Chun, you are my true brother. Han chuckled. Old Chun felt somewhat embarrassed in Han Yi's presence. After settling the bill, Han Yi slipped an additional 30 into his hand, presenting him with 200 yuan, saying, consider this a deposit. You need not refund any excess. What are you doing, you rascal? Old Chun was taken aback. 200 yuan for beer and soda was certainly more than necessary. Enough, let me treat you instead. See you later. Han Yi waved his hand and departed with Lao Shi and Hei Pai. On the way back, Hei Pai chuckled to himself, not mentioning the money at all. When they reached the entrance of the brigade, Han Yi playfully asked, so, no need for the money. Hei Pai was momentarily confused, replying, what money? What are you talking about? Han Yi smiled, pulling out 60 yuan and handing it to Hei Pai, saying, this is the money we earned together. It wouldn't be right now to share it with you. Upon hearing Han Yi's words, Hei Pai quickly waved his hands, exclaiming, No, Igu. You've already introduced this task to me. If I were to take a share today, would I still be considered a person? I refuse. Han Yi chuckled, Take it. The future is the future. Just work diligently, but do not be greedy. This job carries its risks. Please do not jeopardize your life for the sake of earning more. I do not wish to hear of any misfortunes befalling you. Rest assured, Igu, I will remember your words and behave responsibly. Hei Pai promptly replied. All right then. Take it. With that, Han Yi extended the money towards Hei Pai. To Han Yi's surprise, Hei Pai recoiled as if electrocuted, twisting his body to evade the offer. He adamantly refused, ultimately bolting away while shouting, Igu, remember to call me when you're building the house. I'm heading home now. Old Shi, observing Hei Pai's frantic escape, could not help but laugh. Hei Pai truly is a foolish one. Han Yi patted Old Shi on the back and remarked, Do not call him foolish. I tell you, it would be better for you to be clever. However, if you cannot outsmart the majority, I would rather you be a simpleton like Hei Pai. Old Shi saw only the foolishness in Hei Pai, yet individuals like him, despite not being extensively utilized in society, often avoid the treacheries of intrigue and can lead a relatively stable life. If they encounter benefactors who appreciate such traits, they might even secure a promising future. Once they arrived home, Han Yi instructed Old Shi to enter first and cautioned, If our parents are not here, let me know and I will come in. Old Shi chuckled, Third brother, you were so bold when you said that, yet now you seem to waver. Enough with the chatter, hurry. Han Yi's face flushed with embarrassment. He felt he had been overly assertive today, leaving no room for negotiation. If his parents agreed, it would be fine, but if they did not, the consequences would be dire. Old Shi entered the courtyard and, upon finding no one, immediately called out, Third brother, there is no one here. Come in quickly. Oh. Han Yi hurried inside, only to see his parents emerging from the house. Their eyes met, and Han Yi felt a wave of panic wash over him. He mentally calculated that if his father were to confront him, he might as well retaliate or flee. However, much to his surprise, his father suddenly said, Oh, it seems rain is imminent. I shall go gather the laundry. With that, he turned and walked back inside. Isn't he fetching the laundry? Old Shi questioned in confusion. Han Yi understood that his father wished to avoid confrontation, so he sheepishly entered the house. His mother approached him instead, speaking softly, Lao San. The burden at home has been rather heavy for you lately, but rest assured, only we will hear this, and no one will find fault with you. A flicker of joy appeared in Han Yi's eyes. Did his mother agree? He quickly asked, Mother, are you saying? Indeed. His mother replied, reassuringly. We shall act as if we heard nothing. We have not mentioned this to your sister-in-law. It certainly will not hinder your future relationship with her. Han Yi was left bewildered. After laboriously expressing his thoughts, the outcome felt strangely misaligned. Old Shi, equally astonished, whispered, Mother, does this mean that third brother truly has feelings for sister-in-law, as he implied this morning? The matriarch shook her head and said, You do not understand. Your third brother is merely trying to divert the conversation, fearing that your sister-in-law might struggle to cope with the situation regarding her stepmother today. Do you truly believe he would act in such a manner while our elder brother's anniversary has yet to pass? After speaking, she turned to Han Yi and inquired, Isn't that right, third? Han Yi's lips twitched, and he could only nod in agreement, saying, Indeed, I have at least waited until the anniversary has passed. You see, the matriarch continued with an expression that suggested everything was as she had anticipated. You are still young and do not comprehend the good intentions of your third brother. Old West glanced at Han Yi, patted the third brother on the shoulder, and the two siblings exchanged silent glances before retreating into the house. Once inside, Old West whispered, Third brother, should I speak to father and mother about this? Otherwise, what will come of this situation? Han Yi paused in silence for a moment before responding with a wry smile. Do you genuinely believe father and mother have misunderstood? Did you not hear their earlier remarks directed at me? Directed at you? Old West questioned in confusion. Han Yi sighed. It seems that father and mother have not fully addressed the matter themselves, but they wish for me to wait until after our elder brother's anniversary to discuss it. Given that it has only been a month since his passing, it would indeed be somewhat unfair to him if I were to engage in such matters with my sister-in-law right now. Old West retorted, What constitutes fairness? Yes, he is the eldest in the family, but what has he done over the years other than cause trouble for father and mother and create issues for us brothers? Frankly, it might be a blessing that your sister-in-law has distanced herself from him. Otherwise, Who knows what misfortune could have befallen us? Han Yi shot Old West a glare, but could empathize with his sentiments. Their elder brother had indeed brought many troubles to the family over the years. Otherwise, they would not have endured such hardships. Even in the previous life, after the elder brother's demise, he had burdened the family for over a decade, hindering Han Yi's own aspirations. If only he had engaged in more constructive endeavors rather than associating with undesirable influences, their situation would have been significantly improved. As evening approached and the family gathered for dinner, the third sister and sister-in-law had entered the house earlier in the morning and were unaware of Han Yi's earlier statements. Hence, they perceived nothing amiss. However, the others exhibited peculiar expressions. Disturbed by the atmosphere, Han Yi finally spoke up. "Father, mother, I was contemplating that we should take this opportunity to repair the house. It has been leaking incessantly during storms, and it is on the verge of collapse." The father nodded and replied, "All right, I will inform the families in the brigade and find some people to assist. We will provide food and drinks. It should proceed quickly." Han Yi concurred. "That is precisely my thought. I have arranged for some help from Jiwei Tower to procure beer and soda. We can prepare meals ourselves and ensure that the villagers assisting us are well taken care of." The father sighed. "You may take charge of this matter from now on. We shall discuss family affairs together. I am growing old, and there are some things I no longer see clearly." Indeed, Han Yi nodded slightly, surprised that his father, who had taken charge well into his 80s in the previous life, was so readily willing to relinquish authority in this one. Having settled this matter, the family ate quietly. After dinner, as everyone tidied up and returned to their respective tasks, Han Yi noticed the courtyard was empty and called out to Lin Xiu Xiu, sister-in-law. Lin Xiu Xiu turned to Han Yi, her expression one of curiosity. "What is it?" Han Yi licked his lips and took a deep breath before speaking. "Sister-in-law, would you be willing to wait for me for a year?" Chapter 53. This is quite thrilling. "Sister-in-law, would you wait for me for a year?" Han Yi asked Lin Xiu Xiu, who seemed taken aback by his forthrightness, momentarily rendered speechless. Han Yi continued, "1 year from now, when my elder brother's anniversary arrives, regardless of others' opinions, I will marry you, and you shall be my wife." Lin Xiu Xiu felt a tremor in her heart, having spent time together. She recognized that Han Yi was a man worthy of trust, capable and resolute. Most importantly, he was considerate. Yet, as she remembered that she had come to the Han family as her brother-in-law's wife, a wave of anguish washed over her. If she agreed to Han Yi, how would they face the world together? "Are you not afraid?" Lin Xiu Xiu found herself unable to respond and tossed the question back to Han Yi. His gaze was intense as he replied emphatically, "I am." Hearing him say this made Lin Xiu Xiu's heart ache, but before she could ponder further, Han Yi continued, "But I am even more afraid of missing out on you. I fear that I might spend my entire life unable to be with you openly. Sister-in-law, you might find this hard to believe, but I have spent a lifetime regretting. I do not wish to harbor regrets any longer." Han Yi grasped Lin Xiu Xiu's hand, his large hands enveloping her delicate one. With sincerity, he declared, "I fear gossip, the cold stares of others, the whispers, and the pointed fingers. I fear all of that. But the greatest fear is missing you. Sister-in-law, I have thought this through. I will be kind to others and cultivate good relationships in our community. If anyone speaks ill of us, we shall move to the city. The world is vast, and surely there is a place where we can love each other freely." Lin Xiu Xiu felt her heart melting. To have a man willing to love and protect her made the terrifying thoughts she had just entertained seem trivial. Observing the glimmer of emotion in his sister-in-law's eyes, akin to the gentle bloom of spring, Han Yi could not resist leaning in towards her lips. At that moment, Lin Xiu Xiu was lost in the blissful moment, standing there in a daze. Suddenly, their serene bubble was interrupted by the second sister, who emerged with a towel and basin, only to be stunned by the sight before her, exclaiming in surprise as her basin fell to the ground. Lin Xiu Xiu, like a startled deer, quickly withdrew her hand from Han Yi's and dashed into her room in an instant. Han Yi looked at his second sister, bewildered by her timing. Such a perfect opportunity had presented itself, and now she had come to disrupt it. The second sister, understanding the look in her brother's eyes, responded with a hint of grievance. "This is not my fault. No one informed me you two were about to kiss. Isn't this a bit too thrilling?" Han Yi was at a loss for words, and after a moment, he quietly said, "Sister, to be honest, my feelings for sister-in-law have long been mutual. It was my elder brother's presence that kept us apart. Now that he is gone, we can finally be together. You will help me, won't you?" The second sister's face flushed crimson, The affair between the third brother and his sister-in-law was not only thrilling but also quite scandalous. "Rest assured, I will definitely help you," she said with excitement. "Very well, let this matter be as if it never occurred. Do not disrupt my rhythm." Han Yi patted his second sister's shoulder, wearing an expression that conveyed an understanding. "Rest assured, I have seen and heard nothing today," she said with a cheerful smile. "Go for it, San. I get along splendidly with my sister-in-law. I cannot bear the thought of her remarrying. Fear not." With a firm grip, Han Yi raised an eyebrow slightly. Reflecting on his past mistakes, Han Yi resolved that next time he would seek a more secluded spot, lest his spell be interrupted. Meanwhile, inside the room, Lin Xiu Xiu buried her entire head under the covers, feeling as though her heart was about to leap from her chest. In the confined space of the blanket, she could distinctly hear the rhythmic thumping of her heart. Is this what it feels like to be infatuated? Lin Xiu Xiu felt utterly ensnared by this sensation. It was her first experience of such a feeling. Before long, the second sister quietly entered the room. Earlier, Han Yi had specifically instructed her to refrain from mentioning the incident, treating it as if it had never transpired. Curiosity clawed at her mind. Yet with the third brother's directive, she could not inquire, leaving her feeling suffocated. Early the next morning, Han Yi took Lao Shi into town to procure ingredients for the upcoming house renovations. According to the customs of their hometown, the entire brigade would lend a hand without charge, yet they would provide food and drink, and the better the provisions, the greater the prestige. Han Yi's family had saved up quite a sum, and now he was unafraid to spend, fearing only that he might not be able to spend it all. He instructed Lao Shi to fetch meat from the supply cooperative while he rode his bicycle towards the northwest of Huaidong. In that region, several private brick kilns had emerged in recent years, and their home, constructed of mud bricks, had become increasingly unreliable over time. Han Yi reasoned that since they were undertaking renovations, it would be best to do it all at once, converting it into a brick house to avoid repeated modifications in the future. These private kilns, having sprung up only in the last couple of years, operated largely outside the law. Those with the audacity took the risk of converting mud into bricks, selling each brick for a mere 2 cents. Han Yi calculated that constructing their home would require several tens of thousands of bricks, which alone would cost over 1,000. In this era, houses were not particularly valuable. A typical 100-square-meter house with a small courtyard might only cost a few hundred yuan, but most were made of mud or timber. Truly brick-built homes remained expensive. As Han Yi approached the brick kiln, he could see the chimney billowing smoke from a distance. Upon drawing near, a man in tattered clothing emerged from behind a tree to inquire about his purpose. "What brings you to the brick kiln?" he asked, a youth of around 10 years. "What else would one do at a brick kiln?" "Of course, I am here to purchase bricks," Han Yi replied. The man scrutinized Han Yi before asking, "Which brigade are you from? How many bricks do you intend to buy, and for what purpose?" Han Yi, unfazed, answered honestly. It was not that the brick kiln workers sought to make things difficult, but rather that the operation was illegal, and they feared exposure which could lead to legal troubles. Upon hearing Han Yi's explanation, the man's demeanor softened, and he smiled, saying, "I know your market. My uncle lives over there. Perhaps we are even related." Indeed, in Huaidong, the markets and kinship were often intertwined. Han Yi smiled and offered the man a cigarette. "Uncle, I lack experience and am uncertain about how much is sufficient. Is there a limit to how much I can take?" The man pondered briefly and replied, "All right, I will inform you later. If it proves challenging, just take as much as you can. We can adjust the balance later." Han Yi cheerfully responded, "That sounds splendid. And you will be responsible for delivering the bricks, correct?" The man nodded, assuring him, "Rest assured, you can transport them yourself, but we prefer it that way. Just specify a location, pay the deposit, and a tractor will be dispatched this evening to deliver them to you, ensuring no delays." "Excellent service," Han Yi exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Despite the bricks costing only 2 cents each, the profits were substantial. Otherwise, many would not risk engaging in illegal brickmaking. Han Yi recalled that decades later, the area would be left pockmarked and scarred from the excavations, resembling a wasteland. Many were apprehended and sentenced, though he wondered if this particular establishment was among them. Without commerce, there would be no harm. Han Yi reflected, proceeding to finalize the order and pay the deposit before heading home. Upon returning to the supply and marketing cooperative, he found Lao Shi loading meat onto the back of a bicycle. Han Yi instructed him to transport half a pig back, emphasizing the necessity of compensating laborers fairly, otherwise, they might cut corners to the detriment of the employer. Chapter 54. From now on, I'll manage our meals and drinks on his way back. Han Yi made another stop at Jiwei building. As soon as Lao Chen saw him, he exclaimed, I have prepared beer and soft drinks for you. If you need more, just let me know. Do check if you can manage to take them back. Han Yi glanced at the stock Lao Chen had set aside and felt overwhelmed. 10 cases of beer, 5 cases of soda, and 3 cases of Coca-Cola. The term cases refers to a bundle of beer or soda bottles tied together with plastic strings, typically containing 12 bottles each. In total, Lao Chen had prepared 120 bottles of beer, 60 bottles of soda, and 36 bottles of Coca-Cola. I truly lack the ability to carry all this back. I will fetch a cart. Han Yi lamented. Making a round trip would be exhausting. Just use our restaurant's cart and remember to return it tomorrow, Lao Chen suggested. Hey, Lao Chen, you are quite generous, Han Yi said, giving a thumbs up. I'm glad I didn't turn a blind eye when you lost your ear to that old tortoise. Lao Chen glared, exasperated. Why do you always bring up the past? Han Yi and Lao Chen exchanged light-hearted banter for a while before loading the beer and heading home. The two brothers decided to abandon their bicycles on the cart and pushed it together. As they reached the entrance of the brigade, some farmers working outside noticed their loaded cart. Lao San, Lao Shi, what do you have there? Where are you taking all that? Someone curiously asked. Han Yi smiled. We are renovating our house, so I gathered some beer, soda, and a bit of meat to treat the workers helping us. Someone exclaimed in surprise, wow. People have been saying that you, Han Lao San, have struck it rich, and I didn't believe it until now. When do we start? With such hospitality, I must be included. Han Yi replied with a grin. Tomorrow we begin. There will be plenty of beer and meat, so everyone is welcome. The more, the merrier. Work will go swiftly with the crowd. The crowd responded in unison, expressing their certainty of attendance the following day. Han Yi believed their words were genuine, bolstered by the promise of feasting. Upon returning home, his mother, elder sister, and sister-in-law were already preparing. The meat, tofu, and vermicelli they had purchased needed to be arranged, while vegetables were unnecessary as the family garden was flourishing with ample fresh produce. Han Yi's father, upon seeing the crates of beer, was delighted and lit his pipe. With such provisions, who wouldn't say that the Han family hosted with great flair? In fact, country folk value face even more than city dwellers. The opportunities to showcase one's status are few and far between throughout a lifetime, and occasions such as weddings and funerals must never be overlooked. Building a house is of utmost significance in rural life. When one lends a hand, they are often met with mere pickled vegetables and coarse fare. Upon returning home, they might speak ill of the host behind their back. If the Han family were to be considered ungracious, how could they expect laborers to toil for a mere meal of pickled vegetables? A little tofu, greens, and rice would surely elicit praise, showing that the Han family was generous and sincere. Of course, should they find themselves in a situation like the third brother, devoid of ample food and drink, it would be quite the scandal. After a hard day's work, who wouldn't boast to their spouse about the splendid meal they enjoyed? Today, the Han family's feast was indeed lavish, with succulent chunks of meat that were truly enticing. The Han family certainly knew how to host. Just the thought of such compliments made Han Yi's father stand a little taller. After all, he had bowed and scraped far too often due to the eldest son's issues, enduring humiliation and subservience. Now, having risen from that, even the air felt sweet. Ah, the Han family has truly endured hardships and now savors the rewards, he said proudly. At that moment, Han Yi emerged with a piece of tenderloin, prompting a question from his father. Third son, where are you off to? I've brought some good meat to send to Grandma and Grandpa, Han Yi replied. Just then, old Shi rushed out, carrying several bottles of dark liquid. Have you lost your mind? His father exclaimed. That piece of meat has no fat at all. Do you think it counts as good? Isn't that an embarrassment to take over? Han Yi suddenly realized that this was not a time, decades later, when no one wanted fatty meat. At present, the fatter the better was the prevailing sentiment. This truly exemplified how desires shift with circumstance. All right, I'll fetch a better piece. He quickly dashed back to the kitchen to select a fattier cut before making his way to the grandparents' house. Upon arriving at the doorstep, they overheard their uncle's voice from within. Han Yi has no qualms about earning money, so let him provide for our old age. After all, he won't miss a little. The uncle's tone was far from amicable. Their grandfather retorted angrily, what nonsense is this? Do you think we are begging you for support? How can you have the audacity to suggest that the younger generation should bear the burden of our old age? Have you no shame? The uncle, unfazed, replied. What I said is not wrong. Han Yi is earning money. What have I? as his elder, gained from this. I've heard he's making a fortune with outsiders. Yet he hasn't invited any of us to share in it. Why should I feel guilty? Just then, the voice of the second uncle interjected, saying, Father, you and mother have been deceiving the third brother's family for quite some time. We stayed silent before, but now that Han has achieved success, shouldn't you show a little understanding? Grandfather, with a stern expression, remarked, You two have come today to resist this matter, haven't you? Is it just the two of you, or are there others? Fifth brother shared the same sentiment. He had not come to work today. Uncle said. Han and Lao Shi are listening intently outside. Han was not surprised. Uncle, second uncle, and fifth uncle all exhibited such behavior, while Uncle Shi, aunt, and little aunt were more congenial with their own kin. At that moment, Han entered the house carrying a piece of meat and was greeted by the sight of two uncles sitting in the courtyard, confronting grandfather. Xiao, what brings you here? Grandfather asked, somewhat taken aback. The situation felt rather awkward. Han chuckled. We are preparing to renovate the house at home, and I brought some fine meat to treat the workers. Thought to bring some to you and grandmother. Such a good boy, grandfather replied, visibly pleased. Appreciating that amidst the bad, there was still some good. Han smiled. I overheard what uncle and second uncle said earlier. Let us proceed as they suggested. The two uncles exchanged glances. They had come to exert pressure, aiming for the third family to receive a larger share, but unexpectedly, the third family's third son seemed foolish enough to agree. Grandfather quickly interjected, What nonsense are you speaking? Your family should receive what is rightfully yours. Do not meddle with others. Han reassured. Grandfather, rest assured. Without the proper capabilities, I shall not undertake this task. However, uncle, second uncle, if I am to manage the provisions for grandmother and grandfather, what shall you say about what remains for them? Uncle sneered, well aware of their family's background. Promptly replied, Do not worry. As long as you take care of their old age, whatever remains will be yours. We will not take a single cent. Chapter 55. Are you not true to your word? Did they truly believe that grandmother and grandfather had nothing left? In the previous generation, their father had 7 siblings, and it was the homes of uncle and second uncle that thrived the most. Why? Because they had the thickest skins and the least shame. 3 years later, in the spring of 1989, a businessman from Hong Kong came back, claiming ties to the hometown and wishing to invest for the country's benefit. During his inspection of the commune, he took a keen interest in a small copper furnace owned by grandmother and grandfather. Upon seeing it, the businessman was greatly charmed and ultimately offered 60,000 for it, a considerable sum in the 1980s. Initially, grandfather was reluctant to sell, insisting it was a family heirloom. However, uncle and second uncle were not easily dissuaded, half coercing and half deceiving grandfather into selling the furnace. The 60,000 was predominantly taken by the two families, with one taking 20,000, while the remaining 20,000 was split between Uncle Shi and fifth uncle, leaving the two aunts with nothing. And grandfather and grandmother were similarly deprived. According to uncle, with food and drink provided by the children, money was of no use. It was better kept at home, lest it invite thieves. Han's family, like the two aunts, received not a single cent, as the Han family had owed years of elder support and were ineligible to claim any. Han's father, being a man of integrity, felt genuinely indebted regarding the elder support and thus refrained from contesting the matter with uncle and second uncle, pretending to be unaware. Later, with the money as capital, uncle and second uncle embarked on small businesses, seizing opportunities in the 1990s, and gradually began to establish some wealth, rendering them even less considerate of Han's family. When they did meet, it was inevitable that they would disparage Han's family yet again. However, the matter was far from concluded. Later, at an auction in Hong Kong, the copper furnace was sold, revealing to everyone that it was indeed a genuine artifact from the Ming dynasty's Xuande period. The inscription beneath had been obscured, and even the old gentleman had never laid eyes on it. At this auction, a modest copper furnace fetched a staggering price in the millions, leaving the elder and his brother in regret, lamenting their misjudgment. They blamed each other for their initial folly in selling it for a mere 60,000, allowing a Hong Kong merchant to seize an incredible bargain. Having heeded Han Yi's words, they hurriedly departed, fearing the old man might change his mind and renege on their agreement. They would not see their pensions again. After their departure, the grandfather anxiously exclaimed, "Grandson, how could you let those two provoke you so? This matter cannot proceed as such. I will confront them, and whatever they say, you must remain silent. We shall not suffer this loss. Han replied with a smile, Grandfather, grandmother, I truly do not mind this. Had it not been for your support in the past, providing me with rice and sweet potatoes from time to time, my brother and I would have long succumbed to hunger. Though I may not yet possess great skills, I am now capable of earning a living, and it is time I repay your kindness. The grandparents were deeply moved by his words, yet the grandmother insisted, I know my grandson is kind-hearted and righteous. But fairness is paramount. Your uncles should provide their share of the pension. It is unreasonable for your family to bear this alone. I will speak to them about it. Han chuckled, Grandfather, grandmother, if you insist on this, then do not call me when you prepare delicious meals. The grandmother, amused, replied, That is unrelated. You are my grandson, and I must care for you. Han solemnly stated, Indeed, grandmother, you are my elder, and it is my duty to honor you. His words rendered them speechless, and even the brother clapped his chest, asserting, Grandfather and grandmother, I believe my third brother is right. We are now capable of honoring you. The grandmother wished to say more, but was silenced by the grandfather, who sighed and said, Very well, since my grandson is so capable, let us enjoy a few days of leisure. Han then smiled. It is good that you understand, grandfather. I will be repairing the house tomorrow. If you have time, do come and have a look. My parents can manage the work, but I believe you possess the acumen to oversee matters. The grandfather laughed heartily. All right. You have been as sweet-tongued as if you have been eating honey these past few days. I shall come to see tomorrow. Upon returning from his grandparents' home, Han recounted the situation to his father. Upon hearing that Han intended to take on his grandparents' future pension, his father was not angered, but instead wore a beaming smile. Very well, I see no problem with this. You are now quite prosperous, and it is indeed time to show filial piety to your grandparents. Satisfied, he gave Han a hearty pat on the shoulder and sighed. I may lack the means to honor your grandparents, but my son possesses both capability and filial devotion. In this regard, I believe I surpass the families of your eldest and second uncles. Han understood that his father's heart had been burdened in his previous life. The eldest son had passed away prematurely, leading to a life of hardship, where he had often had to bow low before others. When one's back is bent too often, it becomes difficult to stand tall again, resulting in a perpetual sense of inferiority. Han Yi's aspirations in this life were few, but one of his primary goals was to enable his father to walk with pride. Others depend on their parents, while I allow myself to indulge once. Over in the kitchen, my mother and the others have nearly finished their preparations. The pork has been sautéed in advance and set aside. Tomorrow, when the help arrives, it will be a matter of swiftly tossing the already cooked meat strips into the pan, ensuring that we can manage the cooking without being overwhelmed by the crowd. Sister-in-law, please take some for the third and sixth brothers to taste, and check if the seasoning is to their liking. As my mother stirs the vegetables and my second sister tends to the fire, we have Lin Xiu Xiu, who is cutting vegetables. Let Han sample the seasoned meat strips. Lin Xiu Xiu wiped her hands and, using her chopsticks, picked up a portion of the meat strips, cradling them with one hand as she stepped out of the kitchen. Third brother, mother wants you to taste the seasoning. Han turned to see his sister-in-law approaching with the meat and leaned forward eagerly to take a bite. However, only a morsel made it into his mouth. The rest clattered onto his sister-in-law's palm when his teeth inadvertently struck the chopsticks. Before Lin Xiu Xiu could react, Han opened his mouth wide, inadvertently consuming the meat strips from her hand. Lin Xiu Xiu felt a strange sensation, almost as if Han had licked her palm. Ah! Startled, Lin Xiu Xiu looked up to find Han Yi's eyes glimmering mischievously as he flashed a charming smile, a combination of both roguishness and handsomeness. Caught off guard by his gaze, Lin Xiu Xiu felt her heart race, lowering her head as she murmured, You mentioned a year? Han reveling in the moment, was momentarily taken aback by her unexpected comment, instinctively responding, Huh? Lin Xiu Xiu's expression shifted, and she whispered, Are you not serious? Han Yi's heart raced with excitement. Feeling as if he could soar, if not for his father smoking in the yard, he would have embraced his sister-in-law right then and there. I promise, I truly promise. Han nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grains, before asserting calmly, A year from now, I will marry you. Chapter 56. Noodles nest with eggs when it comes to matters of the heart. The greatest fear is the absence of reciprocation. Humans are not creatures designed for one-sided devotion, especially in love. A relationship devoid of interaction is akin to courting an inflatable doll. Of course, If one insists that some can endure endless yearning without any response, I must clarify. That is mere infatuation, not genuine love. With his sister-in-law's response, Han Yi felt invigorated, eager for the year to pass in the blink of an eye so he could be close to her. Yet, while dreams are beautiful, reality is often harsh. Tasks must be tackled one by one, and the road ahead requires steady progress. The house remains in disrepair, and contemplating anything beyond that feels premature. That evening, bricks were delivered from the brick kiln, a convoy of tractors bringing in 60,000 bricks. Though the house may be humble, the space is ample. The homestead has yet to be fully utilized, allowing for the construction of a large courtyard. The demand for bricks would not be insignificant. The delivery personnel instructed the workers to unload the bricks for Han Yi, stating, "We've brought you 60,000 to start. If you need more, we'll bring them. If you have excess, we'll collect them later." Han Yi glanced at the bricks and estimated, "This seems about right. I'll arrange for payment." To his surprise, the brick kiln worker waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No rush. Your family is right here, and we trust you not to default. Just use what you need, and we'll settle the count later." The brick kiln workers are quite formidable. Firstly, they are all from the same hometown, so they are unafraid of losing face over debts. Secondly, those who dare to operate a brick kiln are not easily trifled with. Although they may appear jovial and easygoing at first, should you default on your debts, they might very well bury you alive. The next morning, Han Yi rose early to wash up. While squatting in the yard, he was blowing bubbles when he heard a cacophony of chatter outside, as if someone were conversing at his doorstep. "Who is it? Is it so idle this early?" Han Yi pushed the door open to see He Pai and Zhuang among others, with a considerable number of local villagers standing behind them. "What's going on? Are you having a market gathering at my door?" Han Yi exclaimed in surprise. He Pai cheerfully replied, "Brother Yi, didn't you say we were repairing the house today?" Han Yi blinked and remarked, "True, but shouldn't that come after the work is done? Aren't you all supposed to be tending to your farming?" Zhuang immediately asserted, "I've already spoken to my father, telling him I'm helping Brother Yi with the house repairs. He said it was fine for me to come. There's plenty for them to do at home." "Yes, my family told me to come as well, and see if there's anything I could do first," added Sister Susan. Han Yi glanced around and realized that those gathered were all individuals who had previously assisted him with the lottery business, coming out of gratitude. "What's up, old three?" Old man Han asked, stepping out of the house, puzzled. Han Yi quickly replied, "He Pai and the others arrived too early. We're not prepared at all." Seeing the crowd, old man Han felt a swell of happiness, recognizing that their family still held some esteem in the community. Of course, this reputation was earned by Old Three, and it had little to do with him. Yet as Old Three's father, he felt a sense of shared pride. "Everyone is here so early. No worries, you brought back quite a few eggs a few days ago. Tell your mother and sister-in-law to wake up, and let us prepare some fried dough sticks and fried eggs for them." Old man Han chuckled, believing that since they came to help, they ought to be fed. Han Yi found the situation amusing and said nothing further, stepping aside to let everyone in. His mother, elder sister, and sister-in-law were already awake and hurried into the kitchen to start a fire for cooking. Fried dough sticks with fried eggs were easy to prepare. Once the water boiled, they simply added the dough sticks and then cracked in the eggs. Sister Susan and several other young women joined in the kitchen, ladling bowls of the dish as the water boiled. He Pai, holding a bowl, took a sip and exclaimed with eyes sparkling, "Auntie, did you add sugar to this?" His mother laughed and said, "Today we're repairing the house, so we're hoping for good fortune, sweet and harmonious." Upon hearing this, everyone laughed. Sister Susan, with her straightforward nature, blurted out, "Auntie, your generosity is unmatched. This dish of fried dough sticks and eggs, aside from today, I reckon I'll only have it again when I give birth." This quip sent everyone into fits of laughter, and the youthful atmosphere was nothing short of delightful. At that moment, old man Han approached Han Yi and inquired, "Have you thought through how you want to repair the house?" Just as Han Yi was about to respond, he heard the old man's voice from the doorway. "Oh my, why have you brought back so many bricks? These red bricks look quite fine." Old father and Han Yi hurriedly welcomed the elder into the room. Han Yi chuckled, "Grandfather, I was just discussing with my father how to renovate this house. Your arrival is most timely." The elder replied with a smile, "Have you two decided how you will proceed with the repairs?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xiu Xiu emerged with a bowl of crispy noodles topped with a fried egg, gently presenting it before the elder, saying softly, "Grandfather, please enjoy this dish." The elder quickly accepted it, then sighed, Child, there is no need for you to fuss over me. I'm quite old now, and my teeth can hardly manage such fare. Lin Xiu Xiu quickly reassured him. Grandfather, I prepared this with boiling water, so it's soft now. With just a touch of your tongue, it will dissolve. You can manage it. The elder, pleased, responded with a smile. Very well, my dear. You should hurry and have your meal as well. After savoring a few bites of the dish, he nodded contentedly and said, Call your grandmother. If she doesn't come, she shall miss out on this delightful treat. Han Yi promptly interjected. How could we do that? We cannot have a meal without our grandmother. Lao Shi, where are you? Lao Shi emerged from the room, peeking his head out. Third brother, did you call for me? Yes, go fetch a bowl of crispy noodles and egg from the kitchen for your sister-in-law, Han Yi instructed. Lao Shi grinned. Third brother, you truly care for me. I am indeed quite hungry. Han Yi retorted, who cares for you? Just be sure to bring it back after you serve it, and take your time on the way. Don't spill it. Oh, I understand now. Upon hearing it was for their grandmother, Lao Shi nodded eagerly and headed to the kitchen to serve the food. After giving Lao Shi his instructions, Han Yi turned to his grandfather and asked, Grandfather, do you think we should expand the house or simply renovate it as it is? The elder glanced at both of them and replied, What do you think, Han Yi? The father, grinning foolishly, said, I'll defer to the children. Whatever they decide is fine by me. The elder shot a disapproving look at his son and, with a leisurely tone, said, If you ask me, no expansion should take place. So just a renovation then? Han Yi inquired. The elder shook his head, no renovation either. Huh. Both Han Yi and his father were puzzled. What then? Just stack bricks outside for aesthetics? The elder, somewhat irritated, exclaimed, What kind of father are you? How old is the third child now? Now that he has the means to build, why not let him have his own place? Are you not considering his marriage prospects? Chapter 57. The Homestead. The grandfather, visibly displeased, continued, You aren't being thoughtful at all. How old is the third child? You must think about his future and the possibility of him finding a partner. In the past, our circumstances were poor, and the eldest, well, let us not dwell on that. The point is, now that your family can afford to build a house, shouldn't we prioritize constructing one for him? When he seeks a partner, having a place of his own will provide him with security, wouldn't you agree? The father, looking dazed, nodded repeatedly, saying, Yes, indeed, father. You are right. If it weren't for your reminder, I would have completely overlooked it. Turning to Han Yi, the father declared, Youngest, let us set aside the renovation for now. As your grandfather suggests, we must prioritize getting your house built. Han Yi, scratching his head, replied, Actually, I'm not in a hurry. Not in a hurry? I am. The grandfather stamped his foot, admonishing, How old am I? Approaching 70 this year. How many more years do I have left? Before I depart this world, I yearn to witness my grandson's wedding. It is said that where there are phoenix trees, the phoenix will naturally descend. This wisdom is clear. Therefore, let us commence with the construction of a new abode. The old gentleman made his decision, placing his pipe firmly in his mouth, while observing his father skillfully produce a match to light it, clearly a man of experience. Given the gravity of the conversation initiated by grandfather, Han Yi found it difficult to oppose further. In truth, for him, these two matters were not mutually exclusive. As an adult, he desired both. Where shall we build? Han Yi inquired. Grandfather promptly replied, Consult the secretary to separate your household registration, then seek the village's approval for the homestead. Han Yi considered this. It was inevitable that the family would divide, and as siblings grew older, it would be impractical for them to remain under one roof. Seizing the opportunity while regulations on homestead land were still somewhat lax would prevent future complications. The regulations regarding homestead land underwent a significant change in 1982. 8 years later, in areas where the per capita arable land was less than 1 mu, the homestead could not exceed 133 square meters. In regions with more than 1 mu per capita, the limit was set at 200 square meters. If the land designated for construction was barren or of poor quality, an extension to 266 square meters was permissible. However, properties built prior to 1982 were exempt from such limitations. Essentially, one could construct as large a structure as their means allowed, provided no expansions were made post-1982. When Han Yi applied for the homestead, he would inevitably be bound by the policies established after 1982. The following year, in 1987, regulations would tighten further, necessitating extensive approvals from various family members and local authorities to secure a homestead. This year, by separating his household registration, Han Yi could promptly initiate the requisite procedures with the village. Additionally, there was a notion that if the land was approved this year, the house could be built with an allowance of 266 square meters, though this only accounted for the interior space without considering the yard. Once the yard was established, oversight would likely cease. Conversely, if he delayed until 1987, the process would hinge on the favor he held in the community. Encountering an unsympathetic village leader could complicate matters significantly. Moreover, the classification of land, fertile or marginal, was subject to the leader's discretion. If the secretary deemed the land fertile, it was so, and if deemed marginal, then that was its fate. As the saying goes, what is said to be is, and what is not, is not. Han Yi felt a pang of regret that his younger siblings had yet to reach adulthood. Had they been of age, he could have separated their household registrations this year, simplifying the acquisition of the homestead. Yet upon reflection, he realized that fostering good relations with the village leadership would mitigate potential challenges. With these thoughts in mind, Han Yi turned to leave, prompting the old gentleman to call out, "Where are you off to?" "Lu Yud is working over at Donghu." Han Yi grinned, "I know. I'm going to gather some supplies. One cannot approach others empty-handed." His father quickly replied, "No need for that. I grew up alongside Lu Yud. Our bond is strong enough. Just go over and mention your father's name. That will suffice." Han Yi's eyes gleamed with understanding as he nodded. "All right, I comprehend now." As Han Yi rode his bicycle out of the house, he did not head towards East Lake, but instead hurried into the city. Upon reaching the supply and marketing cooperative, he purchased 2 jars of canned oranges and a pack of Dujiang cigarettes. In Huaidong, the preferred choice of cigarettes was predominantly the plain, white paper-wrapped variety, which lacked any proper packaging and emphasized affordability. The favored brands included Hongmei, Donghai, and Dujiang, which were considered decent options. As for asthma and Dakiaman, those were the choices of city officials, unaffordable for the average person. Han Yi took a pack of Dujiang, which was regarded as a premium selection for the village secretary. If he were to bring asthma, Secretary L would likely hesitate to accept it. Regarding his father's assertion of having a strong reputation, Han Yi had no doubts. If he were to leverage his father's standing, Secretary L would likely acknowledge it. However, relationships require nurturing. If one were to exploit them recklessly, it might work once or twice, but eventually, who would still care? After exhausting his resources, he would still have to deal with Lao Shi and Lao Wu later. Would he go empty-handed? Or if policies became stricter, bringing gifts would only serve to create discomfort for the recipient. Thus, maintaining relationships now was crucial. Gifting a pack of cigarettes was far more effective than a gold brick later, particularly in a culture like China, where face is valued more than substance. Securing his purchases to the bicycle, Han Yi swiftly rode towards East Lake. The expansiveness of East Lake was notable, stretching several miles along its shores. However, finding Secretary L was straightforward. On the barren banks of East Lake, he was the only figure present, seemingly engrossed in some task. "Secretary L," Han Yi called out as he approached on his bike. Upon recognizing Han Yi, Elyud broke into a smile, exclaiming, "Oh, it's you, Lao-san. What brings you here? Did your father arrange a match for you? Is that why you come bearing gifts?" Han Yi chuckled, "Not at all. I'm actually waiting for my brother's anniversary." Elyud, momentarily puzzled, soon understood, recognizing the boy's principles. It was said that Lao Han's eldest son had poor relations with his siblings, which was pure nonsense. At that moment, Han Yi continued with a smile, "Secretary L, I'm here to seek your assistance." "Seeking me?" Elyud was taken aback, puzzled. "What do you need?" With a grin, Han Yi explained, "My family is renovating our house, and I know this will likely inconvenience everyone during the busy farming season. I feel quite guilty about it, and was hoping you could speak kindly on my behalf." Elyud laughed. "Is that all? It's not a big deal, but it depends on who is handling it." Han Yi promptly offered the canned goods and cigarettes to Elyud, who quickly protested, "Wait, what's this for?" Han Yi replied with a sense of entitlement, "You need to help me soothe everyone. Surely, we can't do this without some cigarettes and sweets? I can't afford to give them a reason to complain." Elyud narrowed his eyes, suspiciously asking, "Hold on, Lao-san, are you being honest with me? What is it you truly want?" Chapter 58. The work meal. Han Yi chuckled, "It really is just about the house. Additionally, I plan to separate my household registration from my family, which means I'll need to deal with acquiring land for a homestead. I'm concerned that when the time comes to allocate land, it might not be suitable, and I may need to negotiate a swap. Therefore, I will still require your assistance, Secretary." Elyud, upon hearing Han Yi's words, felt felt a sense of reassurance settle within him. Nodding, he replied, "Rest assured. Many in the brigade have been allocated land, but have yet to build houses. It matters little where you reside. If you find a vacant spot you fancy, I shall allocate it to you. If it is occupied, I will speak on your behalf. It should not pose a significant issue." Han promptly responded, "That is splendid. With your word, Secretary, I can rest easy. However, I must trouble you further regarding the household registration. I am utterly clueless in that regard, and my efforts may be in vain." Elyad chuckled. "Very well, let us consider that settled. This matter may not even be necessary, and should there be any surplus, I shall return it to you later." Han Yi's brow furrowed immediately. "Secretary, you cannot be serious. I, Han Lao-san, am merely in need of these cigarettes and canned goods. If you take them back, I might just toss them on the ground." Elyad, bemused, replied, "Look at you. Why are you getting so worked up? All right, I shall not take them back." Sighing, Han said, "Well then, I must be on my way. There is work awaiting me at home." With a wave of his hand, he mounted his bicycle and departed. After Han left, Elyad looked at the items in his hands and chuckled. This lad is far more astute than his father. He has the potential to accomplish great things. Upon returning home, Han found his father and grandfather deep in conversation. Noticing his return, his father immediately inquired, "What did Elyad say? Are you getting some land?" Han replied confidently, "Of course. He just asked me to return first, and he will notify me once everything is arranged." His father, swelling with pride, remarked, "See, I told you our relationship is strong, and mentioning my name carries weight." "Indeed." Han laughed before continuing, "Grandfather, how are your discussions progressing? What are the plans for the house?" His grandfather responded, "It has been decided that your house will be built first. That is not a concern. I have sufficient funds on hand. I can renovate this place and construct a house for myself. It will all be manageable," Han casually stated. His grandfather instinctively glanced at him, recognizing that his grandson had matured and possessed capabilities. With this realization, the elder felt a sense of relief. He had always been most worried about his third son's family, as they were too honest, but now that his grandson had proven his worth, there was no need for excessive worry. Finally, the elder firmly declared, "You have plenty of bricks. Let us first dismantle the eastern section. Tear down those 3 rooms. And once the eastern area is cleared, we shall proceed to the western side." Han Yi's home boasted numerous structures, albeit all built from mud bricks. The 3 rooms on the eastern side served as the sleeping quarters for Han and his brothers, while the 2 rooms on the outer side were used for storing grain. After the demolition, his parents would sleep separately. His mother would accompany his eldest sister-in-law, while Han and his younger brothers would move to their father's room. With the plan set, it was time to commence the work. The group of young men, including He Pai and Heir Zhuang, had waited for over an hour, their patience wearing thin. Upon learning that the houses were to be demolished, they became enthusiastic. The group first cleared out the contents of the rooms, ensuring everything was tidy before proceeding with the demolition. He Pai and several strong young men took the lead with hammers in hand. They struck one by one, and in no time, several holes appeared in the walls. The moment the structure lost its balance, it collapsed in a heap, turning into a pile of rubble. Everyone present could not help but marvel. Despite the difficulty in constructing these mud brick homes, the process of dismantling was remarkably swift and decisive. Next, the group began to tidy the site, and by the end of the morning, they had successfully cleared the debris from the collapsed structure, ensuring their efforts were not in vain. As noon approached, Han glanced at the time and decided it was time to greet his mother and the others, signaling that it was time to prepare the meal. The inaugural meal after resuming work must be nothing short of splendid. When his mother and the others entered the kitchen, Han discreetly pulled his sister-in-law aside. She looked at him with a hint of confusion, prompting Han to whisper, "Sister-in-law, where do you think would be the most suitable place for our house and land?" "Don't ask me. Make your own decision," she replied, a blush creeping into her cheeks. Though she understood the underlying meaning of his question, she felt too shy to engage further. Han frowned, asserting, "I cannot decide alone. We both need to be satisfied with where we live. I have no preference for the location, so you handle it." With that, Lin Xiu Xiu hurried into the kitchen, eager to avoid any further questioning from Han. Seeing his sister-in-law flee in such haste, Han couldn't help but chuckle. Teasing her turned out to be quite entertaining. In his previous life, he had been far too earnest and missed out on such delightful experiences. Under the midday sun, the Han family commenced their meal, which was nothing short of a feast. The pork that Han Yi and Lao Shi had brought back was prepared in various styles, shredded, sliced, and even rendered into crispy pork cracklings. Stir-frying the cracklings with cabbage produced an aroma so intoxicating that it left everyone entranced. A bite of the crispy morsel, when gently chewed, revealed a delightful airiness, while the hidden fat provided a burst of richness, more satisfying than delicacies like shark fin or abalone. To mitigate the heaviness, a bite of cabbage brought a refreshing contrast, exquisite in its simplicity. In addition to the cabbage stir-fried with pork cracklings, there were green beans sautéed with shredded meat, where the textures of the tender meat and crisp green beans intertwined harmoniously. The spicy stir-fried pork belly, with its fiery peppers, was both fragrant and indulgent, compelling one to reach for a mouthful of rice after just a few bites. There was also a soup made from chopped ribs and sliced winter melon, the latter nearly disintegrating in the broth, which was infused with the savory essence of the meat. To cleanse the palate, a dish of tomatoes sprinkled with sugar offered a sweet and tangy respite from the rich flavors of the preceding dishes. Han Yi savored a small bowl, relishing the elusive taste of tomatoes he had been unable to find in his previous life. As the saying goes, a hearty meal brings the community together. The inaugural meal at the Han household was truly remarkable, leaving everyone with glistening smiles. Han Yi and Lao Shi retrieved a case of soda from the well. With more work to be done in the afternoon, they opted for soda instead of beer, saving a bottle of beer for the evening's conclusion. Is that acceptable? Han Yi inquired with a smile. Absolutely, exclaimed Zhuang, still chewing on his meat, hastily shoveling another mouthful of rice, wondering why the meat tasted so extraordinarily delicious. Chapter 59. Not letting friends suffer after finishing their meal. Everyone took a brief respite before embarking on their tasks. This illustrates the disparity between a gracious host who provides good food and one who does not. If you fail to treat your guests well, do not expect them to contribute wholeheartedly. They might merely perform their duties half-heartedly, working an extra day simply to enjoy another meal. The afternoon's labor involved digging the foundation. For a single-story house, the foundation need not be excessively deep, yet it must be excavated. Otherwise, in the event of a natural disaster, such as a strong wind, the structure could collapse, resulting in considerable misfortune. As Han Yi was laboriously wielding his shovel, his grandfather approached and inquired, "Grandson, are you planning to use yellow clay for the bricks? Such fine red bricks would be squandered on yellow clay." Han Yi concurred with his grandfather's assessment, nodding in agreement. "You are right, grandfather. If we are to do it, we must do it well. I will procure some cement." His father interjected, "Cement is not easily acquired, is it? While there are private brick kilns, private cement factories are a rarity. The public cement factories do not sell to ordinary individuals. Their supplies are primarily allocated to state-owned enterprises. Thus, acquiring cement is no simple task for the common man." However, Han Yi reassured him, "Do not worry, it is not as difficult as you think." He then called out, "Lao Shi, keep an eye on things here. I am heading to the city to get cement." Lao Shi promptly replied, "Go ahead, third brother. I will manage here." Han Yi hopped on his bicycle and made his way to the city. Upon arrival, he did not head to the cement factory, but instead rushed to the enamel factory. The guard, recognizing Han Yi, did not even attempt to stop him and allowed him entry without hesitation. Han Yi navigated the familiar paths to Lu Weidong's office, knocking on the door before hearing Lu Weidong's voice inviting him in. Upon entering, Lu Weidong looked up and, upon seeing Han Yi, broke into a wide smile. "Little Han, it has been a while. Are you truly giving up on your business?" Han Yi chuckled, "Not exactly. I have made a bit of money and am planning to help my family repair our house first. Once that is sorted, I will consider business matters again. How about you?" "Things are going reasonably well. Not as prosperous as when you were in business, but better than before," Lu Weidong replied with a hearty laugh. After Han Yi ceased his lottery business, he entrusted Lu Weidong with the design of the enamel basins. Although copyright issues were virtually non-existent at that time, Han Yi had derived his designs from magazines, which was tantamount to a creative spark, similar to the innovative concepts presented during the Spring Festival Gala. Thanks to the unique designs, the enamel factory had recently regained its vitality. At the very least, they were able to pay their workers and provide bonuses during holidays. Moreover, while Han Yi had stepped back, Yang Hu remained vigilant in this line of work, alongside Chun Laoda, Chun Dishing, who was still active. Hence, Han Yi decided to introduce both of them to the enamel factory, ensuring a steady supply of goods, which made Lu Weidong indebted to Han Yi. "Business is thriving." "Which is great. Brother, I actually came here seeking your assistance today, Han Yi grinned. I wonder if you would be willing to help me, Lu Ge? Upon hearing Han Yi's request, Lu Weidong felt a sudden pang of apprehension, yet his expression remained amiable. Why do you say that? As long as I can assist, I shall certainly do so without hesitation. Han Yi nodded and then said, It is like this. I am in need of cement for my house construction. Initially, I contemplated procuring some from the cement factory, but I was reprimanded. They informed me that the cement is for public use only. I realized that I have no capable friends to turn to, so I had no choice but to seek your assistance, Brother Lu. Lu Weidong was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly slammed the table and exclaimed, Is that all it is? Han Yi replied with a smile. This matter may seem trivial to you, but for me, it is of utmost importance. I have no choice but to come to you humbly. Lu Weidong, without hesitation, responded. Do not say that. What is there to beg for? When you introduced business to me and helped me with the design, did I need to beg you then? As brothers, it is merely a matter of a few words. Han Yi laughed and said, You are right. It is just a matter of a few words. Lu Weidong continued, You need not even go to the cement factory. We have a batch of cement here that has been sitting for quite some time. If it remains unused any longer, it will harden. Since you are here, I will have the factory vehicle accompany you. Han Yi's eyes lit up. All right. I will pay you at market price, and you can charge me for what I use. Lu Weidong impatiently replied, What nonsense is this? Am I going to charge you for a little cement? That would be absurd. However, Han Yi insisted earnestly, Brother Lu, you are a true friend. Which is why I speak candidly with you. Since we are friends, we should not put each other in difficult positions. Though the quantity is not large, if someone stirs up trouble, it could become a significant issue. If I pay you, and that is recorded, it will be much easier to handle later. And I will have peace of mind, right? As long as there is money on the books, even if someone investigates, it can be explained. The factory does not need it for now, and selling it at market price for the workers is reasonable, although it may not comply with regulations. Such matters are seldom pursued rigorously. Conversely, if I take it without any payment, and someone decides to investigate, it would lead to trouble for both of us. I would not want to end up in a position where I am accused of exploiting socialist resources. Lu Weidong nodded, somewhat moved, and said, All right. I know you are not in need of this little bit. Let us go take a look. The two arrived at the enamel factory's warehouse. Upon seeing the factory director, the old man promptly rose to open the door. Once the warehouse doors were swung open, they were greeted by a vast space filled with materials. In one section of over 500 square meters, cement was stacked high. The cement, which had been allocated previously but never collected, remained there as it was impractical to take it without a place to use it. Han Yi approached and examined the labels on the cement bags, immediately beaming with joy. All of them were marked with European standards. This did not imply that they were imported, but rather that there were no specific domestic standards for cement currently. So the factories simply adhered to European standards. Any factory that could affix such labels was undoubtedly a reputable cement manufacturer. How much do you think we can use? Lu Weidong inquired. Han Yi scratched his head and replied, I am not sure. I have never built a house before. Lu Weidong pondered for a moment and said, Well, let us take some. When we constructed our factory, we estimated that a 100 square meter office would require 2 to 3 tons of cement. How large do you plan to build? Han Yi contemplated for a moment and mused. It would likely require around 10 tons of cement. No, I still need to build a new house. So it must be nearly 20 tons. Lu Weidong waved his hand dismissively and said, Why complicate matters? Just haul 30 tons to avoid the trouble of making a second trip. Besides, what about sand? He pointed towards the sand pit outside the warehouse and continued, You'll certainly need sand for your house, and it should be in a 1-to-2 ratio. So you should take an additional 60 tons. Chapter 60. How much is too much? Han Yi felt a shiver run down his spine. Astonished, how could I possibly use that much? Lu Weidong nonchalantly replied, This is just the beginning. It's better to take more now than to find yourself short later. I tell you, making 2 trips is far less convenient than hauling it all at once. He then turned to the elderly man overseeing the warehouse and instructed, Have someone from the transportation department come over. And also call for assistance from the production workshop to load the goods. 30 tons of cement and 60 tons of sand. Make sure it all gets loaded today, even if we have to work overtime. After giving his orders, Lu Weidong turned to Han Yi with a smile. Now, let us settle the accounts. Han Yi nodded in agreement. Sure, how much do you want? Lu Weidong replied. Cement is 20 yuan per ton, and you're taking 30 tons, which amounts to 600 yuan. However, Since this cement has been stored for quite some time, some may have lost its efficacy. So let us round it down to 500 yuan. Han Yi was taken aback. Currently, the market price for cement is 20 yuan per ton, which is hard to come by, usually averaging around 30, especially for such high quality. And to receive a 100 yuan discount at once? Lu Weidong continued. As for the sand, well, that's harder to quantify. It's left over from the previous factory of the enamel plant. So just give me 100 yuan for it. Brother Lu, is this really acceptable? Han Yi, feeling the sting of good fortune, was primarily astonished by such generosity. Lu Weidong waved his hand dismissively, chuckling. If it were something freshly produced from the workshop, I would account for every single cent, and I would be the one losing money. But to be honest, whether it's been stored for 10 years or 8 years, it remains the same. I'm giving you a fair price out of respect. Indeed, I'm grateful for your consideration, Brother Lu. Han Yi expressed his gratitude repeatedly. The enamel plant had many workers, and although the supply of sand and cement seemed considerable, by the late afternoon, they were nearly finished loading. Especially since Lu Weidong had somehow procured a grab machine, the work progressed swiftly. After Han Yi settled the accounts with the finance department of the enamel plant, Lu Weidong insisted on treating him to dinner, but Han Yi quickly replied, Brother Lu, my family is expecting me to host guests. I'll treat you next time. Let us dine at Jiwei Lu, and I'll prepare some rare delicacies for you then. Lu Weidong recognized Han Yi's urgency and did not insist further. Nodding very well, I want to keep you. He then escorted Han Yi to the enamel plant's truck and told the driver, go help unload the goods and come back. No taking advantage of the situation, or I'll make sure you regret it when you return. The driver quickly replied, Director Lu, you know I'm not that kind of person. 100 tons of cargo were efficiently transported by 2 trucks, each laden with cement and sand, with sand beneath and cement atop. According to the load capacity of the enamel factory's trucks, nearly 100 tons of material, with each truck approaching 50 tons, was indeed over the limit, significantly so. Yet, in this day and age, what truck is not overloaded? During the journey, Han Yi engaged in conversation with the driver, who chuckled upon hearing about the overloading issue, remarking, Brother, this is just the beginning. With this amount of cargo, it falls well within the normal range. Despite his light-hearted words, Han Yi was apprehensive of the creaking sounds emanating from the vehicle, fearing it might collapse under the strain. Fortunately, the truck proved sturdy enough to deliver the cement and sand home. Upon arriving at the entrance, the foundation had been nearly excavated. As the truck approached, the onlookers, including Hei Pai and others, hurried over. When the truck's doors swung open to reveal a full load of cement and sand, everyone was momentarily taken aback. In the impoverished village, constructing houses typically involved mud bricks, and now, for the first time, they were faced with the prospect of building with bricks and tiles. The village headquarters itself was still a mud structure. Who had ever seen such cement and sand? Stop gaping, everyone. Help unload the cargo, and tonight, the beer is on me. Han Yi exclaimed as he jumped down from the cab. The crowd surged forward with enthusiasm, diving into the task of unloading. The sand required no assistance, as it was self-discharged thanks to modifications made to the truck, which the driver explained were parts imported from elsewhere and ingeniously adapted for local use. In the 1980s, a driver was not merely a driver. He was also a mechanic and a modification engineer. They could not only fit compatible parts, but could also ingeniously install incompatible ones, ensuring the vehicle operated smoothly. After the cement was unloaded, the truck moved to the designated spot for self-discharging. However, the modifications left something to be desired. The angle of discharge was insufficient, leaving a significant amount of sand clinging stubbornly to the truck bed. The onlookers had no choice but to climb back up and use shovels to scrape it down, but this was far more pleasant than shoveling it down scoop by scoop. By the time everything was unloaded, darkness had enveloped the surroundings. As the truck prepared to depart, Han Yi presented the drivers with several packs of asthma cigarettes. Thankfully, he had stocked up on a considerable supply during previous business dealings. Otherwise, he would have had nothing to offer them. Although Lu Weidong had advised against taking anything without offering, Han Yi willingly provided the gifts, and the 2 drivers graciously accepted, especially since they had willingly assisted in unloading. It would have been unwise to act otherwise, as that would invite scorn. As the drivers departed, Han Yi's sister-in-law approached, stating, Mother says dinner is ready. It's nearly 8 o'clock, and everyone must be starving. Han Yi quickly responded, Indeed, it's time to eat. Everyone come inside. Tonight, we have plenty of beer and soda to enjoy. With over 100 bottles of beer and dozens of bottles of soda at home, there was certainly enough to go around. If it ran short, they could always procure more from Old Chin the next day. Cheers erupted from the crowd, with Lao Shi and Lao Wu tasked with distributing the beverages. The young men eagerly anticipated tasting the beer, while some of the girls, after sampling it, opted for soda, preferring its sweet and tangy flavors over the bitter notes of beer. The evening meal was quite satisfactory. Had it been served in another household, the leftover dishes from lunch, accompanied by a few steamed buns, would have been deemed exceptional. Unfortunately, there was nothing left from lunch at Old Han's home. Every morsel was devoured with gusto. Thus, in the evening, my mother and sister-in-law had to rekindle the fire to prepare dinner. They opted for a simpler fare, concocting a dish of green beans and spare ribs, simmered together with pork, and then served it with noodles. The spare ribs and green beans, when combined with the noodles, along with a bowl of thin rice porridge, created a delightful meal. The porridge, prepared with just enough rice to achieve a watery consistency, complemented the slightly dry spare ribs and green beans perfectly. The flavor was exquisite, and as a young girl might express decades from now, simply sublime. "Mother, this porridge is deliciously sweet," exclaimed the youngest, cradling a bowl of porridge and grinning, revealing her still maturing teeth, prompting laughter. My mother chuckled and remarked, "Your sister-in-law added sugar for you. She dotes on you. You'll be spoiled rotten." Though she spoke lightly, her heart brimmed with joy. It was rare to see a daughter-in-law treat a sister-in-law with such kindness. At that moment, Lin Xiu Xiu brought a bowl of porridge to Han Yi, who, with his cheeks stuffed with spare ribs and green beans, waved his hand dismissively. "I can't eat anymore." "It's specially served for you," his sister-in-law insisted. Han Yi scratched his head, then seized the bowl and gulped it down in one go. How could he refuse something prepared just for him? "How does it taste?" his sister-in-law inquired with wide eyes. After swallowing the porridge, Han Yi grinned and replied, "Sweet." Chapter 61. The Stolen Cement. Construction was underway at home, and the entire brigade was astonished. They had never witnessed such a method of building. Red bricks were piled into a small mountain at the entrance, alongside the unloaded cement and yellow sand. This was not merely a house. It was as if they were preparing to erect an office building or a factory. The next morning, Han Yi discovered a problem and sought out his father early to discuss it. "Father, someone has tampered with our cement and yellow sand." His father, taken aback, responded, "Is that true? Let us go take a look." The two made their way to the spot where the cement and sand were stored. Han Yi said, "I was cautious last night and marked a circle around it. As you can see, some has been taken." His father examined the area and indeed noticed a subtle line around the cement and sand, which had diminished by nearly 2 fingers' width. Though 2 fingers may not seem significant, it was evident that someone had stealthily taken some before they had even begun to use it. His father's neck turned red with anger, and standing atop a cement bag, he shouted, "Which scoundrel has the audacity to steal my family's cement and sand? Is it for a coffin for your father or to accompany your mother's grave?" He continued with fury, "If I find out who you are, you'd better pray for your life. You're courting disaster, and I won't spare you." Han Yi was taken aback. He had never heard his father curse so vehemently and quickly pulled him down, exclaiming, "Father, such cursing is futile. Those who dare to steal are shameless enough to risk bringing shame upon their descendants, whether they bear sons to serve as slaves or daughters to become courtesans." "What courtesans?" his father inquired. Han Yi shouted, "Prostitutes." The two elders were engaged in a loud conversation at the entrance, deliberately raising their voices. In the stillness of the early morning, their shouts resonated throughout the entire village. Han Yi had no illusions that a few harsh words would deter those who stole, but remaining silent was not an option. If one were to let such matters pass without protest, it would only embolden the thieves. Rural folk are not inherently malicious, yet it cannot be said they are entirely virtuous either. They exist in a gray area where good and evil can often hinge on a mere thought. However, Han Yi was certain of one thing. Many villagers would take advantage of those they perceive as vulnerable. If today he and his father remained silent, it would only invite more theft, perhaps escalating to outright robbery. Thus, regardless of the outcome, Han Yi and his father had to assert themselves. "If you dare to steal from me, I must ensure you understand the consequences. Even if I cannot defeat you, I will certainly scold you." The Han family is not to be trifled with. Upon hearing of the situation, Secretary L hurried to Han Yi's home, perplexed, and inquired, "What on earth is happening between you two this early in the morning? Why such harsh words?" Han Yi, Wielding a shovel in the yard, replied Secretary. I've just returned with some cement and sand to build a house. In just one night, some scoundrel has stolen our cement and sand. Each bag of cement costs 30 yuan. If they take just a couple of bags, the loss to our family is substantial. Seeing Secretary L, Han Yi's father became even more irate, exclaiming, Old donkey, what kind of secretary are you? Thieves are running rampant in the village. What are you doing in your position? El Yud's expression darkened as he retorted, Old Han, could you refrain from calling me names? El Yud, having grown up with Han Yi's father, was often the target of such nicknames, which irked him despite their long-standing friendship. Taken aback by the rebuke, Han Yi's father hesitated to respond, but Han Yi interjected, Father, I must side with Secretary L. My uncle L is now a secretary. How you address him privately is one thing, but publicly calling him names could hinder his work. Seeing his son take this stance, Han Yi's father begrudgingly conceded, Well, I didn't mean any harm. It just slipped out. My apologies, old Yud. Not a problem. El Yud replied, though he was clearly displeased, yet he refrained from escalating the matter. If you are unable to guard your belongings, at least cover them up. Otherwise, keep a closer watch at night. When items are valuable, they deserve careful oversight. Do you think everyone is a model citizen? Han Yi's mind raced as he realized El Yud's underlying frustration. After a moment's thought, he responded, Uncle El, you make a valid point. It is indeed our oversight. Truth be told, we should not dwell too much on this. With all this cement and sand, we are merely constructing a home. Surely, we want to use it all. Han Yi spoke slowly, contemplating that the cement and sand were surely of no use to him. He even suspected that Lu Weidong had not been entirely forthright about the quantities provided. Furthermore, Lu Weidong's allocation of cement and sand based on the proportions required for constructing factories was rather absurd. After all, those industrial buildings were multi-storied, necessitating a substantial amount for stability, which was far beyond what a typical residence would require. Consequently, it was evident that there was an excess, one that was not trivial. Han Yi then remarked, Never mind. I initially intended to use the remaining sand and cement to repair the threshing floor for the brigade. If it turns out to be insufficient, so be it. Lu Yud, who was about to take his leave, nearly widened his eyes in disbelief upon hearing Han Yi's words. He exclaimed, Third brother, are you certain about this? Han Yi raised an eyebrow and replied, What you say is undoubtedly certain. The cement and sand I brought back will be used for repairs, and if there is not enough left after building the houses, then I shall have no recourse. Upon hearing this, Lu Yud stomped his foot in frustration and shouted towards the outside, You scoundrel! What the hell have I been teaching you all this time? Stealing from others, are you not afraid of dire consequences? Afterward, he turned to Han Yi in haste, declaring, Rest assured. I will take care of this matter and ensure that the culprits are found. Let us head to the brigade office. I will use the loudspeaker. These despicable individuals, after all our efforts to establish a threshing floor, dare to sabotage it. If I catch them, I will make them pay dearly. Lu Yud was visibly enraged. And it wasn't without reason. The brigade was in dire need of a proper threshing floor. The former earthen floor, though hardened from years of use, could not compare to a cement one. Chapter 62. The threshing floor. The significance of a threshing floor in rural areas is self-evident. Yet most places resort to using dirt floors. However, such earthen floors present numerous challenges. First, when drying grains, they must be spread out. And although the ground has been tamped down, it still contains impurities that affect the quality of the grains. Second, after rain, the floor must be retamped and dried again before it can be used, which is both time-consuming and labor-intensive. Third, during harvest season, the threshing floor serves not only for drying grains, but also as a recreational space for the community, as finding suitable open areas in rural settings is a challenge. In the peak of summer, if the brigade leader were resourceful enough to invite a film projector, screening classics like tunnel warfare or mine warfare, the locals would certainly revel in the experience. However, the limitations of an earthen floor are numerous. It cannot be used after rain. Conversely, a cement floor would not only facilitate the drying of grains, but also allow for the organization of events like film screenings. Even if it rains, as soon as the downpour ceases, the projector could be called upon immediately. The threshing yard holds immense significance for the collective, and as for LV Yud, while he may have his shortcomings, he nonetheless takes his responsibilities quite seriously. When Han Yi refrains from mentioning the matter of the threshing yard, LV Yud remains silent. However, The moment it is suggested to utilize the remaining cement and sand for its construction, he is eager to take matters into his own hands, wishing to personally confront the thief who pilfered from old Han's supply. With a sense of urgency, Yud escorted Han to the team headquarters, which, like the rest, was comprised of earthen structures with varying heights. What set this place apart was its possession of the sole broadcasting equipment in the collective, a privilege that Yud had fought hard to secure. Not every team was fortunate enough to have such facilities. Upon activating the broadcast, Yud, filled with rage, unleashed a torrent of invective, exclaiming, "Who dares to steal the cement and sand from old Han's household?" Han gasped in astonishment. Although Yud was generally regarded as a person of decent character within the collective, his current display revealed a side of him that was less than refined. His tirade on the air was far more vulgar than any insults uttered by Han or his father, with several phrases strikingly reminiscent of their own exchanges. It was no wonder that Han's father remarked that he and Secretary had grown up in a manner that felt intimately familiar. Once Yud had exhausted his vitriol, he took a moment to catch his breath and addressed Han, "A bunch of scoundrels. I'm not denying you a chance. Return everything you stole tonight. Anyone who dares to toy with me will face consequences. Let me make myself clear. If I catch you, you'll no longer have a place in this collective." With that, he abruptly shut off the broadcast, panting heavily. After regaining his composure, he turned to Han and asked, "Old 3, are you truly committed to constructing the threshing yard for our collective?" Han, placing his hand over his heart, assured him, "Secretary your integrity is commendable. I promise you this. I will utilize every bit of the remaining cement and sand. If it's insufficient, I will personally procure more. However, this situation must be resolved first." Yud replied, "Old 3, you need not worry. Your loyalty surpasses mine. I assure you, if those who stole from your family do not return the materials tonight, I will lead a search, inspecting every household. If I find even a handful of sand or a sprinkle of cement, they will regret their actions." As they conversed, murmurs of discontent arose among those who had been listening in, with one voice rising above the rest. "Damn that Yud. Has he lost his mind? It's just a bit of cement and sand, not something from his own home. What is all this fuss about?" Another voice added, "Could it be that we've been discovered? Will we be able to return it tonight?" In Su Jinxia's household, her mother wore a sullen expression as she glanced at the concealed cement and sand within their dwelling, grumbling, "No wonder old Han's son met his demise. His tongue is far too foul. It's merely a bit of sand and cement. Why should we not be allowed to use some of it?" Su Jinxia quietly interjected, "Mother, that belongs to someone else. If we take it without permission, they will surely scold us." Her mother, filled with indignation, retorted, "You worthless child. I knew you were of no use from the start. You haven't even married yet, and already you're turning your back on your own kin. Once you're wed, how can we expect anything from you?" With that, she pinched Su Jinxia's arm in frustration. Su Jinxia, fearful of pain, shrank towards the edge of the bed, inadvertently provoking her mother, who swiftly restrained her and twisted her a few times, exclaiming, "Dodge, dodge. Let us see how long you can evade. If you dare to hide again, I will beat you to a pulp, you worthless thing." Su Jinxia sat silently at the bedside, tears streaming down her cheeks. Too frightened to utter a word, her mother, with a disdainful tone, declared, "I won't relent. Let us see how he can retaliate. If he dares to come into my widow's house looking for something, I'll scold him into oblivion." Meanwhile, at the broadcasting station, Han exchanged a few casual remarks with Yud before heading home. Once Han departed, Yud reopened the broadcast, clearing his throat before announcing, "I have another matter to inform you all. Our brigade's Han family, Han, the third son, has decided that after finishing the construction of their house, the remaining yellow sand and cement will be used to repair our brigade's threshing ground. Everyone understands the significance of the threshing ground, so anyone who has taken yellow sand or cement from the Han family, return it promptly. Otherwise, if the repair of the threshing ground is delayed, it's as if you're treating me, your secretary, with utter disrespect. If I don't manage to deal with you, then I deserve to be a worthless secretary." As Han walked a short distance from the brigade office, he wore a look of astonishment, soon giving way to amusement. Yud truly was a clever individual. His words appeared to be in the best interest of the Han family, yet they effectively laid the matter bare for all to see. Once this was public, there would be no room for deceit when the time came to fulfill obligations. Following Eldest's second broadcast, the expressions of the villagers within the brigade shifted notably. Those who had previously boisterously proclaimed their refusal to return the materials now wore grim visages. They may have dared to challenge the Han family, but they were not bold enough to confront the entire brigade. If it came to light that they had pilfered a few shovels of cement and sand, jeopardizing the construction of the threshing ground, they would find themselves utterly ostracized. Even Su Jinxia's mother, now cursing under her breath, remarked, "That wretched family has truly struck it rich. They can even repair the threshing ground. Jinxia, tonight, you must make a trip to quietly return the cement and sand. We cannot afford such bad luck." Upon returning home, Han Yi was greeted by his father, who exclaimed, "I heard the broadcast. The two of us will keep watch at the door tonight. I am curious to see who dares to return the cement and sand." Han Yi, both amused and exasperated, replied, "Father, there is no need for such theatrics. It's unnecessary." Chapter 63. Changing Land. If Han Yi truly wished to apprehend those responsible, he could simply accompany Elyud from house to house. However, how could one locate them? It was likely that a significant portion of the brigade had taken part. If they managed to deal with 1 or 2 families, what about 3, 5, or even 10? Therefore, as long as this matter could be resolved, there was no need to alienate everyone. Of course, if Han Yi's family wished to leave the brigade, then severing ties would pose no issue. That evening, Han Yi, his father, and Lao Shi sat together in the courtyard. The first half of the night passed without incident, but as the night wore on, faint sounds began to emerge from outside. Han Yi glanced at his father, who let out a cold snort. Wishing he could rush out at that very moment to apprehend those scoundrels and teach them a lesson for daring to steal from their family. Early the next morning, Han Yi emerged from the house and called for his father to join him. When the two stood before the pile of cement once more, they were indeed pleased to find that the cement and sand had returned. "As long as the materials are back, that suffices," Han Yi nodded with satisfaction. However, his father remained irate, stating, "I still believe we must capture those culprits. Otherwise, they'll think our family can be easily bullied." Han Yi, feeling helpless, recognized that his father was one to take matters too seriously. At that moment, his grandfather ambled over, and upon seeing the two standing at the doorway, cheerfully inquired, "Has everything returned?" Han Yi nodded, saying, "Yes, Grandpa, everything is back, and it appears nothing is missing." His father interjected, "I find it utterly frustrating that these rascals took my belongings and now simply return them. In my opinion, we should apprehend them and make them realize the consequences of their actions." Upon hearing his father's words, the grandfather could not contain his anger and retorted, "What on earth are you thinking? Do you know how many people have taken things? If we were to capture them all, would the entire village be at your service?" Yet, he reminded his father, "Did you not previously say that those who err must face punishment?" The father, feeling slightly defiant, exchanged banter with his own father. The grandfather, infuriated, removed his shoes and exclaimed, "Banter, banter, how clever you are! And yet, I once taught you to study diligently. Did you heed my advice?" The father, fearing his grandfather's wrath, quickly pushed Han Yi forward, saying, "Stop him. Do you intend to watch me get beaten?" Han Yi could only intervene to shield his grandfather, smiling as he said, "Grandpa, my father is merely venting. After all, he did not act as he suggested. Please do not be upset." The grandfather, still fuming, replied, "If he had truly done that, I would not have spared him." Once the grandfather's temper cooled, he turned to Han Yi and remarked, "I suspected it was you who resolved this matter. Your father is quite simple-minded. Over the years, he has not developed any remarkable skills, but merely knows how to work hard. He has yet to excel in any aspect of life." The grandfather, understanding his son's character flaws, then expressed to Han Yi, "You are different, young Yi. You comprehend the balance of matters and know when to advance and retreat, which is commendable. Do not emulate your father. Otherwise, wherever you go, you shall reap no rewards." Han Yi, wishing to spare his father's pride, responded to the grandfather, "Grandpa, my father possesses many virtues, such as his kindness toward us children and his genuine filial piety towards you and Grandma. In the past, when our family faced difficulties, he would not have neglected his responsibilities to support you." To Han Yi's surprise, the grandfather wholeheartedly agreed, sighing, "I understand. Despite the many children in our family, when it comes to supporting us in our old age, it is not the clever ones we can rely on, but rather the simple-minded ones who remain close to us." Han Yi found himself at a loss for words, recognizing the truth in his grandfather's statement. Indeed, due to the family's circumstances in the previous generation. They had not been able to assist their grandfather significantly, and ultimately, their support in old age relied on the contributions of each household. As the workers arrived, Han, along with his father and Lao Shi, had already been laboring for a while. On the first day of work, they provided 2 meals, one for breakfast and one for lunch, with an additional dinner, though typically only 1 meal would be served thereafter. Thus, those who arrived later would find no food available, yet no one minded, as everyone was eager to lend a hand. Approaching noon, Elyud returned, cheerfully informing Han that the matter regarding the homestead had been approved. He urged Han to accompany him to select a plot of land, as they could finalize the necessary paperwork by lunchtime. Han had already devised a plan, since he was to establish a separate household. He intended to choose a plot that was somewhat distant from his father's, yet not too far for convenience. He had already set his sights on a particular piece of land, but regrettably, it had an owner. Han approached, wiped his hands, and inquired, "Secretary, what options do we have?" Elyud chuckled. "As you are aware, our brigade has limited arable land, but plenty of uncultivated land. Feel free to choose from the surrounding areas. Any selection is acceptable." Han nodded and followed Elyud as they surveyed the brigade. Finally, they stood atop a high ridge, where Han proposed, "Secretary, if this location is suitable, I would like to claim it." Elyud scanned the area and nodded his approval. "You have a good eye. This half-plot is indeed uncultivated, but over there lies fertile land. You can fence in your yard, and this area can serve as a small garden." Han chuckled. "Could you assist me in determining if this area is viable?" Elyud produced a map he carried and, after examining it, hesitated. "Unfortunately, this land is not available. It was designated 2 years ago to Xiu Xiu. If you wish to use it, you'll need to negotiate a trade with him." Han smiled. "But Secretary, didn't you mention you would help me?" Elyud readily agreed. "All right, wait for my news. I will come to you this evening." Han was acquainted with Xiu Xiu, who was known for his ruthlessness. In the early 1990s, he had gathered a group to sell blood, only to be infected with a deadly disease from an unsanitary blood bank, resulting in the tragic demise of everyone involved. The victims and their families ultimately avenged their losses by killing him in the Leigong Mountain. Han had heard that when Xiu Xiu met his end, he claimed innocence, asserting he only wished to help others prosper, unaware of the dangers of such a venture. Han believed this account. Xiu Xiu was merely 3 years his senior, and they were essentially peers. Aside from being somewhat naive, he harbored no ill intentions. Most likely, he had been misled, leading to the suffering of many. By evening, after Black Skin and the others finished their labor, Elyud arrived, stating directly, "Xiu Xiu has agreed to the land exchange, but it will require an additional payment." Han was not surprised. Xiu Xiu had some wits about him, or else he would not have thought to organize blood sales in his past life. "How much does he want?" Han inquired. Elyud whispered, "It's not much. He is asking for 20 yuan. Han nodded. In this day and age, 20 yuan is not an insignificant sum. However, given that it pertains to the exchange of a homestead, the prospect of acquiring a preferred plot for such an amount is undoubtedly worthwhile. "All right, please convey my message to Xiu Xiu that 20 yuan is acceptable," Han replied readily. Elyud chuckled. "Very well. I shall relay your message and see if we can finalize the agreement tomorrow and have it stamped." True to his efficiency, Elyud swiftly arranged a meeting with Xiu Xiu the following morning. They convened, and after Han paid the sum, Xiu Xiu affixed his signature. Elyud then facilitated the necessary procedures, thereby transferring ownership of the homestead to Han. As for Xiu Xiu, Elyud would assist him in selecting another plot, so he effectively incurred no loss, merely gaining 20 yuan. The lot previously owned by Xiu Xiu was overrun with weeds, devoid of even a single brick. As his family was not well off, he still resided with his parents and had no immediate need for the land. "Secretary L, thank you. I truly appreciate your assistance in this matter," Han expressed gratefully. Elyud waved his hand dismissively. "It's no trouble at all. You simply encountered Xiu Xiu. Had it been anyone else in the brigade, they would not have accepted any money." Han smiled, choosing not to respond, fully aware that it was not merely Xiu Xiu but others who would not have been so lenient. The sum could hardly be saved, differing only in magnitude. After all, the Han family had recently garnered quite a reputation within the brigade, and it was well known that they were affluent. They would not dare ask for more. But a sum of 15 to 20 yuan was certainly to be expected. Upon returning home, Han shared the news of the homestead deal with his father. His mother, Overhearing, expressed her displeasure. 20 yuan for that? In the past, exchanging homesteads was merely a matter of words. Whoever asked for money? His father, though not particularly pleased, refrained from further comment since the matter was already settled. He simply remarked, "It's fine. Hasten to construct the house, so you can prepare for marriage." The unspoken understanding between father and son was palpable. They both recognized the underlying meaning without needing to articulate it. The following days were consumed with labor, renovating the old house while enlisting help for the foundation of the new one. One morning, as Han Yi was industriously working at home, a truck pulled up in front of his door. The blaring horn pierced the air, prompting his father to angrily exclaim, "What the hell are you honking for?" Han Yi, equally displeased, emerged from the house to find a man leaping from the truck, his face battered and tearful. "Brother Yi, please save Tiger and the others." "Yang Hu." Han Yi was taken aback, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "What happened to Yang Hu? And how did you end up in such a state?" The truck driver, still sobbing, explained, "We were selling lottery tickets with Tiger in Huainan when we were attacked. Tiger and the others have been detained, and we must return with money to ransom them, or they will break their hands and feet." Han Yi, bewildered, questioned, "For selling lottery tickets? Surely, it doesn't warrant such brutality? Did you provoke someone?" The truck driver hesitated, and upon noticing this, Han Yi realized his suspicions were correct. Yang Hu must have done something to provoke others. Otherwise, he would merely have been driven away, rather than beaten. Han Yi immediately stated, "If you seek my assistance, then speak openly. If you choose to remain silent, then I suggest you find someone else." With that, he turned to leave. At last, the truck driver spoke, "Brother Yi, the truth is, Hu Ge wanted to earn more money and tampered with the lottery. There weren't as many grand prizes as advertised, and today the locals from Huainan discovered it. They took the lead in assaulting us and are now demanding money." Han Yi was taken aback, incredulously exclaiming, "No way. You lowered the odds of winning? No, your lottery tickets must not have any grand prizes at all." At this point, the truck driver, realizing there was no point in concealing the truth, nodded and replied, "Initially, we had our own people claim the prizes, but later we found that not many cared about it. Therefore, Hu Ge had no reason to include actual grand prizes, so we mostly offered mere tokens of appreciation. We had no idea how it came to light, but today we were discovered by locals from the coal mines, who demanded we return all the money we scammed in Huainan and pay a ransom for our people, or else Hu Ge and the others would face dire consequences." Han Yi fell into silence. Dire consequences? How severe could they be? The crackdown on crime from previous years was still fresh, and it had only recently settled down. If those people dared to harm Yang Hu, they likely wouldn't go that far, but a beating was certainly inevitable. "Don't come to me for help. Resolve it yourselves," Han Yi stated without hesitation. The truck driver quickly implored, "Brother Yi, you cannot turn your back on us. Right now, Hu Ge is being held captive. If I return alone, we're doomed." Han Yi chuckled, "Stop with the nonsense. First, did I not warn you all about this? I advised you against engaging in such activities, yet you disregarded my counsel. Fine, you chose to proceed, and I told you that the lottery must be genuine. The advertised amounts must be accurate. Never should they be fabricated, yet you ignored my warnings. Now that trouble has arisen, what do you expect me to do?" Han Yi sneered, continuing, "Moreover, Yang Hu and his crew are not in any real danger. In this day and age, with the stringent crackdown on crime in the past couple of years, even if the Huainan locals are a bit aggressive, they would not truly harm them. Additionally, resolving this issue is not as difficult as you might think. Show some sincerity. Return all the money you earned, and not only will you avoid a beating, but you may also make a few friends in the process." The truck driver was left speechless by Han Yi's words, ultimately mustering the courage to ask, "Brother Yi, what should I do now?" Han Yi replied, "Return to Yang Hu and convey my words to him. As long as he is willing to part with some money, this incident can be resolved without much trouble." The truck driver left with a heavy sigh. Though Han Yi felt a twinge of regret, he harbored no sympathy. He had given his advice when it mattered, and now they sought the intervention of a higher power once trouble had struck. How absurd. Chapter 65. The affairs of Chun Wang in those years when Yang Hu encountered such a predicament. Han Yi could not claim to have anticipated it entirely, yet he was somewhat psychologically prepared. Previously, when Han Yi collaborated with Yang Hu on lottery tickets, he discerned that Yang Hu possessed a peculiar combination of boldness in trivial matters and timidity in significant ones. For instance, when Han Yi initially sought his assistance with procuring vehicles, He was willing to share a 10% profit out of sheer necessity, as he had no other recourse but to gamble on luck with Yang Hu. This 10% was given with a willing heart. However, how did Yang Hu proceed? He initially promised to secure 5 vehicles, yet when Han Yi approached him for the cars, only 3 were available. Furthermore, once the business concluded, Yang Hu failed to bring in the remaining 2 vehicles. Did he lack the capability? Certainly not. Yang Hu's success in the brewery business and his ability to procure vehicles demonstrated his competence. Yet, once the lottery business reached its conclusion, he did not supplement the vehicles, revealing that he was indeed hesitant when it truly mattered. When he should have committed and made a substantial profit, he faltered. Conversely, his boldness in trifling matters was evident in his current predicament. Given the daily sales that could easily exceed tens of thousands or even over 100,000, the funds from those minor jackpots were inconsequential. A few thousand yuan would suffice. That was the essence of triviality. Nevertheless, in pursuit of such meager gains, he exhibited audacity that ultimately ensnared him. Moreover, Han Yi had reason to believe that when Yang Hu was detained by individuals from Huainan, one of his drivers managed to escape and sought Han Yi's assistance. This was not a result of leniency from the Huainan faction, but rather a deliberate act by Yang Hu, who orchestrated the plea for help, knowing that only he had the means to extricate himself from the predicament. He wagered on Han Yi's compassion, banking on his loyalty. Yet, Han Yi remained indifferent to this. He had already offered his advice when it was needed, but Yang Hu had chosen to disregard it. Now, in the face of trouble, he sought Han Yi's aid. What had become of the money he had earned? Han Yi was not foolish. During this period, Yang Hu must have amassed a considerable fortune, possibly rivaling Han Yi's own earnings. His unscrupulousness had led him to forego the grand prizes, settling instead for mere illusions of success. If he wasn't profiting, who would be? No matter how unscrupulous the Huainan individuals might be, they would not demand the return of all his previous earnings over a single misstep. Even if they were that corrupt, how could they ascertain the extent of Yang Hu's profits? Was it not ultimately Yang Hu who dictated that? After dismissing the driver, Han Yi's father, with a touch of concern, inquired, "Third son, what is the matter? Has something happened to your friend?" Han Yi shook his head and replied, "Father, do not concern yourself with this matter. Some choose to ignore counsel, and when trouble arises, they must bear the consequences. I am not a bodhisattva, destined to save everyone." Han Yi's father possessed a pure and simple nature. He regarded Lu Yud as a childhood companion, oblivious to the fact that Lu had become the secretary of the brigade, no longer affording anyone a modicum of respect. Was it a flaw in his character? Certainly not. His genuine affection for Lu Yud remained rooted in their shared past. Yet he had forgotten that people are prone to change. In the days of his misfortune, Chen Sheng once expressed to his companions that one should not forget their friends in times of wealth and prosperity. Eventually, Chen Sheng did achieve success, and when an impoverished friend from his past sought him out, he met a tragic fate at Chen Sheng's hands. Former allies of Chen Wang distanced themselves, leading to a lack of true kinship with him. How many individuals in this world can genuinely uphold the principle of not forgetting friends amidst prosperity? Most are mere commoners, engaging in ordinary affairs, whereas the old man consistently regards others as dear friends, a quality that Han Yi finds truly admirable. However, Han Yi must also concede that with such a temperament, the old man would only thrive in rural life. Should he venture into the wider world, he would undoubtedly face immense hardships. The driver who came to seek Han Yi's assistance could not persuade him and reluctantly returned to Huainan. In a warehouse of a coal mine there, Yang Hu and others were not subjected to mistreatment. Instead, they were seated around a table, albeit surrounded by people. "Brother, I assure you that I will deliver. My friend is affluent. 3,000 yuan is merely a trifle for him. Please do not harm us. This money is yours." Yang Hu smiled and assured them, "If we settle this matter, each of us could receive a few thousand yuan, and everything would be resolved, wouldn't it?" The leader chuckled. "You are quite peculiar. You refuse to part with 20,000 yuan to resolve the issue, yet you have your friend send 30,000? Yang Hu quickly clarified, "It is not as simple as that. I believe we have established a rapport without conflict. Rather than fighting, it would be more beneficial to become friends. In the future, we can all earn money together and prosper collectively." The leader appeared somewhat taken aback, momentarily perplexed by Yang Hu's perspective, but eventually nodded. "I will not engage in further banter. Let us see what your people have to say. Brother, may I have a smoke?" Yang Hu inquired with a grin. "From now on, we are all friends. If we maintain such tension, how can we move forward?" The leader pondered for a moment and nodded. You make a valid point. My friend, you are quite intriguing. He then produced a pack of cigarettes and shared them with Yang Hu and his companions. Yang Hu examined the cigarette and remarked, Dong Hai, my friend, these do not quite measure up. Check my pocket. I have Asmara cigarettes in there. Smoke those instead. The leader rummaged through Yang Hu's coat and indeed found several packs of Asmara cigarettes. Yang Hu chuckled. I am accustomed to these. Smoking anything else makes me cough. Here, let me light one for you. The leader smiled, realizing that despite the circumstances, Yang Hu and his companions were genuinely affluent, and the promised 30,000 yuan might not be mere bluster. As Yang Hu lit a cigarette and took a deep drag, the sound of brakes echoed from outside, followed by the entrance of the driver. The leader glanced outside, then back at Yang Hu. A sudden apprehension gripped Yang Hu, prompting him to ask, Where's Han Yi? The driver, somewhat sheepish, replied, I went to find him, but Yi Gu said that when we first undertook this task, he advised against it. Since you did not heed his warning then, do not seek him now that trouble has arisen. Yang Hu froze, unable to respond before a sharp slap struck his face. What are you pretending for? The leader struck Yang Hu with a powerful slap, one that nearly sent him reeling to the ground. Once Yang Hu regained his composure, he opened his mouth, only to spit out a tooth. The leader sneered, You truly cleaned up your act, didn't you? With a command, he ordered, Attack. In an instant, the warehouse erupted into chaos as everyone began to unleash their fury, filling the air with cries of despair. The cries from those in the warehouse were heartrending, yet the individuals from the coal mine showed no signs of relenting. It must be said that the miners from Huainan were indeed ruthless. They were forged from the fires of genuine hardship. As the saying goes, on either side of the Huai River, Huainan is the fiercest. This assertion holds true because Huainan is a coal city. Although Huabei and Huadong also possess coal, their reserves pale in comparison to those of Huainan, which boasts a rich history of coal mining. During the 1970s and 80s, coal miners earned their livelihoods at the peril of their lives. Their salaries were substantial, but the risks were even greater, with countless mining accidents occurring frequently, leaving behind a trail of mysterious fatalities. Such a harsh living environment birthed a fierce and combative spirit among Huainan's coal miners. Thus, they earned well and spent liberally, embodying the adage, earn money that isn't spent is in vain. Yet, that is not the end of the tale. Due to the peculiar nature of their work, coal miners operated underground, which often led to surface collapses. Consider the implications. As the ground beneath became hollow, it was inevitable that it would eventually give way. On one side, coal miners relied on coal for their sustenance. On the other, the farmers above suffered as their arable land succumbed to collapse, leaving them without means to feed their families. This inherent conflict set the stage for decades of strife. Even after improvements were made in compensation for coal mining damages, tensions frequently flared. In the 1980s, the reparations offered by the mines were merely symbolic, further inciting the farmers' resentment. It was common for farmers to gather in opposition whenever a coal mine sought to establish a new shaft. These confrontations often escalated into fierce battles, with real casualties. To safeguard their operations, the coal mines established so-called guard teams, comprised entirely of frontline workers, strong and tenacious individuals. When conflict erupted, the miners were undeterred by the prospect of death. The mine would promise to care for the families of deceased workers, ensuring their children would receive an education, with jobs arranged for them upon graduation. The wives were also assured positions within the mine, providing a sense of security even in the face of death. Injuries sustained during these clashes were also addressed by the mine, which would cover medical expenses and pay full wages during recovery, allowing injured miners to focus solely on healing. On one hand, farmers fought desperately for their livelihoods. On the other, miners, unafraid of death, faced their adversaries head-on. The resulting tension was palpable. Thus, when these coal miners engaged in combat, their ferocity was unparalleled. Inside the warehouse, fists and feet flew, and some even wielded iron rods, striking fear into the hearts of their opponents. Yang Hu, curled up on the ground in a defensive posture, was mercilessly targeted by the leader of the group, who taunted him while continuing to strike, exclaiming, "Keep pretending. Damn it, you won't die from this." Overwhelmed by the relentless beating, Yang Hu, in a moment of desperation, raised his hands in surrender, pleading, I yield. Just let me speak to my brother. I beg you." Taking a moment to catch his breath, the leader commanded, "Stop." Once the others ceased their assault, He kicked Yang Hu once more, disdainfully stating, "Let your father release his gas." Yang Hu clutched his chest, feeling the pervasive pain throughout his body, realizing that it was futile to cover any specific area. With a sharp intake of breath, he remarked, "I never anticipated my friend would be so ruthless." "Fine, if you won't pay, I will." "Go ahead," the leader replied with a nod. Yang Hu gestured towards the truck outside, saying, "The money is in the vehicle. Allow me to retrieve it." Yet, the leader responded with another kick to Yang Hu's chest, sending him sprawling to the ground as he cursed, "I told you to get in the truck. What if you drive off? Who will I pursue then?" With no other recourse, Yang Hu pleaded, "Then let my man go get the money." The leader pointed to the driver who had foolishly returned after initially fleeing. Clearly an honest soul, Yang Hu instructed the driver, "Get in the truck and bring me my suitcase." The driver nodded eagerly and hurried off to fetch the suitcase. When it arrived, Yang Hu opened it to reveal a collection of bills in various denominations. He counted out 20,000 and said, "Now our debts are settled, right?" The leader, infuriated, seized Yang Hu by the collar and delivered several slaps, growling, "Do you think I'm a fool? 3,000, 3,000. What do you mean by only offering me 2,000 now? Do you believe I won't dare to eliminate you? I'm not boasting. Out there, a life can be extinguished effortlessly. We can dispose of you with ease, just toss you into a shredder, and by the time you emerge, you'll be mere flesh, mixed in with the coal. Even the mightiest cannot retrieve you from such a fate." Fear flickered in Yang Hu's eyes, yet he maintained his composure. "Did we not agree that I would pay 2,000? The leader chuckled derisively. "That was at the outset. Now you present me with 2,000 while dangling 3,000 before me. Do you think I am a plaything?" One of Yang Hu's associates lamented, "Brother Hu, don't be so concerned about that sum. Just give it to him." Yang Hu felt a pang of anguish. His initial plan was to lure Han Yi into the fray. He believed that once Han Yi arrived, the payment would be inevitable, and he could later claim financial strain, effectively using Han Yi's funds to pave his own path in Huainan. To his dismay, Han Yi proved to be unreliable and did not show up. With no alternatives left, Yang Hu reluctantly counted out another 10,000, handing it to the leader. "Brother, can we consider this settled? Just sign here, and then let us part ways." The leader showed no sign of intimidation, producing a document for Yang Hu to sign. As Yang Hu glanced over the document, he noted it bore the official seal of the Huainan mine, and upon examining the signature, he realized it was from the security department of the 6th mine. He felt a wave of confusion wash over him. During the 1980s, the security department was not merely a few individuals donned in uniforms. It represented a legitimate authority akin to a police station stationed at the mine, qualified to handle various emergencies. By signing this document, Yang Hu would essentially be admitting to deception, acknowledging that the funds he had procured were obtained through fraudulent means, and that the security department had already redistributed the money to the deceived populace. This was a significant predicament. "Sign it." The leader chuckled. "What's the matter? Can't you write? Just leave your thumbprint." I'll sign. I'll sign." Yang Hu complied, a surge of indignation igniting within him, not directed at the security personnel who had assaulted him, but rather towards Han Yi, who had failed to come to his aid. Chapter 67. A keen-eyed Han Yi was too preoccupied with his own affairs to concern himself with Yang Hu's predicament. The mess he had created was his to resolve. After all, he was not Yang Hu's father and had no obligation to indulge him. During their collaboration, he had never withheld a single penny, and he had previously cautioned Yang Hu about the potential pitfalls. Now that he had fallen into trouble, he needed to accept the consequences and focus on self-rescue rather than relying on others for salvation. Progress on the family home was swift. The villagers readily lent a hand whenever they had the opportunity, not to mention the dozen or so regular workers that Hei Pai had enlisted. By mid-August, the old house had been entirely rebuilt. The supply of red bricks, cement, and yellow sand was plentiful, and the new structure elicited envy among the other villagers. Under Han Yi's guidance, the family opted for a flat-roofed house instead of the previous gabled design. Firstly, a flat roof was well suited for drying agricultural produce. Although Han Yi did not intend to rely on farming for his livelihood in the future, his parents still depended on it for now, so allowing them to cultivate their crops was practical. Additionally, a flat roof facilitated future expansions. If the overall conditions of the village improved, Han Yi could easily add another story for his parents. Once the house was completed, it became the envy of the neighborhood. In comparison to the earthen structures of other households, Han Yi's cement and brick abode stood out like an off-road vehicle beside a bicycle. The staircase he built led directly to the roof, allowing for convenient drying of grains and soybeans. This roof is splendid, Han Yi enthusiastically explained to his parents. Wonderful. His mother beamed, her smile wide. They had always had a surplus of pickled vegetables. And now they could also dry soybeans and radish slices on the roof without fear of theft. Truly convenient. His father chimed in the summer. Can we even sleep up there? With the wind blowing. It must be much more comfortable than a fan. Han Yi nodded in agreement. You're absolutely right, father. Why don't we give it a try tonight? His sister immediately interjected. Is that wise? Won't the mosquitoes just carry us off? She added. We can set up a mosquito net. If we have that, the mosquitoes won't be able to get in. A number of women were somewhat reluctant, feeling a sense of unease about sleeping on the rooftop at night. The eldest sister expressed her concern, fearing that if one were to get up in the middle of the night and accidentally step off the edge, it could end disastrously. However, the men were filled with enthusiasm, eagerly hoisting the beds up to the rooftop, taking advantage of the remaining daylight to set everything up, including the mosquito nets. As night fell, the mother, along with the second sister and the younger sister-in-law, looked up from below, exclaiming in exasperation, "Are you all out of your minds? You really intend to sleep out here?" The men dismissed their concerns, with the father impatiently waving them back indoors, saying, "If you're unhappy, just go inside and don't fuss around here." The mother retorted, "Fine, we'll go back inside and ignore these rough men." On the rooftop, the men lay on two separate beds, with the father, the fifth son, Han Yi, and the eldest son lying together. A gentle breeze swept across, bringing an indescribable coolness. Han Yi looked up and was momentarily captivated by the sight above. The Milky Way was clearly visible, with stars twinkling like jewels embedded in the sky. It had been many years since he had witnessed such a night sky. Even when describing it to the younger generation, they had found it hard to believe. Over time, he himself began to question whether the night sky of his memories was a true recollection or merely a beautified illusion. In this moment, Han Yi was certain that it was not a fanciful memory, but rather the reality of the night sky from the 1980s, stunningly beautiful, more so than any painting in existence. The shimmering starlight and a moon that resembled a jade platter illuminated the surroundings as brightly as the sun, making it unnecessary to use a flashlight while walking at night. After a peaceful night's sleep, Han Yi discovered the next morning that everyone was still nestled in their blankets. Despite the oppressive heat of the season, it had surprisingly turned cool in the latter half of the night, when the men descended from the rooftop. The elder expressed his deep satisfaction with the quality of sleep he had enjoyed, declaring that from that day forward, he would sleep on the roof every night. Is that true? The women were intrigued, observing that the men seemed to have slept quite well, and they felt a twinge of curiosity. If you don't believe it, just consider. There was a breeze earlier, and it turned cool later on. Isn't that better than sitting by a fan? The father chuckled. Today, I'll bring up a couple of watermelons to slice, enjoying the breeze while eating them. What a delight. Han Yi found his father's exaggeration amusing, just as he was about to respond when a knock at the door interrupted him. A voice called out, "Excuse me, is Han Yi in here?" Curious, Han Yi made his way to the door. Upon opening it, he found Yang Hu standing there, whose eyes sparkled with a glimmer of excitement upon seeing Han Yi. He smiled and remarked, "Ego, you've been a bit inconsiderate. I came to you for help, and you didn't even come to rescue me." Han Yi chuckled. "I didn't come to save you, yet here you are, perfectly fine." Yang Hu was momentarily speechless, after glancing at the yard and then at Han Yi's newly built house. He complimented, "This is impressive. Ego knows how to spend his earnings wisely. This house looks even more attractive than those in the city." Han Yi remarked, "You have not yet recovered from your injuries, yet you come to me. Surely, it cannot be merely to inspect the progress of my construction?" Yang Hu chuckled. "Not at all. I have successfully established connections in Huainan and wish to inquire if you would be interested in joining me. I can guarantee substantial profits." Han Yi shook his head. "There is no need for that. I am not one to seek great wealth. I find my current modest earnings to be quite satisfactory." Yang Hu frowned momentarily before responding with a grin. "To speak frankly, I have stumbled upon a lucrative opportunity in Huainan. The region is rich in coal, and recent government policies have opened up the purchase rights of small coal mines to ordinary citizens. I believe that if we collaborate, we could acquire a small coal mine and reap profits far exceeding those of a lottery ticket. Are you interested?" Han Yi was taken aback by Yang Hu's insight into this venture, acknowledging his keen perception. Nevertheless, he firmly replied, "I appreciate the offer, but I am not suited for that kind of undertaking. My current lifestyle is quite agreeable. Seeing Han Yi's complete disinterest, Yang Hu conceded, "Very well, should you ever reconsider. Do not hesitate to come to me. I will ensure you find prosperity." "Thank you." Han Yi smiled as Yang Hu walked away, shaking his head. The coal mines in Huainan are predominantly high-gas, high-risk sites. Even those who venture into small coal mining often face dire consequences. Chapter 68. Testing the waters in the mid-1980s. China began to gradually open up its coal resources, with small coal mines being a prime example. The rationale behind this initiative was multifaceted. Aside from stimulating economic growth among the populace, the primary reason was the insufficient collection of coal resources. Almost all coal resources had been pre-allocated before extraction, with specific quotas assigned to state-owned enterprises and heating units, leaving little for the general public. Consequently, individuals seeking to purchase coal found themselves at a loss, leading to widespread corruption and the illicit sale of public coal. With these issues manifesting, it became imperative to devise a solution. The government's approach was to permit a portion of private coal mines, namely small coal mines, to be developed by private entities. The coal extracted from these mines would not be subject to state allocation and could be freely traded and sold. Those who engaged in small coal mining invariably found success. The coal tycoons of the 1980s and 1990s emerged from this very phenomenon, accumulating wealth to the point of excess, often resorting to purchasing real estate, luxury goods, and indulging in frivolities, including supporting actresses in their film endeavors. Indeed, many stars who rose to prominence in the 1990s had coal magnates as their benefactors. Huainan, being a major coal city, boasted an abundance of coal mines, with a considerable number of small coal mines becoming available. However, a significant concern was that many of Huainan's coal mines were high gas and high risk. Even the National Coal Bureau exercised extreme caution during extraction, as the 1980s and 1990s were rife with mining accidents, where fatalities were commonplace, often quantified by the number of lives lost. Thus, in Han Yi's view, entertaining the notion of delving into small coal mines in Huainan under such precarious circumstances was tantamount to courting disaster. Without further ado, should an incident such as a gas explosion occur, the fatalities would not need to be numerous. Just a few individuals could bring Yang Hu to his knees. What would they do together? Engage in sewing machines in prison? However, Han Yi has indeed contemplated the matter of the small coal mine and has developed a clear strategy. It is certainly feasible. Otherwise, how would those coal barons have amassed their fortunes? Nonetheless, Han Yi remains resolute in his refusal to engage in Huainan. Moreover, Yang Hu's entry into the fray is akin to that of the first batch of coal magnates. Without equipment or experience, his chances of succumbing are dishearteningly high. The construction of his home has been almost uninterrupted, only pausing during inclement weather. By the end of August, even Han Yi's new residence was nearing completion. As dusk fell and work concluded, Hei Pai and the others bid farewell to Han Yi, returning home. During this period, they had neglected their agricultural duties. But there was no cause for concern. There were plenty of children at home. One or two fewer hands would not impede progress. While Han Yi was tidying up, his sister-in-law, Lin Xiu Xiu, approached from her house, calling out, "Third brother, are you done over there? Mother wants me to tell you to come home for dinner." Han Yi looked up at Lin Xiu Xiu and beckoned her over. She, puzzled, jogged to him, and Han Yi could not help but notice her splendid figure. She moved with such vigor. "What is it?" Lin Xiu Xiu inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. "I want to show you something," Han Yi replied, taking her hand. Lin Xiu Xiu's heart raced, and she attempted to pull away, but Han Yi was not about to let her escape. He intertwined their fingers, rendering her attempts futile. With a seemingly casual expression, he said, "Come, let me show you. Afterward, we shall return home." Lin Xiu Xiu felt an overwhelming wave of embarrassment, her cheeks aflame. Yet, hearing Han Yi promise to leave afterward, she complied, hoping to finish quickly and avoid being seen by others. "This is the main room, which I designed to be spacious. When we have more children, they will have plenty of room to play," Han Yi said with a smile. His sister-in-law felt her heart race, for his words were quite brazen, inducing a deep sense of awkwardness. "This side is the bedroom, and there are two more over there. We will sleep here, while the children will sleep over there, just like our parents, all right?" Han Yi inquired with a grin. Lin Xiu Xiu's face reddened entirely, her fingers growing clammy with heat. Han Yi chuckled inwardly, feigning concern as he asked, "Sister-in-law, what is wrong? Why is your face so red? Are you feeling unwell?" "I'm fine. Shall we go home for dinner?" Lin Xiu Xiu murmured softly. Seizing the rare opportunity when they were alone, Han Yi cornered Lin Xiu Xiu, asserting, "Stay still. Let me check your temperature to see if you're feeling warm." With that, he leaned forward and kissed her forehead. Lin Xiu Xiu truly felt herself burning now, her eyes wide with shock as she pushed Han Yi away, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" Han Yi nearly stumbled from the force of her shove, inwardly marveling at her strength, a testament to her hard work in the fields. Rubbing his chest, Han Yi casually remarked, "I'm merely checking your temperature." Lin Xiu Xiu softly retorted, "Who checks temperature with their mouth?" However, Han Yi maintained a serious demeanor, replying, "Sister-in-law, you're misunderstanding. The human mouth is one of the most sensitive areas, providing the clearest sense of temperature. Thus, if I touch your forehead with my lips, I can ascertain whether you have a fever." Lin Xiu Xiu shot him an exasperated glance, to which Han Yi added, "Besides, you will inevitably become my wife one day." "That is a matter for the future," Lin Xiu Xiu replied, quickly fleeing, fearing that lingering with the third brother would lead to her being deceived. Seeing his sister-in-law escape in such a flurry, Han Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Upon returning home, he found her serving dinner, her cheeks still tinged with a rosy hue. Their father, noticing Han Yi's leisurely entrance, grumbled, "I told your sister-in-law to call you for dinner. She has been back for several minutes, and you are still dawdling." Han Yi laughed, "I was just wrapping things up. By the way, Dad, can you keep an eye on the worksite tomorrow morning? I need to head into the city for some matters." Their father nodded without further inquiry. "All right. You handle your business. I'll accompany the fifth brother to the construction site tomorrow." Han Yi nodded and assisted his sister-in-law in bringing the dishes to the table. As their eyes met, he raised an eyebrow, provoking Lin Xiu Xiu, who glared at him in response. The following morning, Han Yi awoke early, freshened up, and then rode his bicycle into the city. Chapter 69. Inquiries. Upon reaching the city, Han Yi pedaled directly to Jiwei Building. Once there, he wheeled his bike into the kitchen, offering a cigarette to the kitchen staff, stating, "I'll leave the bike here for now." Not only the kitchen staff, but also the servers at Jiwei Building recognized Han Yi, as he frequently visited to procure beer and soda from Old Chun. Whenever he encountered them, he either offered a cigarette or shared a piece of candy. Though these small gestures may seem trivial, they were remarkably effective in fostering rapport with these lesser-known individuals. When it comes to gifting, there is indeed an art to it. For instance, when presenting gifts to kitchen staff, servers, or cleaners, if the offerings are too lavish, they may perceive you as a foolish benefactor, or worse, worry that you might someday ask for something they cannot fulfill. This often leads to a widening gap, or worse, being regarded as a simpleton. However, small tokens of appreciation can create lasting memories, fostering anticipation for future encounters. In the realm of interpersonal relationships, as long as the other party acknowledges your existence, things can proceed smoothly. The true fear lies in being regarded as a complete stranger. "Brother E, you arrived quite early. Would you like something to eat? I can have the kitchen prepare it for you." The kitchen staff cheerfully offered, their enthusiasm indicating a long-standing familiarity. Han Yi replied with a smile, "Is there any soup? If so, I would like a bowl, along with 2 youtiao." "Certainly. Would you prefer to eat here or in the front?" the staff inquired. "Let us go to the front. I need to catch up with Old Chun," Han Yi responded, making his way to the front. Upon entering, he spotted Old Chun giving instructions to a server. As soon as the server noticed Han Yi, a bright smile spread across her face. Old Chun, recognizing the smile, felt a surge of irritation, knowing it was due to Han Yi's arrival. He waved the server away, signaling her to continue with her tasks, and turned to approach Han Yi. "Hey, Old Chun, I can smell your sourness from afar," said Han Yi cheerfully. Old Chun retorted with annoyance, "I find it strange that you visit so frequently. Why do they seem to have a better relationship with you than with me?" Han Yi chuckled, "Old Chun, you need not be envious. I am a young and vigorous handsome lad, while you are just an old grass seed. If it were you, who would you befriend?" Old Chun shot back with wide eyes, "You're talking nonsense. Even if you are a young handsome lad, I am at least an older charming gentleman." Holding back laughter, Han Yi patted Old Chun on the shoulder. "Indeed, you need not envy such matters. If they are closer to you, wouldn't that complicate things for you? How would you manage? You must understand, it is challenging to nurture women and petty individuals. The chairman has said that women can support half the sky, and your awareness should reflect that." Old Chun, somewhat irritated, responded, "Are you here again to ask for beer? I'm not saying you can waste your money like this. How much have you spent on beer and soda for building a house?" Han Yi replied with a smile, "Old Chun, You only see the beer and soda I use to build a house. You overlook that they also support people. I come from the countryside, without roots or foundation. If I wish to accomplish something in the future, I must first establish my own team. Right now, I am nurturing that team. Old Chen looked at Han Yi in surprise, exclaiming, "You are quite interesting. How much beer do you want this time? Let me tell you. If you come more often and take a little each time, don't expect me to accommodate your every whim as if I were a manager at a brewery." Han Yi laughed. "This time, I don't want beer. I just wish to inquire about a few matters." "Inquire about matters?" Old Chen looked at Han Yi curiously and asked, "What do you want to know?" "I have heard that every leader in Huaidong dines at your Jiwei building. Recently, I have seen a few of them. And I want to ask about the leaders from Sichuan coal mine," Han Yi inquired. Old Chen eyed him cautiously and whispered, "Why do you ask this? I can't just share such information. It's taboo." Han Yi, placing an arm around Old Chen's shoulders, said, "Old Chen, I am merely seeking assistance from someone but cannot meet them. Do you think I am resorting to kidnapping? Besides, I am at least somewhat wealthy. Why would I engage in such disgraceful acts?" Old Chen pondered this, realizing that Han Yi was undoubtedly wealthier than the mine manager, and thus replied, "That is hard to say. However, Sichuan coal mine holds gatherings here on the 8th of every month, and several leaders typically attend." Han Yi's eyes lit up, and he asked softly, "What date is today?" "The 8th. They exchanged glances, both lamenting the other's lack of foresight. Just then, a small car stopped in front of Jiwei building, and a young man in a Zhongshan suit jogged in. Upon seeing Old Chen, he approached and said, "Our mine manager and others are coming for lunch. Please prepare a sumptuous meal." Old Chen promptly assured him, "Rest assured." The young man added, "By the way, the spicy stir-fried wild duck eggs from your place last time were delightful. Our leaders enjoyed them immensely, so don't forget to include them this time. And make sure to serve extra." "Certainly, if the leaders enjoy them, we shall provide plenty," Old Chen replied with a smiling face. The young man exchanged no further words, swiftly returning to his vehicle, which then sped away. Han Yi licked his lips and remarked to Old Chen, "Wild duck eggs are quite popular, aren't they?" Old Chen nodded in agreement, saying, "Of course. If they were merely 50 cents each, who would buy them? There's no way to deceive a fool like that. It's all about the value, isn't it?" Han Yi gave himself a thumbs up, just as the kitchen staff brought out the soup and fried dough sticks. Rubbing his hands together, he found a place to sit and began to eat. Old Chen, sitting across from him, warned, "You better not harbor any ill intentions. If you do, just keep it away from our Jiwei building. Go far away." Han Yi glanced at Old Chen in surprise, then teased, "Old Chen, if you ever ventured into society, you'd surely be heartless." Old Chen scoffed, "How do you know I haven't been there before?" After finishing his meal and drink, Han Yi lingered, chatting amiably with the kitchen staff and waiters at Jiwei building, much to Old Chen's annoyance, who shooed him away twice. Yet Han Yi, with his thick skin, simply turned around and continued his conversation in the kitchen, undeterred by the interruption. Unable to do anything about it, Old Chen chose to ignore him, preferring not to let it trouble him. As noon approached, several cars parked beside Jiwei building, and a group of 7 or 8 individuals emerged, heading straight into a private room. Han Yi recognized them as representatives from the Sichuan coal mine. In these times, no other establishment besides Sichuan coal mine could afford multiple vehicles. Even the city itself could not. In Haidong City, Sichuan coal mine stood alone, thus enjoying a position of considerable influence. After all, any entity in need of coal had to negotiate with them, earning them the respect of even the city's top officials. Chapter 70. Ordinary Sichuan coal mine was affluent and powerful, commanding great respect in Huaidong, essentially able to resolve any issue. The mine manager, Feng Xiangdong, was relatively young, merely 38 or 39 years of age, at the peak of his prime. One might not consider 38 to be old, but in the coal mining industry, if one lacks connections, they might never ascend to the position of mine manager, and even with connections, it typically takes until one is over 30 to be considered for such a role. Feng Xiangdong had been a mine manager for several years, having assumed the role at the age of 35, which is indeed quite young, indicating that his connections were exceptionally strong. When the mine manager entered the room, Han Yi observed keenly, his smile revealing the truth behind the rumors he had heard in his previous life. He remained patient, continuing his conversation outside while discreetly monitoring the situation within the private room. After half an hour, he noticed Feng Xiangdong exiting to use the restroom, trailed closely by 2 attendants. The hierarchical relationships within the coal mine were exceedingly twisted, It was a realm where authority could crush one's career. If you were dismissed, there was no way to remain. Thus, those at the lower echelons could only strive to please those above them. Observing this, Han rose to follow him to the restroom, calling out, "Can't hold it any longer, move aside, move aside." He forcefully squeezed past the two who intended to follow Feng Xiangdong into the restroom. The restroom at Jiwei Building is rather small, accommodating only a few individuals. With someone already inside, Han squeezed in, leaving the other two waiting outside. Pretending to relieve himself, he stood shoulder to shoulder with Feng Xiangdong. At that moment, Han slightly turned his head and, with a look of astonishment, exclaimed, "Ah, how peculiar! Which water ghost has emerged from the depths?" Feng Xiangdong, taken aback by Han Yi's remark, furrowed his brow and responded, "Are you out of your mind?" Han Yi let out a cold chuckle and replied, "Whether I am mad or not, you will soon find out. A word of advice, avoid encounters thrice, or else you may find yourself as a ghost lurking beneath." Without waiting for Feng Xiangdong to respond, Han Yi adjusted his trousers and turned to leave, leaving Feng Xiangdong perplexed and uneasy. Hastily exiting the restroom, he discovered that Han Yi had vanished. Observing Feng Xiangdong peering outside, one of his companions inquired, "What's the matter, Feng?" "Nothing, just encountered a strange fellow," Feng Xiangdong replied. Shaking his head, though troubled, he chose not to elaborate and returned to his meal. Having completed his earlier actions, Han Yi paid no further heed, having merely cast a bait, the outcome of which remained uncertain. This, in essence, is the privilege of a reborn individual. In his previous life, Han Yi had heard of Feng Xiangdong's unfortunate incident in the mine, where water seepage led to the drowning of 7 workers, including himself. This event had incited outrage from higher authorities, nearly resulting in the closure of the Sichuan coal mine. However, Han Yi was unclear about the exact timing, only knowing it was this year, and that September was fast approaching, making it a matter of mere months. As for Feng Xiangdong, if he chose to disregard Han Yi's warning and succumb to a watery fate, there was little Han Yi could do. As he often mused, it was merely a bait. If Feng Xiangdong's destiny was sealed, Han Yi could not forcefully intervene. Such actions would likely elicit resentment rather than gratitude. Nevertheless, Han Yi felt there was a reasonable chance of success, given Feng Xiangdong's superstitious nature, his peach pit talisman, and the bodhisattva pendant he wore. The more superstitious a person is, the more they tend to heed such warnings. Upon returning home from the city, Han Yi resumed his work on his modest abode. Meanwhile, Feng Xiangdong, constantly pondering Han Yi's words, felt an unsettling curiosity. The next day, as he descended into the mine with the group for an inspection, he found himself somewhat dazed. Surrounded by a throng of school leaders en route to the inspection site, he suddenly inquired, "What is this place?" The individuals below promptly responded, "Feng, this is the No. 3 tunnel of the 3rd mining phase." "Ah!" Feng Xiangdong gasped in disbelief. "Avoid encounters thrice," the young man had said, and here he was, facing the 3rd encounter. The thought intensified his discomfort. Several times he contemplated entering, yet was haunted by Han Yi's derisive smile, one that seemed to regard him as if he were already a corpse. The buried water ghost. A chill coursed through him. After a moment's reflection, he turned to those beside him and declared, "We will not conduct the inspection today. Inform the mining crew to switch to another working phase. Let this area remain untouched for the next few days." The others exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of why Feng Xiangdong had suddenly created such a scene. However, at the Sichuan coal mine, the mine manager held the highest authority, and since he had spoken in such a manner, the others felt compelled to nod in understanding. Feng Xiangdong tidied himself up and descended into the mine, subsequently taking a shower in preparation to return to the office for a brief respite. While he was still in the shower, a flustered individual rushed in, and upon spotting Feng Xiangdong, exclaimed, "Manager Feng, something terrible has happened below." A jolt of alarm surged through Feng Xiangdong as he quickly inquired, "What has occurred?" "Down in the 3rd working phase, water has breached the number 3 tunnel, and it is gushing out in terrifying volumes." The newcomer gasped. Feng Xiangdong felt as though the world were spinning beneath him and urgently asked, "Are there any casualties?" The individual pondered for a moment and replied, "No, didn't you instruct the mining crew to change faces today?" "Truly, Manager Feng, you are blessed. You have spared us workers from disaster. If not for your directive, today's incident could have been catastrophic." After a brief moment of contemplation, a look of relief washed over Feng Xiangdong, and then he joyously exclaimed, "Indeed, There are extraordinary individuals among us. Extraordinary individuals? What do you mean? His subordinate queried. Feng Xiaodong waved his hand dismissively. You wouldn't comprehend. Come, let us visit Jiwei building. I must seek out my benefactor. Though the subordinates were puzzled by their leader's sudden fervor, they recognized that his word was law. After finishing his shower, Feng Xiaodong promptly ordered a vehicle to take him to Jiwei building. Upon arrival, Old Chen approached with a smile. Manager Feng, what would you like to eat today? Feng Xiaodong waved his hand. I am not here to dine. I seek someone. Tell me, did a young man in a white shirt visit yesterday? Do you know his name? Old Chen paused, bemused. Manager Feng, your description is rather vague. Do you have any additional distinguishing features? Is he handsome? Feng Xiaodong pondered for a moment before responding gravely. Mediocre. Chapter 71. Movie tickets mediocre? Are you saying I look mediocre? Han Yi glared at Lao Shi and Han Feng with irritation, then turned to Lao Wu. Does my third brother look mediocre to you? Lao Wu's expression was complex. He seemed reluctant to betray his conscience, yet did not wish to hurt his kin. After a lengthy pause, he finally managed to utter, well, it's acceptable, I suppose. Han Yi furrowed his brow, muttering, that shouldn't be the case. I distinctly remember everyone saying I was quite handsome before. Third brother, is it possible you've fallen from grace? Lao Wu inquired softly. Han Yi, annoyed, gave Lao Wu a light smack on the backside, retorting, get lost. With your stature, you wouldn't even be able to step out of the village without being beaten. At that moment, Lao Shi, wearing a conciliatory smile, remarked, third brother, whether you are handsome or not is of little consequence. It's not for us to judge, but rather for sister-in-law to decide. Han Yi found some truth in Lao Shi's words. It was indeed sister-in-law's opinion that mattered. After all, it was not enough to merely look handsome if it did not please her. Lao Wu, having received a light slap, rubbed his backside and added, Lao Shi is correct. Besides, you are merely taking sister-in-law out to watch a movie. Is it really necessary to make such a fuss? Han Yi cast a glance at the fifth brother. Recalling that yesterday, upon returning from Jiwei building, Lao Chun had gifted him 2 tickets to the newly released film Divine Whip, featuring Chen Baohua. Han Yi contemplated taking his sister-in-law to watch the film, and upon returning, casually asked the 2 young men if he was handsome. Their responses, however, ignited a simmering frustration within him. At that moment, the door swung open, and the eldest sister entered, inquiring, Father asked me to ask you 3 if we are still going to cut the pig grass today. If not, the piglets at home will have nothing to eat. Of course we will, Han Yi quickly replied. Then, with a twinkle in his eye, approached with a smile, sister-in-law, I managed to acquire a ticket to Divine Whip yesterday. Everyone says it's excellent. Would you like to see it? Lin Xiu Xiu's eyes brightened. After all, what young girl doesn't enjoy a movie? In the 1980s, attending a film was a fashionable pastime, not something everyone could afford. However, before she could respond, the second sister burst in with an expression of sheer delight, exclaiming, Divine Whip? Is that the one with Chen Baohua? I adore him. Han Yi was taken aback, noticing the pleading look on her face, and his lips twitched in exasperation. Oh, second sister, why must you appear at such an inopportune moment? Seeing the unfolding scene, his sister-in-law softly suggested, why don't you 2 go together? Han Yi felt a mix of amusement and frustration. Taking his second sister to the movies felt entirely inappropriate. With a resigned sigh, he chastised himself for not considering that she was a devoted fan of Chen Baohua. He then handed the movie ticket to his sister-in-law, saying, you 2 should go. I've already seen Divine Whip, and it seems perfect for you, second sister. Sister-in-law, you can accompany her. The second sister eagerly snatched the ticket, jumping in excitement. Han Yi, feeling helpless, glanced at Lin Xiu Xiu, who was stifling laughter behind the second sister, her eyes glinting mischievously like a little fox. So, you find amusement in my plight. I'll make sure you pay for this next time, he thought to himself, planning for the next opportunity to be alone with his sister-in-law. The second sister then asked, when is the film showing? Can we still make it today? Han Yi replied, the tickets are from Jiwei building, with no time limit. As long as the cinema is screening Divine Whip, you can enter with the ticket. Movie tickets in the 1980s differed significantly from those decades later. Beyond the standard tickets for immediate viewing, there were also unit tickets or preferential tickets. The unit ticket, purchased collectively by organizations, was what Han Yi possessed. It allowed entry at any time as long as the film was being shown. The preferential ticket was even more prestigious, typically distributed by government entities as a benefit, allowing unrestricted access to any screening. The second sister immediately insisted, let us go this afternoon. You and Lao Shi can take us. What? You want me to drive you? Hani was taken aback. The second sister responded matter-of-factly, otherwise how? Neither I nor sister-in-law can ride bicycles. By the time we walk there, it will be quite late. So you must take us. With no alternative, Hani nodded in acquiescence, though internally feeling quite aggrieved. Oh, second sister, your actions truly pierce your brother's heart. Meanwhile, at Jiwei building, Feng Xiangdong anxiously exclaimed, you can't remember? How could you possibly forget? Old Chen quickly apologized, saying, I am truly sorry, Feng Kuang. The individuals who come to Jiwei building in white shirts are quite numerous. It's hard to find one, especially considering that their appearances are rather ordinary. Your inquiry leaves me at a loss. Feng Xiangdong, growing anxious, glanced at Old Chen and his subordinates, realizing that both were indeed clad in white shirts. Clearing his throat, Feng Xiangdong, with a hint of resignation, replied, please keep an eye out for me. If you happen to see him, kindly inform him that I am searching for him. He is approximately 20 years old, quite youthful, and speaks rather straightforwardly. Rest assured, I will certainly keep a lookout and inform you if I encounter him. Old Chen assured him repeatedly. With no other recourse, Feng Xiangdong exited Jiwei building, frequently glancing back, his heart in turmoil. He had always believed in such matters, even subtly applying feng shui techniques in his office. Now, having been saved by Han Yi, he felt immense gratitude and admiration, yearning for another encounter with him. After bidding farewell to Feng Xiangdong, Old Chen exhaled a sigh of relief, pondering, what has this young Han gotten himself into to attract Feng Xiangdong's attention? I must inquire next time he visits. I hope he hasn't stirred up any major trouble. Old Chen was aware that Feng Xiangdong was searching for Han Yi, as Han had blocked Feng for an entire morning yesterday. Now, Feng Xiangdong was on the lookout for a young man in a white shirt. And it could only be Han Yi. However, Old Chen remained cautious, unsure if this was a fortunate or unfortunate turn of events. He considered asking but feared that Feng Xiangdong might deduce his acquaintance with Han Yi, so he opted to feign ignorance. He thought to wait until Han Yi returned to Jiwei building to clarify matters. In the meantime, Feng Xiangdong rode back in a company car, deep in thought. While two young men pedaled vigorously on their bicycles, one pulling the other past the car towards the cinema. Lao Shi, panting heavily, lamented internally. Why must I also suffer for the troubles caused by third brother? In contrast, Han Yi rode with a cheerful demeanor, wishing to continue his ride with Lin Xiu Xiu indefinitely. Chapter 72. The Lost Bicycle at the Cinema Entrance. Han Yi reluctantly prepared to accompany his second sister and sister-in-law into the theater, when suddenly his second sister exclaimed, Third brother, I need to use the restroom. Lao Shi, come with me. Me? Accompany you? Lao Shi pointed to himself, looking bewildered. The second sister grabbed Lao Shi by the ear and deftly placed the movie ticket in Han Yi's hand, asserting, Yes, you will accompany me. But how can I do that? He protested. Less chatter. She retorted impatiently. Watching his second sister and Lao Shi depart, Han Yi felt a warmth in his heart. Initially believing she genuinely wanted to see Chen Baogua, only to realize that she had orchestrated a clever ruse for his benefit, concerned that her sister-in-law might refuse her invitation. She had devised a scheme to lure her in and then make her own escape. Now that the ticket was in hand and the cinema was before them, entering was no longer an option. The second sister's role as a decoy was nothing short of masterful. Han Yi thought, silently commending her ingenuity. What do you mean by decoy? His sister-in-law inquired, perplexed. No, I meant the movie is about to start, and at this moment, second sister rushes off to the restroom. Isn't that wasting time? It's quite nerve-wracking, Han Yi exclaimed. Sister-in-law nodded in realization and said, It's fine, let us just wait a bit. Meanwhile, second sister was tugging at Old Shi's ear as they ran. Old Shi exclaimed, Second sister, my ear is going to be gone. Once they had run far enough, second sister finally halted, releasing Old Shi's ear. He rubbed it, puzzled, and asked, Second sister, weren't you going to the restroom? There's no cover here. Second sister shot him a disdainful glance and retorted, Are you foolish? What restroom? I'm creating an opportunity for third brother. Old Shi remained utterly bewildered. Second sister, exasperated, said, If I don't trick sister-in-law out, what if she refuses third brother? You know how shy our sister-in-law is. You were inside at the time, so if she gets embarrassed, she might just say no, and poor third brother would be left in despair. Afterward, noticing Old Shi deep in thought, second sister smacked the back of his head, scolding, Why are you so dense? How can you not comprehend something so simple? Old Shi rubbed his head, feeling wronged, and muttered, No, I wasn't thinking about that. I was pondering something else. What were you thinking about? Second sister glared at him. Old Shi, ensuring no one was around, whispered, Second sister, I have something I'm unsure whether to mention or not. Go ahead. He continued, Sister-in-law is our sister-in-law now. That's indisputable, but if one day she truly ends up with third brother, she would still be my sister-in-law. But how would you address her then? Sister-in-law? Second sister was momentarily taken aback. Her lips moved as if to speak, but after a long pause, she slapped old Shi again, exclaiming, What is it to you? Why are you asking so many questions? Han Yi and Lin Xiu Xiu had been waiting at the cinema entrance for quite a while, but second sister had yet to return. Han Yi, glancing at the time with growing anxiety, said, The movie is about to start, and second sister still hasn't come back. We might miss it. To his surprise, Lin Xiu Xiu remained unfazed and said with a smile, It's all right. If we miss it, we can watch the next showing. The tickets aren't tea time specific anyway. Han Yi was taken aback, not realizing Lin Xiu Xiu had such a perspective, and thought, What now with second sister? Just then, old Shi hurriedly approached, stating, Second sister has a stomachache and seems to be having a bit of trouble. I need to take her home. She said you two should watch the movie yourselves. An ace pilot, truly an ace pilot. Han Yi felt a surge of excitement, as images of wise figures like Sun Wu, Jiang Zia, Zhuge Liang, and Liu Bowen flashed through his mind, his admiration for second sister soaring. Without waiting for Han Yi or Lin Xiu Xiu to respond, old Shi turned and dashed away, leaving Han Yi and Lin Xiu Xiu staring at each other in surprise. Sister-in-law, why don't we watch it together? It would be a pity to come all the way to the city and not see the movie, Han Yi suggested eagerly. Lin Xiu Xiu's face flushed, and feeling it inappropriate to say anything further, she simply nodded and replied, Then let us go watch it. Han Yi joyfully escorted Lin Xiu Xiu into the cinema, yet emerged with a perplexed expression once the movie concluded, accompanied by a blushing Lin Xiu Xiu. Do not misunderstand, nothing scandalous occurred. Han Yi was utterly astonished to discover that his sister-in-law, Lin Xiu Xiu, was an ardent admirer of martial arts films, her rapt attention fixed upon the grand screen. Her excitement was palpable, often surpassing that of the characters in the film whenever they faced perilous situations. Oh dear, did I hurt you? Lin Xiu Xiu inquired, slightly embarrassed after. In a fit of enthusiasm during the film's climax, she had playfully tapped Han Yi on the back, nearly causing him to stumble. Han Yi waved dismissively, muttering, It's nothing. Next time, I'll just watch a romantic action film. What is a romantic action film? Lin Xiu Xiu asked curiously. She understood action films as those filled with fights. But did a romantic action film imply a blend of combat and romance? You'll find out in due time, Han Yi replied, then proceeded to retrieve his bicycle. Upon arriving at the bike storage, he was greeted with dismay. His bike was missing. Huh, where's my bike? Han Yi exclaimed in confusion, hurriedly addressing the elderly man overseeing the area. Sir, where's my bike? How would I know where your bike is? The elderly man retorted gruffly, furrowing his brow. Han Yi responded, You were supposed to watch over this area. My bike was parked here, and I even paid a management fee of 5 cents. Now it's gone. And you tell me you don't know anything about it? The elderly man dismissively replied, I'm only responsible for overseeing this space, not your bike. At a loss for words, Han Yi seethed, That is not how it works. I paid you a fee for a service. What are you doing with that money? Just then, 2 young men approached briskly, one of them cursing, What do you think you're doing? Bullying my dad, are you? Han Yi's temper flared. But noticing Lin Xiu Xiu beside him, he furrowed his brow and conceded, Fine, I'll let it go today. Sister-in-law, let us head home. Seeing Han Yi relent, the 2 young men and the elderly man wore expressions of triumph. Although Lin Xiu Xiu was also angered, she understood that escalating the situation would only place Han Yi at a disadvantage, so she remained silent. Once they exited the parking area, Lin Xiu Xiu immediately asked, Xiao Yi, what should we do now? Han Yi calmly reassured her, Sister-in-law, do not worry. I have a plan to resolve this. We shall not be at a loss. Chapter 73, You are not that person. Han Yi had previously heard tales of local bullies who would engage in theft under the guise of authority, exploiting their numbers to intimidate ordinary citizens. However, during his past life, when sustenance was scarce, he had never the opportunity to purchase a bicycle, thus lacking any personal experience in such matters. Surprisingly, just days after his rebirth, he found himself entangled in such a predicament. Rather than confront them aggressively or consider filing a police report, Knowing full well that those who dared to steal were likely well prepared, he opted for a more strategic approach. After ensuring Lin Xiu Xiu returned home safely, upon arriving, his second sister immediately inquired, "Was the movie enjoyable?" "It was decent. Old Shi, please bring that bicycle over. I need to head into the city," Hani called out. As Lao Shi pushed his bicycle over, he curiously inquired, "Sengu, what brings you to the city?" Lin Xiu Xiu, filled with indignation, recounted the events, prompting Lao Shi to react with urgency and anger, exclaiming, "Sengu, I will accompany you." Hani shot Lao Shi a disdainful glance and retorted, "What purpose do you serve? Are you coming to brawl alongside me? Let's gather Hei Pai and the others and deal with those two brothers." Lao Shi, known for his fiery temperament, often appeared compliant before Hani. Yet he was inherently someone who would not tolerate being wronged. "Enough, don't complicate matters for me. I have a way to handle this." Han Yi waved his hand dismissively, believing that resorting to violence was futile and that mere confrontation would not recover the bicycle. Sister Air pulled Han Yi aside and whispered, "Do you truly have a plan? Don't put on a facade before me as you do in front of your sister-in-law." Hani chuckled. "Can I deceive you regarding this matter? Rest assured, it's not a significant issue. Such things can be easily resolved if one knows the right person." Observing Han Yi's confidence and understanding her younger brother's nature, Sister Air ceased her inquiries, softly advising, "All right, just be cautious." Hani nodded and mounted his bicycle, heading into the city. In Han Yi's perspective, success hinges on finding the right approach, akin to his strategy in managing the small coal mine, where his first thought was of Fengshuangdong. Choosing the correct path yields remarkable efficiency. Selecting the wrong one leads to exhaustion without results and potentially adverse consequences. Upon entering the city, Han Yi bypassed other locations and made a beeline for Chundishing's stronghold. When it comes to petty dealings, seeking others may prove futile, but consulting Chundishing is always a surefire strategy. Chundishing's base was, in fact, the very eatery where they last dined. Since Chundishing had a number of underlings to cater to, he opted for a bustling eatery over a more refined establishment like Jiwei Lu, favoring a place where meals were affordable, yet the owner was always ready to deliver when the underlings desired something extravagant. Upon arriving at the eatery, Han Yi did not find Chundishing, but rather a group of dubious characters huddled together, sharing a plate of peanuts and a bottle of Bangbu Daku, seemingly inebriated. "Is Chunlada here?" Han Yi inquired. One individual glanced over, recognized him, and sprang up, pointing at Han Yi. "Aren't you that guy? The foolish one?" Han Yi's expression darkened as he retorted, "Oh really? I assist your boss in making money, and this is how you speak of me? No, it's not what the boss said. It's just our impression that you've shared the profitable business with others, so behind the scenes." The speaker, somewhat dim-witted, was interrupted by two others at the table who restrained him. One slapped his face while the other thumped his head. "Hey, don't take offense. This kid is called Sha Bo, not the brightest, always speaking the truth and offending people," one of them quickly interjected. Han Yi's lips twitched. It was quite a day to be confronted by a bunch of young rascals. "What are you doing? Why are you hitting Sha Bo again? If he's not bright, wouldn't beating him just make him duller?" Just then, Chundishing's voice rang out. Han Yi turned his head and found himself locking eyes with Chundishing. "Ah, this is not mine. Fool." Chundishing was taken aback, frowning as he said, "Brother Han, why are you cursing?" Han Yi retorted, "Your little brother just said it. Am I not the one who shared the method of making money with you, you fool?" Chundishing felt incredibly embarrassed and instructed his two younger brothers, "Strike him. Hit him hard. This brat spends all day rambling nonsense. Remember this. Brother Han will be your boss from now on. He is our treasure." Han Yi sighed and then inquired, "Brother Chun, how has business been lately?" Chundishing immediately smiled and replied, "Good. I can't even begin to tell you how well. We make a steady income of 1 to 2,000 yuan a day." Han Yi expressed some surprise. "Isn't that not much? Your revenue is only over 3,000 yuan?" Chundishing shook his head. "Not at all. Our costs are high. Our daily revenue is around 6,000, but after deducting the prizes, we only end up with 1 to 2,000. Han Yi felt a sense of admiration. Although Yang Hu seemed honest, in reality, he was unscrupulous in his pursuit of profit, even canceling the grand prizes in the lottery. In contrast, Chundishing, who appeared to be a mere youth, conducted business with greater integrity. Han Yi remarked, "Brother Chun, I'll write something for you later. If you adjust the winning odds, your profits could double." However, Chundishing waved his hand and laughed. "Brother, do you think I'm foolish? I know adjusting the winning odds would yield more profit. I heard that Yang Hu, who used to work with you, is now on his own and makes in a day what I earn in half a month. But I know that even if no one is monitoring it now, someone will eventually question it because this method of making money is too easy. If the government doesn't intervene, chaos will ensue. In the end, we who profit from the lottery will be in trouble. You stopped early because you've realized this point. Right now, I'm making a bit of money while letting Yang who take the spotlight. That's much more prudent. Besides, earning 1 to 2,000 a day isn't even enough. That would be too greedy. Suddenly, Han Yi felt a sense of respect for Chen Dishing. It was no wonder he had weathered the storm since '83 without incident. His approach to business was remarkably cautious. Brother Chen is indeed wise. Han Yi couldn't resist praising him. Chen Dishing laughed heartily, waving his hand. You're joking. Brother, you've come to me for a reason, haven't you? Han Yi nodded. Indeed, I've encountered some difficulties in the city. After much thought, I realized I don't know any influential figures. So I could only turn to you, Brother Chen. Chen Dishing immediately responded. You're speaking too formally, brother. Whatever the matter, just tell me, and I will help without any hesitation. Han Yi nodded earnestly, and then, under the serious gazes of Chen Dishing and his younger brothers, he said, I lost my bicycle. Chapter 74. Mountains and Water, What on Earth? Chen Dishing was taken aback by Han Yi's statement, seemingly unable to comprehend, and asked in confusion, Could you repeat that? Han Yi explained matter-of-factly, I lost my bicycle. It was stolen in the city, and I have no way to retrieve it, so I had to come to you, Brother Chen, to help me find it. Chen Dishing is an astute individual who, despite having navigated through a series of unfortunate events over the years, stands steadfastly in his current position, a testament to his resilience. His perceptive ability to read situations is unparalleled. Brother, what you said is akin to a bicycle. Does it really matter to you? This isn't merely a matter of finances. It's a question of duty. Chen Dishing remarked with a smile. Han Yi grinned and replied, Indeed, you are right, Chief Chen. It is, without a doubt, a matter of duty. Today, I took my wife out to watch a movie, and my car was stolen from the parking area. I hadn't even had the chance to speak to the attendant when those two ruffians emerged, leaving me feeling rather embarrassed in front of my wife. Tell me, is this not a matter of concern? Chen Dishing's expression shifted, and with a forceful kick, he sent a nearby wooden plank flying, exclaiming angrily, Damn it! How dare these lowlifes target my brother? He turned to his subordinates and declared, Brothers, our ego has been wronged. What shall we do about it? What is there to discuss? Let's haul them out and teach them a lesson, came the fervent response. To offend ego is to offend us all. Let's deal with them. The crowd was visibly agitated, but their enthusiasm was genuine. They held Han Yi in high regard, for without his guidance in the lottery business, they would not be enjoying the fruits of their labor alongside Chen Dishing. Before delving into the lottery, Chen Dishing's situation was dire. He could barely afford a few peanuts to sustain himself for days. Now, with daily earnings of 1 to 2,000 yuan, he not only treats his comrades to sumptuous meals, but also shares a few yuan with each of them. Thus, when Han Yi faced adversity, it was only right that they rallied to his defense. Chen Dishing turned to Han Yi and said earnestly, Brother, did you hear that? Your troubles are my troubles. My affairs are the concerns of us all. Let us go confront them. I must see who has the audacity to act in such a manner. Without further ado, Han Yi gestured for the group to follow him to the cinema, recounting the details of the incident once more along the way. Those who thrive in this cinema environment must possess some degree of backing, he noted. Chen Dishing chuckled lightly. Brother, you are correct. But you only grasp part of the picture. Oh, please enlighten me, Han Yi responded with a bow. Chen Dishing spoke with measured calmness. The ruffians along the banks of the Yangtze and Huai rivers are, at their core, pitiable souls. If we were to categorize them, they would belong to two factions, the mountains and the rivers. How so? Han Yi inquired, puzzled. Chen Dishing smiled as he continued walking. The mountains refer to those from coal mining backgrounds, while the rivers originate from the river works of the Huai River. Life along the banks of the Yangtze and Huai rivers is arduous. Coal mines are often called death pits. Once you descend into the depths, your fate lies in the hands of fate, not your own. With a narrowing gaze, Chen Dishing added, In June of 1938, the Japanese forces occupied the coal mines along the banks of the Yangtze and Huai rivers, with a stronghold in Huainan, even establishing the Huainan Carbon Mining Company. Are you aware of this, Datong? Han Yi nodded slightly and said, I understand. It seems that a crematorium has recently been established. There used to be a mass grave, correct? Chen Dishing nodded in affirmation and replied, Indeed. After the Japanese invaders occupied Huainan, they enslaved coal miners, forcing them to extract coal like mere slaves, leading to countless deaths, particularly in the autumn of 1942 during an outbreak of disease. The entrance of the welfare department was piled high with the corpses of deceased miners. Initially, the bodies were wrapped in reed mats, but once those ran out, they were discarded by the ditches and in the fields without care. To cover up their atrocities, in the spring of 1943, the Japanese ordered workers to dig 3 large pits at the southern mountain of Datong, which became the infamous mass grave, where over 13,000 coal miners were buried. Hani felt a surge of anger but was curious and asked, "You seem to know quite a bit, big brother Chun." Chun Dishing chuckled and explained, "That's because our Shan faction emerged from these coal miners. It is said that those who survived banded together to resist the Japanese, forming this group. On the other hand, the He faction originated from the laborers along the banks of the Yangtze and Huai rivers, who came together to make a living. Among the river workers, those known by name were certainly part of the Chao gang, but that was long ago. By the time the He faction emerged, the Chao gang had already faded from the interior. The two factions each had their origins and held disdain for one another. The Shan faction regarded the He faction as weak, while the He faction looked down on the Shan faction for their poverty. Before 1983, they had indeed clashed with genuine weapons. However, after a crackdown in 1983, their activities had largely ceased, leaving only a few stragglers. I belonged to the Shan faction. My grandfather was a coal miner, my father was as well, and I was too, until I got expelled for legal troubles. The individuals you mentioned are likely from the He faction. They sustain their association through commerce, often presenting a facade of legitimate business while engaging in illicit financial dealings. For instance, regarding the matter of watching cars, that old man claims to be a lookout, but in reality, he is scouting for opportunities. When he spots a good or new car, he instructs his son to steal it. If you consider yourself unfortunate, that's one thing, but if you resist, those two sons will certainly confront you. Hani realized that he had never heard of such matters in his previous life. If his older brother were here, he might have been more informed, but in his past existence, he had despised such people, and thus had no interactions to gain knowledge. Chindishing remarked, "It is only natural for the Shan faction to clash with the He faction. However, after those past events, no one has the heart for it anymore. Yet, the He faction has provoked individuals from our Shan faction, and we have the moral high ground here." Han Yi chuckled as Chun Dishing and his cohort were notorious for causing trouble even when they lacked justification. If they were in the right, even the mightiest figures would find themselves embroiled in chaos. The group soon arrived at the cinema, and Chun Dishing patted Han Yi on the shoulder, saying, "Come on, little brother, I've got your back." Han Yi wasted no time and approached the old man watching the cars, saying, "Old man, do you remember me?" The old man squinted at Han Yi and scoffed, "Young man, why bother? Just accept your misfortune. Why seek a fight?" Chapter 75, Acts of Valor? Upon hearing the old man's words, Han Yi could not help but chuckle, remarking, "Your statement is tantamount to an admission of guilt." The old man, with a twinkle in his eye, responded with a grin, "Ah, what admission of guilt? As I said, young man, accept your misfortune. Do not seek discomfort for yourself. If I am not at ease, rest assured that others shall not be either." Han Yi retorted coldly, "If I am not at ease, neither shall you be." The old man paused, then let out a derisive laugh, saying, "Very well, do not blame me then." Without waiting for Han Yi's reaction, he dramatically threw himself onto the ground, rolling about and exclaiming, "Oh, come and see. This young man is lacking in martial ethics. He has ambushed me." Han Yi raised an eyebrow, thinking how shameless the old man was. As onlookers began to gather, Chun Dishing arrived with a group of a dozen individuals from the west. Some spectators pointed and exclaimed, "How could this man act so? The old fellow is of such an age, and yet resorts to ambush. Indeed, he appears respectable. Yet his actions are anything but. Ah, what is so strange? Many today are like gilded exteriors hiding rotten interiors, unlike me, who, though seemingly unadorned, possesses a heart of gold." The bystanders were swiftly captivated by the old man's performance, almost unanimously condemning Han Yi. Yet at that moment, Chun Dishing cleared his throat and declared, "Oh, this old man is attempting to extort. I just witnessed him lying on the ground, falsely accusing this young man. Yes, I saw it too. He tried to extort money from the young fellow. When he didn't receive it, he simply lay down." Another added, "This elder is without virtue. I too have fallen victim to his schemes. My elderly mother, aged 80, is in dire need, and my 3-year-old daughter awaits funds for medical care. Yet this man nearly brought my family to ruin. Chundishing's crew, each more outrageous than the last, spun tales that could rival any fictional narrative. The crowd, upon hearing their claims, swiftly shifted their focus. Alas, this elder is truly lacking in virtue, resorting to extortion. It is apparent that he is gilded on the outside yet rotting within, unlike myself, who may appear unremarkable but possesses a heart of gold. Did that earlier claim about an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old daughter needing funds for medical care seem contradictory? What business is it of yours? Can an 80-year-old mother not be in need? Can a 3-year-old daughter not await funds for medical care? Is that the issue? The crux of the matter is that his misfortune has stemmed from this old man's deceit. Han Yi silently admired Chundishing's mastery of public opinion. The tide had turned dramatically. Although the old man still sat on the ground, he now wore a bewildered expression. Just then, the old man's 2 sons burst onto the scene, furious and shouting, "Are you looking for trouble? Bullying my father? Do you dare to face me? I dare you to try?" Chundishing boldly stepped forward. The 2 younger men exchanged worried glances upon recognizing him. At that moment, Chundishing bellowed, "This scoundrel is truly violent. Resorting to violence after failing at extortion, for the sake of justice, they cannot be spared." Upon the utterance of Chundishing's words, a dozen or so individuals swiftly surrounded his 2 sons, engaging them in a fierce altercation. To Han Yi's bemusement, some self-proclaimed champions of justice joined the fray, exhibiting even greater ferocity than Chundishing and his cohorts. The elderly man's sons, overwhelmed and fleeing with their heads tucked down, found themselves unable to escape. In a moment of desperation, each drew a short blade, gritting their teeth and declaring their intent to fight back. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Chundishing's eyes. He had awaited this very moment. Han Yi realized that Chundishing was indeed prepared to take action, and he shouted, "He has a knife." The self-styled warriors of justice promptly vanished, yet Chundishing's men showed no signs of retreat. Each man, upon sighting the armed individual, was filled with an insatiable hunger for confrontation. The man, feeling the weight of their stares, was momentarily unsettled. In that fleeting instant, Chundishing seized his arm, while several others lunged forward to restrain him. When an ordinary person brandishes a knife against another ordinary person, the outcome is predictable. Han Yi recalled an incident from his previous life when a kindergarten staged a counterterrorism drill, selecting a robust parent to play the role of an assailant. The result was chaos, with the attacker managing to overpower over a dozen students, 12 security guards, and 7 teachers, even causing the principal to meet an unfortunate end. However, this was a different scenario. Everyone involved here was merely ordinary. Chundishing's men, on the other hand, were well-versed in creating trouble and had a reputation for violence. Before 1983, various gangs wielding kitchen knives and ruthless thugs would draw their blades without a second thought, and Chundishing's entourage were remnants of that era. Although they had not faced frontline battles due to their timidity, they were more than capable of handling a common person armed with a knife. With minimal effort, they swiftly subdued the individual. After securing him, Chundishing sneered, "Ladies and gentlemen, as you all can see, this man has wielded a knife against us. Let us proceed to the police station and inquire how to handle this matter." The old man's face turned pale. He understood he had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. He immediately stepped forward, pleading, "Esteemed gentlemen, our family has acted rashly without understanding the situation. Please grant us a chance. Let us take them away." Chundishing disregarded the old man's pleas, signaling his subordinates to escort the 2 sons, claiming they were heading to the police station, but in reality, they sought a secluded place to negotiate terms. The surrounding crowd erupted in cheers, and Han Yi couldn't help but chuckle at how Chundishing had turned a black market encounter into an act of heroism. It was no wonder he had survived for so long. Once they found a quiet spot, the old man hastily bowed, saying, "Gentlemen, we are all from the same underworld. I implore you to show some mercy." Chundishing scoffed, "Spare us your nonsense. You are from the murky depths, while we are from the shadows. We are not even on the same branch of grass. What makes you think we would heed your family's pleas?" The old man silently lamented, recalling how these mountain gangs had been significantly diminished in 1983 due to their arrogance. He had thought them eradicated, yet here they were, facing yet another faction. "Esteemed gentlemen, we acknowledge our family's error this time. We are willing to concede. Is that not sufficient?" The old man hastily remarked, "In the dark, the stones are more ferocious than water. This is well known in our circle." If my son wishes to avoid losing limbs, he must accept the situation now. And his demeanor must be humble. Chen Dixing turned to Han Yi and said, "Younger brother, what do you propose we do?" As Han Yi stepped forward, the old man quickly softened his stance, bowing his head and saying, "Young brother, I concede, I admit defeat. We will return your bicycle, and we can consider this matter settled, shall we?" Han Yi chuckled. "Please refrain from calling me young brother. Given your age, it seems inappropriate. However, while I will certainly accept the return of my bicycle, what about the loss of face I suffered before the young lady in your presence?" The old man paused, then replied, "You see, my two sons have also endured significant repercussions. Regardless of the circumstances, we are at a disadvantage here. One must allow for mercy. Don't you agree?" Han Yi looked towards Chen Dixing and asked, "Brother Chen, how is this typically handled in your line of work?" Chen Dixing chuckled. "What is there to handle? The truth reveals itself in times of crisis. Our two factions are natural adversaries. You have harmed our people, and we have confronted you. The resolution, be it simmered or fried, is entirely at our discretion." The old man's face turned ashen, and he gritted his teeth. "Gentlemen, discussing mountains and waters pertains to the past. Let us speak of the present. The calamity has already diminished to mere embers. Must we pursue annihilation?" His words softened Chen Dixing's heart. Having lived through the peak of the Jianghuan and Shanshui rivalry, he recalled that while the two factions seldom crossed paths, they were once esteemed figures in their own right. Walking down the street, a mere glance could provoke a confrontation with someone like Chen Dixing, who might snatch your hat if he found it appealing, or even your shoes. And there were no shortages of disgraceful acts concerning one's women. In 83, a severe reckoning ensued, leading to the collapse of their grandeur. Much like the old man described, the remaining embers were all that was left. Chen Dixing pondered for a moment and said to Han Yi, "Younger brother, how about this?" Han Yi recognized Chen Dixing's wavering resolve and swiftly interrupted, "Brother Chen, in this meeting of mountains and waters, it is uncertain who shall prevail. However, should there be mountains without waters, then victory will eternally elude the waters. Wouldn't you agree?" Chen Dixing contemplated this, realizing they were not allies. Why should he protect Han Yi? The old man, now terrified, exclaimed, "Young man, your heart is exceedingly ruthless. We merely deprived you of a bicycle. There is no need for such extreme measures." Han Yi retorted, "I am somewhat petty. If someone were to steal a needle from me, I would be inclined to burn down their house. You not only stole my bicycle, but also caused me to lose face before the lady. How do you propose I address this?" The old man was drenched in cold sweat. The two younger men sensed the gravity of the situation and attempted to struggle, but several individuals restrained them. Chen Dixing furrowed his brow, initially intending to teach these men a lesson, but under Han Yi's pressure, he realized it would not be prudent to escalate matters. At that moment, Han Yi turned to Chen Dixing and added, "However, in these precarious times, we need not gamble with our futures. Brother Chen, as you see brighter days on the horizon, it is illogical to stain your hands with their blood." Chen Dixing chuckled and nodded, saying, "You are right, my younger brother. How shall we deal with these three individuals?" Han Yi pondered for a moment and replied, "Let them return the bicycle to me. Then they should surrender themselves at the police station and clarify the matter." The old man's face clouded with bitterness. Given the gravity of their actions, even with the possibility of surrender, they would face several years in prison, had it been last year. They might have even faced the death penalty. "Young man, please show some compassion. We truly recognize our mistakes and promise never to engage in such deeds again. Can we simply serve as honest watchers of the bike shed?" The old man pleaded. Han Yi retorted coldly, "If you genuinely wish to reform, let us discuss that once you emerge from prison. Otherwise, I shall personally deliver you there, and that one be considered a surrender." The old man and his two sons exchanged glances, realizing the difficulty of their situation was inescapable. Had they known the consequences, they would never have provoked this man. The old man returned the stolen bicycle and, under the escort of Chen Dixing and others, proceeded to the police station. Just as they were nearing their destination, Han Yi inquired, "Upon entering, the least you can expect is a few years, and at most, it could stretch to over a decade. I cannot say for the younger one, but the older one might find himself forever confined. What are your thoughts?" The old man wept bitterly. The saying that one does not shed tears until faced with a coffin resonated deeply with him now. The thought of entering the police station and being forever separated from his sons filled him with profound dread, causing his sons to tremble. "Esteemed gentlemen, brave heroes, I beseech you to spare us this time. Please, at least release my father. If he enters, he truly will have no tomorrow, the two sons implored, kneeling before them. Chindishing felt a sense of discomfort. After all, those who live by the sword are akin to rats crossing the street, and now, confronted with such sorrowful scenes, he could not help but reflect on what he might do if he were ever in a similar predicament. Han Yi, with a smile, said, "Very well, you may return. Just refrain from engaging in such disgraceful acts in the future. Can you truly escape today or tomorrow?" The old man and his sons were taken aback, astonished that Han Yi would indeed let them off, especially when they were so close to the police station. The old man exclaimed in disbelief, "Young man, I swear to you, if we ever commit such acts again, we shall meet a most dreadful end." Han Yi instructed Chundishing to release the three men. As they left, overflowing with gratitude, Chundishing curiously remarked, "Brother, I cannot comprehend your decision. We were right at the police station. Why let them go? Wasn't he that all for naught?" Han Yi replied with a smile, "It was merely about a bicycle. Though I was angered, I did not wish to bring about their demise. A little intimidation to teach them a lesson suffices." In truth, Han Yi understood well that sending those three to prison would sever his ties with Chundishing. As the saying goes, the death of a rabbit brings sorrow to its fellow creatures, and these individuals were not fools. The old man might take the blame upon himself, or perhaps they would escape after a brief stint, which would leave a lingering threat for Han Yi. As the adage goes, while a toad may not bite, it certainly remains repulsive. Let us proceed in this manner. The individual has been sufficiently intimidated, and the tension has been released. At this juncture, releasing him would also afford Chundishing a measure of respect, while simultaneously granting this father and son trio an opportunity for redemption, thus sparing oneself from potentially insurmountable troubles. Chundishing, filled with sentiment, remarked, "Brother, you are truly a man of integrity. I now recognize you as my brother." Han Yi responded with a smile, "Chun Lao, you flatter me. By the way, are you planning to continue with the lottery business, or will you take your leave while the going is good? Perhaps we could consider collaborating?" Chundishing was taken aback by this and inquired, "Brother, when you speak of collaboration, you are not suggesting involvement in illicit activities, are you?" Chapter 77. A 70-30 split. Han Yi replied, "Oh, certainly not. I would be swiftly eradicated by the local authorities for even daring to uphold righteousness." Chundishing laughed heartily. "Your words are amusing, brother. Yet, it is true that these days are far removed from the past. Those who engage in reckless behavior seldom find a favorable outcome." He then curiously asked, "So, what exactly do you mean by collaboration?" "I am contemplating establishing a small coal mine. Are you interested, Chun Lao?" Han Yi inquired. Engaging in small-scale coal mining is not merely a matter of desire. For instance, take Yang Hu. He may appear to thrive in Huainan, seemingly enjoying smooth sailing. But once he embarks on the venture, he will realize that he cannot handle the complexities of operations within the mine, let alone the external challenges. Throughout history, any lucrative enterprise invariably hinges on capital and influence. Without capital, one cannot commence operations, and without influence, one cannot ensure the enterprise runs smoothly. Otherwise, should envious individuals come knocking, your capital will swiftly become theirs. Han Yi's aspiration was indeed a small coal mine, but he had no intention of pursuing it in Huainan. Instead, he set his sights on the Sichuan coal mine. With the addition of someone like Chundishing, who was unperturbed by risk, it effectively ensured the presence of both capital and influence. Upon hearing about the small coal mine, Chundishing's attention was piqued, though he hesitated, saying, "I did hear some talk about small coal mines last year, but I believe this initiative should have originated from Shanxi, correct? Do we have the necessary policies here?" Han Yi chuckled, "Chun Lao, rest assured, policies are indeed in place. To be candid, both Huainan and Huabei have begun to take action. Here in Huadong, only the Sichuan coal mine remains inactive, which is why there has been little noise thus far." Upon hearing this, Chundishing exclaimed, "Excellent. If we can truly secure a small coal mine, it would undoubtedly be feasible. But how do we divide the profits?" Han Yi wasted no time and stated directly, "I will handle the arrangements for the small coal mine, and you will oversee production. We shall split the profits 70-30. What do you think?" One of Chundishing's subordinates chimed in, "Igu, are you really suggesting a 30 share? Wouldn't that appear as if we are taking advantage of our friends?" Chundishing, in a fit of irritation, smacked the back of the young man's head and retorted, "You take 70? On what grounds? Simply because of your imposing demeanor? We will take 30. The other subordinates looked on in astonishment, not expecting Han Yi to be so audacious as to propose a 70-30 split with Chundishing, thus securing the lion's share for himself. Chundishing hesitated, saying, "Brother, we are friends, and I shouldn't be overly concerned about financial matters with you. However, I must admit that this 70-30 split poses a bit of difficulty for me. I have a group of brothers to support." Han Yi first responded, "Rest assured, Brother Chun. Those individuals under your command will eventually be employed at the small coal mine, and the mine will pay their wages. How does that sound?" Chundishing felt somewhat tempted. If this arrangement could indeed materialize, it would mean he could use the coal mine's funds to support his subordinates, while still retaining a 30% share for himself, undeniably a substantial sum. However, Chundishing replied, "Little brother, don't take offense at my words, but I could actually manage this small coal mine myself. Why must I collaborate with you? Of course, I mean no offense, I'm merely curious." Han Yi smiled knowingly, saying, "Because, aside from partnering with me, Brother Chun, you truly would be unable to manage it alone. If you don't believe me, go ahead and try to leverage your connections. See if you can obtain the qualifications for this small coal mine." Chundishing trusted Han Yi. He had discerned Han Yi's capabilities and strategies from their dealings with the lottery. If he said such a thing, it was certainly not baseless. What need is there for testing? We are brothers. I have faith in you. Chundishing laughed heartily and continued, "However, this matter is significant, and I must return to deliberate. If it is feasible, I will reach out to you." Han Yi nodded, a playful smile on his face. "All right. I shall await your news, Brother Chun." Was Chundishing truly going back to consider? Certainly not. He had already been swayed. He intended to seek out opportunities to see if he could independently manage this small coal mine, and would only turn back if he hit a brick wall. Hence his reluctance to commit verbally. This demonstrated that Chundishing was quite shrewd. After bidding farewell to Chundishing, Han Yi rode his bicycle home. Upon entering, he saw his sister-in-law and second sister, along with old Shi, gathered together, seemingly waiting for his return. "You're back. Oh my, you really retrieved your bike," his sister-in-law exclaimed, her surprise and joy unmistakable. Han Yi pushed the bicycle in front of Lin Xiu Xiu and smiled. "Sister-in-law, see? I keep my promises. I said I would bring it back. And here it is." Lin Xiu Xiu nodded vigorously. "You're truly amazing, third brother." Han Yi raised an eyebrow. Of course. With the bicycle returned, Lin Xiu Xiu felt reassured. In the following days, Han Yi spent his time either taking old Shi and old Wu to gather pig fodder or observing the construction site. The old house had been completed, while the new one was rapidly taking shape, largely due to the abundance of hands making the work swift. With the busy farming season nearly over, everyone had managed to lend a hand to the Han family, earning a hearty meal in the process. However, the farm work still needed to be addressed. Due to the delays caused by the housing project, on this particular day, their father took a few family members to the fields to harvest, bundle, and then transport the crops for drying. Seeing this, Yud quickly approached Han Yi, exclaiming, "Who told you to do this? With just these few acres, if I say the word, we can finish it all for you. Do you really need to be in the fields?" Han Yi laughed. "Secretary LV, you've caught me off guard. It's quite intimidating." Yud cast a sidelong glance at Han Yi, then solemnly remarked, "What you say resonates with me, uncle. If you are to construct a threshing ground for our brigade, then this bit of agricultural labor is a trivial matter for us all. It is only natural that we lend a hand." Hearing Yud emphasize the term threshing ground, Han Yi understood that was feeling somewhat constrained. With his own house expanding in size, was concerned that once the yellow sand and cement were depleted, Han Yi might simply walk away without taking responsibility. Thus, he came to address Han Yi directly. Han Yi replied cheerfully, "Secretary you speak wisely. We shall take advantage of the brigade this once. I will arrange for cement to be delivered tomorrow. My new house is nearly complete and could use a couple of days to air out. So we will prioritize getting the brigade's threshing ground ready." Upon hearing this, Yud's face broke into a broad grin, and he quickly added, "Indeed. I will summon workers immediately. Your family should rest. If I see anyone from your household in the fields, do not blame me, the secretary, for being stern." Chapter 78. The expert Yud, accompanied by his workers, swiftly harvested several acres of Han Yi's land without allowing Han Yi's family to lend a hand. A situation that left Han Yi's father feeling rather dejected. However, even though he did not permit Han Yi's family to assist, Han Yi felt it inappropriate to let the workers toil without compensation. The threshing ground was indeed a matter previously agreed upon, and Han Yi was not one to renege on his commitments. Therefore, he decided to express his gratitude by purchasing some soda for everyone. Once the labor was complete, he planned to offer 2 bottles of soda to each worker, ensuring their efforts were not in vain. Han Yi rode into town with Old Shi and, upon arriving at the entrance of Jiwei Tower, spotted Old Chun jogging towards him. Old Chun quickly pulled Han Yi aside and said, "You dare to show your face here again?" Han Yi chuckled, "Why wouldn't I? I haven't committed any heinous acts, and I believe I have not offended you." "Have I?" Old Chun whispered. "You may not have wronged me, but consider whether you have crossed anyone else." "Anyone else?" Han Yi scratched his head, shaking it in confusion. "I generally strive to be amicable. Oh, a few days ago, I did have a minor altercation with some young ruffians at the cinema." "Are you referring to them?" "Those ruffians are nothing," Old Chun retorted, then continued. "Have you perhaps offended someone from Sichuan coal mine?" "Sichuan coal mine." Han Yi immediately thought of Feng Xiangdong. Old Chun elaborated. "The mine's manager, Feng Xiangdong, has been coming by daily, and he doesn't even occupy a private room. He waits in the lobby, claiming he is looking for a young man in a white shirt. From his description, it is highly likely he is referring to you. Have you crossed him?" Han Yi laughed. "No, Old Chun, you are overthinking this." After hesitating, Old Chun leaned closer and said, "Listen, do not be embarrassed. If you have genuinely offended someone, you can confide in me. I know a few leaders and could help mediate the situation. If you do not tell me the truth now and something goes awry later, I may not be able to assist you in time." Han Yi looked at Old Chun in astonishment, exclaiming, "Old Chun, when we first met, I thought you were quite a character, but now it seems you are truly a good person. Get lost, stop flattering me." Old Chun frowned. "Now tell me honestly, what is really going on?" Before Han Yi could utter a word, the sound of a car screeching to a halt at the entrance caught his attention. 2 individuals stepped inside. One was Feng Xiangdong, and the other appeared to be his assistant. Upon seeing them, Old Chun felt a pang of anxiety and instinctively urged Han Yi to hide. However, Feng Xiangdong had already spotted Han Yi and shouted, "Stay right there. Don't move." His booming voice startled everyone dining in the hall, and Old Chun inwardly lamented his misfortune, quickly approaching with a forced smile to say, "Feng Kuang, please don't be angry. This young man is quite decent, albeit a bit stubborn. If he has offended you in any way, I assure you, benefactor, I finally found you." Feng Xiangdong exclaimed, grasping Han Yi's hand eagerly. "I have been coming to Jiwei building every day, hoping to run into you. And I have finally succeeded." "Benefactor?" Old Chun looked baffled. Han Yi chuckled, saying, "I can't claim to be a benefactor. I merely exchanged a few trivial words with you. If you are well, it merely indicates your good fortune, which is unrelated to me." Internally, Han Yi felt a twinge of surprise. It appeared that the events from his previous life were indeed unfolding within these days, suggesting that Feng Xiangdong could now hold a memorial service. As it was not his painting in question, Feng Xiangdong, eager to speak, was interrupted by Han Yi, who suggested, "Shall we converse in a private room?" Being the director of Sichuan coal mine, Feng Xiangdong deserved a degree of privacy. Han Yi also felt a sense of embarrassment discussing such matters in front of so many people. "Yes, a private room. Old Chun, please arrange the best one for me." Feng Xiangdong insisted immediately. Old Chun hesitated for a moment before replying, "The best private room is the large one." "Fine, a large room it is. Do you think I cannot afford the cost?" Feng Xiangdong replied, slightly displeased. Han Yi quickly interjected, Old Chun meant no offense. He simply feared that a room too spacious might feel empty and uncomfortable due to a lack of guests. This is why ancient mansions often have tales of fox spirits and painted immortals, because with vast spaces, the vitality cannot overpower the aura of the supernatural, thus inviting chaos. Indeed, Old Chun nodded vigorously, pondering the oddity of Han Yi's words. Yet, to his surprise, Feng Xiangdong eagerly agreed, patting Han Yi on the shoulder and saying, "The young brother is absolutely correct. I often wondered why tales from strange stories from a Chinese studio frequently involve abandoned mansions. Now it makes sense. We must have a thorough discussion today." Feng Xiangdong possessed an inherent belief in superstitions, and the passage of years since his encounters with the supernatural had not diminished his inclinations. Such individuals were not uncommon. Upon entering the private room, Feng Xiangdong's assistant was barred from entry, as was Lao Shi, who remained outside conversing with Old Chun. Once inside, Feng Xiangdong respectfully addressed Han Yi, exclaiming, "Master, benefactor, you truly are my benefactor. The day I descended into the mine, everything unfolded just as you described, all threes. As I pondered over the eerie situation, I hesitated to step inside. Just as I arrived, I heard about an incident below where a water inundation occurred, flooding an entire tunnel. I calculated the timing and realized that had I entered, I would surely have been caught up in it, potentially becoming a ghost trapped underground. Feng Xiangdong spoke with a cold sweat beading on his forehead. The tale was indeed terrifying, especially considering how meticulously Han Yi narrated it. In retrospect, Han Yi seemed almost like a living deity. Han Yi smiled and remarked, "Not quite a deity, it's merely your good fortune. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been my place to save you." Feng Xiangdong, perplexed, inquired, "What do you mean by that, master?" Han Yi replied calmly, "From the very beginning, I was never a master. My ability to save you was simply a matter of coincidence. If it weren't for your own fortune, what else could be said?" Feng Xiangdong exclaimed, "But you did indeed point me out. Without your intervention, I would have perished. If you are not a master, then I am at a loss as to what constitutes one." Han Yi spoke gently, "The matter of my saving you is rather intricate. It is not as straightforward as you might think." Eagerly, Feng Xiangdong responded, "I am all ears." Han Yi furrowed his brow and asked, "Is your hometown in the Zhelangang area of Huainan?" Feng Xiangdong was taken aback, his surprise evident. "Master, how could you know such a thing?" Chapter 79. Han Yi tells a ghost story. Feng Xiangdong's face was alight with excitement, for he had never mentioned his hometown in Zhelangang to anyone. It was a somewhat sensitive issue. When he was promoted, regulations typically prohibited serving in one's home province, given that coal is a vital national resource. To prevent nepotism, a plethora of related rules had been enacted. However, as the saying goes, policies at the top are often circumvented at the bottom. During the chaotic household registration management of the 1980s, Feng Xiangdong leveraged his connections to relocate his household registration to another area, thereby sidestepping the policy when he was promoted. After his appointment in Huaidong, he brought numerous benefits to relatives back home, whether it involved employment or various affairs. In Huaidong, a word from Feng Xiangdong was all it took. Similarly, the fact that his hometown was in Huainan had become a taboo for him. Not only did he refrain from discussing it, but his relatives and friends also avoided the topic, fearing potential complications should it come to light. Yet now, with Han Yi casually revealing this secret, Feng Xiangdong felt a mix of astonishment and joy, astonished that Han Yi was aware of such a detail, and delighted that even this hidden truth was known, which could only affirm Han Yi's extraordinary nature. Han Yi maintained a composed demeanor, stating, "I assure you, I am not a master. However, this matter is indeed peculiar. If you are interested, we can discuss it at length." Feng Xiangdong, who had a natural inclination towards superstition, found himself drawn in by Han Yi's ambiguous words, leading him to a place of unwavering belief. Indeed, at this moment, he harbored no doubts about Han Yi, primarily due to the previous bizarre and incredible events that had unfolded. He could hardly fathom how Han Yi might validate his earlier prophecies. "You may proceed," Feng Xiangdong said with utmost respect. Han Yi furrowed his brow, seemingly lost in thought for a moment, before he spoke softly, "My surname is Han, and my name is Han Yi. I hail from Huaidong, specifically from Lin Xiu Xiu. In my family, there are 6 siblings, and I am the third among them, with an elder brother and an elder sister above me. My elder brother is quite the troublemaker, perpetually wandering outside, forming closer ties with a band of delinquents than with our family. Earlier this year, he got into a brawl in Huainan and was left unconscious at Zhelangang. He is still being detained there. A friend of my brother's rushed back to inform us, but my parents were not home at the time. The messenger relayed the situation to me, and since my parents are not in the best of health, I feared that the news might cause them distress. So I decided to conceal it and set off for Huainan on my own, advising my sister to keep this matter under wraps for the time being." As Han Yi recounted his tale, it was clear that it was not entirely fabricated, for indeed, his brother was being held in Huainan, and he had gone to retrieve him. Feng Xiangdong, though uncertain of the underlying message of this story, dared not interrupt and continued to listen intently. "Upon arriving in Huainan, I found myself in unfamiliar territory. When I sought to reclaim my brother, the locals dismissed me due to my youth, ignoring my pleas. I argued with them until midnight, but they merely told me to return the following day, as they needed rest. With nowhere to go at that late hour, and fortunately, it being summer, I found a utility pole to lean against for the night. However, as I lay there in the early hours, hunger gnawed at me insatiably." Han Yi's complexion paled slightly as he continued, "Before leaving, I only took 2 taros with me, which I had consumed along the way. Though they appeared substantial, They were mostly water and proved insufficient. By nightfall, I had digested them completely, and by the early hours, I could no longer endure the hunger. With no money on me, I had no choice but to rise and walk about, for lying there only intensified my discomfort. As I ventured forth under the moonlight, I noticed a bustling crowd ahead, many people carrying bowls and chopsticks. I was perplexed by the sight of so many out at such an hour, so I stopped one passerby to inquire. Without hesitation, he informed me that it was time for a late-night meal and urged me not to miss the opportunity. Pulling me along with him, I followed the crowd for what felt like quite some time until we reached an open area with a canopy set up, beneath which were numerous empty tables. The man urged me to hurry inside. Just then, an elderly gentleman stumbled by and, upon seeing me, called out, "Nephew, why are you out running around at this hour instead of sleeping at home?" I did not recognize the old man, but since he had spoken, I replied, "Uncle, I am hungry and saw people gathering for a meal, so I came to eat." The old man grasped my hand firmly and turned to the person who had brought me, saying, "This is my nephew. If you wish to serve food, find someone else. Otherwise, I will not relent." The individual who had initially pulled me along appeared intimidated by him, hesitating for a moment before releasing his grip, and soon after, I noticed the others also refrained from seating themselves, departing with their bowls and chopsticks. I was left bewildered and asked the old man, weren't they here to eat? Why did they leave before the dishes were served? The old man burst into hearty laughter, patting my shoulder and exclaiming, "Youngster, this dish is not fit for the banquet anymore. What do you think they are waiting for?" I inquired why the dish was no longer suitable for the feast. The old man narrowed his eyes slightly, grinning to reveal a set of gleaming white teeth. At that moment, I felt as though those teeth resembled the blades of a guillotine. It seemed that if he were to bite me, he could sever me in two with a single chomp. The old man licked his pristine teeth and said, "I have saved your grand dish. They dare not oppose me now, so they must leave. Do you not understand? You are the centerpiece of this banquet." Han Yi's eyes widened, his voice trembling as he remarked, "Only now do I realize that those people were not human at all. So, are you truly human?" The old man appeared to read my thoughts, chuckling as he replied, "You are correct. They are not human, nor am I. But fear not, if I wished you harm, I would have simply had you seated at the table earlier." I, being rather bold, recognized the truth in his words and asked, "Uncle, you have saved my life. I am forever grateful. If there is anything you require of me, just say the word, and I shall fulfill it." The old man nodded, then said, "I know you hail from Huaidong. I have a grandson residing there. You must find him before the 15th of August next year and convey a message." Han Yi turned to Feng Xiangdong and exclaimed, "The message the old man wishes me to relay is the very one I previously shared with you." Feng Xiangdong gasped in astonishment. The water ghost buried in the earth. That old man is my grandfather? Chapter 80. Brother, you have worked hard. Han Yi nodded and continued, "I was also taken aback." After the old man spoke, he pointed to an ancient locust tree nearby and told me there was some money hidden beneath it, which would help resolve my current predicament. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man vanished. When I finally regained my senses, I realized that the open space ahead led to a vast area. Feng Xiangdong interjected, "The crematorium, Datong Crematorium." Han Yi looked at him and asked, "How do you know this?" Feng Xiangdong inhaled sharply. "My grandfather used to burn corpses at Datong Crematorium. If those spirits could show him respect, I would naturally know where it is." Han Yi nodded. "When I saw the crematorium, my legs turned to jelly, and I wanted to flee. But I remembered that if I left, I could not resolve my brother's situation the next day, so I steeled myself and unearthed the locust tree that your grandfather pointed out. Indeed, I found a stack of money beneath it, just 80 yuan in total. After obtaining the money, I hastily departed. The following day, I sought out my brother, only to find that those who had detained him demanded compensation, claiming he had injured one of their own. This sum was neither more nor less than the 80 yuan I had just discovered. As I brought my brother back, half a year flew by in the blink of an eye. I carried the weight of those events with me. Yet your grandfather had never clearly mentioned your name or whereabouts. Even if I had the intention to search, I would have been at a loss. Eventually, I began to have nightmares, where your grandfather held a bowl and chopsticks, smiling as he questioned why I had not yet sought out the person he mentioned. I felt a sense of urgency within me, yet in my dreams, I found myself unable to utter a word. Instead, I was harshly struck on the head by your grandfather wielding chopsticks, each blow sending stars dancing before my eyes, leaving me with a relentless headache upon awakening. As May approached, your grandfather's demeanor in my dreams shifted, he no longer bore the same piercing intensity. He often appeared like a malevolent spirit, still clutching his bowl. But the chopsticks had transformed into gleaming knives. He threatened that if I failed to find you by the appointed time, he would extract my heart to serve as a drink. Terrified and bewildered, I had no choice but to confide in my elder brother. Han sighed, revealing that after I disclosed this matter to him, my nightmares ceased, only to afflict my brother instead. He recounted dreams of a white-haired specter engulfed in flames, relentlessly tormenting him each night, as if intending to roast him alive. Feeling utterly helpless, I ventured out to seek someone capable of subduing your grandfather. But upon my return just days later, I found my brother on the brink of death, unable to utter a single word. Eventually, he succumbed, leaving my sister-in-law a widow. Yet, after my brother's demise, the nightmares returned to haunt me. Han Yi's eyes filled with terror as he lamented. I know that as long as I fail to fulfill his demands, my fate will mirror my brother's. Escape is impossible. Yet, the truth remained. I could not inquire about your whereabouts, and your grandfather drew ever closer in my dreams, the blade nearly pressing against my chest. He reminded me that my brother's life had been spared by his money, and now, should I fail to uphold my end of the bargain, he would claim my brother's life in return. On the 7th day following my brother's death, I encountered not only your grandfather in my dreams, but also my own. My brother, scorched and in agony, was held down by your grandfather, howling in pain before me. In a moment of fury, I found my voice, demanding your grandfather disclose your whereabouts and guide me in my search. It was then that he revealed the information I sought, promising to grant my poor brother a chance at rebirth. Following his instructions, I searched for you for over a month, unable to draw near, until my last visit to Jiwei Building, where I finally had the opportunity to share all of this with you. The following night, your grandfather appeared in my dreams once more, though now he had reverted to his previously benevolent demeanor. He expressed gratitude, stating that the spirits and water ghosts had failed to capture you and would not pose a threat in the near future. Han Yi slowly exhaled. His expression conflicted as he gazed at Feng Xiangdong, shaking his head. Between your grandfather and me, there exists both enmity and gratitude. The debt of gratitude has been repaid. Yet I remain uncertain how to address the lingering animosity. Feng Xiangdong sighed as well, contemplating Han Yi's words regarding the absence of the spirits and ghosts in the immediate future. But what of the long term? Should they return, who would come to their aid? After much deliberation, it seemed that Han Yi remained their only hope. Benefactor, this matter may sound unbelievable, yet I trust you. For were it not for your intervention, I would surely have perished in that well. Feng Xiangdong pondered. I am not the kind of person who forgets kindness. My grandfather owes you. I am here to repay that debt. What do you think? Han Yi remained silent, ultimately waving his hand dismissively. Forget it. If it weren't for your grandfather's 80 yuan, my elder brother might have perished that very day. Living for an additional 6 months, what more could I possibly desire? The matter is settled now. Should we meet again, I hope to bury past grievances with a smile. Han Yi rose, shook his head at Feng Xiangdong, and departed, indifferent to whatever Feng Xiangdong might say in his wake. After Han Yi and Lao Shi left, Feng Xiangdong stood there, lost in thought. Moments later, his assistant approached him. Feng Kuang, what's the matter? Did that young man do something to you? Should I find someone to teach him a lesson? The assistant inquired urgently. Feng Xiangdong, still mulling over Han Yi's remarkable tale, instructed his assistant, please investigate this person named Han Yi, who resides near Lin Huizi. Uncover any recent events concerning his family and report back to me. The assistant, though somewhat perplexed, complied readily and set about the task. On their way home, Lao Shi curiously asked Han Yi, third brother, do you know that mine manager? I've never heard of him before. Han Yi chuckled. Knowing someone can sometimes happen in a mere glance. A fleeting moment can transform a stranger into an acquaintance. Fate is indeed a curious thing. Han Yi understood that even if Feng Xiangdong were superstitious, he would not readily accept his story. He would undoubtedly investigate further. Nevertheless, the brilliance of his tale lay in its half-truths, intertwining with the circumstances surrounding his elder brother. He could only think, brother, you have truly endured much. Chapter 81. Worthy endeavors. Upon returning home, Han Yi dismissed thoughts of Feng Xiangdong, likening the situation to hunting. The trap was already set, alluringly dressed. At such a moment, it would be counterproductive to leap forth and call to the beast, assuring it of safety. A skilled hunter knows to maintain composure. The prey will eventually take the bait without needing encouragement. Meanwhile, On the other side, Elyud and his team were hauling away yellow sand and cement. Han Yi's father stood at the entrance, watching as vehicle after vehicle departed, his face pale. Old Han, don't look so distressed. Your third son approved this. Elyud laughed heartily. Han Yi's father retorted irritably. My son merely suggested you come tomorrow. Why the rush? Elyud, with a forced smile, replied. What does it matter if it's today or tomorrow? It's all the same. He then offered Han Yi's father a cigarette. Only then did the older man break into a smile. Ah, you're generous. You're smoking this brand, but I must say, it's not easy to get a cigarette from you. His words were not mere banter. Elyud was known for his opportunism, despite their long acquaintance. Han Yi's father had never received such a courtesy from him before. Hello, what are you saying? What kind of relationship do we have? We played together in our childhood. Completely carefree. This cannot be considered an ordinary relationship, Lu Yud chuckled. Old father smiled broadly. Although Lu Yud was merely the brigade secretary, in the eyes of the common people, especially the ordinary farmers, he was regarded as a significant official. Who would dare to retort against him? Despite the modesty of his position, in practical matters, he wielded considerable influence over the lives of ordinary individuals. Take Han Yi's homestead, for instance. Without Lu Yud's intervention, the process would not have been so smooth. Even if it were resolved, the size and location would likely differ greatly. This exemplifies the adage that county officials can be less effective than local authorities. Thus, within the brigade, those who could call Lu Yud their brother enjoyed a certain prestige. Who would not regard you with respect? Old father had previously been someone without much face anywhere. In his younger years, he had some semblance of stature. But due to his eldest son's affairs, he often found himself apologizing and begging for leniency. All that dignity had been eroded over the course of 20 years of subservience. At this moment, Lu Yud unexpectedly afforded old father some respect, making him feel a bit buoyant. Old Han, you are fortunate to have a good son. But let us not forget that our brigade also has an outstanding team member, Lu Yud remarked playfully, igniting a spark in old father's spirit. This renovation of the granary is merely a result of your family's third son's efforts. Isn't it? Old father was momentarily taken aback, surprised that he could regain some lost face due to his eldest son through the actions of his third son. Oh, it's not as good as you say. My third son is capable in many ways, but he is quite wasteful. Money slips through his fingers as if it holds no value, spending lavishly. Although old father's words suggested dissatisfaction, the smile on his face betrayed his true feelings. He was immensely pleased. Lu Yud, speechless, recognized the hidden pride in old father's demeanor. Yet, he was currently benefiting from the sand and cement provided by the young man. Being able to spend money indicates the ability to earn it. My son Yukai does not spend money. But look at his earnings, Lu Yud thought to himself, willing to sacrifice his pride for the sake of that cement and sand. You enjoy flattery, don't you? I'll bring my son out to entertain you. These two, indeed, were childhood playmates. If Han Yi were present, he would surely ponder how Lu's secretary managed to strike such vulnerable chords with his father, seemingly hitting all the right notes. Old father, with a broad grin, waved his hands and insisted, No, your son Shinkai is quite commendable. Seeing the opportune moment, Lu Yud whispered, Brother, your third son is truly impeccable. He is filial to you and loyal to the brigade. Haha, not at all. By the way, old Han, I noticed some bricks over there. The brigade office needs repairs. If I were to take them, your third son wouldn't mind, would he? Old father waved dismissively. He wouldn't mind. It's just a few bricks. My third son is incredibly generous. Really? Truly. I am asking for your permission. What is there to fear? Oh, that would be a tremendous help to the brigade. If my third son finds out, he won't hold it against you, will he? He won't. My third son is so dutiful. Lu Yud laughed heartily. Then I am immensely grateful. When the brigade had nearly finished transporting the yellow sand and cement, the old man realized that the several bricks mentioned by LV Yud amounted to over 1,000. Upon the return of Han Yi and Lao Shi, after distributing sodas to those who had helped harvest the crops that day, they spotted the old man sitting in the courtyard, smoking incessantly against the wall. Han Yi, puzzled, could not comprehend this new smoking posture of the old man. Before he could approach, Lin Xiu Xiu pulled him away. The sight of Lin Xiu Xiu made Han Yi's heart race. Sister-in-law, do you need me for something? Lin Xiu Xiu whispered, Do not disturb him. He is in a foul mood. Han Yi was taken aback, questioning, what could possibly be bothering him? Lin Xiu Xiu quickly recounted the day's events, and then continued in a hushed tone, He's been squatting there for over an hour, looking quite frightening. Han Yi found it amusing yet bewildering, while Lao Shi remarked in disbelief, "How can my father be so easily swayed? All right, leave him to me. You all carry on." Han Yi shook his head, acknowledging that indeed, LV Yud was quite the trickster, someone whom most would find difficult to navigate around. Approaching the old man, Han Yi noticed he held a large smoking pipe, appearing utterly lifeless. "Did LV Yud pull a fast one on you?" Han Yi asked directly. The old man's hand paused mid-motion, and then he awkwardly replied, "He has always been quite the talker. I let my guard down." Han Yi chuckled. "I heard he was flattering you." The old man nodded sheepishly. "So, was his flattery effective?" Han Yi inquired with a grin. The old man hesitated but could not suppress a smile, nodding, "Quite effective. Then that's all that matters. If LV Yud can flatter my father so well, then those 1,000 bricks are worth it." The old man could not help but laugh. "I also find it quite worth it." "Then all is well. Do not overthink it." "Father, come, let us have a meal," Han Yi said, attempting to pull the old man along. However, the old man raised his hand to stop him. Han Yi, exasperated, exclaimed, "No way. You're not telling me you're still not over it." The old man awkwardly admitted, "I am, but my legs are numb, and I cannot get up. I had the thought half an hour ago, but almost fell down. Your mother and sister-in-law were watching me from behind, and I felt embarrassed." Han Yi looked at him in disbelief, muttering, "Father, you truly care about your image." Chapter 82. You must not speak of this in the office of the mine manager at Sichuan coal mine. Feng Xiangdong was consumed by the tales recounted by Han Yi. The stories, bizarre yet imbued with a sense of authenticity, compelled Feng Xiangdong to believe in them. Curious, yet apprehensive, he found himself akin to the character Yi Gong, who professed a fondness for dragons. Feng Xiangdong, deeply superstitious, was now ensnared by Han Yi's narrative, teetering on the brink of a trap. A day later, Feng Xiangdong's assistant returned after investigating the matter. The incidents Han Yi described were not difficult to verify, as they were indeed true. 6 months prior, he had gone to Huainan to retrieve his elder brother, but the 80 yuan was not a gift from Feng Xiangdong's grandfather. Rather, it had been cobbled together from the sale of pigs by Han Yi's family. The time of the elder brother's passing aligns as well. As for the other discrepancies, they remain untraceable unless Feng Xiangdong could venture into the underworld, discerning between life and death, possessing the prowess of Bao Qingtian to conduct nocturnal interrogations of the urns. Otherwise, the truth remains elusive. After hearing the verification from his assistant, Feng Xiangdong had come to trust Han Yi's words to a degree of 80%. The remaining 20% was merely a manifestation of his inherent caution. Previously, many mocked him for his superstitions, yet how could the beliefs in spirits and deities, which have been handed down over millennia, be entirely false? Was this not evidence of encountering the genuine, a sage capable of transcending the mundane? Feng Xiangdong felt a surge of excitement. His belief in the supernatural was not rooted in faith, but rather in the conviction that such entities could confer benefits. Worshipping deities and engaging in feng shui were all promising avenues for advancement and wealth. How absurd that the ordinary folk remained skeptical. The more he contemplated, the more restless he became. He abruptly stood and declared, "Enough sitting. Isn't Han Yi residing in Lin Huizi? Let us pay him a visit today." Upon hearing this, the assistant realized Feng Xiangdong was unreliable, knowing full well his superior's personality. "Very well, I shall make preparations and notify the secretary of their brigade," the assistant promptly responded. However, Feng Xiangdong waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need to inform anyone. It will just be the two of us. Also, bring some gifts, since we are visiting. We cannot arrive empty-handed." The assistant was taken aback. Was it customary for a leader to bring gifts when visiting a commoner? This was truly unprecedented. Not even when the mine manager visited the mayor had he brought a gift. "What are you dawdling for? Do you not wish to work? If you do not want to, then leave. I'll find someone else," Feng Xiangdong exclaimed, glaring fiercely. "Of course I want to work. I'm on it right now." The assistant hurriedly scurried away, fearing that Feng Xiangdong might dismiss him in a fit of anger. Once the assistant had gathered the necessary items, Feng Xiangdong chose not to ride in the car. Instead, the assistant pedaled a bicycle, pulling Feng Xiangdong along. The assistant found this peculiar. Previously, the mine manager always traveled by car. What was the reason for this sudden whim? "Are the items you prepared appropriate? Don't embarrass me." Feng Xiangdong sat regally on the back of the bicycle, observing the items dangling from the handlebars, and confidently stated, "There is an art to gift giving. The magnitude of the event and the status of the recipient must be considered. If you give too much, You are a fool if you give too little. The matter cannot be accomplished. There is wisdom in this. The assistant, bemused, smiled and replied, Director Feng, you truly are well versed in all matters, even this. Feng Xiangdong chuckled softly, reminiscing. Do you think that as a mine manager, I only know how to receive gifts and not how to give them? Let me tell you. Those who receive gifts are merely the ones who also give. It is just that the gifts we give are unseen by you. Otherwise, how could one attain this position? You should learn from this. The assistant instinctively straightened his posture and declared, I shall learn from you, Director Feng. Watch where you're going. Oh, for heaven's sake. Are you not looking at the road? What are you learning then? Feng Xiangdong yelped in alarm as the assistant, distracted by flattery, failed to notice the road and drove straight into a pit, sending both the bicycle and its riders tumbling. I sincerely apologize. It was my oversight, the assistant stammered. The assistant was on the verge of tears, accustomed to flattering and having developed muscle memory for it. Once they both got up, they were taken aback by the sight of the bicycle. The rear seat was bent upwards, with two metal pads protruding. The assistant picked up a stone to smash it back into place, but after riding for only a short distance, Feng Xiangdong let out a yelp. The road was in such poor condition that the jolting of the bicycle caused the two metal pieces to pinch Feng Xiangdong's backside, prompting his cries of distress. Stop, stop! Oh, my backside! Feng Xiangdong gasped. The earlier pinches had been quite severe, and if he were to remove his trousers, there would surely be 2 blood marks visible. What should we do, Feng Quang? The assistant panicked, worrying that having treated Feng Xiangdong this way would jeopardize his career aspirations. This could affect my future. Feng Xiangdong waved his hand, saying, No, I can't ride this bike anymore. Let us walk. The assistant awkwardly replied, Feng Quang, if we walk, it might take us at least an hour to get there. Feng Xiangdong glared in annoyance, prompting the assistant to quickly add, Actually, there is another way, but I'm unsure if you would agree. If there is a solution, just say it. Stop hesitating. Feng Xiangdong replied impatiently. Moments later, the assistant resumed riding. But the rear seat was empty, and Feng Xiangdong was not walking either. Instead, he was perched sideways on the main bar of the bicycle, his arms wrapped around the assistant's neck. No one is to speak of this day, Feng Xiangdong said with a frown. After a considerable struggle, they finally reached Lin Xiu Xiu, where Han Yi was on the roof drying grain that had just been harvested, as the threshing area had yet to be established, forcing them to make do on the flat roof. Third brother, look over there. At that moment, Lao Shi suddenly poked Han Yi in the side, signaling him to look into the distance. Being on the roof allowed them to see far, and they spotted 2 individuals on bicycles approaching from the small road outside the village. Are they dating? Han Yi wondered, as it seemed peculiar. In these times, such behavior was not as open, and one would not typically see couples riding bicycles while embracing. Moreover, it did not resemble an adult with a child. Lao Shi squinted at the cyclists and scratched his head, saying, To me, they look like 2 men. Upon hearing this, Han Yi couldn't help but laugh, remarking, Those 2 men are quite a sight. Lao Shi added, Third brother, it seems they are heading this way. Han Yi confirmed this as they drew closer, his expression turning to one of shock as he exclaimed, Feng Xiangdong, what role is he playing? Chapter 83, Wild Speculation. When Feng Xiangdong arrived at Han Yi's doorstep, he was surprised to find Han Yi already waiting for him. Having come in such a low-key manner, it astonished him that Han Yi had anticipated his arrival. This is what superstition leads to, Feng Xiangdong mused, having fallen into a state of self-strategy. If he were a woman, Han Yi could easily charm him into submission overnight. Brother Han, you're quite impressive. I didn't even notify you I was coming, yet you knew to wait for me here. Did my grandfather mention it to you? Feng Xiangdong exclaimed excitedly. Han Yi maintained his composure, replying, Your grandfather? As the 2 of you arrived, affectionately embracing while riding your bicycles, your grandfather would surely rise from his grave in broad daylight to scold you. Is there a matter for which Feng Quang seeks my company? Han Yi casually inquired. Feng Xiangdong promptly replied, After all, Brother Han saved my life. It would be exceedingly rude not to pay a visit. Han Yi smiled faintly, remaining silent. But Feng Xiangdong continued, Brother Han, shall we not step inside for a moment? Han Yi, somewhat resigned, responded with a wry smile. Then please, do come in. Upon entering the house, Feng Xiangdong was taken aback, exclaiming, Why is it so empty? There isn't even any furniture? It's a newly built house, and I haven't had the chance to furnish it yet, Han Yi explained. I refrained from inviting you in earlier because there simply wasn't anywhere to sit. Feng Xiangdong pondered this. If Han Yi knew precisely when he would come, it was illogical that he would not have made preparations. As Feng Xiangdong's gaze swept across the room once more, a look of realization dawned upon him. Han Yi's intentions were quite profound. Although Han Yi had saved his life for a reason, as a dignified mine director, it would be utterly inappropriate to not express any gratitude. Thus, Han Yi had prepared an empty house, subtly suggesting that he should furnish it. Having grasped this nuance, Feng Xiangdong felt at ease. He was not concerned about Han Yi being greedy. Rather, he feared that Han Yi might desire nothing at all. Brother, I understand your intentions. Rest assured, I will handle this matter and ensure your satisfaction, Feng Xiangdong declared with a smile. Han Yi was momentarily taken aback, wondering if this man had conjured up some fanciful notion. Feng Kuang, let us set aside such matters. You haven't come merely to express thanks, have you? Han Yi chuckled. Feng Xiangdong got straight to the point, stating, in addition to my gratitude, I must also offer my apologies. After all, this matter cannot remain concealed from you. So I shall speak frankly. I have been investigating matters related to you over the past few days. Observing Han Yi's composed demeanor, Feng Xiangdong realized that Han Yi was indeed aware of these matters. Han Yi certainly knew, but not in the manner Feng Xiangdong presumed. Rather, he had deduced it himself. For such inquiries would be expected if he found himself in a similar situation. Feng Xiangdong continued, I regret the circumstances surrounding your elder brother. However, do not worry. Though he is no longer with us, I shall henceforth be your elder brother. Han Yi's expression darkened at this proclamation. He had no desire for an elder brother, but rather sought a sister-in-law. There is no need for an elder brother. Let us simply be friends. That will suffice. Han Yi replied. Feng Xiangdong sighed, turning to his assistant. Do you see this? I truly admire Brother Han. Countless individuals attempt to ingratiate themselves with me, seeking connections. Yet Brother Han regards me with indifference. Such a noble character. The assistant quickly chimed in. Indeed, this reflects that Mr. Han has a clear conscience and is truly a person worthy of friendship. Internally, Han Yi mused, I may indeed feel some guilt, yet I did save your life. And you stand to gain from this as well. In that light, I genuinely have no reason to feel remorse. Han Yi's posture straightened as he regarded Feng Xiangdong with increasing disdain. Brother Han, your integrity is commendable, yet it would be remiss of me not to repay your kindness. Please accept this modest gift without hesitation. Feng Xiangdong, after speaking, glanced at his assistant, who promptly delivered the items. Han Yi accepted the package and observed its contents. Several jars of apple preserves, 2 bottles of malt extract, a silk scarf, and a semiconductor radio. While these gifts were certainly not inexpensive, they could hardly be considered extravagant, yet one could discern the thoughtful selection made by the giver. Well, I will accept these gifts. If Feng Kuang has time this evening, shall we share a meal together? Han Yi inquired. Feng Xiangdong replied, then I shall not impose. He added, brother, you are truly my benefactor. I have been quite unfortunate lately. Han Yi sensed that the main issue was about to be raised and asked, Brother Feng, have you encountered difficulties? Feng Xiangdong nodded and continued, I won't dwell on the past, but currently, there is a significant problem. Could you offer me your counsel? Speak freely. Brother. In just a few exchanges, they had begun to address each other as brothers. Feng Xiangdong stated, as autumn approaches, the northern regions will soon require heating. And our province, Anhui, finds itself in a rather awkward position, caught between the north and south. In previous years, heating was of no concern to us, but this year, some have suggested that Anhui should consider it, and discussions are currently underway. My work in the coal industry makes this decision crucial, yet casting my vote could offend someone. Thus, I find myself in a quandary, constantly besieged by conversations that have become quite bothersome. Han Yi felt a shift in his perception of Feng Xiangdong. He had previously thought of him as a simple man whose success stemmed from boldness and family background. However, it now appeared that much of Feng Xiangdong's apparent roughness was a fade. The issue at hand, while seemingly straightforward, merely casting a vote, was more complex given Han Yi's own vested interest in the potential heating for Huaidong. Yet, from Feng Xiangdong's position, was this truly the correct course of action? A well-considered response could elevate Feng Xiangdong's standing significantly, while a poor one might reduce him to little more than a mere mascot. After some contemplation, Han Yi suggested, if I were in your position, I would vote against it. Feng Xiangdong's eyes brightened. Oh, I do not entirely understand. Could you elaborate on your reasoning? Han Yi pondered for a few moments before articulating. The matter of heating in Anhui is rooted in historical issues. Why has it become a historical problem? Because it is challenging. So much so that no one wishes to address it. If heating were to be implemented, consider the size of Anhui. How much coal would be required? Our nation is in a phase of economic development, and there is scarcely enough coal for industrial use, let alone to enhance the livelihood of the populace. He continued gently. Brother, only a wealthy nation can support a strong citizenry. It is through national prosperity that leaders like you can ascend. Would you not agree? Chapter 84. A deeper appreciation for him. Anhui is situated at the crossroads of the north and south, making its position rather precarious. Winter temperatures do not compare favorably to those of the true southern regions. It is genuinely cold. However, the issue of centralized heating was never a consideration. For even by 1986, nearly a decade later, this matter remained unresolved. Firstly, Anhui province has not reached temperatures that would disrupt daily life and work. Hence it has not been mentioned by officials. Secondly, do people genuinely believe that centralized heating is free? There are indeed heating fees to be paid. The Northeast managed to afford them in the 1980s due to its status as an old industrial base, which was once prosperous. What about Anhui in the 1980s? Aside from Huainan, Huaibei, and Huadong, regions rich in minerals, other areas, including Hefei, were impoverished. As a side note, there is no city called Huadong in Anhui. It was a fictional creation by the author to avoid censorship, and the events can be considered as occurring in Huainan or Huaibei. My apologies for any confusion caused. People were so destitute that they struggled to afford meals. How could they be expected to pay for heating? This is utterly absurd. Therefore, regardless of who frivolously raises this issue, it is bound to be unfeasible. Feng Xiangdong's expression brightened, for although Han Yi did not elaborate, his reasoning was sound. Such composure and clarity of thought at such a young age indicated great potential. You're right, he replied, feeling reassured. Feng Xiangdong chuckled, choosing not to pursue the matter further. The group engaged in light conversation until they prepared to return home for dinner. Han Yi took Feng Xiangdong aside, saying, I haven't mentioned anything to my parents about your grandfather, as I fear it may cause them concern. Feng Xiangdong nodded, his expression signifying understanding. Rest assured, I will remain discreet. Upon returning to Han Yi's home, he explained to his father that Feng Xiangdong was a friend he had made in the city and was visiting on his day off. His father did not think much of it, nodding in agreement. It's good for the third one to make friends. Let your mother prepare a few extra dishes today. Han Yi handed his father the gifts from Feng Xiangdong, saying, These are from my friend, please accept them. Initially indifferent to the canned goods and milk powder, his father's eyes widened with excitement upon seeing the semiconductor radio. Such a valuable gift. How can we accept this? He exclaimed with a grin. Now that they had a television at home, Han Yi had not purchased a semiconductor radio, but considering the limited programming available, the radio might indeed prove more enjoyable. Moreover, its portability allowed it to be taken anywhere, fulfilling another of his father's wishes. While the television was too cumbersome to carry outside, the radio was not. Let us add some dishes tonight. Let us slaughter our little pig, his father said excitedly. No. Feng Xiangdong quickly interjected, then quietly remarked to Han Yi, Your uncle is quite enthusiastic. Han Yi found the situation amusing and suggested Feng Xiangdong engage in conversation with his father while he went to curry favor with his sister-in-law. Lin Xiu Xiu. Sister-in-law, what are you up to? Han Yi asked, hands behind his back. Lin Xiu Xiu felt a bit apprehensive around Han Yi, primarily due to his mischievous nature, which often made her heart race. I'm preparing vegetables, she replied, glancing around and noticing her sister-in-law was absent, heightening her unease. Preparing vegetables is good, Han Yi said with a smile, inching closer. Lin Xiu Xiu flustered, stammered, Don't do anything reckless. There are many people outside. When the streets were relatively empty, I could act with abandon. Han Yi had discovered a glimmer of hope. His sister-in-law was momentarily taken aback by his words, and just as Lin Xiu Xiu contemplated retreating, Han Yi suddenly produced a silk scarf. Sister-in-law, do you find this beautiful? He asked, waving the scarf in front of her before placing it in her hands. This is for you. Lin Xiu Xiu blinked, somewhat incredulous. Is it truly for me? It's so lovely. Indeed. Han Yi affirmed with a nod, smiling. The scarf is beautiful. And so are you. This is what we call a double blessing. Lin Xiu Xiu's eyes sparkled with joy as she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Lao San. This is the first time someone has given me a gift, especially something so exquisite. While Lin Xiu Xiu beamed with happiness, Han Yi felt a pang of sorrow. In their past lives, they had supported each other through thick and thin, Yet their relationship remained nameless and undefined. Had he ever given her a gift? He couldn't recall, and it seemed likely that he had not. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he declared, "From now on, I shall give you a gift every year." Lin Xiu Xiu's eyes sparkled with delight, and Han Yi quickly added, "Sister-in-law, let me help you wear it. How about I tie it in your hair?" "Sure." Lin Xiu Xiu replied without hesitation, handing the scarf back to him and turning around to allow him to assist her. Han Yi meticulously tied the scarf around her ponytail, inhaling the fragrant scent of her hair, and couldn't he help but compliment, "Sister-in-law, your hair smells delightful." Lin Xiu Xiu casually remarked, "It's the shampoo you bought that smells so good. Do you think it looks nice?" Just then, as she turned to face him, they found themselves nearly nose to nose, feeling the warmth of each other's breath. "Xiu Xiu, have you finished selecting the vegetables? Hurry and bring them. We're waiting," called an older voice from the kitchen. "Oh, coming." Lin Xiu Xiu replied hastily, attempting to move away from Han Yi. "Sister-in-law," Han Yi suddenly called out. "What is it?" Lin Xiu Xiu paused and turned back. In that instant, she was met with Han Yi's approaching face, and before she could react, he pecked her on the lips. Wordlessly, he turned and exited the room, leaving behind a blushing sister-in-law who took a while to regain her composure before following him out. As Lin Xiu Xiu emerged, she locked eyes with Feng Xiangdong, who had just looked up, noticing the scarf adorning her hair. "Old Shi, is that your third brother's wife?" Feng Xiangdong inquired. Old Shi hesitated before quietly affirming, "That is my elder sister-in-law." Feng Xiangdong's expression transformed into one of astonishment, his mouth agape before he whispered, "Your third brother and sister-in-law? How thrilling." Old Shi's cheeks flushed as he retorted, "Stop imagining things. Our family situation is quite unique." Feng Xiangdong wore an understanding expression and replied, "I see. If I were in your third brother's shoes, with a recently departed elder brother and a beautiful sister-in-law, I wouldn't be able to resist either." Old Shi grit his teeth and said, "I told you to stop thinking foolishly. Things are not as you perceive them. My third brother is not the kind of person you think." However, Feng Xiangdong chuckled and said, "That's fine. I admire him even more." Chapter 85. The intentional one. Feng Xiangdong dined at Han Yi's residence, enjoying a modest meal that, despite the presence of fish and meat, was rather ordinary for him. This gentleman often regarded Jiwei Building as his personal canteen, ordering without glancing at the menu and merely signing off on the bill, which was settled at Sichuan coal mine at the end of the month. Although Feng appeared rather carefree and unpretentious, he was quite adept in social interactions, engaging in a lively conversation with Han Yi's father that could easily mislead an outsider into thinking they were long-lost relatives. After the meal, Han Yi intended to lend Feng a bicycle from his home, as the sight of two grown men riding together would be quite the spectacle. However, to his surprise, Feng awkwardly admitted, "I can't ride." Han Yi shook his head in resignation. He accompanied them a short distance before stopping at a small road outside the village. At this juncture, Feng instructed his assistant to proceed ahead, as he wished to have a private conversation with Han Yi. Once the assistant had distanced himself, Feng smiled and said, "Brother, we seem to share a fateful connection. Would you be interested in working at the coal mine? I could easily let that assistant go and reserve the position for you." Han Yi, bemused, waved his hand and replied, "Old brother, I would rather die poor than work in the mines. Once you descend into the mine, your life is no longer your own." Feng sighed, realizing the truth in Han Yi's words. Despite his esteemed position as the mine manager, without Han Yi's warning, he could very well have become just another corpse in the depths of the mine. "Your words carry weight. I shall not persuade you further," Feng said with a sigh. "I won't say much more. I am ruthless with outsiders but kind to my own. We shall interact more, and you will come to understand." With that, Feng waved goodbye to Han Yi, called for his assistant, and, perching himself on the crossbar of the bicycle, wrapped his arms around the assistant's neck, declaring to Han Yi, "Should you need anything, come find me at Sichuan coal mine. I am still quite capable." Han Yi chuckled and waved goodbye, recognizing Feng as a person worth befriending. As he watched Feng embrace his assistant and depart in a rather conspicuous manner, Han Yi suddenly paused. Wait a minute. If Feng couldn't ride, he could have the assistant ride while he sat behind. Surely that would be less awkward, right? Han Yi found himself perplexed. The following morning, just as Han Yi was rising from his bed, he was startled by a loud knocking on the door. "Old Shi, open up," he called out, giving Old Shi a nudge. Reluctantly, Old Shi climbed out of bed and opened the door to find Hei Pai standing there. "Why are you knocking so early?" Old Shi grumbled. Hey Pai, looking anxious, replied, "You need to wakey go? I saw someone inside his new house." Upon hearing this, Han Yi sprang out of bed, exclaiming, "Who is it? Seeking death, are they?" The new house was meant for his sister-in-law, and the thought of someone occupying it before them was utterly revolting. Fueled by anger, he neglected to brush his teeth or wash his face, and, alongside Hei Pai and Old Shi, he hurried towards the new house. Upon arriving at his residence, Han Yi was taken aback to find the gate wide open, with several individuals arranging furniture in the courtyard. "Is that Feng Xiangdong?" Han Yi thought in astonishment. If it truly were Feng Xiangdong, he certainly knew how to make an entrance. "Please, set down your tasks. Where did you come from? What is the meaning of this furniture?" Han Yi inquired. The lead individual, sporting a broad smile, replied, "You must be Han Yi, correct? We are from the logistics department of Sichuan coal mine. Last night, Director Feng instructed us to deliver these items to you today." As he spoke, he produced a list, saying, "Here, take a look. 5 wardrobes, 3 beds, 1 measuring 2 meters, and 2 at 1.8 meters, along with a wash basin stand." The list detailed an extensive array of items. In addition to the wardrobes and beds, even tables and chairs had been arranged. Han Yi calculated that if he were to procure these items himself, it would easily amount to over 100. While the cost was not exorbitant, the sentiment was invaluable. If they had not genuinely cared for him, they wouldn't have provided even a needle, let alone an entire room of furniture. "Please extend my gratitude to Director Feng," Han Yi said with a mix of amusement and disbelief. "Certainly, we will convey your thanks," the lead individual replied. "If there are no further issues, please sign here so I can complete my duties." After the logistics personnel from Sichuan coal mine departed with the signature, Han Yi and his companions began to explore the interior. Wow, Sichuan coal mine certainly does not skimp on quality. Look at this clothing rack. What is it made of? Steel bars? This thing could withstand anything. Haikpi remarked in awe. Old Shi also knocked on the wardrobe, equally impressed. "Third brother, look at this wardrobe. Goodness. The wood is exceptionally thick. No wonder it was difficult for just a few people to carry it." Han Yi had no doubt about the quality of the furniture. After all, it was requested personally by the director. Who would dare to cut corners on something so important? However, he felt a twinge of regret, as he had initially intended to entrust the furniture-making task to his uncle-in-law, thereby supporting his business. Unexpectedly, someone else had swooped in to seize the opportunity. "Old Shi, I reckon your room is ready for you to move in. Just grab a couple of quilts," Old Shi said enviously. It was no wonder Old Shi was envious. Han Yi's residence was unparalleled, even when compared to the neighboring villages. To boast a little, if Han Yi stood at the front of his house and asked for a wife, the threshold would likely be trampled by eager suitors. Naturally, Han Yi would never do such a thing. He had devoted himself to his sister-in-law alone, viewing all other women as mere frivolities. The arrival of the furniture stirred quite a bit of curiosity among the locals, especially since the logistics personnel from Sichuan coal mine had not been discreet about their delivery, parading the items before the entire brigade. "Old Han, what is the story with that furniture?" LV Yud inquired with a smile, seeking out Han Yi's father. Han Yi's father, not giving it much thought, replied, "Old San's friend came over for dinner yesterday. Hearing that Old San's room lacked furniture, he had these brought over this morning." LV Yud's eyes widened in surprise. What kind of friend is so extravagant? Where is he from? It is said that he works at the Sichuan coal mine. As for the specifics, I am unaware, the old man chuckled, his heart brimming with contentment. Lu Yud squinted his eyes, a shrewd glint in them, and murmured, "In that case, he might be a leader at the Sichuan coal mine. Otherwise, he wouldn't possess such grand ambitions." The old man laughed heartily, replying, "What leader? Why not say that Xiao Feng is the mine director at the Sichuan coal mine instead?" Chapter 86. The Desire to Win Huainan Mining. A colossal entity nestled in Anhui province, stands as the heart of Huaidong City, while Huainan mining is akin to the core of Anhui province, especially during the 1980s. In that era, economic reforms flourished and industrial development surged, all of which were inextricably linked to the lifeblood of industry, coal resources. It is fair to assert that the vast majority of industries depended on coal, and as the largest coal city in the Zhanghuai region, Huainan even found itself among the ranks of major cities nationwide during this period. Huainan mining, indeed, wielded substantial influence over the city of Huainan and the livelihoods of hundreds of thousands of its inhabitants. At this moment, Yang Hu was indulging in food and drink at a private restaurant in Huainan with a few companions. "Brother Yao, I truly need your assistance with this matter. Please put in a good word for me. Money is not an issue. As long as I can secure a small coal mine, I will reward you handsomely. Yang Hu extended his hand, stating, 5,000 yuan. Does that seem fair to you? The individual referred to as Brother Yao was none other than Yao Guangji, the very person who had previously dealt him a beating. Yang Hu had seized this opportunity to establish a connection with Yao Guangji. Yao Guangji held a rather intriguing position within Huainan mining, although he hailed from the public security sector, due to the unique nature of coal mines. His work at the site essentially aligned him with Huainan mining, granting him considerable standing in the area. Yang Hu was keenly aware of this and sought to leverage Yao Guangji to acquire a small coal mine. Yang Hu was astute, otherwise he would not have ventured into the beer industry to sell his product. He had tasted the sweet fruits of transitioning from public to private endeavors and was convinced that a small coal mine would be both viable and immensely profitable. After being bested by Yao Guangji previously, Yang Hu had come to a realization. While the lottery business was lucrative, in the presence of a local power broker, one was merely akin to a wallet waiting to be emptied. Despite Han Yi constantly attributing the blame to Yang Hu himself, Yang Hu refused to concede. Admitting fault would mean defeat. He was determined to outshine Han Yi, and the prospect of a small coal mine presented an excellent opportunity. Once he successfully established the mine and began to reap substantial profits, Yang Hu envisioned Han Yi groveling before him, pen in hand, begging for mercy. As Yao Guangji indulged in food and drink, he couldn't help but look down on Yang Hu. Although he possessed money, Yang Hu lacked integrity. He had previously attempted to deceive friends into investing, and while he had not succeeded, Yao Guangji had discerned the man's true nature, suitable as a drinking companion, but someone to avoid in matters of substance. Old Yang, I have your affairs in mind, but you know, the matter of the small coal mine originates from Shaanxi, and securing one here in Huainan is quite challenging, Yao Guangji said, taking a sip of his drink and shaking his head. Come on. Is it a matter of insufficient funds? Just name your price. Yang Hu immediately retorted. Yao Guangji chuckled softly and remarked, I truly admire your tenacity. While I am aware of your wealth, this matter fundamentally pertains to policy. To gain recognition for this policy in Huainan, numerous leaders must be persuaded. Why would a leader assist you? It is far more advantageous to rely on collective unity. Yao Guangji furrowed his brow and continued, however, a mere reduction is futile. If you genuinely wish to accomplish your goals, I reckon you must prepare a substantial sum. He extended a hand and whispered, a baseline of 50,000. Yang Hu gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, that's rather steep. Yao Guangji responded with a smile, steep? I would call it a worthy investment. Consider this, every day, individuals loiter at various mine entrances, beseeching those who can sell coal. Who among them does not hold a few thousand in their hands? Yet, how many can actually procure any? Should your venture succeed, just imagine how easily you could sell that coal. With a grin, he added, my dear brother, I lack your foundation. Otherwise, I would have pursued this myself. Yang Hu recognized the validity of Yao Guangji's assertion. He had thoroughly investigated before contemplating the establishment of a small coal mine. In Huainan, regarding these coal mines, the management of coal storage, scheduling, and even the laborers do not return home to cook after work. They are well provided for in terms of sustenance. Why is that? Currently, coal in the mines is primarily distributed through public channels, with specific quantities allocated to various units each year. Conversely, private enterprises, such as brick kilns, small workshops, and even privately owned restaurants, consume significant amounts of coal but struggle to procure it. Thus, they must devise solutions. For establishments like private restaurants, the situation is somewhat manageable. They require only a modest amount of coal and can cultivate good relations with those at the coal storages and selection plants, receiving just enough to meet their needs. However, for brick kilns, which are major coal consumers, they are left in a desperate plea for coal. Whatever they desire can be obtained if only they can secure a supply. If one can successfully operate a small coal mine, the daily output would be assured of buyers, especially for coal that is pre-ordered even before extraction. I understand the reasoning, yet I am at a loss as to how I could possibly afford to invest 50,000 for the coal mine, Yang Hu expressed, feeling somewhat conflicted. Yao Guangji smiled and replied, my brother, do not attempt to deceive me. The idea is mine, but whether you act upon it is entirely your decision. After this, Yao Guangji fell silent and began to pour himself a drink. Yang Hu remained troubled, torn between the certainty of profit from the small coal mine and the fear of assuming risk. Perhaps I should take some time to think it over, he murmured. Yao Guangji shook his head in resignation and said with a smile, "Very well, ponder this matter thoroughly and inform me of your decision. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not linger." With that, Yao Guangji stood up and departed, leaving Yang Hu to settle the bill. After Yao Guangji's departure, Yang Hu continued to wrestle with his thoughts, unable to summon the resolve to make a decision. While he had sufficient funds, having amassed wealth beyond measure, he was acutely aware of how it had been acquired, with Han Yi's assistance. Reflecting on this, Yang Hu felt a surge of discontent. Although their collaboration had seemed harmonious, the reality was that they were all young men, reluctant to subordinate themselves. After Han Yi's departure, Yang Hu took over the reins, driven by a desire to prove to those around him that he was no less competent than Han Yi. However, he was met with a severe reprimand from Yao Guangji, ultimately having to pay to avert disaster. This was tantamount to humiliating Yang Hu, especially since Han Yi, with his cunning, had cleverly evaded Yang's traps, leaving Yang feeling diminished. Had the small coal mine venture proceeded smoothly, Yang Hu would have emerged differently, undoubtedly proving his worth. In that case, should he encounter Han Yi again, he could confidently place an arm around Han Yi's shoulder and proclaim, "Look, I had invited you to join me from the start, but you declined. Missing out on a lucrative opportunity, didn't you?" With this thought in mind, Yang Hu smashed his cup onto the ground, exclaiming, "Damn it! I refuse to believe that I am inferior to a mere rural bumpkin." Chapter 87. Who doesn't he love to show off? Old three, are you home?" shouted El Yud at Han Yi's doorstep. Han Yi peeked out from inside, puzzled. "Secretary El, what brings you here?" El Yud chuckled heartily. "What's the matter?" "It's good news. The threshing ground is starting today, and since you provided the cement and sand, you must come and say a few words." Upon hearing this, Han Yi quickly waved his hand. "I want to go. What's there to say?" Before he could finish his sentence, he turned and was startled to find his father ominously standing behind him. "Father, you startled me. Why are you sneaking up on me? And what's with that look? Who are you scowling at? Who invited you? Why aren't you going?" His father replied grumpily, "You must go. We provided the cement and sand. So why wouldn't you speak?" Han Yi was at a loss for words. He suddenly remembered how much his father valued his reputation. He had spent a lifetime enduring shameful moments, and if he were to miss such a public opportunity, his father would likely be restless through the night, smoking in frustration. "Secretary El," Han Yi smiled, "I think I'll pass. Let my father go instead. After all, it was his idea to establish the threshing ground. I wouldn't have thought of it without him." El Yud, aware of the underlying dynamics, recognized that Han Yi was merely boosting his father's ego. He didn't call him out, instead responding with a grin, "I knew my brother was perceptive. I truly didn't misjudge him." "Then let us have your father say a few words." As his father put on his shoes, he waved his hands dismissively. I can't. I wouldn't know what to say. I wouldn't even know how to start." Han Yi and El Yud exchanged an exasperated glance. "If you want to go, why are you putting on your shoes so quickly?" El Yud laughed. "What's so hard about saying a few words? Just speak casually, like chatting with family. After all, they're all familiar faces." "All right, then I'll go say a few words." His father burst into laughter and hurried over to El Yud. Han Yi chuckled. "That's fine. Father, you go ahead. I have work to do and want to accompany you." "All right, you attend to your tasks." His father waved dismissively, no longer regarding Han Yi, and pulled El Yud along, visibly cheerful, with his face lighting up in smiles. Just as his father left, Han Yi's mother emerged from the house, scanning the area for his father. "Where's your father?" she inquired. Han Yi replied with a smile. "He was taken by Secretary El to give a speech. The threshing ground we supplied has commenced." I retorted with exasperation. "What nonsense. Your father is nothing but a show-off. You're the one who handled the cement and sand. What connection does it have to him? All day long, he just wants to show off in front of others." Lao Shi emerged from the house with a sickle, chuckling. "Mother, my father simply has this one passion. Let us not speak ill of him. Besides, if it comes to such matters, you could send Sango, but he wouldn't be eager either. Lao Shi truly understands me." Han Yi nodded with a smile, and the two brothers took their tools to cut pig fodder. After spending the entire morning gathering the grass, they chopped it with a knife, while Jie and Dasa took charge of feeding the pigs. Han Yi and Lao Shi merely needed to tidy up the knife. At that moment, Lao Shi sat before Han Yi and inquired, "Sango, haven't we anything to do lately? Being at home all day is rather dull." Han Yi shot a glance at Lao Shi, realizing the boy's restlessness. Previously, when they were engaged in the lottery business, he had taken him everywhere, dining at Jiwei Lu in the evenings. Those were certainly joyous times. What's wrong? Can't sit still. Honey asked. Lao Shi scratched his head. I just feel it's rather tedious, spending all day at home cutting pig fodder and doing farm work. I wanted to go to Legong Mountain with Hei Pai to hunt for wild duck eggs, but you won't allow it. It's quite boring. Hani patted Lao Shi on the head. Your spirit is restless, but fear not. Work is on the horizon. As soon as Hani finished speaking, the sound of a bicycle bell echoed at the door. Turning his head, he spotted someone striding in. It was the recently absent Yang Hu. Little brother, are you at home? Yang Hu, with a bag tucked under his arm and hair styled as if a dog had licked it, appeared rather ostentatious. Hani feigned a laugh. Oh, did you have an oil barrel topple on your head? If you were cooking at home, you could dip your head in the pot. No oil would be needed. Yang Hu, unfazed, grinned widely and replied, Look at you, always cracking jokes. I've actually started a business, so I must dress accordingly. Hani nodded slightly, returning to his task of cleaning the knife, choosing not to elaborate, which only heightened Yang Hu's anxiety as he awaited Han Yi's inquiry about his business. You re so dull. Aren't you going to ask what kind of business I'm running? Yang Hu could no longer contain himself and spoke up. Lao Shi chuckled. Tiger brother, you don't even need to ask. You can hardly contain your excitement. Yang Hu shot a glare at Lao Shi and continued. Previously, when I mentioned the small coal mine business, you weren't interested, but now I'm going solo. The small coal mine has been approved, located in Huainan's Panji. Just wait and see me prosper. Hani smiled. Then allow me to congratulate you in advance. Wishing you flourishing business and great wealth. Yang Hu, taken aback by Han Yi's words, hesitated momentarily and retorted. Are you being sarcastic? Look at you, how petty. Hani laughed. After all, we've earned money together. I wouldn't be so small-minded. Yang Hu shook his head. Well, why don't you advise me on my small coal mine? Hani contemplated for a moment and nodded. All right, I'll take a look and perhaps share in your good fortune. Ah, now that's the spirit. Yang Hu exclaimed. Yang Hu wore a broad smile, eager to showcase his plans before Hani. If Han Yi chose not to engage, the anxiety would consume him. He produced a blueprint, placing it before Han Yi, exclaiming, Look, this area here, according to the exploration results from Huainan mining, is rich in coal reserves. Once I establish the mine, wealth will surely follow. Han Yi examined the blueprint intently, then burst into laughter, pressing the document into Yang Hu's embrace, shaking his head as he said, All right, I wish you prosperity, indeed. Yang Hu was momentarily taken aback. Han Yi's laughter sent a shiver down his spine. He reassured himself that Han Yi was merely attempting to intimidate him, driven by blatant jealousy. However, recalling Han Yi's previous acumen in generating profits together, he couldn't dismiss the notion that Han Yi's laughter might not be unfounded. After a brief hesitation, Yang Hu spoke softly. Brother, your laughter makes me uneasy. What have you disowned? Do share. Han Yi, with a gleeful demeanor, replied, Since you've inquired, I shall divulge. You see, this area, I assure you, will not lead to your ruin. You are indeed fortunate. Chapter 88. Will you trust me? Han Yi's words resonated with conviction, startling Yang Hu, whose expression shifted considerably. He quickly retorted, Han Yi, you mustn't speak so recklessly. Do not let jealousy cloud your judgment. Han Yi chuckled. Brother Hu, I am quite earnest in my speech. Have you ever seen me speak frivolously? Tell me, did you choose this location yourself, or was it designated by someone else? Is there a distinction? Yang Hu inquired. Is there a difference? Han Yi shook his head before nodding. There is indeed a distinction, while loss is inevitable. If you selected this place, it suggests a lack of discernment on your part. However, if it was chosen for you, it indicates that there are ill-intentioned individuals seeking to deceive you. Upon hearing Han Yi's assertive claims, Yang Hu's heart began to race. Though he had known Han Yi for some time and held reservations about him, he could not deny the young man's undeniable prowess. When they engaged in the lottery business, profits flowed with ease, yet Yang Hu faced considerable challenges and losses when he ventured alone. Please, brother, elaborate further. Your words frighten me. I implore you to explain. Yang Hu hastily set aside his pride, dragging a stool beside Han Yi. Old Shi shot Yang Hu a disapproving glance, while Han Yi, holding the blueprint, spoke softly. Very well, given our rapport, I shall speak candidly. Let us not discuss other matters. Do you not perceive any issues with this location? Yang Hu scratched his head. I see none. This area appears quite favorable, all flat terrain. Han nodded. Indeed, the terrain is flat. Yet have you not considered the 3 villages situated nearby? Your mind lies at the confluence of these 3 villages. Yang Hu, puzzled, asked what of it? Han clicked his tongue. Do not tell me you wish to establish a small coal mine, yet remain oblivious to the order of coal mine construction? I have some understanding. It involves drilling, deploying personnel, extracting coal, and reaping profits. Yang Hu asserted confidently. Han rolled his eyes and remarked, I truly am at a loss for words. First and foremost, the initial task of opening a mine is not to dig a hole, but rather to compensate the losses of the local populace. What? Why should I compensate them? Yang Hu stammered, I am not excavating their land. I have calculated that this mine will occupy only a few acres, none of which are arable. At a loss for words, Han replied, So, you intend to dig downwards, is that it? You must consider the surrounding area as well. Eventually, as you dig deeper, the farmland above will inevitably suffer subsidence. If you do not cover this cost, who will? Yang Hu then realized, his demeanor shifting to one of concern. How much would I need to compensate? Whatever the amount, it would never be sufficient. Han shook his head. From what I know, Sichuan coal mine and Huainan mining incur substantial expenses in compensation each year. Yet, even with such expenditures, they frequently clash with the local residents. And altercations leading to fatalities are not uncommon. You find yourself at the intersection of 3 villages, facing 3 communities at once. How audacious, Brother Hu. It is commendable. Han raised his thumb in approval. Huainan mining struggles even with a single community, and here you are, set to contend with 3. You are bound to make a name for yourself in the annals of Huainan coal mine history. What name would that be? Yang Hu asked, anxiety creeping into his voice. Han chuckled, the first coal mine owner to be killed. Yang Hu's complexion turned pale, and he gritted his teeth. If you think I will compensate them so easily, you are mistaken. If it comes to that, I will organize a group and confront them directly. Han shrugged and inquired, very well, even if you do not compensate. Let me ask you, what is the depth of this coal mine? Are you aware of the first mining phase? Yang Hu immediately referred to the blueprint, of course. It states here that the first mining phase is 172 meters. I have confirmed this. By Huainan standards, it is considered a shallow coal seam, as most mines are around 300 meters deep. Han nodded. That is indeed correct, but there is little distinction between 172 meters and 300 meters. Do you think this is akin to digging a water well, where you encounter something after merely 10 or 20 meters? Have you considered whether you possess the requisite excavation skills? I have contemplated this. Yang Hu replied, I plan to recruit some retired miners from Huainan coal mine. They are skilled and capable. Han took a breath. And what of the equipment? He inquired. Just for a single wellhead, the cost could exceed several $100,000. Do you have such funds? Yang Hu appeared taken aback, then suggested, what if I purchase used equipment and refurbish it? Would that not save a considerable amount? Aside from the wellhead, you will need fans, explosion-proof switches, supports, frame shelters, conveyor belts, mining carts, and various consumables, Han enumerated, eventually raising his gaze to meet the pale-faced Yang Hu. Do you have any idea how much all of that would cost? Yang Hu collapsed from his small stool, looking distressed as he lamented, if what you say is true, then this small coal mine cannot be opened. Han smiled gently. It is not that it cannot be opened. It is simply that unless you have a background in mining or connections within the industry, it will be exceedingly difficult in Huainan. Yang Hu fell silent for a moment, clutching the blueprints tightly, and gritted his teeth, declaring, for this coal mine, I have invested over 200,000. Nearly all the money I earned from selling lottery tickets has been poured into this venture. It must be opened. It simply must. Han was somewhat taken aback, realizing that Yang Hu had indeed made a considerable profit from lottery sales during this period, which explained his desire to establish a small coal mine. However, with Yang Hu's singular focus on making money and his previous inadequate preparations for work, if he were to proceed with opening a small coal mine, he would likely face bankruptcy. Han nodded and said, very well, I wish you all the best. With that, he chose to say nothing further. Yang Hu hesitated for a moment, before mustering the courage to ask, brother, could you offer me a suggestion? How can I get this coal mine up and running? Han looked at Yang Hu, puzzled, and replied, you have disregarded all the advice I previously offered. What makes you think this time would be any different? Yang Hu's eyelid twitched, yet he persisted, rest assured, if you help me this once, I will undoubtedly trust your words. After a brief silence, Han finally said, all right, Then I shall offer you one last piece of advice. Speak, Yang Hu urged eagerly. Han Yi continued, let it go. This coal mine should not be opened under any circumstances. If you proceed, you will incur losses. If you abandon this endeavor now, at least you can save the funds intended for the small coal mine. Otherwise, you will be left utterly ruined. Upon hearing Han Yi's words, Yang Hu reacted with anger. Do not jest. I am determined to open this small coal mine. If you are unwilling to assist me, I will find my own way. Once I strike it rich. Do not be envious. With that, Yang Hu stormed off in a huff. Han Yi watched Yang Hu's departing figure and chuckled, turning to Lao Shi. You see, I told you it would be futile. He will never heed my advice. Chapter 89. The glutton Han Yi had come to understand Yang Hu quite well. He had previously remarked that Yang Hu was timid with significant matters yet audacious with trivial ones. However, when it came to opening a small coal mine, his audacity was apparent. Yet, was he genuinely courageous? Han Yi did not believe so. He had made his position clear. True bravery lies in the ability to accept failure and make sacrifices when necessary. Yang Hu, on the other hand, could not accept such losses. Fearing that a setback would lead to complete ruin and the loss of the wealth he had painstakingly acquired. Thus, he remained timid in significant matters while bold in trivial pursuits. His character had not changed in the slightest. Regardless of Yang Hu's actions, Han Yi had his own affairs to attend to, and he had no time to concern himself with Yang Hu. His house had now been completed, and Feng Xiangdong had arranged the furniture. After his brother's anniversary, he would be able to move in with his sister-in-law, transforming it into their love nest. However, there was still some work to be done. A fresh coat of white paint would be ideal, Han Yi mused. Most houses in Lin Xiu were made of mud bricks, with some better homes adorned with paper wallpaper. His own old house was just like that. Han Yi recalled that during his childhood, one of his favorite pastimes was reading the newspapers that adorned the walls. The raw clay, mixed with straw, was almost untouched. Children, with their idle hands, would often tug at the straw embedded in the clay walls, sometimes managing to tear away substantial chunks of the plaster with a mere pull. During this era, paint was scarce, and even if it were available, Han Yi had no desire to use it. The hazardous components of contemporary paints were alarmingly excessive, especially after Japan exported a batch of toxic paints to the domestic market a few years later, which caused considerable harm to many. Thus, for his whitewashing, Han Yi was left with no choice but to utilize lime. However, lime was not easily procured. The lime factory was state-owned, and it wasn't simply a matter of purchasing it at will. After some contemplation, Han Yi decided to seek out Lu Weidong. Lu, for his own reasons, had been quite busy at the enamel factory lately, which had seen a remarkable increase in business. It was perhaps the first time in years that the factory was thriving. The last time Han Yi sought cement and sand, Lu had readily supplied him without a hint of hesitation, indicating their solid relationship. Of course, approaching someone with a request without bringing a gift was not ideal. Han Yi pondered over what to take along. Something like canned goods or milk powder would certainly be appreciated. He instructed Lao Shi to dig out the items that Feng Xiangdong had brought last time, as they would serve their purpose well. Lao Shi promptly rose to search through the house and soon exclaimed, "Third brother, come quickly." Han Yi hurried inside to find Lao Shi standing before the cupboard, a look of astonishment etched across his face. "What's wrong?" Han Yi inquired. Lao Shi produced a can of food and a jar of milk powder, revealing that the liquid from the can was entirely gone, though the apples within remained intact, and the lid of the milk powder had already been opened. "Third brother, have we got mice in the house? Where did the liquid go?" Lao Shi exclaimed in disbelief. Han Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, a smirk playing on his lips as he retorted, "Mice? Have you ever seen a mouse that only drinks the broth?" He picked up the milk powder, examining it before asserting, "There's still plenty here, and the lid is off. Why wouldn't they consume the contents?" Lao Shi scratched his head in confusion. Just as Han Yi was about to respond, he caught sight of a suspicious figure at the door and intentionally urged, "Quickly look around. If someone drank that broth, they would be in dire straits. I had mixed rat poison into that broth, initially intended for the rodents. If someone ingested it, they wouldn't survive." Lao Shi jumped back in fright, exclaiming, "Third brother, don't scare me." Han Yi rolled his eyes, gesturing for Lao Shi to check the doorway. As Lao Shi looked up, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a figure and immediately understood the situation. However, after waiting for a while, the anticipated small mouse did not appear. Instead, it was the second sister and sister-in-law who rushed in, the latter cradling the youngest child, whose head was buried in her embrace, appearing listless. "Third brother, Did you really mix rat poison into the can? The second sister inquired urgently. Han chuckled softly, replying, What's the matter? Perhaps it was the mice that got to the can, and if they ate the poison, that would suffice, wouldn't it? The second sister, clearly distressed, retorted, Don't joke around. The youngest said she drank from the can. Did you truly mix rat poison into it? Seeing the little sister languishing in the embrace of the elder sister-in-law, Han chuckled and remarked, No. I was merely scaring the one who sneaked a drink of canned water. Upon hearing this, the second sister let out a sigh of relief. But the elder sister-in-law glared at Han, saying, Han Lao-san, are you out of your mind? Why would you scare the little sister? Startled by her tone, Han quickly retorted, The little sister was sneaking food, so I only wanted to frighten her a bit. The elder sister-in-law, fuming, replied, If she was stealing, you could educate her. Why scare her? The little sister was nearly frightened to death. The elder sister-in-law retrieved a handful of sunflower seeds from her pocket, which Han recognized as the ones he had bought for the little sister. She came to find us earlier, claiming she was on the verge of death, and handed us these seeds, saying they were all she had left. She even asked us to convey her apologies to Sang-gu after she was gone. The elder sister-in-law expressed angrily, As her brother, can't you be a bit more considerate? Feeling a pang of sympathy for the wilted little sister in the elder sister-in-law's arms, Han gently took her from her. The little girl immediately buried her face in Han Yi's neck. Sang-gu, I'm sorry. The little sister said in a tearful voice, I was just being greedy. I thought drinking a little water wouldn't matter. I opened that powder too, but I didn't dare to eat it or tell you. Han quickly reassured her, It's all right, it's all right. Sang-gu spoke out of turn, He frightened you. It's my fault, and your sister-in-law has already scolded me for it. Will you forgive me? The little sister nodded repeatedly. Han turned to Lao Shi and instructed, Open the canned goods and the malt milk powder. Let the little sister indulge today. Lao Shi hesitated, saying, Sang-gu, don't you still need those for something else? Han laughed, It's fine. Let me treat my sister to some good food today. Consider it my apology to her. After wiping the tears from the little sister's face, he added, Remember, little sister, Sang-gu shouldn't have scared you, but you also did something wrong. Do you understand? The little sister quickly replied, I understand. I shouldn't have stolen food. I was being naughty. Han nodded slightly and patiently continued, From now on, if you want something to eat, just tell Sang-gu, but do not steal, all right? The little sister nodded enthusiastically, and Han glanced at the elder sister-in-law, noticing her looking somewhat embarrassed. At that moment, Lao Wu returned from outside. Upon entering, he spotted the canned goods and malt milk powder in Lao Shi's hands, and the sight of the little sister crying in Han Yi's arms made him pause before he turned and ran away. Han and the others were momentarily taken aback. Then Han chuckled, It seems we have an accomplice. Lao Shi, go fetch Lao Wu back. Chapter 90. The strategist. The canned goods and malt milk powder brought by Feng Xiangdong were no longer of any use, but Han bore no ill will. It was natural for the two little ones, who had previously been deprived, to succumb to the temptations of the canned goods and malt milk. Moreover, they had already been counseled. As long as they recognized their mistakes and sought to amend them, it was not a grave issue. The little sister, crying with a woeful expression, had even prepared her will and belongings, exhibiting complete remorse. Thus, Han felt it unnecessary to be overly harsh, opting instead for verbal guidance. As for the fifth brother, after the incident, his first thought was, surprisingly, to flee. Stubborn and unyielding, he has since been apprehended by the Old West and handed over to the old man for interrogation. Judging by the old man's demeanor, it seems he cannot escape a severe punishment. When Han left his home, the old man had already loosened his belt. Han, being inherently soft-hearted, hastened to leave, reasoning that it was better not to witness such events. Upon stepping outside, he intended to visit the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase some items, only to encounter Hei Pai descending from the mountain. Igu, where are you off to? Hei Pai inquired, shouldering a large bag. With a smile, Han replied, I'm going out to buy some things, preparing gifts for others. Upon hearing this, Hei Pai quickly set down his bag and pulled out a sizable soft-shelled turtle from within. Then take this. Hei Pai grinned, asserting that it would make a perfect gift. Han contemplated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. That works. He then retrieved several notes from his pocket, stating, Let this count as my purchase. To his surprise, Hei Pai frowned and lifted the turtle, saying, Igu, return my money. Otherwise, do you believe I will smash this turtle? Speechless, Han could only acquiesce. All right, I'll take back the money, but do put the hostage down. That's more like it. What kind of relationship do we have? You're making a fuss over a turtle? Aren't you undermining my dignity? Hei Pai cheerfully remarked, before bagging the turtle and handing it over to Han. You really are something. I can't even argue with you. Han chuckled, bemused. Yet, one might consider Hei Pai foolish, but truly, the simple-minded often find their own fortune. This fellow, with his keen sense of opportunity, would never forget to include him in his prospects. I've got this. In a while, I have something for you. Come by then, and I'll help you earn some pocket money, Han mentioned. Upon hearing this, Hei Pai's face lit up with a broad grin as he eagerly nodded. Sure, I'll heed your words. Go. Just give me a shout when the time comes, and I'll definitely be there. With a cheerful demeanor, Hei Pai departed, while Han carried the turtle into the city. With such a valuable item, there was no need to purchase anything else. Nothing could compare in significance. Upon arriving at the enamel factory, the security personnel greeted Han with greater enthusiasm than they would have shown the factory director. Good, you're here. The security staff cheerfully exclaimed. Han offered a cigarette to the guards and inquired, on day shift, are you? I'm looking for Director Liu. Is he in? The guard accepted the cigarette, tucking it behind his ear, and replied, Yes, in the office, but wait until the shift ends for a good chat. Han nodded, waved, and made his way to Liu Weidong's office. Upon arrival, he could hear loud snoring reverberating from within. Hey, Director Liu, Han called out twice, prompting Liu Weidong to groggily awaken. Who is there? Liu Weidong asked, his expression one of confusion. Han chuckled. Is it really necessary to be this disheveled? Did your wife not allow you to take a break when you returned home at night? Recognizing Han, Liu Weidong laughed, chiding, nonsense. It's not that I want let her rest. It's just that I haven't seen you in days. What brings you here today? As he spoke, Liu Weidong rose to pour Han a cup of water. After taking a sip, Han remarked in surprise, Why is this so sweet? Glancing at the cup, he exclaimed, Goji berries? Liu Weidong appeared somewhat awkward, sipping water as he remarked that he had recently developed a liking for sweet flavors. Han could not help but burst into laughter, to which Liu Weidong retorted, What are you laughing at? At my age? You might not necessarily be better off than I am. After a moment of reflection, he continued, Old brother, I find myself in a bind. Recently, there have been several positions available above me. Initially, I had no chance, but the enamel factory's performance has been decent lately, which has granted me a sliver of opportunity. Naturally, I must strive for it. Liu Weidong, being astute, understood that the enamel factory lacked a promising future. Presently, due to the lottery situation, it seemed quite prosperous. However, once this period passes, it will undoubtedly cool down. In fact, it may not even require the lottery to lose its luster. Simply changing the prizes could swiftly revert the enamel factory to its former state. Therefore, while fortunes are favorable, it is prudent to seize every opportunity. Han inquired about the positions available. Just ensure that you don't end up switching to something worse than the enamel factory, or it would be quite the farce. Aware of Han Yi's intelligence, Liu Weidong quickly replied, Just so, dear brother, I need your counsel. There are currently 3 positions that present opportunities. The first is at the Municipal Agricultural Machinery Factory, which is indeed a prime location with stable orders. Merely subsisting on these would not be a concern. The second is at the fertilizer plant, which is also commendable, as it is said that crops thrive thanks to fertilizers. And the fertilizer factory is never short of resources. Liu Weidong smiled. These 2 places are so appealing that there are individuals vying for them. And I may not necessarily prevail. Han intrigued, queried, Did you not mention 3? What about the third? Liu Weidong frowned. The third is the lime factory, which, while on par with the other 2, is affiliated with the mining sector. With the Sichuan coal mine as its backing, and the city as its support, this one is challenging. Han pondered for a moment before suggesting, Let us discuss them one by one, shall we? Liu Weidong, now serious, replied eagerly, Please, go ahead. Han stated, Let us begin with the agricultural machinery factory. I would like to know if it participated in this year's technology introduction organized by the state. Liu Weidong was taken aback and asked with confusion, What technology introduction? Han patiently explained, This year, our country reached a technology introduction agreement with Carter Industries of America, exchanging market access for technology. 16 factory directors are involved. Does our Huaidong agricultural machinery factory count among them? Liu Weidong shook his head. Such matters are beyond our Huaidong factory's reach. Han scoffed. Then you might as well forget about the agricultural machinery factory. Otherwise, it would be a dead end. Lu Weidong, puzzled, countered, surely it cannot be that dire? Those 16 directors, no matter how skilled, cannot leave no avenues for others. Hani clarified. It is not about whether they leave opportunities for other directors. It is about consumers leaving none. Once they introduce the technology, they will have a significant technological edge over ordinary agricultural machinery factories. Unless the agricultural machinery factory drastically reduces its prices, it is doomed. Lu Weidong contemplated this and suddenly questioned, I have never heard of this. How do you know? Han Yi, maintaining his composure, replied, read more books. Keep up with the news, eat fewer snacks, and sleep more. Chapter 91, The Old Cellar. The agricultural machinery factory may be thriving now, but it has only 3 paths ahead. Han Yi raised 3 fingers and spoke softly. First, Director Lu. If you possess the capability to secure technology sharing from those 16 factories, you could expand and strengthen the agricultural machinery factory, creating new glories. Lu Weidong's expression was one of discomfort. If he possessed such capabilities, he would not be relegated to a mere observer at the enamel factory. Han Yi retracted 1 finger and continued. Secondly, we could consider transitioning to military manufacturing, but that hinges upon the policies from above, as well as the technological reserves of our Huaidong agricultural machinery factory. Lu Weidong sighed, for it was nearly impossible to expect a small city like Huaidong to have a qualified agricultural machinery factory for such a transition. Han Yi once again withdrew a finger, leaving the middle one raised, and said, now. Thirdly, we could simply await our demise, with workers being laid off, and you, my friend, will have to seek another place to sit idly. Lu Weidong focused on Han Yi's middle finger, moving forward to cover it with his palm. Let us cease discussing the agricultural machinery factory and turn our attention to the fertilizer factory instead. Han Yi chuckled, withdrawing his hand. Very well. Let us discuss the fertilizer factory. In my opinion, it is a place for retirement. If you are over 50 this year, I would strongly recommend you to consider that factory. Lu Weidong questioned, retirement? Surely not. The fertilizer factory has a vast customer base, and its products sell well. It offers stability. Han Yi replied with a smile, Director Lu, think for a moment. In a stable factory, where can one make achievements? The opportunity to change locations arises precisely because the enamel factory was once unremarkable, but has suddenly gained traction, hasn't it? Lu Weidong nodded in realization, stating, indeed. Your reasoning is sound. I had not considered that aspect. By your logic, the lime factory might actually be the best option? Han Yi confirmed. At least among your 3 principles, the lime factory is the only viable choice. Lu Weidong expressed his dilemma. Yet I mentioned that the lime factory has both a father and a mother. Life there is not easy. However, Han Yi countered. But the lime factory has access to numerous leaders. From the mines to the city, Director Lu, if you aspire to ascend through merit until retirement, you may find yourself stagnating. However, if you shift your perspective, opportunities will arise. Lu Weidong nodded eagerly, nearly applauding Han Yi, patting him on the shoulder. Listening to your insights is worth more than 10 years of study. Truly, more valuable than a decade of learning. The more Lu Weidong contemplated Han Yi's words, the more he felt they resonated with truth. At his age, relying solely on achievements to advance seemed nearly impossible, and a change in mindset was imperative. Yet, he pondered aloud, but the lime factory does not seem particularly useful. The lime produced is hardly remarkable. How can one assist the leaders when they hardly pay attention? Han Yi replied with a smile, Director Lu, perhaps that is why I am your benefactor. I possess a formula that can produce a type of coating, ideal for whitewashing walls with exceptional results. If you can take charge of the lime factory and utilize my formula to produce this, I assure you that the leaders will be eager to curry favor with you. Lu Weidong found this amusing. Your claims are rather exaggerated. After all, it is just a product for whitewashing. Would the leaders truly seek to ingratiate themselves with me over something so trivial? Han Yi shook his head slightly. Director Lu, you must understand that sometimes, what I possess, others lack. While I may be the only one content, those who find themselves without shall inevitably feel discontent. If these individuals wish to avoid such feelings, then they too must have it. This is what we call comparison. Lu Weidong pondered thoughtfully, and upon noticing this, Han Yi chuckled. Of course, if Director Lu is uninterested in the lime factory, then disregard my words. I shan't impose any longer. Lu Weidong quickly stopped Han Yi, saying, Brother, don't leave. We were having such a pleasant conversation. Why depart? Let us go to our factory canteen. I shall treat you to a meal, and we can continue our discussion. Let us have a thorough chat. Han Yi replied with a smile. I haven't yet expressed my gratitude for your assistance last time. I feel quite embarrassed to let you treat me. Lu Weidong laughed heartily. What are brothers for? By the way, what's in that bag of yours? I've caught a whiff of something fishy since earlier. Han Yi opened the bag just as a large soft-shelled turtle emerged, prompting Lu Weidong to instinctively exclaim, a turtle. Han Yi quickly covered Lu Weidong's mouth and whispered mysteriously, Shoo, don't say that. It could have adverse effects. Lu Weidong, amused yet exasperated, waved his hand dismissively. What adverse effects? If you're willing, let us stew it for a dish today. Han Yi grinned. It's actually for you, my brother. Lu Weidong exclaimed. You really brought it for me? Then I shall not be polite. Let us stew it. The canteen of the enamel factory was divided into two sections. The outer hall, where workers dined, appeared much like any ordinary canteen. In contrast, the inner hall, reserved for leaders and guests, was far more exquisite, resembling a private room in a fine dining establishment. Brother, you're in luck. Our factory chef is a former educated youth from Sichuan who has settled here and mastered Sichuan cuisine. It's not something the average person can enjoy. Lu Weidong added with an air of mystery. Moreover, I have some fine liquor that I usually reserve for visits from higher-ups. I wouldn't even let ordinary folks catch a whiff of it. Han Yi laughed. What liquor could be so remarkable? Even if it were Maotai, it wouldn't warrant such fuss. Lu Weidong scoffed. Maotai may not be cheap, but it isn't particularly rare. It's merely about spending a bit more money. What I possess is something that even wealth cannot procure. Han Yi, intrigued, awaited the arrival of the liquor, which was brought over by a young girl. When it arrived, it was a large jar, evoking a sense of hearty drinking and feasting. Lu Weidong personally poured a glass for Han Yi and said, Give it a try. Han Yi took a small sip, initially sensing a fragrant aroma that flowed smoothly down his throat, followed by a wave of rich, spicy warmth that receded, leaving behind a sweet undertone. Wow, Han Yi exclaimed, exhaling a plume of fragrant vapor. What kind of liquor is this? It's aromatic and sweet, yet quite potent. Lu Weidong laughed heartily. Isn't it impressive? I tell you, each sip diminishes the supply. Brother, what on earth is this liquor? You're really keeping me in suspense. Han Yi pressed on. Lu Weidong chuckled. Are you familiar with Caoqi Jiao? Han Yi nodded slightly, and Lu Weidong continued. Before I came to Huaidong, I served as a factory director over there, where I unearthed 2 ancient cellars. This is the liquor that has been hidden within, a total of 100 jars. All for myself. It's truly a case of each sip reducing the stock. Han Yi was astonished. 2 ancient cellars yielded just 100 jars? Lu Weidong shook his head and said, That is not the case. This is merely the amount from a half-aged vat. Furthermore, the remaining half has already transformed into a thick liquor, which is inedible. Consuming it would surely lead to intoxication.